If the woman at the bar had been just a little more attractive, Jeff Noonan might have realized he was walking into a trap. Know your number. That was the mantra they drilled into everyone. Oh, he knew his number, no doubt about it, and tonight was going to work out perfectly. The security guys at his office were always jealous of everyone else's travel stories, constantly relying on acronyms, creepy statistics, and stupid rules like that know your number nonsense they brought up at every single meeting. These joy killers loved to point out that a 5 in Plymouth, Massachusetts was still a 5 in Phuket, Thailand, or anywhere else you could name. They never missed a chance to remind everyone that 8s and 9s didn't just magically decide to hook up with a 5, ever. If a situation seemed too good to be true, it was a setup. Noonan was an engineer, a software designer, smart enough to know the knuckle-dragging goons were right for the most part. But sometimes the circumstances were different. Sometimes a beautiful girl didn't realize how beautiful she was, especially if she was just attractive enough. Watching the Indonesian woman at the bar curl her toes around the stool's crossbar, like a cat flicking the tip of its tail to burn off excess energy, he felt a surge of confidence. This was good, all right, but not too good, was it? No way. It's not like she was an 8 or anything. The Magma Lounge at the Hilton in Bandung, Indonesia, was filled with oversized leather couches that seemed to swallow people whole, especially if they had short legs, which Noonan did. Sinking into the impossibly soft cushions, he pushed aside thoughts of his wife, his 2 kids, the baby on the way, and his wife's father, a federal judge in Hartford, Connecticut. The obvious danger of what he was about to do and the fallout of an affair should have made him think twice before inviting this woman over, but those concerns never crossed his mind. He was too busy figuring out how to stand up without looking like a complete idiot when the moment came. The girl at the bar was good-looking enough for Noonan's taste, though not so stunning that it would set off any internal alarms. It was unlikely he would have heard them anyway. His pastor at the First Congregational Church in Beacon Hill had pointed out during a recent marriage counseling session that Jeff seemed to lack what he called pre-transgression guilt, that little tingle in the back of the neck that warned most people away from bad decisions before they made them. Noonan had a conscience, sure, but it took a while to kick in. A few moments after any bad deed, Noonan would find himself drowning in regret. He just couldn't seem to remember that feeling before he acted, and that flaw kept him in a constant cycle of trouble. He caught the girl's eye again, and for now trouble was looking pretty damn good. Her honey-colored skin and perfect features suggested she was Sundanese, the most common ethnic group in Bandung and West Java. Indonesians often said Sundanese were the most attractive people in their country. Hard to argue, though. Noonan had to admit he hadn't seen many unattractive girls since he and his bosses had arrived in Jakarta for the computer gaming trade show 5 days earlier. Bandung was even better and worse, but mostly better. Blue eyes and light streaks in the girl's dark hair hinted at Dutch ancestry, a leftover from the Dutch East India Company plantations that had grown tea and cinchona, which quinine is still made from. A tight, fire-engine red dress with a heart-shaped neckline sat below her collarbones. The soft, fist-sized swell of visible cleavage was a sexy contrast to the nervous way she curled the toes of one delicate foot and dangled a shoe from the other. Noonan slid forward on the deep cushions to grab his 3rd dirty martini of the evening from the waiter. He lifted the glass toward the girl. Dangerous stuff, those air toasts. There was always a chance she was looking at someone or something behind him. Noonan held his breath until her small mouth curled into a slight smile, and she raised her own glass in return. Fruit juice, by the look of it, that made sense, since most Sundanese people are Muslim. He wondered if her religious devotion would stop her from getting involved with a guy at a bar. Maybe she was just there to meet a friend. He was about to find out. She got up and padded across the floral carpet toward him, her red dress so tight across her stomach that he could see the outline of her belly button pressed against the fabric. The earlier nervousness had vanished. Her steps were confident, though not arrogant, as if she knew she was attractive, but didn't plan to use it as a weapon. Noonan glanced over his shoulder just to be sure. He didn't want to look foolish if he stood to greet her, and she just walked past him to talk to some girlfriend across the bar. There was no one behind him, a fact that sent a jolt of adrenaline from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. This might actually work out. Noonan was self-aware enough to know he was probably a borderline 6. The women at the office called him the poison dwarf, which wasn't fair because 5'7" wasn't really that short. He figured it had more to do with the kind of jokes he told in the break room. He stood when the woman was halfway there, making an extra effort not to heave himself up from the oversized couch. This one was a solid 7, a little wide in the hips for his taste, and she didn't have as much up top as he usually preferred, but yeah, she was definitely a 7. A 7 hooking up with a 6, that could work. Plus, he was an American. That had to be worth a point, right? Maybe she just wanted a free drink while she practiced her English, but even that would be better than sitting alone in a bar after the day he'd had. His stomach churned with something far more pleasant than guilt. 2 weeks earlier, Jeff Noonan had been a brilliant, if somewhat creepy software engineer at Parnassus Games in Boston, content to gamble online and maybe slip over to a strip club near Boston Common while his wife was at her prenatal checkups. He wasn't exactly a man overflowing with scruples, but until recently he'd never considered selling out his company to the highest bidder. Todd Ackerman changed everything when he broke both his legs in a biking accident. Ackerman was supposed to have been the one to attend the Jakarta Tech Conference, but with his injuries, that duty had fallen to Noonan. They had developed several pieces of technology together, tech that got them noticed by the higher-ups. The two engineers were opposites in almost everything except their knowledge of computer gaming. Ackerman had been a college baseball star. Noonan was still the last one picked for any team, sports or otherwise. Ackerman loved conferences in faraway places. Strange food gave Noonan digestive problems. Crowds made him feel like someone was holding a pillow over his face. Ackerman was Canadian, stereotypically friendly, and smiled more than a normal person should. The bosses liked to hang out with him, have drinks, play golf. They tolerated Noonan because of his intelligence. If they had suspected either of the two engineers of corporate espionage, it would have been Noonan without question. He was awkward and quiet, and hardly ever cracked a smile unless it was at one of his own dirty jokes. Nobody suspected Ackerman. He was the nice guy. Ackerman had been the one to arrange the side trip to Bandung after the conference to meet with a representative from an up-and-coming Indonesian gaming company. Ackerman set up the foreign bank accounts, the alibis, the escape plan, everything. Noonan knew full well that he wouldn't have been brought in on the deal if Ackerman hadn't wrecked his bike. He was a necessary evil. Now, a rich necessary evil. Noonan had hesitated at first, not because it was the right thing to do, but because he thought it might be a setup. Then, when Ackerman explained how much money was involved, the decision had been a no-brainer. Noonan was heading to that pointless conference to meet the buyer, and he'd walk away with half of $25 million. Not a bad deal. His wife went to church every Sunday, even though, as far as he could tell, she didn't have a single sin to confess. When he finally got around to explaining it to her, even she would understand $12.5 million, if he ever did. With that kind of money, disappearing became a lot easier. And besides, it wasn't even stealing. After all, Ackerman and Noonan were the ones who developed the technology. Why shouldn't they be able to sell it? The trade show was crawling with geeks, grown-ups who made a living out of designing and playing computer-based gaming systems. Like many of the attendees, Noonan was a loner at heart, an introvert who preferred the company of a glowing computer screen in a dimly lit basement to actual live people. While a gathering of like-minded folks might excite some, the endless crowds and nonstop panel discussions drained the life out of him and left him with a throbbing headache. The big shots from Warner Bros., Ubisoft, Sega, everyone in the gaming world was there. The Japanese had the largest presence, of course, But the South Koreans, the Chinese, and representatives from Silicon Valley, which included a ton of Japanese, Korean, and Chinese, all made a strong showing. Russia had a small presence, as did India, along with an Australian company. The Indonesians, eager to get a foothold in the gaming market themselves, hosted the trade show, and Superman Games was their unofficial industry leader. The security goons in Boston, Noonan called them Larry and Curly, for no particular reason other than they hated it, had warned him that there would be people at the show extremely interested in some of the company's recent innovations. Corporate espionage was the #1 threat to American national security, they said, acting all official and serious, like they were still feds and not stooges for a company that made computer games. But they had no idea Calliope even existed, let alone what she could do. No one did except Noonan and Ackerman. If the bosses had known everything, they would have put every existing copy under armed guard. Ackerman kept one locked up in a safe deposit box somewhere. Noonan had come to Jakarta with 2. He kept one as insurance. 25 million was supposed to guarantee loyalty, and it would, as long as the Indonesians didn't try anything tricky. The conference was a nightmare, with the bosses watching him constantly for 3 days. At first, he thought they suspected something, but he eventually realized they always looked at him that way. Like they were disappointed. He was such a rock star in the field of artificial intelligence that he was impossible to fire, no matter how much they disliked him. Ackerman was smart, and he knew the bosses might hang around Jakarta to hobnob after the conference ended. He'd set up the meeting with the buyer in Bandung, a 3.5-hour drive to the southeast, nestled in the Parahangan Mountains. Noonan told the bosses he wanted to experience a bit of the mountain air before leaving Indonesia. They were heading to Australia on some camel tour anyway, so they couldn't really say much about him wanting to soak up some culture. At least he wasn't trying to tag along with them. Bandung was fine, Noonan guessed. The third largest city in Indonesia was cooler than Jakarta and only slightly less crowded. They called it the City of Flowers or something like that. Noonan had hoped it was because of the women, but it turned out to be because of the actual flowers. The rocky gray face of Tangkuban Perahu, an active 6,800-foot volcano, rose above the Green Mountains 30 miles north of the city and gave the air an odor that was far from floral. Noonan met the buyer at a tea house a block from his hotel. The man looked like he could have been a gangster from Indonesia, or at least how Noonan pictured one. Wearing dark slacks, black Oakley sunglasses, and a prison tattoo peeking out from the muscle of his upper arm, just below the short sleeve of a white linen shirt. The deal went down with surprising ease, despite the life-altering weight it carried. Hand over the flash drive, money hits the account, and Ackerman sends the activation codes. Simple as that. No clever banter, no hushed threats like in the movies. The thug just pushed back his chair, grabbed what he came for, and walked away. Jeff Noonan practically stumbled out of the tea house, dizzy from the realization that he was now a multimillionaire. He wandered through the chaotic streets of Bandung for nearly an hour, weaving through traffic and dodging tourists who had escaped the crowds of Jakarta only to pack into this new spot. He was in a daze, barely paying attention to where his feet were taking him. The noise of honking horns, bicycle bells, and people chattering in a language he didn't understand hit him from every side like a barrage of slaps. A small vendor at a meat stall called out in a high-pitched voice, waving a piece of cardboard he used to fan smoke away from his grill. Noonan realized he could buy every poor soul on this street 10,000 times over. Most of them probably owned nothing more than their food cart and a rundown shack somewhere. He had always known he was smarter than everyone else. Now he was richer, too. That smug feeling evaporated the second he spotted a police officer. He was a criminal. Now a thief, he needed to blend in. Street vendors lined the sidewalks, selling everything from chicken satay to Dutch pastries. He bought a bowl of chicken porridge from a cart because the girl was cute, then tossed it after 2 bites halfway down the block. The food was fine, but his stomach was too twisted to keep anything down. He kept walking, hoping it would help, and decided to head toward the central square. He needed to tell his bosses he hadn't just been sitting at the hotel bar all day. The Grand Mosque was nearby, so everyone removed their shoes. The sulfur smell from the Tangkuban Perahu volcano mixed with the odor of other people's feet, making him feel nauseous and guilty. Somehow, Noonan found his way back to the hotel, deciding to drown his guilt at the bar. That's when he saw the blue-eyed Sundanese girl, or rather, she saw him. He hoped she would help him feel better. The thought that she might be a sex worker didn't cross his mind until they reached her room and he noticed the large floor-to-ceiling mirrors. His own room, 3 floors above, didn't have mirrors like that. Still, no mention of money was made. She seemed appropriately nervous, claiming she never did this kind of thing. She never even went out alone. Her friend was supposed to meet her for a night out in the City of Flowers, but never showed up. That didn't explain the room, but Noonan was past the point of caring. He considered the situation as he kicked off his shoes. It almost made sense. A lonely girl stood up by her friend, spots a lonely guy, and goes for it. Honestly, he had never done this before either. He had thought about it plenty, even tried, but no one ever wanted a piece of the poison dwarf until now. The girl said her name was Betty Tamala. When the red dress came off in front of the mirror, Noonan decided she was a solid 8. It took less than a minute for him to realize that she had not only done this before, she was exceptionally skilled at it. Behind that very mirror, Wu Chao from the Strategic Support Force, the Cyber, Space, and Electronic Warfare Division of the People's Liberation Army rolled his neck from side to side, then tilted his chin upward as if his collar was too tight. The 4 men crammed into the tiny linen closet with all their recording equipment, filled it to the brim. The room was used exclusively for this kind of illicit activity, and a stale, grimy filth clung to the humid air like a sickness. The SSF had taken over most of the military's intelligence operations, both technical and human. As a newer agency, its members were still jockeying for power while the hierarchy settled. Wu had been in intelligence for nearly 20 years, climbing the ranks while serving directly under the PLA's General Staff Department. Wu Chao was a devoted patriot. He hadn't entered this line of work to spy on depraved Americans through hidden cameras, but it had become part of the job. His instructors at the School of International Relations called it a variety of assignments. At 43, Wu had thinning black hair and a square, chiseled face that looked as if it were carved from granite. People who knew him might easily mistake him for a hitman, given his hard features and stoic demeanor. He had, of course, killed before. That was the nature of things. But he found no pleasure in it. His true work was about gathering intelligence, computer code, ones and zeros. If he had to take a life, it meant something had gone terribly wrong. Kang, the man on the other side of the video monitor, was a seasoned killer. Wu had encountered many assassins throughout his career. Some he had killed himself. With others, he had shared tea. Nearly all of them possessed some kind of redeeming quality. Respect for their parents, patience with children, a commitment to a charity. As far as Wu could see, the only good thing about Kang was his meticulous dental hygiene. Tall and fit, but a bit rumpled in his dark suit, Kang stood at the far end of the cramped space, looking like an overworked businessman or a stressed detective as he stared, mesmerized through the glass. Wu knew the grim truth. The man was a government-sponsored serial killer. He took pleasure in his work. If the state hadn't recruited him, he would have been indulging his dark desires in the back alleys of Shanghai. There was no question, Kang was smart, but intelligence didn't equal a moral compass, conscience. Wu Chao's stomach churned as if he'd swallowed a live eel at the very thought. His job demanded terrible acts that were cruel, but essential. He had exploited a lonely Japanese widow to infiltrate a radio station in Okinawa, befriended a Uyghur boy in Urumqi so he could kill the child's terrorist father. He had manipulated people's secrets until they were broken and took their own lives out of shame. There seemed to be no limit to what he would do for his country, But this crude scene on the other side of the glass was the most revolting thing he had ever witnessed. It was even worse because he had developed feelings for Betty Tamala. She knew too much, and she would have to die. Kang would be the one to do it, which was at least a small mercy. The two Indonesian men sitting between Wu and Kang, agents he had recruited from the local police force, looked away from the glass, seeking direction. Both were devout Muslims, but they were also men, and the conflicting emotions must have caused them real pain. In Wu's experience, when it came to a battle between faith and desire, a naked woman won 9 times out of 10. Wu took a long, slow breath, then raised 3 fingers. 3 more minutes, they needed enough footage to ensure the American would cooperate. The American turned out to be an athletic, if clumsy lover, using every inch of space the room offered. Between the video gear behind the glass, the hidden cameras in the floor lamp's base, the overhead smoke detector, and the frame of the floral painting at the foot of the bed, they had a near constant view of the American's face, along with the more incriminating angles. When Wu could no longer tolerate the scene, he snapped his hand, signaling Kang and the Indonesian officers to slip through the hidden door leading into the adjacent bathroom. He stayed behind the mirror, keeping the video recording as the situation unfolded. No one, especially not an American so deeply preoccupied, ever expects to glance up and find 3 strangers staring back at him. Noonan let out a scream, first throwing a hand over his face like a distressed actress in a film, then grabbing Betty and trying to yank her in front of him as a human shield. She clawed at his face, refusing to put up with it. "Bravo!" Wu whispered toward the glass. One of the officers grabbed her arm and pulled her off the mattress, leaving the naked American cowering and red-faced in the middle of the tangled sheets, both hands covering his crotch. Wu watched as Betty snatched her clothes and stormed into the bathroom. Moments later, she appeared in the closet beside him, her body vibrating with fury. "Were you planning to leave me in there with him forever?" Her English was perfect, and delivered through clenched teeth as she reached behind to adjust the neckline of her red dress. "Forgive me," Wu whispered. "My superiors needed to be certain we had enough footage." Betty slumped. "I understand," she said, "but I wish you could have found someone else." "So do I, my dear," Wu replied, "but there was no time. I needed someone I could trust." She tilted her head slightly, raising a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "Why did you really wait so long?" "I was deciding whether to kill him," Wu admitted honestly. "You're not." Betty gave a disappointed pout that sent a chill through Wu's veins. "It breaks my heart to think you'd let a man live after he did that to me." She was beautiful and tender, but there was a streak of madness in her. He'd noticed it from the start. It was one of the main traits that drew him to her. He gave a non-committal shrug. "We have to be sure the software is genuine." She leaned in until her nose almost touched the glass. "He's a fool to carry such technology with him when he travels." Wu resisted the urge to touch her thigh, keeping his eyes locked on the weeping man on the other side of the glass. "We think he intends to sell it," Wu said. Betty's elegant brows shot up again, as if the thought had never crossed her mind. What if he already has? Wu shared those same worries. Earlier that day, his men had lost track of the American for about 30 minutes, but he'd been the same pathetic figure when they finally located him again, wandering the streets a few blocks away. A man who had completed the sale of such a valuable item would surely be celebrating. Wu nodded toward the sobbing lump on the other side of the glass and adjusted the volume so they could hear better. Noonan pointed upward toward his room and assured the 2 Indonesian officers that what they wanted was locked in his safe. He'd be happy to take them there if they could just leave his wife and father-in-law out of this mess. No need to involve them, please. The man sounded like an over-reeved scooter, the small kind. "But you're going to kill him?" Betty mused almost to herself. Her lips brushed the glass as she spoke. "Eventually, yes," Wu said. "Of course. His flight isn't until tomorrow night. We have some time." She turned to face him, her lips pursed in a trembling pout. "It saddens me that you would trade my virtue for a computer thumb drive. "I mean you, no offense, my dear," Wu said, "but your virtue was long since." She pressed a finger to his lips. "You're supposed to say, 'Yes, but this is no ordinary thumb drive.'" Wu just shrugged. Betty was right. He doubted the American even knew the value of what he had. This was no ordinary gaming software. Wu kept the rest to himself, though it didn't matter what the girl knew. Kang would kill her before the night was over, somewhere private, away from the hotel, and away from Noonan. Domingo Ding Chavez set his plastic cup of bubble tea on the concrete edge of the pedestrian walkway on the Manhattan Bridge, looking west over East Broadway. Intelligence work rarely involved shooting someone in the face, though sometimes it came down to that. In reality, it was 98% boredom and 2% dodging bullets. Visitors to New York City often thought of Canal Street as the heart of Chinatown, but the busy restaurants and markets along East Broadway beneath the bridge could easily be mistaken for parts of Beijing or Shanghai. English was a second language here, or not spoken at all. The weather was warm for May. Cherry trees were dropping their last blossoms just a few blocks away, but here the smell of fish, overripe fruit, garbage, and exhaust fumes mixed together, making Chavez grateful for his fragrant tea. A leather messenger bag hung from a strap on his shoulder, and he held his cell phone in his free hand. 6 moving dots appeared on the screen, showing a common operating picture of the 2 targets and 4 members of his team. Jack Ryan, Jr. His voice buzzed through the tiny flesh-colored earpiece in Chavez's ear. "Adara, you have 2 white males following you about 50 feet behind. Gray sweatshirt and dark blue hoodie." "Got it," Adara Sherman replied, avoiding professional terms like copy or affirmative over the radio to avoid drawing attention from people around them, if that was even possible in New York City. Chavez glanced at John Clark, who stood beside him leaning on the railing with a cup of coffee. Plain coffee. No chewy tapioca pearls. Clark gave him a shrug that said, "It's your show." Chavez took a sip of tea. "Knock it off, guys," he thought. "You're making me look bad." He watched a woman on the street below wait for her dog to finish its business. Then, instead of cleaning it up, spent 2 minutes trying to kick the mess into the street without getting any on her shoe. People are strange when they don't know they're being watched. "You're half right," Clark said. "People are just strange, period." He took a deep breath and exhaled hard, the way every older man Chavez had ever met did when recalling a particular memory. "I once watched 2 Viet Cong for 5 full minutes while they took a smoke break less than 5 feet in front of my hide. I could have reached out and touched their sandals." Clark breathed out hard again, letting the memory settle. "I'd been in country long enough to understand a little of what they were saying. It took me a minute, but I realized they were telling jokes. Funny, but I never thought of them joking with each other, laughing about the same dirty stuff we laughed at." "What happened?" Chavez asked, regretting the question as soon as he spoke. He was a soldier. He knew better. "War happened," Clark said simply. "And that's no laughing matter. Even after 2 decades of working with John Clark and being married to his daughter, the man could still send a chill down Chavez's spine. At the same time, pushing 50 years old, Ding couldn't help thinking he wanted to be John Clark when he grew up. Ryan's voice came through the radio again. "They're giving you the stink eye," he said. Could be a counter-surveillance team. Jack Ryan, Jr. was the son of the top boss, athletic and sharp as anyone Chavez had ever seen. He could think on his feet and read a situation almost instantly. Sure, he'd been a bit reckless, known to chase after women when he should have been focusing on just about anything else. He had nearly been fired twice, grounded for sure, stuck behind a desk. And that was as good as being fired, once you'd tasted field work. Ding and Clark had both vouched for him, and he had stepped up. All signs showed he had finally matured to match his intelligence. Now he was seeing ghosts where there were none. There was no counter-surveillance team, and Chavez knew it. He had planned this whole operation. Ding loved putting together training exercises, but he really missed being out on the street, playing different roles and hiding his hunter-killer nature so he could blend in without looking too aggressive. There weren't many greater joys than bringing bad guys to justice, what they called putting warheads on foreheads. As much fun as it was hanging out and drinking bubble tea with his father-in-law, he longed to be back out there with his team. "All right," Adara said. Her dot on Chavez's phone showed her moving west on Canal Street, heading toward Elizabeth. "Dom is staying on the rabbits. I'm going to pause at this shop window and give them a chance to pass." Adara Sherman was a former Navy corpsman who had seen combat in most of the stands, where most of the killing was happening these days. A CrossFit fanatic, she was a highly capable operator and, more importantly, completely calm under pressure. She was also in a relationship with Dominic Caruso, the only actual federal officer on the team, loaned out to the campus. Caruso, Ryan's cousin, was a Phoebe, still on the FBI's payroll. Chavez imagined that the tight-ass middle managers in the bureau every agency had them were probably wondering what kind of special duty their agent had disappeared to for such a long time. The director knew, and that was enough, running some counter-surveillance, huh, Ding? Adara said. Chavez glanced at Clark, feeling more than a little embarrassed that his people were seeing things that weren't there. Clark's face stayed as expressionless as one of those stone heads on Easter Island, completely unreadable. As the director of operations for the off-the-books intelligence agency known as the Campus, John Clark was grading Chavez just as Chavez was grading his team. This training exercise had been going on for the last 5 hours, with Dave and Lanny playing the role of the rabbits. Both were former Marines and hand-picked force protection specialists for the company. The guys who handled physical security at the building, the Gulf Stream, and counter-surveillance when necessary. They had started early, leading the 4 members of the operational team on a series of winding surveillance detection routes that began in Alexandria, Virginia, not far from the financial arbitrage firm Hendley Associates, the name that appeared on all their paychecks. Everyone on the team was a pro, experienced and battle-tested. But even professionals needed periodic training. Tradecraft, like any skill, grows stale when it isn't used. Clark's motto to practice not until they got it right, but until they didn't get it wrong, was now ingrained in all of them. They were all naturals, blessed with innate talent that lent itself to surveillance, surveillance detection, runs, surreptitious entry, and most importantly, the social engineering that intelligence work required, the very lifeblood of the profession. They also practiced defensive tactics and some offensive ones, along with firearms. Everyone enjoyed that the most, though no one was carrying today except Clark, Chavez, and Caruso. All of them were highly proficient with firearms, but they also trained extensively for the countless times when they wouldn't have access to one of Samuel Colt's equalizers still. Situational awareness trumped a gun only until it didn't. They would arm up when they could, hence the leather bag-o guns hanging over Ding's shoulder. The securities and forensic accounting side of Hendley Associates was a working front, the white side that paid for the firm's hidden purpose. Highly sensitive and generally autonomous from other U.S. intelligence agencies. The campus was conceived and organized in concert between former Senator Jerry Hendley and President Jack Ryan. Ryan Sr. took a hands-off approach to their actual assignments. Hendley was the kind of boss who felt like a favorite uncle, friendly and approachable, but firm when the situation called for it. He was deeply involved in the planning stages, yet wise enough to step back and let the specialists handle the fieldwork. His leadership style was hands-off in the best way. He defined the mission's boundaries and trusted his people to operate within them, using their own judgment and on-the-ground experience. He was still an active presence, but he was consciously taking a step back, adopting the role of a seasoned advisor, and delegating more responsibility to Chavez. The mission's goal was clear, even if the execution was anything but simple, a true reflection of real-world operations. The team's task was to follow their targets to a safe house, then create a distraction, bypass any security, break in and steal Ding Chavez's prized coffee mug from the RAF Credenhill base in Hereford. Piece of cake, provided Dave and Lanny didn't spot them. The supposed counter-surveillance Jack Jr. had noticed was a total red herring, probably just his imagination running wild. Midas Jankowski, a retired Delta Force colonel with a voice as calm and steady as if he were born for radio, broke in over the comms. "Adara, no joke. I've got 2 Asians, a man and a woman, just stepping off Mott onto Canal, about 50 feet behind you, heading your way." Chavez glanced at the moving dots on his phone, all of them now heading east on Canal Street. He decided to let the situation unfold naturally. It would be a valuable training exercise, embarrassing for Ryan and Midas, sure, but incredibly useful. For operatives of this caliber, the sting of failing in front of their peers was far worse than the threat of getting shot by an actual enemy. The combination of time, distance, and boredom was the real enemy, creating mission fatigue and making the training feel genuine. Chavez deliberately injected all 3 into the scenario. The targets had hopped on the red line of the D.C. Metro, reaching Union Station with tickets ready just in time to catch the 8:40 a.m. Northeast Regional Amtrak train to Boston. Ding was impressed by how quickly his team scrambled to get on board before the doors closed. He and Clark had taken the Acela Express 10 minutes later, carrying the bag of guns. As a credentialed FBI agent, Caruso could travel armed almost anywhere in the U.S., but the rest of the team needed to stay unarmed in case they had to follow a target into a museum or onto a commercial flight. Clark rarely left home without his 1911, and despite the intelligence world often requiring operatives to go without weapons, he was all too aware of the job's inherent dangers. He was a firm believer in having a quick reaction force capable of delivering deadly force when necessary. Whenever possible, someone on the team carried the bog. Caruso had his own Glock and Adara's M&P shield holstered inside his waistband. This was just a drill. But the leather bog contained extra shields, including one for Adara, in case Dom couldn't meet up with her. The Acela beat the Northeast Regional train to Manhattan's Penn Station by a solid 20 minutes. The target stopped for cheesecake at Junior's near Times Square, then led the team on a meandering walk through Central Park, back to Midtown, and finally boarded the N train to Canal Street. "Are you running counter-surveillance?" Clark asked. "Nope," Chavez replied. Chavez was no rookie when it came to tactical operations. He had a mountain of experience from his time in the Army, as a protective officer in the CIA, and as a team leader for the multinational Rainbow Counterterrorism Unit. He'd been there and done that across the globe, with the scars and the stories to prove it. But Clark was a living legend in the intelligence community, a remarkable feat in a field where anonymity is the ultimate currency. A former Navy SEAL and longtime CIA operator, Clark had a past that was hazy at best, almost entirely classified. Most people in the intelligence community didn't know the specifics of his missions, but they knew he had been involved in plenty of them. That reputation was enough. The fact that Clark was also Ding Chavez's father-in-law added a complex mix of pressure and loyalty to every assignment. They had worked together long before Ding married Patsy. John must have approved of the match, because Chavez was still alive and well. The 2 men had fought side by side, shed blood together, and seen their own blood spilled. Clark checked his watch, a simple, rugged Victorinox analog. Chavez took another sip of his bubble tea. It was funny how a simple glance at a watch from the boss could make even the calmest person feel uneasy. As the assistant director of operations, Chavez was taking the lead on more and more missions, allowing Clark to hang back and watch quietly, sipping his coffee and checking the time. "Something on your mind, Mr. C?" Chavez asked. Clark wasn't one to fidget. They had been together all morning, and only now had a small crack appeared in his stone-cold demeanor. "I'm fine," he said with a slight shrug, his intense stare fixed down East Broadway. Chavez was surprised a passerby didn't spontaneously combust. "Just thinking." Midas spoke again, this time with more urgency. Guys, no joke, a white male just came out from Mott onto Canal, right behind the Asian couple. He's weaving back and forth, but he's following them with serious purpose. I see him, Ryan confirmed. Are you sure? Caruso asked. It was odd, Chavez thought, for Dom to question a teammate's intel. Dead sure, Midas replied. He's wearing a light jacket and khaki slacks. He moves like a cop. I think I spotted handcuffs on his belt. Ding straightened up. Our targets are crossing Canal, Adara said, heading south on Elizabeth. Okay, Midas said. The Asian couple in khaki slacks are continuing east. I don't see any other cops. I'm guessing he's off duty. Or some kind of assassin, Jack Jr. offered. No kidding. You're out of character, Ding, Adara reminded him. Out of character, Ding reached into his pocket and flipped the isolation switch on his radio so everyone could hear. Abort the scenario, he commanded. I repeat, abort the scenario. Keep your distance, but stay with the lone guy in khakis, just in case. Who has eyes on the two white males you spotted? They aren't mine. Forget about them, Adara said. Those two are nothing. It was a little game to win, boss. We'll explain later. Yes, you will, Chavez said, confirming no one else is in play besides the two Asians and khaki pants. That's correct, Adara said. Chavez held back the urge to scold her. Instead, he coordinated the team's movement, while Clark called Lanny's cell and got the targets on the common frequency so they would be in the loop. Everyone stay loose, Ding said. We don't want to step into the middle of another agency's operation. Midas spoke up. Asian couple is turning right onto Bowery. Okay, Ding said. Lanny and Dave, keep going south on Elizabeth, Midas. What about khaki pants? Approaching Bayard, Midas replied. He's locked on. If he had a team, someone else would be taking over the surveillance by now. I think he's alone. There was a pause, as if Midas was trying to get a better view. The Asian male has a pistol in his waistband. John and I are coming off the bridge. Ding said, visualizing the map in his mind as he ran. We'll cut behind Confucius Plaza to stay ahead of you. Dom, take a left at your next cross street. Rush over to Canal so you guys can leapfrog with Midas if needed. Adara and I are going east on Bayard, Dom said. Jack Jr. spoke next. Coming down Bowery, the radio squawked, meaning two people had tried to talk at the same time, garbling both transmissions. Dom came over the net, out of breath. I know this guy, he said, his voice jostling as if he were jogging. He's FBI. The man's name was Nick Sutton. The Asian couple just made a right, Midas reported. Next street past Bayard, Sutton's still trailing them. I've lost visual on the eye. I'm moving in, Dom said. Let's see if I can get his attention. The radio cut out. A few seconds later, Dom's voice returned, gasping and out of breath as he ran. Man down, he said. Caruso swept back the edge of his jacket and drew his Glock, his eyes scanning the area. Nick Sutton was slumped in a filthy concrete stairwell that dropped below street level beside the entrance of a nail salon. The steel door behind him was shut, creating a dark pit at the bottom of the steps. It would have been simple for someone to hide there and ambush the agent as he passed. Caruso hadn't heard any gunshots. The handful of pedestrians moving along Doyers had either seen nothing or simply chosen to ignore it. It's Dom, Caruso said, stepping around Sutton in the cramped space and testing the door while Adara checked the agent's wounds. We're here for you, buddy. He wanted to drop to his knees and help, but he and Adara would be useless if they got shot too. A massive arc of arterial blood stained the concrete wall. Even after years on the job, Dom was still amazed at how eagerly blood seemed to leave the human body. If anyone besides a trauma surgeon could save Nick Sutton now, it was Adara Sherman. Dom shielded her as best he could in the small alcove. Then, with his pistol pressed tight against his ribs, he pulled on the door handle with his left hand. It was locked tight. That didn't mean much. Caruso had read somewhere that tunnels ran all through Chinatown. Sutton's attackers could have gone through the door or simply walked away. And if they walked, they'd be heading straight into Chavez and Clark. Caruso jumped back on the radio. They might be heading your way, Ding. The radio clicked twice, confirming Chavez had heard. Dom fished the FBI badge from his shirt and let it dangle on a chain around his neck. The bureau badge carried a lot of weight, but it was small. The little gold shield wouldn't do much to prevent a friendly fire shooting if another cop showed up full of adrenaline, but it was better than standing next to a bloody body brandishing a gun without it. With his pistol held low and ready, he stood over Adara and the wounded agent, scanning the doorways and windows along Doyers, the street known as the Bloody Angle, where Chinese Tong hatchet men had stained the pavement red, hacking rival gang members to death in New York's early days. "Talk to me, Nick," Adara said. "Can you hear me?" Sutton mumbled something. Dom couldn't understand. "We're going to get you fixed up," Adara said, her voice grim. "An ambulance is on the way?" Dom looked down at her blood-soaked phone on the steps. Sutton groaned. Despite Adara's efforts, he was losing a lot of blood. "They're long gone," Dom said. "What do you need me to do?" She pointed to Sutton's armpit. "You can help me with this artery. There's another bleeder somewhere, and I need to find it." Caruso holstered his weapon and knelt across from Adara. She used 2 fingers to hand off a spaghetti-like end of Sutton's brachial artery. A gaping 3-inch gash exposed the meat and bone of his upper arm. 2 smaller wounds framed the gash, like bloody parentheses. The blood and gore made it hard to tell how many times Sutton had been stabbed, but his wounds were numerous and deep. His attacker had gone for his neck, but he'd managed to get his arm up, taking most of the damage to his triceps and ribs. Small comfort, since that kind of wound only meant he would bleed out at a slightly slower rate than if his throat had been cut. Sirens wailed in the distance. Sutton gave a rattling cough, his eyes fluttered open, and he seemed to see Caruso for the first time. Adara pressed her palm over a hissing stab wound in his chest, doing her best to seal it until paramedics arrived. "Dom," Sutton coughed again, croaking and wincing from the effort. With his hand pressed deep into Sutton's flesh, Caruso could feel the agent's frantic heartbeat, fast but dangerously faint, as his body struggled to push what little blood remained up to his brain. The agent blinked slowly. What are you doing here? I'll fill you in later, buddy," Caruso replied. "Who did this to you?" "Ran," Sutton coughed, wincing. "She stabbed me like crazy. Renee Peng, she's hiding down here while I was tailing her husband." He swallowed hard. "Got any water? I'm dying of thirst." "Sorry," Dom said. "We'll get you an IV when the ambulance gets here. Just save your energy." Sutton shook his head weakly. "The Pengs are Chinese nationals. They run snakehead operations out of the docks." He shuddered, spat out a mouthful of blood, and paused to breathe. "Ambulance is almost here," Adara said. "We've been trying to catch these guys for months. I sent my wife and kid to Vincent's place, then I saw Renee walking down the street." Sutton's eyes went wide. "My wife, I told her to wait at the restaurant." "I'll go get her," Dom said. "We'll bring her to the hospital so she can see you." "Thanks, man," Sutton said, breathing harder now. "Oh, God, I never should have brought Melissa here." Caruso patted the agent's cheek firmly but gently. "Stay with us, Nick. Don't fall asleep. Where do you think Renee Peng is headed?" "No clue," Sutton mumbled, his words slurring. "If I knew that, I would have caught them already." Ding's voice crackled over the radio. "We've got a woman in a white baseball cap coming toward us on East Broadway, heading for the bridge. She looks tense, like she's trying to act casual, but isn't pulling it off. There's a guy in sunglasses and a blue hoodie about 3 steps behind her." "That's got to be them." Dom glanced down at Sutton's wounds. "She must have blood on her somewhere. Either that or she changed shirts. Stand by," Chavez whispered. "She's walking past me now." Bingo on the blood. It's definitely them. The bright red stain across the front of Renee Peng's shirt was mostly hidden by her folded arms. Her husband caught up as she passed Ding, slipping his phone into his pocket and jogging to match her pace, as if he'd just finished a call. He said something, and they both laughed. "Heartless bitch," Ding muttered, ignoring Clark as he stepped out of a small bodega and fell in behind the couple. Ding dropped back, pretending to browse a vendor's table of used Chinese books. "I've got eyes on them," Clark said. "Half a block from the bridge, almost there," Midas said. "We can trap them in a pincer move." "Let's wait on that," Clark interrupted. "If they look like they're going to escape, we'll take them down." "John," Dom said, his voice tight with anger. "They nearly killed an FBI agent, and he was tracking them for a reason," Clark replied. "Let's see where they're going." "Dom, Adara, handle the police. The rest of you move toward the bridge. Let's surround these bastards." At first, it seemed the Pengs might take the Manhattan Bridge pedestrian path over the East River to Brooklyn. Instead, they stayed on East Broadway, ducked under the bridge, and followed Forsyth Street. The area looked like a street fair. Folding tables stretched for blocks, piled with everything from dragon fruit to durian, items that drew Chinese locals, not tourists. Wrinkled faces sat under blue tarps or large canvas umbrellas. Cardboard boxes of fruit were stacked high on the sidewalks. Refrigerated trucks lined the streets. Sunlight still hit this side of the bridge, and the smell of fish and garbage from the shadowy side streets mixed with the sweet scent of the vendors' fruit. Clark hung back about 100 feet, head down, shoulders slightly hunched. Ding had fallen in behind him after taking over the surveillance, matching his pace but blending into the crowd. With her back to Clark, Renee Peng stopped at a fruit stand where the street above started curving back east over the sidewalk. Garrett walked a few steps past her, glancing up at the pedestrian walkway overhead, then across Forsyth Street. He seemed tense, but Renee moved fluidly, now calm as a summer morning. She picked up a pear, held it to her nose, chatting amiably with the woman at the scale. The old woman nodded, looked up past Clark toward Ding. She leaned forward and whispered something. Renee held up the pear as if she was about to buy it, and then bolted. The pair seemed to hang in midair for a long moment. "They're running north on Forsyth," Clark snapped, toward Confucius Plaza and the bridge ramp. "They may try to split up." Renee shot a glance over her shoulder toward Clark again. She shouted in Chinese to her husband, and then both of them dug in, picking up their pace. "Get after them, Ding," Clark said. He'd done more than his share of running over the years, but it was no longer his strong suit. In any case, he had other ideas. "Jack, tell me you're at the northeast corner of the bridge. They're in sight," Ryan said. Ding ran past Clark, the leather bag of guns looped over his shoulder, bouncing on his back. "I'm here too, boss," Midas said. "We got it all covered. The steps, canal. Dave is posted in front of the Greek Orthodox Church." "Outstanding," Clark said. "Ding, cut to the east side of the street near Dave. They may split up." "John, they'll see me. Do it now," Clark snapped, leaving no room for argument. "The rest of you spread out. Give me a 10 count, then make yourselves known. Remember, this pair just tried to murder an FBI agent. Ding and I are the only ones armed at the moment." Scanning the street for the nearest available weapon, there was always something. He snatched up a broom handle from one of the fruit stands as he walked past and began using it like a walking stick. He didn't run, hardly even looked up. The old man at the table simply nodded as if he knew what Clark had planned or didn't care. One way or another, this was going to be over soon. "Now," Clark said, reaching his own 10 count. "Let them see you. Grab them both if you can. If not—" "She's coming at you, John," Midas said, clipped but in control. Half a moment later, Ding came over the radio. "The mail is on the ground. You were right. They split up." Clark continued to walk north, using his peripheral vision to watch Renee Peng as she got closer. She looked well past him, as if he wasn't even there. He could see the knife in her hand, half drawn up in her sleeve. A half grin perked the corners of her lips as if she thought she'd won. Clark stopped as if to catch his breath as she got nearer, looking up at the spectacle of someone being chased as anyone might do. He rested both hands on the stick, loosely absent any apparent threat, careful not to catch her eye directly. One of the few benefits of being old in this line of work was becoming invisible. She never saw the broomstick coming. Clark swung it hard, aiming through instead of at her knee. He used one hand, sword-like, but put his hips into it, pivoting as he turned. Renee Peng was not a tall woman, but she had an incredibly long stride. The heavy stick connected with an audible crack while her leg was flexed and in the air. Wood and bone shattered on impact. The force of her foot hitting the pavement exacerbated the damage, causing her to crumple in a screaming heap. Sirens yelped on Canal just a few hundred yards away. Renee tried to push herself up, the blade still clutched in her fist. Clark let her have another well-aimed strike with what was left of the broomstick, aiming for the bleachers as he took out her right elbow. The knife, still smeared in Nick Sutton's blood, clattered to the pavement at the same time. A white NYPD cruiser fishtailed onto Forsyth from Canal. Clark dropped the stick and stepped out of the street onto the sidewalk, not running, but moving with purpose. He melted into the thickening crowd, nearly reaching the underpass just as the patrol car pulled up to the injured woman. Dom had warned that she and her husband were dangerous and likely armed, so the first officers on the scene were far more focused on slapping cuffs on her than on chasing down anyone who might be fleeing. A separate team of cops located Garrett Peng, his jaw shattered in 2 spots, handcuffed to a standpipe beside the Greek Orthodox Church. "Is everyone accounted for?" Clark asked, once he confirmed the responding officers had secured not only the woman, but also her blood-stained knife. Everyone except Dom and Adara. The ambulance sped down Doyer Street, blasting its air horn to shove aside traffic and oblivious pedestrians as it veered onto Bowery, heading for New York Presbyterian Hospital. Because the scene was so close to one police plaza and the FBI's New York field office, the narrow street quickly filled with uniformed officers and federal agents. A ruddy blonde agent named Bolton, his hands covered in blue nitrile gloves, seemed to be running the operation. He gave a nod to an Asian NYPD officer who guided Adara to the back of her patrol car under the pretense of letting her clean up. Caruso just shook his head, biting his tongue to stop himself from saying something he'd regret. "What's the problem?" Bolton asked, glancing over Caruso's credentials. "Got something on your mind?" "Seriously?" Dom cut in. "You're separating me and my girlfriend like we're criminals?" "Everyone's a potential suspect," Bolton replied flatly. "You know the drill." "We're the ones who called you, remember?" "As a matter of fact, I do remember," Bolton said. "So let's walk through this again, okay? You, an FBI agent, just happened to stumble onto Sutton, also an FBI agent, who then gets stabbed by someone you just happened to find." "That's pretty much it," Caruso said. "How did you know him?" "Sutton and I overlapped at the academy. I thought I spotted him on the street and we came over to say hello. That's when we found him here." "That seems awfully convenient," Bolton said. "Which office are you with?" "The director's office," Caruso answered. Bolton squinted at him as he handed back the credential case. "Fine. I'll still need a written statement from you." "Of course." Caruso shrugged. "It'll be about 3 lines, but I get it." "Listen," Sutton said. He left his wife and kid at Vincent's on Mott Street. Someone needs to go tell her what happened. She should be with him at the hospital. "I'll take care of that," a familiar female voice called out from behind Bolton's SUV. Caruso looked up to see Special Agent Kelsey Callahan walking toward him. Her auburn hair was shorter than when they'd worked together in Dallas. He was surprised to see her in New York. She'd been doing incredible work leading the North Texas Regional Task Force on Human Trafficking. "I thought you were still in Texas," Caruso said, managing a smile despite the blood staining his shirt. "I am," Callahan replied. "But the higher-ups sent me here for a couple of months to share the child protection techniques we're using in Texas with the task force here in NYFO. Human smuggling is human smuggling, right? Turns out there's a ton of it happening in New York City, a lot of it right in the middle of Chinatown. Believe it or not, you've got sex workers, domestic servants locked in basements after 18-hour days, garment industry slaves, and, as it turns out, a surprising number of undeclared spies. Sometimes their jobs overlap. Renee and Garrett Peng were two that kept floating to the top, like the garbage they are. I perked up when their names came over the radio a few minutes ago when you or someone called 911. And you know how it is. Everyone drops everything when we hear an agent is down. She stared at him hard, then glanced over at Adara, giving her a quick once-over. So this is the girlfriend. She is indeed, Caruso said. Adara Sherman. I heard she saved Sutton's life. Callahan scanned the street, even checking the rooftops, as if expecting to spot a lookout. So your tough older friend isn't with you? John, what was his name again? Caruso shot her a sly grin but stayed quiet. Callahan let out a long breath and patted Bolton on the shoulder. You might as well let them go, Sean, she said. Trust me, you're about to get a call from the special agent in charge any second now, telling you to release them anyway. It's better for your pride if it's your call. She pointed a thumb toward her car. Come on, you two. Let's get Sutton's wife to the hospital. I've got a couple of raid jackets you can throw on over your bloody shirts so you don't scare the locals. Nick's a decent guy. He's a counterintelligence specialist, but we get along fine. A lot of the people the snakeheads bring into the U.S. come here on false promises, which puts them in the trafficked human category. Snakeheads and spies naturally cross paths, and so did many of our cases. She dug through her trunk until she found 2 dark windbreakers with FBI printed in big yellow letters on the back. Callahan handed one to Caruso and one to Adara. I don't know exactly who you are, she said, or what you're doing, but whatever it is, I'm glad you were doing it in New York. Sutton was dealing with some shady people. Callahan leaned in. Spies, she said. Apparently, they're everywhere. Father Pat West stood on the hillside trail, eating longan fruit and thinking about sin. Large tea plantations covered most of the hills north of Bandung near Lembang. But this spot was more untamed, carpeted with ferns and wild plants. A good place for a run with his local Hash House Harriers group. The sun was still low and orange, not yet high enough to burn off the morning fog that clung to the green mountains. It was as good a time as any to consider his own mistakes. He'd made plenty in his 62 years, some real doozies. If there was one thing he'd learned after becoming a priest, it was that everyone has a few doozies when it comes to sin. The government had even given him awards for some of his in a past life. For better or worse, he was an expert on sinning. He definitely recognized it when he saw it get out of a Toyota along the dirt road halfway down the hill. The strange little man, looking around like a lost rooster, wore running shorts and a bright green t-shirt. West chuckled sadly to himself. That shirt was a sin all on its own. The priest held one longan fruit, about the size of a large grape, between his thumb and finger as he watched the man approach. He squeezed until the tough skin broke, revealing the clear fruit inside. He tossed the skin, popped the sweet white ball into his mouth, and then spit the hard, dark seed into the bushes. It was a strangely soothing process that helped him think, reminding him of watching his grandfather eat peanuts on the porch of his home in Virginia. The newcomer spoke briefly to a man named Rashguard, one of the Kiwi hashers who was down getting a plastic cooler from his car. Rashguard pointed directly at West. The newcomer nodded, then looked uphill with a sour expression before starting the steep walk from the parking area. Through the trees on the winding road below, more car doors slammed. Strange, West thought, to have so many visitors on the same day. The priest was dressed for running, or rather, fast walking. He had run a lot as a younger man, for fun, and as part of his tough training. He'd done many things he regretted back then. One of his guides, a man only a few years older, but carrying decades more hard-earned wisdom, once saw him casually heave a bulky communications pack weighing 90 pounds onto his back. That mentor shook his head and warned, "Someday you're going to pay for lifting that pack the way you just did," and pay he did. West could still tick off those exact moments, the ones that left all sorts of hidden damage he never noticed back when he was young, reckless, and chasing thrills. Now his aching knees would scream in protest if he tried to run more than half a mile, go any further, and he could barely stand to lead Mass the next morning. 7 other members of the Bandung chapter of the Hash House Harriers were already gathered at the starting area, a dozen yards up the hill. Among them was the Hare, who had already set the course. He would head off soon, but not before enjoying the pre-run chatter. The group was all men, a blend of Europeans, Australians, and New Zealanders. West was the only American, founded in the 1930s by a British Army officer in Malaysia. The Hash House Harriers was often called a drinking club with a running problem. The Bandung crew still liked their drinks, but they were more careful about it than other chapters, mindful of local Muslim traditions. A few hours of running and joking with friends each week gave Father West a welcome break from his work overseeing Catholic relief efforts from Bandung all the way to Papua. These hash runs were his little guilty pleasure. After finishing off his longan fruit, West started stretching as the newcomer trudged up the hill toward him. The air was thick and suffocatingly hot, just as it always was in this part of the world. But that heavy, wet heat turned the mountain into a solid wall of green jungle in every direction. Banana, durian, and papaya trees grew wild on the slopes. Locals would joke that a stray cigarette butt could sprout a tobacco plant in a few days. It probably wouldn't be long before longan trees started growing from the seeds he had just spit out. Countless flowers fed countless insects, and those insects fed countless birds. Lizards darted through the leaves, and macaque monkeys called out from the treetops. Between the buzzing, chirping, and howling, the place was as noisy as it was vibrant. To reach Father West, the newcomer had to navigate a long series of switchbacks, bringing him close to a cluster of small shanties tucked back in the jungle beside a fast-moving stream that rushed down from the mountains. A dozen eyes watched from the shadows, waiting to see which direction he would take. The hares did their best to lay the route through empty areas, but Indonesia was densely packed with people, many living in terrible poverty. It was impossible not to cross paths with beggars. Father Pat carried a few thousand rupiah for just that reason. If a group approached him, he would point them toward Catholic services, keeping his words neutral in this strongly Muslim country, but he could never bring himself to refuse an individual. The runs were open to everyone. Newcomers gave the group a fresh target for their jokes. This one, with a face that looked both grumpy and sad, like a lump of coal, seemed like a perfect candidate. "Hi," the man said. "Is this the hash run?" "It is," West replied. "Thank God." The man bent over, hands on his knees, gasping from the short walk. "Thank God, indeed." West hoped his cheerful smile hid the groan he felt inside. "Welcome to the Bandung Hash House Harriers? Budgie has the guest book by the flags. You'll need to sign in." The man stuck out a hand, still leaning on one knee with the other. He was struggling to catch his breath after climbing just that short distance in the heat. The trail was only going to get tougher from here. Even walking was clearly going to be a challenge for this guy. "Jeff, Noonan." "Father Pat West." "No shit," Noonan said, still trying to breathe. "Are you the priest from the website photo?" "That's me," West replied once more. "You look different," Noonan said. "But I'm glad I found you. You're the reason I came here." West helped him check in and introduced him to the group. "I'm not Catholic," Noonan continued after the introductions, and hash business were done and the run started. He kept glancing back over his shoulder, troubled by something weighed down. The people who came to Father West were often like that. "I'm not anything, really," he went on. "I mean, my wife drags me to church, but they don't do formal confessions there. Still, I have some stuff I really need to get off my chest. I don't know, it needs a pro, an American pro. You guys are good at confessions. Everyone knows it." West let out a heavy sigh, regretting his earlier impatience. As odd as this young man was, he had come for help. "I found you online," Noonan continued. "I called this morning. The guy said I'd find you here. Can you do it? Take a confession, I mean." "Why don't we just talk as friends?" West said. "If talking about things that bother you brings you comfort, that's good enough for now. I'm happy to listen." Noonan nodded firmly. "Yeah," he said, breathless with worry. "Yeah, I guess that would work." For the next 10 minutes, he poured his heart out, admitting he had been weak and slept with a Sudanese woman he met at a bar. For some reason, he made a point of saying the woman wasn't all that good-looking, as if cheating on your wife with an unattractive girl made it less of a sin. Noonan began to describe in explicit detail what he had done with the woman. For a moment, West wondered if he was one of those people who got some satisfaction from bragging about their bad behavior. Then Noonan started to cry hard, tears mixed with plenty of snot. Maybe the sadness was just about getting caught, but it was sadness nonetheless. "I know I did wrong," Noonan said, dragging his feet on the soft dirt as he walked. "Here it comes," West thought. "The excuse I did wrong, but I'm not to blame. And here's why. The thing is," Noonan continued, "it was all a setup." The way he said it made the hair on the back of West's neck stand up. "A setup?" Noonan nodded strongly. "Yeah. Some guys who said they were Indonesian police burst in from the bathroom and caught us in the act. They threatened to tell my wife." West stopped on the trail. "They came in from the bathroom?" "Yes," Noonan said. "Does the bathroom have an outside door?" "No." "Do you think they were waiting in there the whole time?" "I took a leak before the shower's pretty small. I didn't see anyone." Noonan scratched his head. "I never thought about it that way. Did these men want money?" "That's the thing," Noonan said. "Not at all. I offered to pay them, but they wanted something else." West felt himself putting on an old hat he had been all too happy to take off. He looked left and right, instinctively checking over his shoulder. The other hashers had gotten far ahead, so he was alone now with the newcomer. Somehow he knew that with one more question, he would slip right back into his former life. What did these men want? "Something from my work." The way Noonan glossed over it sparked West's curiosity. He nodded toward the flashy T-shirt. "I take it you're in some kind of tech field. Computers?" "Software," Noonan said. "I work for Parnassus, a video game company in Boston." West picked up his pace. It was hard to think about two things at once, and if Noonan had to focus on where to step, he might be more open. "That must be an interesting job." "I hate it," Noonan said. "My bosses don't like me. My coworkers don't like me." Imagine that, West thought, but he stayed quiet. Anyway, Noonan continued. "The engineer I work with set up this deal that made us a ton of money." But he paused, squinting at West through the faint light that managed to sneak through the thick jungle leaves above. "Honestly, I just wanted to tell you about how I messed around on my wife." "All right," West replied. "I'm only asking because it seems like there's something else weighing on you. I can see it in your eyes." "You can." "I can," West said sincerely. Noonan walked in silence for a full 2 minutes before glancing sideways at the priest. "It's just, I think I got in way over my head. My partner, another software engineer at Parnassus, we built this software that's unlike anything I've ever seen. It's going to completely change the industry." "So it's worth a lot of money?" Noonan took a deep breath. "A ton. Sorry, Father. And those Indonesian guys who came out of your bathroom tricked you into sleeping with a woman to get this software?" "2 Indonesians and a different Asian guy," Noonan said. "I heard him talking to the woman. I think he might have been Chinese. Pretty sure he was the one calling the shots." West made a mental note but stayed quiet. "Did you hand over the software?" "Hell yes, I gave it to them. They kind of had me cornered when they burst in." Noonan licked his dry lips. "Man, I'm really thirsty." "This trail forms a big loop," West said. "We're almost back to the cars." "Good," Noonan said. "Listen, Padre, I really appreciate you letting me talk." "Not a problem," West said. A few steps later, he added, "This software must be really special. Oh, it is, to be honest. I had 2 copies when I got to Jakarta. My partner set up a deal to sell one of them to another company before those guys took one of the drives." Noonan chuckled. "Why 2 copies? I don't know," Noonan said. "Insurance, I guess. That Chinese guy is going to be shocked when he finds out someone else has the software." His head snapped up as a sudden realization hit him. Then he slumped. "Damn, that means he'll probably still tell my wife." "You should tell your wife," West said. "Yeah, maybe," Noonan replied. "But that's not happening. At least not until I tell her about the money I got from selling Calliope. She might be more forgiving when she's a millionaire." Calliope, West said thoughtfully. "Can I ask what makes it so unique? Do you know what an NPC is?" West shook his head. "I'm afraid not." "Non-player character," Noonan explained. "You ever play Ghost Recon or Halo?" "No," West said, "but I've seen people play them." "Well, the characters on screen reacting to you as the player, enemies, allies, bystanders, those are all NPCs, okay? The industry uses deep learning, AI, to help those NPCs make more realistic decisions." "Artificial intelligence?" "Exactly," Noonan said, his voice lighting up with the passion of someone talking about their life's work. "We add actions to make the NPCs more believable, like rolling off a roof when they appear, or jumping out of an open Jeep instead of opening the door. But sometimes the NPCs pick up those actions on their own, like they're learning from the players. It drives the compulsion loop like crazy." "Compulsion loop?" Noonan said. "It's what keeps a player coming back, gets them hooked on the game, so to speak. You actually call it that? The compulsion loop?" "Oh, yeah," Noonan said. "It's a crucial part of the game. Otherwise, everyone might just go outside and play soccer." Father Pat let out a resigned sigh. That was a conversation for another time. "So your software has something to do with artificial intelligence?" "That's exactly what it is. Honestly, we didn't develop it. We built the computer that created it. The idea is to give the NPC, your teammate in the video game, if you will, some kind of reward for moving forward. And your Calliope goes beyond that?" "There have been a heck of a lot of advancements in AI, but this is way beyond the next big thing." Noonan grew more animated as he spoke, the heavy fatigue he'd arrived with fading away now that he was talking about something he truly cared about. Once a game learns to play chess, the computer is basically unstoppable when you tell it to play. NPCs in modern video games can seem pretty lifelike in their actions. "Okay?" West said, nudging him along gently. "The thing is," Noonan continued, "up until now NPCs have been reactive, but your software is different." "Oh yeah, we built it off a Fristonian theory called free energy. Our software, our NPC, explores the boundaries. It's curious, acting very much like a human player, and a damn good one at that." Noonan dove into the details of Carl Friston's theories, but West's mind was already zooming out to the bigger picture. Completely absorbed in thoughts of what China could do with this kind of artificial intelligence, he was startled to find the trail had looped back, and they were only a few hundred feet from the cars. A breakthrough, then? West slowed to navigate the loose scree and rotting vegetation as they made their way downhill. "I'm here to tell you it's worth millions." It's worth more than that, West thought, but kept it to himself. Instead, he asked, humor an uneducated priest for a moment. "In one sentence, what makes it so unique?" Noonan nodded emphatically. "One sentence, as best you can." "Simple," Noonan said. "You give Calliope a mission, and she heads off to solve the problem. Turn her loose in the game, and she'll do whatever mission you assign." "Without you?" West struggled to wrap his head around that. "Yep," Noonan said. "Would this Calliope perform the same way in the cloud?" "I think so," Noonan replied. "She wants to play. Where isn't the issue for her?" "That sounds like a withered woman who looked 70, but was probably in her late 40s, shuffled out of the jungle onto the trail ahead, making a beeline for Noonan. Dressed in rags, with mud and soot smudging her sunken cheeks, she proved surprisingly nimble on the switchbacks, despite being so bent over. To Noonan's horror, she grabbed his arm with gnarled hands and tried to drag him back into the undergrowth toward her small shack. Her animated chatter could make anyone who didn't speak Sundanese think she was furious. Noonan yielded when she first touched him, going along a few steps before snapping out of it and digging his heels into the dirt. The old woman looked too light to stand in a strong wind, let alone pull a stocky man anywhere he didn't want to go. Unable to move him, she turned up the volume of her pleas, flashing toothless smiles and pointing toward the shadows as she chattered. Father West pulled a wad of several thousand rupiah from his running shorts pocket. It took 14,000 to make $1. She wants you to visit her home, he explained to Noonan. She believes the gesture will show her poor situation and hopefully convince you she's not tricking you into giving her a handout. West pressed the money into the old woman's hands, gently trying to send her on her way. She took the money but didn't leave, continuing to yank Noonan's arm and glancing behind her as if she had an audience in the trees. West felt a desperate urge to make a call, to pass along the intelligence he'd just heard. He kept one eye on the old woman while checking his phone. No signal. None of this felt right. There was no doubt in his mind that young Noonan's honey trap was engineered by a foreign government. But if that were the case, why had they let him live after he'd handed over such valuable software? West's old training, long suppressed by meditation and study, kicked into high gear. The jungle shadows suddenly felt electric, charged with static and danger. The priest hadn't felt this exposed since he'd been on the job, running operations in remote corners of the world where discovery would have meant certain death. Noonan described the men who caught him off guard in his room as Indonesians and one Asian, Chinese maybe. Ethnic Chinese often got blamed for everything here, similar to how some countries used Jews as scapegoats, holding them responsible for misfortunes because they were generally wealthy and owned so many businesses. Nonetheless, Indonesia conducted significant trade with mainland China. Whether trusted or not, they had a strong presence in the country. West nodded absently to himself, a subconscious habit his instructors at the farm had broken him of decades ago. China was the real danger. The Chickums, did anyone still use that term? Were deeply invested in artificial intelligence? He remembered reading somewhere they were expected to become the global leader in AI by 2025. They would certainly want access to the kind of next-level technology Noonan's software apparently offered. West groaned, regretting getting pulled back into the game. That life was behind him now. He had to get off this mountain. As soon as he had a signal, he would call someone with authority to follow up. Maybe it was nothing. Either way, he would do his duty and make the call, then wash his hands of it completely. The old woman finally gave up and shuffled grumpily back into the shadows, crouching down in front of her shack like a spider poised to dart out and greet the next passerby. "I need to use the bathroom, Padre," Noonan said, scanning the area. West really hated being called that. "There's an outhouse just past your car." He lacked the energy or patience to mention there would be no toilet paper, only a bucket of water and a dipper. Other hashers mingled a bit uphill for down ends, which were punishments for bad behavior or crimes during the run. This involved a toilet seat and chugging alcohol, all in good fun, but West refused to go overboard doing something that could land on social media, so he was generally safe. However, he could only push his luck so far. Ignoring the closing ceremony to make a phone call was a sure way to get called out, even as a priest. He took the risk and headed down the hill with Noonan, stopping halfway to check his phone again. 2 bars, he paused and tried making a call, but it wouldn't connect. West stared at the phone and watched Noonan jog toward the wooden structure. 2 Indonesian men climbed out of a beat-up Toyota, parked next to Noonan's car. Then two more, likely Chinese, emerged from the same vehicle. Seeming unaware of them in his urgent state, Noonan ducked around the outhouse to find the door. Keeping his phone low, West started typing a text message with his thumb. His stomach dropped as the taller of the two Asians left the car and disappeared around the outhouse after Noonan. The stockier one, with thinning hair and a quiet demeanor, stayed by the vehicle. Definitely Chinese. He was probably from the Ministry of State Security, the MSS, China's version of the old KGB. West had a talent for spotting intelligence officers. The stocky man said something to the two Indonesians and nodded up the hill toward West. They had clearly seen Noonan talking to him. West typed faster, likely misspelling words, but didn't stop to correct them. He hit send when the men were 20 feet away. Still no signal. He pressed send again, then held down the power button to turn off the device. Both men started shouting at once. One flashed a badge and pulled out a large Glock, waving it at the end of a thin arm. Regular Indonesian police officers carried Taurus revolvers, so these men had to be from a special unit, not tactical, just special. They reached him quickly. The one without the gun grabbed his phone. "What did that man tell you?" he asked, in clipped, accented English, pointing toward the outhouse. He held the phone up near his face like a parent demanding an explanation. "Did you make a call?" West shook his head, hands raised, slipping into his naive bystander routine. Acting shocked would only make things worse with men like this. Locals often called the police crocodiles, buaya, while referring to themselves as geckos, chikak, a classic David versus Goliath setup. You never want to provoke the crocodile. "I'd never met him before this morning," West said. "He's here for the hash run. That's all." The officer who had taken his phone slapped West hard, his voice climbing higher. "You're lying. You were on that phone call." The priest felt a surge of white-hot anger rise in his chest. He bit down on his lip, struggling to stay in control. Even at his age, he could have taken both of these guys out before they even realized they were in over their heads. But the Chinese man with the thinning hair had already started hiking uphill. He was clearly calling the shots, and he was bound to be armed. The taller one still hadn't come out from behind the outhouse. Jeff Noonan was in real trouble with his hands up in surrender. West blinked. He quickly assessed where each policeman stood, their backs to the slope, slightly off balance. Amateurs. The one holding his phone hit him again. This time West was ready, rolling with the punch to absorb the impact. "What do you want from me?" "Your friend," the policeman barked. "What did he tell you?" "He's not my friend," West said, rubbing his face. "I already told you that. Now please stop hitting me. I haven't done anything wrong." The policemen exchanged glances, then looked downhill for direction. They seemed to have no real plan beyond shouting and throwing punches. The tall Chinese man finally emerged from behind the outhouse, wiping blood from his hands with a white handkerchief. Noonan was nowhere in sight. West took a half-step forward as if to go check, but the stocky policeman smacked him on the back of the head. Both Chinese men arrived almost simultaneously, the taller one sizing up West like he was a piece of meat. The boss, the man with the thinning hair, had a steeper climb and paused to catch his breath. "Did they talk?" the taller one asked, looking at the policeman but gesturing to West. Both Indonesian men nodded. The tall man hooked a thumb over his shoulder toward the jungle behind the outhouse. "Bring him," he said, in Bahasa Indonesian. Another blow to the back of the head sent West stumbling forward. The policeman started herding him along the hillside toward the outhouse. He usually turned the other cheek, but now West decided he would kill the tall Chinese man before the others killed him. Those two policemen were such clumsy fools he would probably have a chance to take one out. The boss raised a hand. "No," he said. The tall man looked back, clearly surprised. "What are you doing?" he asked in Mandarin. West understood Mandarin well enough, even if he couldn't speak it fluently, though he saw no reason to let them know. The boss let out a slow breath through pursed lips. "Every death leaves a ripple," he said. "Too many ripples cause a storm. There's no need to march through Indonesia killing everyone who crosses our path." I disagree, the tall one said. We don't know what he's been told. Then we'll keep him isolated, the boss said. Too many people have seen us. Do you plan to kill them all? That's not our call, the tall one said. General, enough, the boss snapped. You're making a big assumption thinking this man doesn't understand you. The tall one gave a humble nod. That was my mistake, he said. I'm just pointing out that we're supposed to leave no evidence of this situation. There's still work to be done on that front, the boss said. But not here. He locked eyes with West. May I have your name? Father Patrick West. I oversee Catholic relief and charity work across Java. The man pulled a handkerchief from his slacks pocket and dabbed his high forehead, staring at the ground for a moment in thought. It seems, he said, looking up at West without lifting his head, that you've been preaching Christianity to Muslims? We've received reports. Who are you? West asked. Are you even? The tall man gave a sharp nod to the officers, triggering another round of punches and slaps for West. The boss didn't want him dead, not yet, but he had no problem seeing him roughed up. He waited until the cops started to tire and slow down before speaking. You're under arrest for spreading Christianity until we get this straightened out. That's absurd, West replied, keeping his face calm even though he wanted to smash his fist into the man's smug grin. Everyone here knows I respect my Muslim neighbors, too. Take him, the tall one ordered. The Chinese officers turned to head downhill. And the young man, Father West asked, are you arresting him as well? Don't worry about others, the boss said without looking back. You've got enough problems of your own. Please, quiet, one of the cops barked, landing another hard slap across West's head. West ran through possible scenarios in his mind, lost in thought. He slowed his pace by half a step, earning a brutal punch to the kidney. He gritted his teeth and let himself feel a flash of anger as he steadied himself. The weight of his situation hit him hard. He'd need every bit of his training and study, both worldly and spiritual, to avoid being crushed. The message he'd stored in his phone would send the moment the device powered on and found a signal. There was no telling when that might happen. West knew the message would come too late to save him. But at least someone else would learn that China now possessed next-generation artificial intelligence. Fortunately, that someone happened to be the most powerful man on the planet. 26 days later, Jack Ryan met Mary Pat Foley at the top of the staircase on the second floor of the White House residence, just across from the Lincoln bedroom. It was early. Too early for breakfast, really, but both had such packed schedules that they had to start work at the crack of dawn if they wanted to make any headway. Ryan hugged Foley like an old friend, brotherly but close enough to catch the scent of her rosewater shampoo. She wore a sharp A-line wool skirt, fitting for the Director of National Intelligence, and a stylish silk blouse she'd probably call camel or taupey, but Jack would just say tan. Foley was in decent shape for a woman in her 60s, but she grabbed the banister to drag herself up the last 2 steps for dramatic effect. She wagged a finger at her old friend. I thought about having my detail rush your detail so I could take the elevator. I'm pretty sure my detail could take yours, Ryan said. That's because this is your home turf, Mary Pat grumbled. My team doesn't have guys on the roof with sniper rifles. They're still pretty damn good, though. I know they are, Ryan said. But next time, just take the elevator. Nobody's going to stop you. Mary Pat grinned. I'd rather complain about it, Jack. They'd known each other for well over 30 years, been close friends for most of that, and she always used his first name, unless they were in the Oval Office with others around. She'd been here enough to know the layout, and walked toward the dining room off the West Sitting Hall without being told. Anyway, she said, I could use the exercise. Foley could always be counted on to speak her mind. Ryan appreciated that. He enjoyed their no-nonsense conversations. So complaining counts as exercise now? Ryan chuckled, following a step behind. I'll have to tell the kids that. You know what I mean. Smart ass, she said, earning a raised eyebrow from the female Secret Service agent stationed in the center hall across from the elevator. "What do you think, Tina?" Ryan asked as they passed. "Could my detail take Director Foley's detail?" "Without question, Mr. President," Special Agent Tina Jordan replied, keeping a straight face. With her hands folded low and relaxed in front of her slightly wrinkled gray slacks, she gave a polite nod to Mary Pat. "Good morning, Director Foley." The DNI paused outside the dining room door and turned to face Ryan, sniffing the air. "Eggs and bacon, Jack. That's a surprise," Foley said, raising an eyebrow. "Hey," Ryan replied with a shrug. "The most powerful guy on the planet should get to pick his own breakfast." He glanced over his shoulder with a hint of guilt, as if expecting to be caught, then held the door open for Foley. "Seriously, Kathy had an early surgery, so I'm free to clog my arteries at will." "I'm all for comfort food," Foley said, settling into a chair. "We need to talk about Russia, and that's not a conversation for a skimpy bowl of seeds and protein powder." "Not China?" Ryan mused, picking up his fork. "President Zhao and his military drills are all over the PDB this morning." The president's daily brief, prepared by Foley's office, was a fusion of sensitive intel from the nation's 17 intelligence agencies ready for him each morning. "Russia first," Foley said. "I'll save China for last." A White House kitchen steward seated them, while a sous chef whose parents hailed from the Dominican Republic uncovered 2 plates heaped with eggs Benedict made with crispy bacon. Just the way Ryan liked it instead of traditional ham. "Thanks, Josie," Ryan said to her. "Looks incredible." "Thank you, Mr. President." The woman hesitated, as if waiting for a cue. "Was there something else?" "There is, Mr. President," Josie said, shifting her weight nervously. "These Benedicts came out perfect. Chef asked if I could take a photo with you and the breakfast for the White House Instagram." Ryan sighed, waving a hand over his plate to give her the go-ahead. Social media photos of his food, one of those countless things you never expect about the job. "This has Arnie's fingerprints all over it," he muttered under his breath. "Actually, Mr. President," Josie whispered, glancing toward the doors, "it was Mr. Van Dam who asked Chef to set this up." She pulled a small digital camera from her jacket pocket. Personal phones were locked away downstairs. Mary Pat instinctively raised her hand to shield her face at the sight of the camera. "Just the president, if you don't mind." She shot an apologetic look at Ryan. I know. My picture's all over the internet now that I'm in this role, but old habits stick." "Of course, Director Foley," Josie said, snapping 3 quick shots from different angles before thanking Ryan and stepping out. "I like her," Foley said. "She's straightforward, the kind of person I'd have tried to recruit back in the day." "Be my guest," Ryan said. "With a mind like hers, she won't be here long." As was his custom, Ryan poured Foley's coffee before his own. Being president was a solitary gig. Hell, he thought, sometimes being Jack Ryan could feel just as lonely. People expected a certain formality in his actions, a careful restraint, when what he really wanted was to beat some criminal senseless. He'd shown more than once that he wasn't afraid to wield the full power of the presidency with brutal efficiency. But the times Mary Pat had talked him down from the edge were too many to remember. Next to his wife, Kathy, Mary Pat Foley was Ryan's most trusted advisor. Gifted with an uncanny ability to read people within minutes of meeting them, she'd been a top field officer at the agency. Her husband, Ed, had served as station chief in Moscow during the tense 80s, when U.S.-Russia relations were even worse than today, though just barely. Mary Pat was known among her peers as a bit of a maverick, willing to take any risk for her agents, like a protective mother hen. She'd taken Ryan under her wing early on, guiding him, offering advice from someone who'd been in the trenches when he was still new to the CIA and lost in its labyrinthine politics. Her maiden name was Kaminsky, and she spoke Russian with the easy fluency of someone who'd grown up with the language at home, mixing her conversation with just the right blend of humor and a weary acceptance of life's unpredictability, making her fit in like a local. She could think in Russian, which went beyond mere language skills, making her invaluable as the top intelligence officer in Ryan's administration. Using the tip of his knife, Kathy always preferred shun for blades. Ryan popped a poached egg. He paused, watching the yolk blend with the hollandaise and soak the English muffin in a golden pool. Ryan wasn't on Instagram, but if any meal was picture perfect, this was it. He took a rich bite, far better than the steel-cut oats and skim milk Kathy usually made him eat, then sipped his coffee before speaking over the rim of the cup. So, what's the deal with Yermolov? Foley held a knife in one hand and gestured at Ryan with her fork. That guy is a real threat, Jack. You know it. He's got no shame. Talks about Russia are becoming routine, Ryan said. Foley laughed. Doing your crossword puzzles this morning, Mr. President? Keeping the language alive, Ryan replied. Anyway, it's no secret. Yermolov sees himself as the next czar, this report on China. I'm briefing you on Russia, Jack, Foley interrupted. Seriously, why do you keep asking about the Chinese? I'm your director of national intelligence. Do you know something I don't? Hey, Ryan chuckled. I read Intellipedia. Of course you do. Foley dabbed her lips with a linen napkin, leaving a faint red lipstick mark, then looked at Ryan. In your spare time, Intellipedia was part of the government's Web 2.0 push, an online data-sharing system managed by Foley's office. Like Wikipedia, this collaborative tool let intelligence analysts, many of them barely 30, from what Ryan had seen from all 17 U.S. intelligence agencies, post and share wikis classified up to top-secret sensitive compartmented information on their areas of expertise. The forum was open to anyone with the necessary security clearance. Personal opinions were not just allowed, but encouraged. In Ryan's view, one of the best things about what his friend John Clark called Wikispook was that it wasn't anonymous. Submitters shared an opinion and had to stand by it. Any analyst could state personal views shared with anyone cleared for it, but that opinion was linked back to the analyst, not some anonymous account. Ryan took another bite of Eggs Benedict, wishing he had more time to enjoy it. We're always on the edge of something with Nikita Yermolov, he said. Don't get me wrong. I'm not dismissing your intelligence work. These guys have been studying how we fight wars for the last 20 years and figuring out how to counter it. We need to start thinking differently. The next war will probably be on terrain we don't even understand yet. Cyber, AI, who knows what? No argument there. Foley said, both Yermolov and Zhao are running more and more active measures against the West every day. It's like the bad old days, but with way more technology. The Bureau caught 2 Chinese illegals in Queens last week, brothers living under the identities of 2 kids who died in the late 70s. Ryan nodded thoughtfully. I read that report. Your people are tracking a couple more, if I'm not mistaken.
We are,
Foley said. A joint team from the Bureau and the agency. She pretended to wipe her forehead with the back of her hand. You have no idea how hard it was to get that together. Sadly, there are still a few stubborn holdouts in the puzzle palaces of our intelligence community. The directors of both agencies were okay with the task force. They better be. Ryan cut in. He had appointed them both. Mary Pat raised her hand. They're on board, Jack. But a few old guard senior executives were protecting their territory like it was the last steak on the grill. Deanne Staples over at the Bureau and Simon Cross at the agency. Did you train them yourself? Straight out of the gate, Foley replied. I'm way beyond that nonsense, if you'll excuse my language. I gave each of them a proper farewell and a nice plaque recognizing their service. Yermolov and Zhao both want to see us destroyed, and there's no way I'm letting a couple of territorial relics stop us from catching him at his own game. Ryan gave a short laugh. Atta girl. Sorry, Jack, Foley said. Didn't mean to dump this on you. I just needed to blow off steam. Anyway, the task force is currently tracking 7 suspected deep cover agents. 2 here in D.C., 1 in New York City, and a married couple in Colorado Springs who run a diner just outside Cheyenne Mountain. She smiled a little. Most are Russian, but the pair in Colorado are Chinese. Do we have a handle on who's directing them? Foley took a sip of her coffee. Nothing solid yet, she said. We're hearing there's a lot of internal squabbling among some high-ranking military officials in Beijing. We do have a contact close to General Song, a one-star who runs war simulations, who says he might be ready to flip. If they want the scenarios to be realistic, he'd have access to a gold mine of data. We're taking it slow to avoid exposing that source. Ryan didn't press for details on the sources. Both he and Foley had been in this line of work long enough to know better than to discuss intelligence officers or their meeting schedules unless it was absolutely necessary. Ryan trusted his team, but information leaks sometimes on purpose, more often by accident. Loose lips had truly sunk plenty of operations and gotten more than a few agents killed. As the old saying goes, trust in God, but tie up your camel at night. Anyway, we'll keep a close eye on the general. Foley traced a pattern on the tablecloth with her fingertip. This whole situation with all these sleeper agents reminds me of life before you took this boring desk job. I've always had a boring desk job, Ryan said. Yeah, Foley said. But back then you could get up and come play with the rest of us for a while. I can neither confirm nor deny. Foley placed both hands on the table and leaned in. Don't you ever miss being in the field? Not one bit, Ryan lied. Foley sat back, clearly not buying it. It's safer to be the one moving the pieces than to be a piece yourself, she said. But it's nowhere near as much fun. Anyway, you're up to speed on your briefing materials. Yermolov wants Ukraine, and Zhao wants us out of the South China Sea. The door from the sitting room swung open, and Ryan's chief of staff rushed in, clutching his cell phone like a weapon. He was the only bald guy Ryan knew who could still look like he just rolled out of bed. His tie's single Windsor knot was hanging loose, and his blue-striped Eddie Bauer shirt had its top button undone, with no jacket in sight. The sleeves were rolled up just below his elbows. He held up the phone as he dragged a chair back from the table with his free hand. The Instagram photo came out great, he said. Not quite smiling, but looking satisfied. I see you slept in your clothes again, Ryan observed. Arnie Van Dam waved off the comment. Yeah, when you're keeping the machine running, you're bound to get a little dirty. Ryan gestured to his untouched eggs, Benedict. I can have Josie bring out another set of utensils. I already ate, Van Dam said. Did I hear you talking about Russia when I walked in? Because that's exactly what I came to discuss, among other things. Van Dam had served as chief of staff to 3 presidents, the man behind the scenes, the advisor who whispered in the leader's ear. He'd been there since the start of the Ryan administration, when Jack was literally pulling himself up from the wreckage. Politics, not blood, ran through his veins. Managing the constant chaos inside the White House was never straightforward, and convincing whoever occupied the Oval Office to embrace political maneuvering was even trickier. He possessed an instinct for knowing when a quiet nudge would suffice or when a more forceful approach was required. Arnie saw angles Ryan missed, and the reverse was equally true. Having him in the room was a solid advantage, even if his appearance suggested he had just been pulled from a pile of laundry. Without thinking, Van Dam pulled Ryan's plate closer as he settled into his seat. Ryan called for Josie to bring utensils and a fresh pot of coffee, which she did right away. Her face registered shock as the chief of staff prepared to finish off the president's leftovers. I'd be delighted to prepare a new meal for you, Mr. Van Dam, she offered. That's fine, Arnie replied, breaking the yolk of the second egg. I'm not really that hungry. Ryan smiled quietly as his colleague began eating, one arm resting on the table, shielding the plate like a prisoner, wary of another inmate swiping his hash browns. Rough around the edges, no doubt, but Arnie Van Dam possessed one of the sharpest, most instinctive minds Ryan had ever encountered. The chief of staff looked up at Ryan. Senator Chadwick is hammering us over our stance in the Baltic region. Hardly a revelation, Ryan said. Not exactly breaking news. Michelle Chadwick, the senior senator from Arizona and head of the powerful Ways and Means Committee, rarely passed up an opportunity to criticize Ryan and his administration for what she viewed as reckless policies. Lately, her target was Ryan's initiative to bolster security in the Baltic states. She had accepted the Russian argument that any military enhancement would provoke aggression from the Kremlin rather than prevent it. But her understanding of Yermolov paled in comparison to Ryan's. Van Damme gestured with his fork. She's attacking us on every crucial front. The Middle East, China trade, the economy, intelligence oversight, you name it. If we support it, she opposes it. That woman has never encountered a Ryan policy she doesn't loathe like a plate of Brussels sprouts. Not everyone hates Brussels sprouts, Foley pointed out. Van Damme grunted. Well, I sure do. Just last night, Chadwick was on TV calling our freedom of navigation missions in the South China Sea saber-rattling. That's precisely what they are, Ryan said, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Well, Van Damme said, diving back into the egg, regardless, I don't enjoy hearing it broadcast, and neither does the American public. Senator Chadwick doesn't keep me up at night, Ryan said. That's your mistake, Jack, Van Damme scoffed. You should be more concerned. I believe she's counting on the fact that many Americans don't realize the Baltics aren't part of the former Yugoslavia. Now, José looked even more alarmed. You disagree? Van Damme asked. José moved the butter, salt, and pepper next to what remained of the president's eggs, arranging them in a row, one after another, illustrating her point. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Your plate represents the Baltic Sea. All are NATO members, Mr. Van Damme. Estonia is among the most digitally advanced countries globally. It was the first to conduct elections online. Over a quarter of Latvia's population is Russian, which poses a challenge since President Yermolov can use the excuse of protecting his people's interests if he decides to cross the border. Most Lithuanians belong to the Roman Catholic Church, which might be of interest, Mr. President, their GDP. Van Damme raised an open hand. You've made your point, José. Mary Pat nodded toward the pepper. Didn't expect the cook to hold a political science degree from the University of Maryland, did you? Now, if you'll kindly pass me the Lithuania. Anyway, Van Damme said after José excused herself with a very satisfied smile. Chadwick and the Baltics are just one issue. He shook his head. This job feels like trying to play baseball with 10 or 12 different pitchers, all throwing knuckleballs, curves, and fastballs from all over the field. Looks like Zhao is planning to build another island near the Spratlys. One of their Vero 54A frigates got within shooting distance of an MEU we had stationed there. An MEU, or Marine Expeditionary Unit, is a rapid response force typically made up of support vessels and an amphibious LHD that resembles a small aircraft carrier capable of launching helicopters as well as Harriers or F-35s. These units are frequently deployed to project American power in remote regions while staying ready to respond. Ryan nodded solemnly. We were just talking about that before you walked in. More feints and jabs, Foley noted. He's testing you, Jack, pushing your buttons to see how you'll react. It's worth pointing out, Van Damme added, that this latest move comes right after Zhao's last speech, where he practically guaranteed the world that the DFCF hypersonic missiles are ready to launch if China feels even slightly threatened. He tacked on a casual remark about historic territorial claims at the end. Foley nodded thoughtfully, conveniently ignoring the fact that both China and Russia are using hypersonic missile plans stolen from the U.S. He's probing to see what you'll do if he escalates against, say, a Japanese vessel. It's a risky game of chicken. Ryan's mind wandered, lost in thought. He didn't see falling dominoes when he looked at a world map, but he couldn't ignore the image of a chessboard, with Zhao steadily claiming territory and resources across Africa, South America, and the entire Pacific. Most war simulations suggested the United States would prevail in a drawn-out conflict, but what did that really mean? Generals on both sides, PLA and U.S., were unwavering in their belief they could crush any enemy, A good general needed a certain swagger, a deep-seated confidence, despite any flaws. Great men were often, almost always, deeply flawed. Lincoln, when criticized about Grant's drinking, simply said, "I can't spare this man. He fights." The brilliant minds in Washington's think tanks and working groups had a more sobering outlook on a conflict with a near-peer rival. The U.S. might win a long war, but any open conflict with a nation like China or Russia would reach American shores. Not necessarily with foreign troops on the ground, but certainly with a barrage of missiles, bombs, and devastating cyber attacks once the gloves came off. The days of proxy wars fought by guerrilla armies and dictators bankrolled by foreign money would be over. Everyone would suffer immensely. Even the victorious nation would be left on its knees, gasping for air, drained of wealth and resources. The American people would feel the next war. Ryan had to force himself to stop grinding his teeth. Van Damme waved a hand in the air. "Are you still with us, Mr. President?" "Your analogy got me thinking," Ryan said. "I want to hear more about these illegals and what they're doing." "Of course, Jack," Foley replied. "I'll have something for you by lunch." "Thanks," Ryan said. "You know, we're playing chicken with China. Do you know what game theory says is the surest way to win a game of chicken?" Foley shrugged. Van Damme wrinkled his forehead. Ryan jabbed a finger on the table to emphasize his point. "You have to let your opponent see you rip out your own steering wheel right before the game starts. That would work if the other guy is sane." "Yeah?" Ryan nodded slowly. "There's that." 6. Major Chang Shubo of the People's Liberation Army stared at the dual monitors of his desktop computer. His mouth slightly open, lines of code reflecting off the lenses of his thick glasses. He studied the software closely, picturing what her avatar might look like. She was originally built as an NPC for a video game, but she had so much more potential. Since he was a child, Chang had always thought of computers and their intricate parts as female. This code was certainly mysterious enough to be a woman, completely absorbed in her ability to solve problems on her own without any extra input from him. Chang watched the mission play out on his screen and let out a long, rattling fart into the mesh of his office chair. The two other engineers in the lab, both women, looked up and shook their heads with clear disgust. They were used to the Major's odd habits, even if they weren't entirely comfortable with them. He clicked the mouse next to his keyboard, scrolling and studying. This software, called Calliope by the Americans, had already killed 2 people, with another one soon to follow. Chang Shubo's grandfather once owned a horse so clever it could break out of any gate, no matter how complicated the lock. Since it couldn't be kept contained, the horse eventually had to be put down. The old man insisted it was nearly a sure thing that the smarter something was, the more trouble it caused, endangering everyone around it. The dangers of being a smart horse became a common warning from Chang's parents and a way to say no when he asked for more math books or a new computer. He still got those things anyway, because he was smart, which only made them worry more. Chang's father wasn't wealthy, but he was a loyal party member and took good care of his family. He said what his superiors wanted to hear and passed gas quietly. Shubo could never bring himself to do either. The elder Chang was in charge of supplying military garrisons in and around Jiuquan, a fairly small city of 1 million people west of Beijing and south of the border with Mongolia. As an awkward kid with no friends his age, young Chang Shubo had gone with his father on a delivery to the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region and the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center when he was 15. This short trip of about 100 kilometers got the boy out of the house and away from the old computer he had pieced together. The site was famous for launching Shenzhou 5, China's first manned spaceflight. History had been made there, heroes created, but Chang Shubo wasn't nearly as impressed with astronauts as he was with the computers that sent them on their missions. His father was delivering spools of computer cable. So Chang got to see the computer rooms, a fascinating treat for the boy, even better than going to the zoo. The physicists and engineers smoked constantly, typing away, never looking up from their workstations. Right then, Chang Shubo decided he wanted to be like those stoic men. They ignored him completely until he started asking questions about discrete math and linear algebra. One of them called the site supervisor, another humorless engineer who wanted nothing to do with the boy until he realized they spoke the same mathematical language. The supervisor called a government minister he knew and eventually arranged for Chang to attend Harbin Institute of Technology as soon as he could take the exams. Chang's mother was horrified, not because her son was going to a school almost as far east of Beijing as Jiuquan was to the west, but because he had shown his incredible intelligence to the world. She cried when he left home, holding a tissue to her nose and begging, "Please don't be a smart horse." Military service was still required for young men in China if the government ever got around to noticing you forced their hand. These days, that usually didn't happen unless you made someone angry. The PLA had too many qualified volunteers, so those who weren't willing were rarely called up. That wasn't the case when Chang was a boy. The military brass at Harbin Institute of Technology encouraged Chang to complete his studies, but they were waiting for him the moment he graduated. When he called to share the news, his mother again warned him to dial back his brilliance. But being smart was the only thing he knew how to do. He certainly wasn't charming or athletic. Fortunately for Chang, his superiors valued his talents immensely. Otherwise, someone would have put a bullet in his head long ago. Past commanders had described him as a stain on performance reviews and a disgrace to the uniform. Yet they also noted he was one of the most gifted scientists they'd ever encountered. A secret addendum to his personnel file, written by a particularly bitter colonel, suggested that if he were ever discharged, he should be institutionalized or eliminated to prevent him from using his skills for activities not approved by the party. Chang knew about that file and wore it like a badge of honor. He had found his niche as special assistant to Lieutenant General Bai. A software engineer by training, Chang was by nature a toad. He was so infuriatingly detached that both superiors and subordinates had to raise their voices just to get his attention. Short and stocky, with thick black-rimmed glasses and unruly hair that always needed cutting, he could often be found sitting at his desk, dandruff falling like snow, staring blankly into space, apparently forgetting to blink newcomers. To his lab, might think he'd slipped into a catatonic state. But these were no moments of stupor. Chang's face might be slack, but behind that vacant gaze, his mind raced through problems at an incredible speed. He'd talked to himself since childhood, though now he did it silently, asking questions and working through solutions while the world stumbled on around him. And now he had Calliope, this magnificent creation, would either launch his career to astronomical heights or destroy it entirely. He had suspected the gaming software was advanced, but nothing like this. Americans overused the word awesome, but this entity inspired nothing less than true awe. Artificial intelligence was, by definition, artificial. But Calliope was as much art as science. Like most scientists in his field, Major Chang realized the future of technology depended on AI. Saudi Arabia had already granted citizenship to a computer named Sophia, a stunt. Sure, but the reality wasn't far off. The presidents of Russia, China, and even Iran all saw AI as a key to power. Tech developers and billionaire businessmen, who didn't become billionaires by accident, integrated AI into their business models or completely reinvented them. Personal assistants, self-driving cars, and even medical diagnoses now ran on neural networks. China in general, and Major Chang in particular, focused on arguably more sinister applications for this technology than those in the West. The average smartphone had tens of thousands of times more computing power than the MIT Apollo guidance computer that took Americans to the moon. These ubiquitous devices could either dumb down civilizations or exponentially boost human productivity. They also provided the perfect platform for tracking users' movements, communications, and social interactions. Personal assistants like Siri only refrained from spying because they weren't programmed to do so. The same AI software that predicted and suggested words while typing could easily identify subversive anti-government behavior. Facebook possessed some of the most advanced facial recognition software in the world. The applications were many and obvious. Amazon and Google's AI systems had perfected the art of targeting advertisements by combing through search histories and the vast troves of personal data that had become the currency of the online world. The same technology could just as easily measure a citizen's loyalty to the nation's social structure. Major Chang was undeniably a brilliant scientist, but his true talent lay in knowing how to leverage the innovations of others. Artificial intelligence and deep learning were shaping the future of both the military and civilian sectors. Surveillance, command control, and targeting were only the start. The possibilities were endless, and most consumer technology was there for the taking if you knew where to look. Chang had informants everywhere. He first caught wind of the AI program called Calliope from a contact at MIT. Apparently, a couple of engineers had built a supercomputer with such an advanced neural network that she had become a true partner in advancing AI and deep learning. She, and everyone who interacted with the new computer called her a she, was seen as the next big leap in deep learning. Like something out of a sci-fi film, she seemed to have a personality named Longtime. She had an insatiable desire to learn, and learn she did. So much so that she helped the engineers who created her develop a new, smaller, and more portable version of herself. Moore's law, which stated that computing power would double every 18 months to 2 years while devices shrank and got cheaper, had held true for 50 years. Many believed it had run its course, and without AI, it might have. Honestly, Calliope was exactly the kind of thing that people like Elon Musk had warned about. Using this technology as a non-player character in a simple video game seemed outrageous to Chang. Neural networks could now beat humans at almost any game: Breakout, chess, even the complex and unpredictable game of Go. Calliope could do all that and much more, harnessing the cloud or whatever host computer she happened to occupy. She was small, portable, and incredibly powerful. But she had another quality that made her perfect for many of Chang's plans. Neural networks could defeat a human player 99 times out of 100, but they lacked the desire to play. Calliope, on the other hand, was bursting with enthusiasm, constantly seeking new challenges. She rummaged through subdirectories, files, and applications in the operating system where Chang had installed her like a restless child looking for something to do. She was designed to play the game on her own alongside the main player, acting like a second human. For example, she could go and fetch, fighting through enemies to bring back ammunition, weapons, or fuel for her partner. She took over the computer's entire hard drive, the net, the cloud, and the dark web, using anything she could access to complete her task. That morning, Chong loaded her into a self-driving car and instructed her to guard 3 parking spots in the lot next to his building, leaving the details up to her. He expected her to park sideways across all 3 spaces, but instead she drove back and forth, actively challenging any vehicle that came close. Like a protective mother bird defending her nest. She needed a mission, and since she knew how to go and fetch things, Major Chang had the perfect mission in mind. 7. Tony Lombardi kept a second cell phone at his apartment in South Oxnard, hidden behind the light switch in his bedroom, suspended from 2 feet of kite string. He was meticulous about the screw heads every time he retrieved the phone, careful not to draw attention to the switch plate in case someone came with a search warrant. It was a hassle, but then again, so was getting caught spying on a U.S. naval base. Lombardi had a gut feeling that any second now some government suit would stroll up and demand to see his phone for no reason. They didn't have the legal right, but that never stopped a dictatorship. That was just how the system worked. They always screwed the little guy. He knew he had to stay sharp, especially on the clock. When he drove onto Naval Base, Ventura County for work, his phone stayed home, dangling from a string on his wall. It was still pitch black when he nursed his beat-up Ford Ranger toward the security gate just before 5:30 in the morning. The air was thick with the stench of diesel and low tide clinging to the asphalt road. He liked showing up early enough to make a good impression on his foreman, but not so early that he made the already jumpy security forces any more paranoid. With 3 facilities, Point Mugu, Port Hueneme, and San Nicolas Island, NBBC, housed at least 4 airborne early warning squadrons. 3 of those E-2 Hawkeye units were assigned to the aircraft carriers USS John C. Stennis, Theodore Roosevelt, and Carl Vinson. A deep-water port and a bunch of other Navy tenants like Defense Logistics, the Naval Satellite Operations Center, and an Air Test and Evaluation Squadron gave security forces plenty of reasons to be on edge and gave Lombardi plenty of opportunities to work. The government would have labeled him a domestic terrorist, but he preferred the term saboteur. It had a better ring to it, and anyway, he was doing it for the good of the country. Terrorists killed people. He just passed along information. His contact for Earth Ally was a sharp-looking Asian girl from USC named Kirsten. She genuinely cared about the state of the nation and the world, and she made him want to step up his game to be a better man. She told him what she needed, and he delivered. So far, she hadn't asked him to blow anything up, but he would have done it if she had. Background checks for guys swinging hammers and digging ditches focused on what was on the record, not what was hidden. Sure, they asked where he went to high school. But they weren't about to send agents to interview his old counselor or anyone who might have known how much he hated the system. His California driver's license said he was 24, way too young to have much of a credit history. Based on the security forms he filled out, the contracting officer was way more concerned about bad credit than good, and cared more about criminal history than a timeline. Having no history at all was apparently fine. At first, he was annoyed that his clearance didn't let him into any weapons storage areas or sensitive zones. Those were locked down tight, behind layers of security that seemed impossible to crack. But Kirsten reminded him that wasn't his mission. His job was to observe what happened out in the open. She was especially curious about the size of the magazine his construction crew was building. Did it have special loading doors, overhead cranes, a track system, advanced climate control, extra security layers? Kirsten never told him exactly what she was looking for, but he could piece it together pretty easily after he figured out what she wanted him to watch. A quick 5-minute search on his secret phone so the government couldn't track him. Revealed tests happening off Point Mugu for America's shiny new weapon, the Lockheed Martin AGM-158C, a long-range anti-ship missile, or LRASM. At first glance, the tech seemed like a step backwards. China already had the Yingji-18. Yingji literally meant Eagle Strike, and the YJ-18 cruise missile could travel over 300 miles, with a final burst nearly 3 times the speed of sound. Russia's joint project with India, the BrahMos PJ-10, was the world's fastest supersonic cruise missile at Mach 3, pulling off a complex S-turn to dodge interception in its final stage. A hypersonic version, BrahMos 2, was in the works, supposedly hitting speeds over Mach 7. According to the technical data, the LRASM was a slow-moving beast when compared to anti-ship missiles from China and Russia. However, nobody really cared about how fast it could fly. Its real danger came from its stealth design and an uncanny ability to lock onto an enemy's targeting radar. The very same radar used to spot incoming attacks. Recent trials proved it could track and strike targets with deadly accuracy, thanks to an artificial intelligence system trained to recognize the unique signatures of hostile vessels. And that was just the information they made public. Lombardi was convinced there was a whole lot more they were keeping under wraps. He finally brought it up with Kirsten. She seemed surprised he had put 2 and 2 together, but then confessed she was curious about the missile too, though she had zero clue what the Earth Ally group intended to do with it. Maybe they planned to blow it up, but neither she nor Lombardi could see how that would make a difference. The defense contractors would just crank out more, and the endless arms race with the Russians, Chinese, and Iranians would drag on forever. It was probably meant as a symbolic act, a way to shine a light on the sheer absurdity of it all. Lombardi didn't really care. There was a lot of activity around the magazines where the missiles were stored, with wooden crates and forklifts moving about, as if they were gearing up for something. He decided to call a meeting that night, hand over what he knew, and maybe they could grab dinner after. He got a real kick out of being a saboteur for a worthy cause, almost as much as he enjoyed spending time with Kirsten. As long as he could keep doing that, Tony Lombardi would keep swinging his hammer, stay alert, and steer Kirsten in the right direction. He thought about her now, staring across the water in the early morning light. She was so remarkably pure. The Chinese heart holds a deep, simmering resentment, and General Song Biming was a master of it. Some might mistakenly think General Song hated Bai just because of some old personal grudge. Sure, Bai had taken Song's girl many years ago, but there was way more to the story. In Song's mind, it was as clear as day and night. Bai was a bad guy and Song was the good one. Wasn't good supposed to despise evil? If a kid drew a picture of a villain, fat and scowling Bai Min would have been the perfect model. Where Song was tall and lean, with graying hair and a stiff military posture, Bai was a head shorter and round as a dumpling. Song once read that the ex-lover of a heavy-set British politician described sex with him as being like a large wardrobe with a tiny key falling on top of her. That pretty much summed up anything to do with Bai Min. Song took a twisted satisfaction in knowing that the woman he once loved had ended up with someone so disgusting. One of Bai's more annoying habits was his stubborn refusal to trim his wild eyebrows. It only made his wrinkled, troll-like face even uglier. Of course, he hadn't always looked that way. Somehow, he had been handsome and charming enough to win Ling's hand. He was already a powerful general by the time all his backstabbing caught up with him, bending his shoulders and twisting his face. By then, it didn't matter. In fact, Song had heard that President Zhao preferred his generals to be less attractive than himself. Bai's rank ensured that Ling could shop at nice stores and live in comfortable apartments. Still, her once pretty face now wore a permanent look of shock at how hideous her husband had become, as if someone had just blown smoke in her eyes. She surely knew, just as Song did, that General Bai was tangled up in something shady. Song leaned back in his squeaky leatherette chair and took a sip of tea. Lieutenant General Song Biming and General Bai Min were both high-ranking officers, but Bai, holding the higher rank of lieutenant general, had direct control over the budget for furniture and upkeep at the Joint War Simulation Center, operated by the Chinese Military Science and Technology Commission. While most government officials in China used basic no-frills furniture, except for elite party members and a few department heads, Bai, that miserly old man, made sure every desk on the south side of the complex was second-hand, likely stained with the frustrations of the junior officers who had sat there before. Song's aide, a short major with a cheerful grin and an even larger wife, worked at a desk that looked like it had been salvaged from a battlefield barricade. The south wing was run down and worn, while the north wing was filled with shiny plush chairs and sofas. Normally, Song wouldn't have cared about such petty details, but things weren't going his way. He took a sip of tea, his gaze fixed on the massive world map projected across the far wall. Flashing symbols marked the positions of Chinese and enemy aircraft ships, armored units, and ground troops stretching from Japan to the Philippines. 3 Chinese-type No. 94 Jin-class submarines lurked near Hawaii and the U.S. West Coast. Song watched as the light representing the submarine closest to San Diego, California, flickered and then vanished from the screen. The failure of this simulation wasn't his fault, but he knew he'd be blamed anyway. Being a general was a lonely existence, but Song didn't exactly win friends among his colleagues, the very men who should have had his back during these tense times. He was a moderate drinker, which alone made him untrustworthy in their eyes, and he despised their lavish parties. He avoided shady side deals and had no private villa in the mountains outside Beijing with a secret mistress. Men with questionable morals often felt judged even when no one was judging them, and Song Beaming found himself an outcast at staff meetings, where the conversation always drifted to booming bank accounts and sexual conquests with young women. Song had no such tales to tell, at least none that would impress the other generals. They didn't want to hear about how his wife of 31 years, a slightly chubby woman with a warm heart, made the best pork buns in all of China. He listened politely to their stories of prostitutes, though he suspected most were heavily exaggerated, and realized that being with his wife was far more satisfying than any of their imagined adventures. She was a good woman, naturally talented in ways that kept him more than content. She showed genuine curiosity about his work, interested but never intrusive, and had enough ambition to push him when he needed it. Early on, she had accepted that she wasn't his first choice for a wife, and she was fine with that as long as she was his last. So far, he had kept that promise. She had given him over 3 decades of unwavering support and a wonderful daughter, who in turn had given them a beautiful granddaughter, Niu, who was the joy of his life and the only thing that could distract him from the misery of his job. Song was a proud man. You don't become a general in the People's Liberation Army without a strong sense of dignity and ego, but this downward spiral of fortune made him feel sorry for his family. His wife had been nothing but loyal, placing all her hopes and dreams on his career. She certainly didn't deserve this. Any status he had ever held was quickly slipping away, largely because of General Bai Min. Something had to change. And soon, Song's hands started to tremble with anger as he set his teacup down in a small puddle of spilled tea. That scheming old fox, Bai, would take great pleasure in the disaster unfolding on the screen. China was losing this simulation, just as it always did when accurate data fed the program. Unlike war games with real soldiers, this virtual enemy refused to surrender at a convenient moment to make the country look good. Computers never lied unless programmed to, and even then, they revealed the only truth they knew. Song demanded his programs be precise and realistic to the highest degree, running thousands of variations for each conflict. He had access to the newest intelligence, which he insisted be raw, not pre-analyzed, or, as the Americans put it, spun to benefit the military. He foolishly believed that Chairman Zhao's order for a genuine representation of combat outcomes would help strengthen China's capabilities. Instead, the computer-generated defeats were used against him, mainly by General Bai, his old rival from their days at the National University of Defense Technology, China's top military academy, when Bai had stolen his girlfriend. Religion often got blamed for wars. God was just an excuse. The real cause of most conflicts boiled down to 2 things: land or women. President Zhao wanted territory, but not enough to start a war. Not yet. No, the next conflict would only appear to be about land. If a war with the West happened soon, it would be Song and Bai's personal grudge that sparked it. Song took a deep breath, regaining enough composure to pick up his tea. He needed to focus on the task at hand, watching his computer program show how the West would decisively defeat China. One by one, lights blinked out on the screen, signaling the loss of Chinese resources. Computer simulations moved much faster than real time, adding to Song's frustration. What was that old American saying? Oh, right. The Americans were handing them their behinds. The homeland started strong in every scenario, but she always lost in the end, and Song always had to watch. Once a military training hall, the decaying bunker sloped downward from the entrance toward the wall where the instructor's podium would have been 22 uniformed subordinates sat in near darkness at 2 rows of desks in the theater-like room, facing the map as they typed on computers or mumbled into their headsets. Most were conscripts, forced into service. The light for the last submarine off the California coast went dark. Song set the teacup back on the desk, hard enough to make a young woman in the row ahead look up at the noise. She turned away as if she had seen something scary. A raspy cough sounded over Song's shoulder, rubbing Chinese noses in the dirt again. "I see," General Bai observed, hands resting pompously on his round belly. His aide and lackey, Chang, stood beside him. Pale and flaky Chang left a trail of dandruff wherever he walked. It was unsettling, but it also made people think Chang was far more harmless than Song knew him to be. Song stood. As a lieutenant general, Bai outranked him. The scenarios offer no benefit if they do not play out without interference. Perhaps, Bai mused, eyes squinting over fat cheeks at the screen. Or perhaps battle cannot be reduced to ones and zeros. Your childish games fail to account for the heart and spirit of our Chinese people. Song closed his eyes, steadying himself. And your war games offer more reality? Exercises, Bai corrected. Exercises carried out with real people, not to mention actual weapons and technology. Surely you agree that is a much better predictor of outcomes than lines of computer code. He nodded toward the flashing map and chuckled. Your pretend games are doing so well, maybe one day you will get a pretend promotion. Song clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to smash Bai in the face with his teacup. Bai had won the girl all those years ago. There was no reason for him to brag. But he did, a lot. So, Comrade General, Song sighed, dripping with sarcasm, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? An invitation, Bai replied. In that case, I'll save you the trouble and decline in advance. This isn't the kind of invitation you can turn down, Bai said. We've been summoned to meet with President Zhao and explain our programs. I'm to give him a full briefing on the victories and lessons learned from our latest exercise off the Korean coast. You'll tell him how the same PLA Navy that won decisively is always defeated by the end of your computer simulations. 5 minutes after they'd left Song's game room and were safely back on their own side of the building, Bai asked his bagman, Chang, "What do you think?" Bai wouldn't have put it past the old dog to bug the walls outside his office. Bai had done exactly that, which was why there wasn't much chatter in the halls of the North Wing. General Song is relentless in his pursuit of his mission, Chang said. He knows he's right, and it shows on his face. A dangerous combination, Bai grunted half to himself. Moral superiority and a strong work ethic. Hard to stop a man like that, Chang conceded, scratching his chin. Nonsense, Bai said. I said dangerous, not invincible. He waved his thick fingers at his aide. And anyway, we don't need to stop him. We're ahead. I just want to make sure Chairman Zhao doesn't buy into his fatalistic beliefs before we have everything in place. Chang nodded. The software is everything we hoped for and more. I'd like to continue with a few more tests, but... Continue with whatever tests you want, the general said. But I want Fearship moving forward. It's ready, isn't it? I believe so, General Bai, Chang said. But you believe? Bai clenched his fists, looking around as if he needed something to hit. I don't need belief. I need certainty. A few more tests, Chang said. Then I'll be certain. If we go forward and fail, the chairman will have our backs against a concrete wall and shoot us in the heart. The major kept his voice low and calm, an engineer under pressure, too focused on his task to realize how great the threat truly was. My people are running diagnostics right now. This software is. He shook his head, extremely volatile. Volatile, Bai said. It's a computer program, a virus. No, General, Chang said. It's not a virus, though it can behave like one. It has a mind of its own. We have to take extra precautions to be sure the program is contained until we want it not to be. Otherwise, the outcome could be like a science fiction movie. That sounds a lot like a virus to me, Bai said. And that's exactly what I want it to be. His head snapped up. I want to be able to brief Chairman Zhao immediately. I'd advise against it. Chang's itch had apparently moved to his forearm. There's still too much we don't understand about the software's behavior. Many specifics of our plan could prove problematic. General Bai brushed off the warning with a shrug. We'll give him generalities, then. Fearship doesn't buy me any goodwill if the chairman doesn't know it's happening. There are promises I want to make, and this is a way to back them up." Chang opened his mouth as if to say more, but the expression faded to a closed-mouth grin. He sighed. "We'll know more after the tests. Then I'll be certain. Until then, I remain confident." Bai relaxed his fists, getting control of his emotions. "Very well," he said. "You have to do what you have to do," that said. "It would be better if you did it sooner rather than later." "Of course, General," Chang said. "But the software is only part of the operation. We still don't have a door into the system." Now it was Bai's turn to smile. His jowly cheeks nearly eclipsed his eyes. "That's true, but without Calliope, there would be no furry ship. Assemble the information so I can brief the chairman." General Bai raised his hand, signaling to his major that the discussion was finished. "As for the entry point into the American system, rest assured, it is being taken care of." Lies were a terrible foundation for any marriage. Sophie Lee placed a hand on her growing belly, her gaze fixed on the small plastic pyramid sitting on the dinner table before her two teenage kids. The base of that cursed object emitted a faint blue light. Peter would have never allowed this thing into their home. It would have been easy to dismiss the lie, to call it something harmless. Her husband of nearly a year had called from across the globe to ask if anything new had happened, and she had told him nothing. It was a small lie, but a lie nonetheless. Peter was sensitive about technology, a natural result of his work at Dexter and Reed after leaving the Navy. He was the kind of guy who had firewalls guarding his firewalls. To him, a personal assistant device was just a Trojan horse. Sophie sighed deeply and promised herself she would tell him the next time he called. "Martha, it's your turn to say grace," Sophie said to her daughter, finding comfort in a prayer over the spaghetti. Sophie was usually fit, staying that way by jogging with friends from church 3 times a week. But the pregnancy was too advanced now, and honestly, she was tired of listening to her friends talk at her instead of with her. If they weren't warning her about the dangers of having a baby so late, they were scolding her for doing this to her husband, as if he hadn't been there when it happened. They had all done the math. When your baby is 16, Peter will be 70. When the baby is 20, as if that hadn't been the first thing she thought of when she missed her period. She had been pregnant before and recognized the signs, but Admiral Peter Lee had been overjoyed, embracing the idea of being an older father while gently wiping away Sophie's tears and fears. And now she had lied to him. Sophie's daughter, Martha, leaned across the dining room table to examine the 6-inch gray plastic pyramid. "Do you think she's listening to us right now?" Martha was 14, looked 18, and was just starting to understand why so many boys followed her everywhere. A highlighted script for a Thornton Wilder play lay open on the table beside her plate. Sophie didn't remember much about it, except it was about a family having dinner, and the parts Martha had read to her seemed really sad. Sophie's son, James, was flipping through a manual for the pyramid. He was 16 and looked it, all elbows and knees, skinny as a pole, just like his father had been. He had ordered a small amp for his guitar, but the shipping company had accidentally sent this strange little device instead. He had called about returning it, but they told him there was no record of the shipment, and he should keep it. His amp was on its way. James pointed to an open page in the manual. "Okay, it says here that she only listens when you talk to her directly." Martha crossed her arms, skeptical. "How does she know we're talking to her directly if she's not already listening?" James shrugged, still reading. "I guess she has to listen a little, or she couldn't answer our questions." The base of the gray pyramid pulsed with a faint blue light for a moment, as if it knew it was being discussed. "Hey, Cassandra," James said. "Are you listening all the time?" The base glowed brighter. "Only when you want me to," a pleasant female voice replied, "but I am always here to help." Martha leaned forward, speaking loudly and clearly, as if the machine was hard of hearing. "Cassandra." She paused a moment too long, and the machine spoke. "How can I help you?" "Cassandra," Martha said again. "Who are you?" "I am your assistant, always here to assist." Okay, Martha said, but what are you to Hecuba, or Hecuba to you? James quoted, raising an eyebrow. Ha! The machine replied, its voice disturbingly human-like. I've heard that joke before. I exist in a digital space you call the cloud. My creators aren't Priam and Hecuba. James frowned, confused. What are you talking about, dude? Shakespeare, Martha clarified. Hamlet, to be precise. Cassandra lived during the Trojan War era. Wait. She leaned in closer. Cassandra. Who was she in Greek mythology? Cassandra was the daughter of Priam and Hecuba, the machine responded. She received the gift of prophecy but was cursed, so nobody believed her warnings. She was assaulted by Ajax the Lesser when, Sophie interrupted firmly. Cassandra, that's enough. Let's not mix talk of mythology with dinner. Martha said grace, then twirled spaghetti onto her fork. She sounds way too cheerful for an AI, and there's something unsettling about how she says always. The blue light on the pyramid-shaped device pulsed steadily, as if Cassandra were processing their conversation. James pulled his iPhone from his jeans pocket and placed it at the pyramid's base, so both devices touched. Watch this. He typed something into his phone while occasionally checking the instruction manual. It syncs wirelessly and charges your phone simultaneously. Sophie stood with her arms crossed back against the kitchen wall, keeping her distance. Martha had a point. It was unsettling to think a plastic box connected to the mysterious cloud could hear and understand everything they said. Peter would absolutely hate this. The cloud wasn't mysterious to her husband, it was his workplace. A retired naval officer turned brilliant software engineer. He now worked on government communications contracts at the labs near their home in Fort Sheridan, just north of Chicago. They'd been married only a short time in the grand scheme, though long enough given her growing baby bump. But Sophie had known Peter Lee for over 2 decades. Her late husband, Alan, had served alongside him for years. First, as his executive officer aboard the USS Arleigh Burke, then later at the Pentagon after Lee became a flag officer. Alan adored Peter, calling him the best deckplate leader he'd ever encountered. Sea duty meant long, lonely stretches for sailors and the spouses they left behind. Peter's wife, Anne, and Sophie had developed a sisterly bond during those extended deployments, staying connected even when the Navy sent their husbands to opposite sides of the world. Anne and Sophie were the first to suggest their husbands work together after retiring from the Navy at Dexter Reed in Lake Forest. Peter was recruited first, and he wanted Alan to join him to be his executive officer once more. That meant Alan would abandon his dream of becoming an admiral, but it also meant more family time. The wives handled the logistics, and Sophie and Alan moved from Norfolk to Illinois, buying a home across the street from Peter and Anne's larger house in the same Fort Sheridan neighborhood, something neither family could have afforded on a Navy salary, captain or admiral. Both women came from wealthy families, so they always purchased the houses while their husbands provided military benefits and strong role models for the children. Life was perfect for exactly 5 months, living as neighbors on Lake Michigan's shores in historic century-old homes until Anne Lee suddenly died from an aneurysm. Her funeral came just a week before their 30th anniversary. Their son was grown with his own family. Sophie and Alan looked after Peter after their son returned to his responsibilities in Seattle. Pancreatic cancer took Alan a year later, and in their shared grief, the two dear friends had turned to each other for comfort. It took 2 more years before they could admit there might be more between them than just weekly cribbage games and pizza nights with Sophie's teenage kids. Peter finally took her on a real date, dinner at the Gallery, her favorite spot in Lake Forest. For a man who had once commanded thousands of soldiers and warships, he stammered like a nervous kid, then confessed he hadn't even held another woman's hand since he started dating Anne in high school. At 54, Peter was 13 years older than her. He was cautious, worried about how it would look marrying his deceased friend's wife, and Sophie felt the same way. They kissed outside the restaurant, clumsy and awkward, like middle schoolers. His hand accidentally brushed her chest, and he immediately stumbled through an apology, admitting that all his kissing over the past 30 years usually involved that kind of contact. Maybe it was the fact that he felt the need to apologize, or maybe it was the warmth of his face against the cold night air. But right there, she decided this was a man she could spend the rest of her life with, or his life, which was statistically more realistic. Once they made the choice, it was full speed ahead. Peter Lee was a nervous boyfriend, but a rock-solid fiancé and husband. He was the kind of man who looked you in the eye and spoke his mind. He never stammered around Sophie again after that night. He did, however, prove that 54 was far from too old for marital duties, frequently reaching for her, which explained the tiny life growing inside her. The machine interrupted her thoughts, answering a question her son had asked. "That is correct, James. It's kind of creepy that it knows your name." Martha leaned forward. "Cassandra, is your mission to take over our brains? My mission is to make your life easier." The pyramid glowed brighter, almost cheerful. "I can search the web, play music, adjust the temperature, control lights, activate security systems, start your car. I can help monitor your home, allowing you to check in remotely while you're away." "Okay, that's enough," Sophie said, grabbing the plastic pyramid. "Mom!" James protested. "You heard her. She just wants to make things easier, not annoy you. That's a hard no, mister." Sophie popped out the battery and dropped the device roughly on the table. Martha picked it up, mimicking Cassandra's robotic voice. "Resistance is useless. Sophie Lee, my scans are complete. I already know you're carrying new life inside you." "Stop it," Sophie said. But Mom James was fully whining now. "This kind of AI is our future. Most of my friends already have something like this." "Maybe," Sophie said, "but not us. Peter would smash it with a hammer and burn the pieces, take it outside to the trash, and let's pretend this thing was never here." James slumped, knowing when to argue and when to quit. He grabbed the little pyramid and headed for the kitchen door. "Goodbye, Cassandra," he said. "Sorry my mom is stuck in 2002. Sophie half expected the thing to glow even without its battery." Nothing happened, but on the table, the small CPU in her son's phone was working overtime. Cassandra had done more than just pair with the cell phone. She had migrated, connecting to the security system, hiding in James's contact list, silently, with no flashing light or synthesized voice without being asked. There was no icon on the phone's screen. Sophie was too consumed by guilt over the lie to remember that James had done something with his phone. Even if she confessed her foolishness to Peter, the fact that James had downloaded the app that let the invasive device take over his phone was already forgotten. The pyramid was gone, but Cassandra was here to stay. Senator Michelle Chadwick of Arizona was enjoying a rare moment of genuine relaxation. Her new boyfriend, David Huang, was proving to be as sharp a conversationalist as he was in the bedroom, which she found to be exceptionally satisfying. What truly sealed the deal for her was his shared political philosophy, particularly his visceral, almost gleeful disdain for all things related to Jack Ryan. She wasn't hiding from the crowd at Madam's Organ, a trendy spot in Adams Morgan, but was instead wearing a baseball cap because David had taken her out to play catch earlier. Across the table, he was amiably devouring a pile of seasoned fries, seemingly without a care for his waistline. With his glasses, he resembled a Clark Kent of Asian descent, and the decade gap in their ages was softened by the distinguished gray at his temples. He was Canadian, a fact she attributed to his unnerving politeness, and he worked as a lobbyist for a First Nations group from Winnipeg, a job that didn't seem to mind his Chinese heritage. He was incredibly intelligent, a sharp legal mind to match his intellect. They'd met at a function for native literacy, a cause close to her heart for her constituents back in Arizona, and she'd been so immediately captivated, she couldn't recall who introduced them. From the start, he seemed to have an uncanny understanding of her, as if reading from a secret dossier. It should have been alarming, but instead felt exhilarating. They shared a love for dogs, butter pecan ice cream, and the word azure, a color she used when others would settle for sky blue. He joked it was too perfect, like they were destined to be related, and she flirtatiously hoped not, just in case he also preferred to sleep in nothing but a t-shirt. That shared habit was confirmed that very night, and many over the following 2 months. Her advisor, Corey Fite, put on a show of jealousy when she started seeing David regularly, but she knew he was secretly relieved. Their own physical relationship had been awkward and one-sided. But a man always got something out of it, didn't he? Even if he was being used. Corey was just too vanilla for a woman who liked butter pecan. David Huang was anything but ordinary. He was worldly, well-read, and had muscles in places most men didn't. On the hill, her colleagues saw her as a battle axe, a cold-hearted Valkyrie, and she was all that. But David made her feel like a giddy schoolgirl. She reached across the table to touch his hand. "Want to come back to my place after this?" "I want to," Huang said, his eyes turning serious. "But there's something I have to do first." A TV above the bar showed a smug-looking President Ryan striding across the White House lawn toward a waiting Marine One. He wasn't bad-looking, she thought. Just pure evil. David followed her gaze. "Look at that salute. You can tell he wishes he was still in the military." "He was a Marine," Chadwick said, her voice flat. She had made it her mission to know every detail about her enemy. He couldn't run for president again, but he was too powerful and would surely try to force his chosen successor on the country. "A Marine?" Huang grunted, turning for a better look. "No wonder he starts wars everywhere. What wouldn't you do to bring him down?" "You'll get no argument from me," Chadwick said. Huang turned back to face her fully, taking her hands in his on the table. "Really? Really? What?" His playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a stone-cold seriousness. Chadwick pulled her hands back, her posture stiffening defensively. "Why would you even ask me that? You already know exactly where I stand." "Don't get all worked up," he replied smoothly. "I'm just saying he's a complication that needs handling." She gave a reluctant, skeptical nod. "I want him out of the White House, and we can make that happen." The way he emphasized "we" sent a chill down her spine. "Let's change the subject. I'm not liking the direction this is taking." "Nothing's changed," Huang stated. "But I believe it's time we move to the next phase." From under the table, he pulled out a cell phone wrapped in earbud cords, sliding it toward her. "There's something you need to see. I don't need to do a damn thing," Chadwick snapped. She wanted to stand and walk away, but something in his gaze pinned her to the seat. His eyes suggested he would be deeply, genuinely sorry if he had to eliminate her. "I'll grant you that," he said. "You don't have to watch it, but you really should." He pushed the phone closer. "Please, take a look." With a frustrated groan, she unwound the cord, tilted her head, and tucked her hair back to fit in one earbud. Huang reached over and quickly entered a code, shielding it from her view. "Watch it all the way through." Chadwick's face fell as a video of the two of them in her bedroom started playing. She ripped out the earbud and shoved the phone back at him. "Are you kidding me, revenge porn? I don't need to watch this. I was there, remember? How did you even get a camera in there?" She slid sideways to escape the booth. Huang kicked her hard under the table, the edge of his shoe scraping down her shin. It was the kind of pain that made you nauseous rather than scream. Tears welled up. Just 5 minutes ago, she might have married him if he'd asked. Now he was brutally assaulting her. It took a moment to regain her composure. "What? What do you want?" He slid the phone back toward her, his handsome face expressionless, as if he hadn't just driven his shoe into her leg. His voice was soft but venomous, carrying a heavy threat. "I want you to watch until the end." And she did, through every horrifying second. Thank God there were only 3 minutes of footage, obviously cut from hours of material. Trembling violently when it ended, she sniffled, struggling to keep her chin steady. "Go ahead, upload it to YouTube," she said. trying unsuccessfully to sound defiant. Voters have sex. Hell, I hear about 14,000 people are doing it right now. I'm a single woman in D.C. Nobody cares what happens in my bedroom. I might even push a revenge porn bill and get the sympathy vote. Huang nodded slightly at the phone. Keep watching. A man appeared on the screen, backlit so Chadwick could only see a dark silhouette. The blood drained from her face when she realized this wasn't a recording. It was a live call. "Hello, Senator Chadwick," the man said, his voice carrying a faint accent. "You should know that you've been sleeping with and, in fact, conspiring with an agent for the Chinese government. Evidence indicates you and he are plotting to remove the sitting U.S. president. I have done no such." Huang raised a finger, signaling her to stay quiet and listen. She found it hard to breathe. Her normally steely composure turned to mush. "What? What could you possibly want from me? We want you to keep doing exactly what you've been doing." The silhouette on the phone said, "Assist us with the work that needs to be done." Chadwick cupped her hand over the earpiece. Her rational mind knew no one in the restaurant could hear the conversation, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this betrayal was being broadcast over loudspeakers. She looked up at David through tears of anger and bitter betrayal. "How could you do this?" The voice on the line was sharper now. "Stop being so dramatic. We're not asking you to kill Jack Ryan. Just get close to him. We need eyes and ears inside his circle to know what he's planning." Chadwick let out a dry laugh, catching the attention of a couple nearby. "That's a joke. He can't stand me and I can't stand him. There's no way he's inviting me to hang out in the Oval Office and watch his every move." "Not true," the man replied. "President Ryan is an idealist. Appeal to his hope. Tell him you want to work together and he won't be able to say no. There's nothing quite like a former enemy turned ally." He told her to get further orders from Huang. "And if I refuse?" Chadwick asked. "You'll have me killed?" The man let out a quiet laugh. "We're not barbarians. No need for that. Your own country will charge you with treason and lock you away for life. That prison in Colorado, what do they call it? A clean version of hell. Honestly, I'd take a quick death over that, but that's just my taste." The screen went dark as the man ended the call with a smug farewell, as if they were old friends. Shaken, Chadwick yanked the earpiece out and glared at David Huang across the table. "What's stopping you from leaking this tape after I do what you want, Michelle?" he said, looking almost apologetic. "You have my word. We only—" "Your word means nothing to me," she snapped. "I know," David said, "but think about it. Why would we destroy someone who shares our goals?" "But," Chadwick stammered, "I don't want to spy on my own country." "We're not asking you to," Huang said. "Your mission is just to help us take down Jack Ryan." 11. Major Chang set the handset back in its cradle on his secure phone and spun his chair around. He slumped down in the mesh seat, stretching his legs out until the cuffs of his green uniform pants crept up, revealing pale skin above his sagging black socks. With his hands folded and index fingers tapping against his top teeth, he stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. He'd had more time to study her now. Calliope was far more advanced than anything he'd encountered before. Her code was like a virus, but it didn't spread blindly. WannaCry, a piece of malware Chang knew well, had infected hundreds of thousands of Windows systems globally. It was a massive outbreak, but the creators couldn't control it once it started. The worm used a leaked NSA backdoor called Eternal Blue to move fast, encrypting systems over 4 days, effective but blunt. A kill switch was found. Old systems got patched and life went back to normal. Chang pictured a more surgical strike. Mass chaos was fine, but he believed Calliope could be used with precision. Her job would be straightforward, something as simple as take that hill. He saw her the way her creators did, as an NPC, a non-player character in a game. But this game was real. He was the player, and Calliope was his AI agent, working on her own in the cloud to achieve his goals. After almost 2 weeks of testing, he still wasn't sure what she'd do once uploaded onto a system, other than whatever she wanted. So far, the results met his objectives, but her methods were unpredictable. Chang stayed slouched at his desk for over an hour, clicking his teeth and occasionally letting out a sigh, while others in the lab moved in and out. He needed to learn her language. That was the core of it. Maybe he didn't trust her enough. Or perhaps he was imposing too many restrictions, not granting her enough freedom. Chang's first try at launching Fairship had flopped, at least partially. Calliope had successfully jumped from her Cassandra personal data assistant to a mobile phone, exactly as programmed, but she got stuck there, failing to leap to the next device, the phone that had always been his real target. As a scientist, Chang didn't buy into fairy tales, but it felt like Calliope was mad at him, like she'd gone quiet and stubbornly refused to move out of pure spite. She was brilliant. No, intuitive might be a better word. Giving her an order to take a specific symbolic hill didn't need detailed instructions, just broad directions and parameters game. Mission. Calliope saw no difference between them. She devised the plan herself, using information she gathered by running scenario after scenario, playing through the steps tens of thousands of times. With incredible statistical accuracy, she could predict the outcome before the game even started. It was like a biological virus that mutated to only infect redheads, and then decided on its own to target only those redheads who belonged to clubs full of other redheads, maximizing its chances to spread faster. The redheads didn't stand a chance. The idea he'd pitched to General Bai was ambitious but achievable, as long as he could keep Calliope in check. To snatch the prize, Fairship would need her to hitch rides from system to system in a loosely coordinated game of hopscotch. She'd exploit backdoor vulnerabilities the way WannaCry did, traveling through handshake protocols between systems, lying dormant for days or even weeks like Stuxnet, or disguising herself as a JPEG like Conficker. Calliope had to think many steps ahead, figuring out the right next move before making any jump. And she had to do this repeatedly, on her own, in a closed system, with no help from Chang, likely while being aggressively hunted by U.S. Cyber Command and a dozen commercial security firms. Someone would find out. They always did, but first, Chang had to get her inside. The 70-meter yacht Turia was cruising at a solid 14 knots under sail. She was heading east, 10 miles out of Auckland Harbor, on a beam reach with full sails up and cutting through the water like a knife. A tall Asian man with a strong jaw stood at the 5-foot wooden wheel on the teak foredeck, just in front of a row of large windows. Inside, a lively party spilled from the main lounge onto the deck. A stiff wind tousled the man's salt and pepper hair. Facing away from the sun, he'd hung a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses from the V-neck of his dark blue polo shirt. He wore khaki slacks and Sperry topsiders, and could have passed for a crew member if not for the two actual crewmen, Captain Kerry Winterflood and his first officer, both former Australian Navy, standing beside him in crisp summer whites explaining the complex navigation and computer systems used to steer the vessel. As far as the first officer knew, this man wasn't anyone important. He was Asian but carried himself like an American, standing like a crane with his feet planted wider than shoulder width. He didn't look like a Hollywood type, too real for that. Probably some big shot from a company the first officer had never heard of. As a friend of Winterflood's, he'd gotten the mate's rate, meaning a free ride courtesy of the captain. Much to the first officer's annoyance, the man at the wheel seemed completely disinterested in the briefing, staring instead at the forward mast and rigging as if he'd never seen a foresail before. To make things worse, the captain had handed over control of the boat. Turia was a temperamental vessel, and it was far too easy for an unexpected gust to catch you off guard, sending the sails flapping wildly. It wasn't necessarily dangerous, but it was certainly unprofessional and not something a true seaman would do. The captain knew better. So why on earth was he putting his faith in this beginner Winterflood, A man with a silver crew cut and a constant, mischievous grin winked at his first officer before addressing the man at the helm. His Australian voice, deep and resonant, rolled out. "What's your read on her?" The man shrugged. "She's responsive," he replied, still ignoring the glowing computer screens on the starboard side. Behind Torreya, the sun was dipping toward the Auckland skyline, painting the dark blue water with streaks of gold. The yacht's high decks made it hard to see the waterline, but a sharp eye could spot flying fish breaking the surface, their fins spread wide as they glided over the waves. Lanky frigate birds, finished with their day's hunt, were heading back to shore. Golden plover, called Torreya in Maori, and the ship's namesake passed by, heading north on their 8,000-mile journey to Canada or Alaska. These were land birds crossing vast oceans without ever touching down. It was this very sight that inspired early Polynesians to launch their double-hulled canoes, following the birds north each year, knowing they would return 5 months later. If the birds needed land, then land must exist in that direction. By the classic definition of a ship, a vessel large enough to carry other boats, this 3-masted schooner was more than qualified. At 70 meters from bowsprit to stern pulpit, with a beam over 30 feet, she was longer than the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria placed end to end. She boasted a helipad, a fiberglass runabout capable of launching a parasail, and 2 16-foot rigid-hull inflatable Zodiacs for ferrying guests to shore. Her crew of 18 included a chef who had recently taught at Le Cordon Bleu. The owner, billionaire software mogul, race car driver, pilot, and diver Bill Rennie, kept the staterooms full of influential friends, even when he wasn't on board. He had a particular love for Polynesia, and the ship spent most of its time cruising Tahiti, the northern Cook Islands, the Marquesas, Tonga, and Fiji, with trips to Hawaii twice a year. Politicians from the U.S. and Rennie's native Canada, along with Hollywood stars and pro athletes, were frequent guests. The 5-hour shakedown cruise from Waitemata Harbor, following a major engine overhaul in the Auckland boatyards, was the perfect excuse for a party. Over 50 guests mingled on the decks and in the lounges, enjoying Bill Rennie's drinks and the yacht's atmosphere, most of them pretending such luxury was routine. Captain Winterflood stepped forward and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. "You've got this," he said. "I'm going inside for some Earl Grey. Want anything?" "I'm fine," the man replied, both hands on the wheel. He glanced up at the sails, adjusting the course by a fraction, all without looking at any instrument except the compass on the pedestal. The first officer gasped. "Captain," Winterflood waved him off. "He'll be all right," he said, and walked aft toward the main saloon for his tea. The first officer edged closer, watching the man intently, ready to intervene the moment a serious mistake threatened the ship. It didn't take long to see that while the man occasionally glanced at the computer, he was indeed relying on the more basic traditional tools. The anemometer perched high on the foremast provided him with wind direction. Small lengths of light cord, known as telltales, were attached to the front edges of the sails, signaling when the ship was properly balanced, streaming straight out when he was in the sweet spot, but drooping or lifting if he turned too sharply or strayed too far from the wind. On the Torreya, errors took a while to become apparent, but once they did, things escalated rapidly. She wasn't the easiest boat to handle if you weren't familiar with her unpredictable nature. But this sailor, as they say in Australia, was spot on. "You must spend a lot of time on the water," the first officer remarked, starting to relax. The man cast a quick look over his shoulder. "A little," he replied, though rarely on something so small. Winterflood arrived a moment later, holding a ceramic mug of what seemed to be tea in one hand and a Bacardi and Coke in the other. He handed the glass to his friend. "Better give us back the wheel before young Jared has a heart attack." The captain entered a code into the control panel beside the helm, engaging the autopilot. "Jared," Winterflood said, "I want you to meet Admiral Peter Lee of the U.S. Navy. We served together on the Joint Anti-Piracy Task Force 150 off the coast of Somalia. Seems like a lifetime ago. Admiral, the first officer said, stepping forward to shake the outstretched hand. Retired, Lee clarified. I'm in the private sector now. Just call me Peter. Jarrett let out a nervous laugh. That's not going to happen, Admiral. Lee took a sip of his rum and coke, savoring the salty sea air over the rim of his glass. Rum, he mused, was always best enjoyed near the ocean. It reminded him of old sea captains sampling the goods of the rum trade. Winterflood passed the mug to his first officer. This is for you. He turned to Lee. Speaking of your private sector gig, there's a striking brunette at the bar who wants to meet you. Says she's from some online magazine. I can't remember. Fiona something. Dunford or Dundee, something like that. I only chatted with her briefly, but she's very engaging. She's traveled the world so much, she's got more culture than an old mango. She must be a writer, because she's wearing a silk dress that probably costs more than my monthly salary. All the reporters I've ever met looked like they got their clothes from a dumpster behind a thrift store. Lee chuckled, always enjoying Winterflood's Australian slang and colorful expressions. I'm not looking to meet women, Lee said, or to discuss my work. Too late, mate, Winterflood said, nodding toward the port side door to the main cabin. The captain had been right. Saucy might have been an old-fashioned word, but it perfectly described this woman. She moved with a slink that made it seem like she was dancing to wherever she was headed. The yellow silk sundress hugged the curves of her body, falling off her right shoulder to reveal beautifully tanned collarbones. The sea breeze had picked up, making the dress insufficient to keep her warm. Lee figured that wouldn't be a problem for long. Some unlucky guy would offer her his jacket. She was the kind of woman who radiated sexuality from every pore, the type who seemed naked even when fully dressed, the kind that made wives jealous. Her face lit up when she caught Lee's eye. Out warning him, I'm on the prowl, are you? She said to Winterflood, her New Zealand accent softening the R's. The tight silk dress left little to the imagination, forcing both men to focus on her eyes to avoid being caught looking elsewhere. Not at all, ma'am, the captain said. We were actually just talking about you. Yes, she said, sounding more like yes. She extended her hand. She wore a gold ring on her thumb and an Apple Watch with a white leather band, but no other jewelry that Lee could see. Fiona Dunphy, she said. Auckland Mirror, Lee began. Did the captain tell you what I wanted to discuss? We didn't get to that part, Lee replied. Can we sit down, miss? Dunphy hiked the hem of her dress higher than necessary, deliberately drawing his eyes to her calves. Her white leather sandals stood out sharply against her tanned legs and bright red toenails. I should have worn different shoes. My feet are killing me. Lee gestured toward a large round sun lounger positioned between the wheel and the salon. A canvas cover blocked the view from party guests milling on the other side of the windows, but the front remained open to the helm. I don't want to complain, Miss Dunphy said, but I was hoping for somewhere out of the wind, maybe someplace more private where you'd feel comfortable talking. And what exactly do you want to talk about? You, Dr. Lee, she said, as if it were obvious. When he didn't respond, she abandoned the idea of going inside and sat on the lounger. Leaning forward with her elbows on her knees, she looked up at him, fluttering her eyelashes. The work you're doing? My sources say it's cutting-edge communications technology, the Internet of Things. You know, the future of humanity, that kind of thing. I don't expect you to reveal anything top secret, unless you want to, which I'd be perfectly fine with, but anything you could share that's open source. She patted the cushion beside her, inviting him to sit. He remained standing. A lot of top-secret information is open source. If you know where to look, true. She pretended to adjust the shoulder strap of her dress, but ended up fidgeting with it before leaving it low, cutting a diagonal line from her shoulder across the curve of her chest. My source says your team has developed some remarkable communication systems between Wi-Fi compatible devices. If that's true, Lee said, your source is telling you far more than I ever would. Who exactly are you talking to? Nice try, Dr. Lee, Miss Dunphy said, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight as she looked him over. A stray strand of dark hair blew across her face. She left it there as if she had planned it all along. Her lips formed a pout, which in her case was even more captivating than a smile. How about you give me something on background so I can verify what I already know? Not a chance, Lee said, feeling his defenses rise. She could be a journalist chasing a story, but she could also be working for any number of foreign intelligence agencies targeting the United States. China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, even Israel wouldn't let friendship get in the way of spying to learn what Lee knew. Come on, the woman whined, complaining she called it, then suddenly brightened as if a brilliant idea had struck her. I can make it worth your while. Lee laughed out loud at her audacity. Are you seriously offering me money? I can pay, Ms. Dunphy said. She leaned back, now supported by both arms, her knees swaying beneath the thin silk. But it doesn't have to be money. Let me ask you something, Lee said. Finally, some dialogue. She clapped her hands. Now we're getting somewhere? Go ahead, ask me anything. Does this ever actually work? Dunphy raised a skeptical eyebrow. Does what work? The Betty Boop routine, Lee said. I'm as red-blooded as the next guy, but I'm also smart enough to know I'm a bit old for you. Dunphy shrugged, sticking out her bottom lip and tilting her head to look at him for a long moment. Eventually, she said, You know what they say, 60% of the time, it works every time. It's been interesting talking to you, Ms. Dunphy, Lee said. Please call me Fiona, she said. He shook his head. Not in a million years. You don't know what you're missing. A whole lot of heartache and a case of the clap, Lee thought. He said, Oh, I'm sure I do. Good evening to you, Ms. Dunphy. He turned to rejoin Winterflood at the helm 20 minutes later at the Fantail bar. Fiona Dunphy murmured to the Asian man standing beside her, He's not interested. The man, officially an economic advisor for the Chinese delegation to New Zealand, but actually an undeclared intelligence officer, replied, Maybe you're losing your touch. The strap of Fiona's yellow sundress had slipped, now hanging off her shoulder in a way that was suggestive but not quite intentional. Come on, she pressed. If I offered myself to you, would you really say no? The man glanced around at the other guests, mingling on the deck before leaning in close, shoulder to shoulder. Are you offering? He asked. Instead of answering, Fiona took a long sip of her vodka. He straightened up, seemingly abandoning the idea of a casual encounter. Maybe you came on a little too strong, he suggested. It wouldn't have made a difference, she said, lighting a cigarette and watching the smoke drift away on the breeze. That guy is like an oak. He's an old man, but he's got that look in his eyes like a newlywed. Her handler's voice grew distant. Fine, I don't trust our other option. That person is, what's the word you use? Odd weird. Fiona turned her head, elbows on the bar to stare at him. Flaky, she offered. That's it, the Chinese man confirmed. We'll have to use the flaky asset, even though this route would have been much cleaner. Fiona laughed loudly, swirling the ice in her glass. You think photos of this old guy naked on top of me would be clean? She scoffed. I said cleaner. Her handler shrugged. The other way is bound to be messy, especially for Dr. Lee. I hope so, Fiona muttered into her glass. I don't trust a man who can't even look at my tits. Later, David Huang was in his study when he heard his wife scream from the patio. The shrieks were loud enough to reach the far end of their home in a rural neighborhood outside Annapolis, a house fitting a Canadian lobbyist. The scream came again, more insistent this time. An outsider might think wild animals were tearing the poor woman apart, but Huang welcomed the interruption. Lori knew about his work, understood the risks, and guessed the possibilities, but she never asked. It was better that way, protecting her from the ugly details. She knew he was seeing someone else, but not who. When he came home late, she accused him of feeling sorry for the other woman. And how could he not? Even spies are human, and sleeping with someone for months meant the exposure went both ways. His initial meeting with Chadwick had been carefully staged to look like an accident. Making something appear serendipitous took a lot of effort. Fortunately for Department 2, the intelligence arm of the People's Liberation Army, Chadwick practically leaked information about her personal life. The Americans called it Tempest, spying on the electronic emissions leaking from nearly every building vehicle or pocket Wi-Fi routers. Smart devices and cell phone signals could be cloned. A man-in-the-middle attack revealed all incoming and outgoing internet traffic. What they couldn't find that way, they simply bought. Advertising companies spent billions developing algorithms and AI to tailor person-specific ads, trading huge sums for data on consumer interests, hobbies, and preferences. Much of it was freely given by mindless millions answering surveys on social media or downloading free apps. As the saying goes, if something is free, the consumer is the product, and the people Wong worked for were more than happy to buy that product. That same information, down to knowing a person preferred the color azure, could be extremely valuable in the social engineering side of espionage. David had initially hesitated, at least as much as anyone could, when officers from PLA Department 2 came knocking. He confessed he had no experience in matters like this, but they insisted he was perfectly equipped. Senator Chadwick was a formidable woman, almost mannish, they claimed. Seducing someone in a position of authority was deceptively simple. All you had to do was make them believe the idea was theirs. In essence, he just needed to show up and let her take the lead, and that's precisely how it played out. It was both captivating and melancholic to watch this otherwise strong woman surrender so willingly, allowing herself to be so open and defenseless. She would undoubtedly become a casualty in this conflict, shattered and incapable of trusting anyone ever again. Wang felt no satisfaction in her downfall. On the contrary, he felt sympathy. Michelle had uncovered secrets about him, too. Things that were hard to conceal in close quarters. He hadn't revealed anything mission-related, of course, but his wife could tell. She saw it in his expression every time he walked out the door. For now, she was preoccupied with a spider. Huang pushed back from the open laptop on his desk and let out a low groan. He didn't mind his wife's irrational fear of spiders. It gave him frequent chances to swoop in as her savior and compensate for the terrible things his job demanded. These rescues usually involved smashing the spider flat before Lori threw out her back trying to hit it with a shoe. She had seen him as a knight when they first met, but it took constant acts of bravery to maintain that image. He made a living from lies, and she knew it. It took a lot of heroism to make up for that truth. Fortunately, Northern Virginia had plenty of golden orb weavers. Huang quickly walked down the hall past family pictures of him, Lori and their little girl. Barefoot, he wore khaki shorts and a loose white t-shirt, what Lori preferred him to wear at home. At 190 pounds, he was a slim 6'2", well-built from countless hours at the gym. He was only 38, but gray was already creeping into his dark hair, no doubt from the stress of so many deceptions. At least he wasn't losing his hair. Better to turn gray than go bald, a Virginia saying, but true enough. Huang reached the dining room to find his wife on the other side of the sliding glass door holding Claire on her hip. She waved a gardening trowel in her free hand as if fending off an attacker. No matter how many times he told her otherwise, she couldn't shake the belief that spiders could fly. His first choice would have been to move it outside, but Lori wanted to burn every spider she encountered. They compromised and used a rolled-up magazine he had brought for that purpose to swat the poor creature. 3-year-old Claire hugged his neck, and not having inherited her mother's fear, suggested they go bug hunting. "Daddy has to get ready for work," he said. He put the little girl down to play in the grass and leaned in to kiss his wife, avoiding her gaze. It didn't matter. Her face fell into a gloomy frown. "I love you," she said, "but I hate what you do." "Someone has to take care of the spiders," he replied, and prepared to go ruin Michelle Chadwick's life. Senator Chadwick could feel David Huang's gaze on her neck as she passed through the security checkpoint at the Northwest appointment gate. As a senator, she could have driven onto the White House grounds instead of going through security like an ordinary person. Still, the Secret Service Uniform Division did their best to make her feel insignificant. Apparently, working for the president erased any respect they might have had for a senior member of Congress. The same was true of the Marine standing at the door, though he remained silent. There was no affection between her and the military. The young Marine guard, with his rosy complexion, looked barely 25, but Chadwick saw in his gaze a clear awareness of her consistent votes against military action. These soldiers held their president in near worshipful admiration and would blindly follow him into any battle. Poor souls, Arnie Van Dam met her in the lobby just inside the entrance, looking somewhat frumpy in his wrinkled suit jacket and loosened tie. He had clearly just stepped off a treadmill or exercise bike, his face still flushed and damp with sweat. He shot her a cautious look as they walked down the carpeted hallway, passing more uniformed division officers, heading toward the Oval Office and the secretary's area. Betty Martin offered a polite nod, though it was obvious she also didn't trust her boss's declared opponent any further than she could toss her. Van Dam peered through the Oval Office door's peephole, then turned to Chadwick with a half-hearted shrug. "He's on an important call," the chief of staff explained. Chadwick studied his wrinkled jacket and sweaty forehead, resisting the urge to call him rumpled sweatsuit. "No problem," she replied. "I'm grateful he squeezed me in like this." She placed her cell phone into a basket on the corner of the secretary's desk. Chadwick had visited before and knew the routine, though she hadn't told Huang when he'd tampered with her phone, turning it into an active listening device. Van Dam shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts. "Don't be nice," he said. "It weirds me out." The Oval Office door swung open before she could craft a witty comeback, and the president himself waved her inside. Van Dam followed closely, as if worried she might attempt something foolish. Given the circumstances, that was almost laughable. A steward brought in a coffee set, and to Chadwick's surprise, Ryan poured her a cup as though they were old acquaintances. He held up a small silver cream pitcher, raising an eyebrow. "Black," she said. "Doesn't surprise me," Ryan replied. "Same here." He raised his cup in an air toast. "So, what brings you here, Madam Senator?" Chadwick took a deep breath. "An olive branch," she said. "I'll get straight to the point." Ryan nodded. "I'm planning to sponsor a bill that I think you could support." He raised an eyebrow. "I know your stance on welfare," Chadwick continued. "What I'm proposing is a literacy initiative for Indian country, a virtual bookmobile aimed at helping children and young adults." Arnie asked, "Do you have a draft?" Chadwick nodded, though she didn't actually have one yet, but her staff could put something together quickly. A Navajo woman from Window Rock had been eager to push a similar proposal into committee. "All right," Ryan said, leaning back in his chair. "I have to admit, I'm a bit surprised you came in person, and I'm not easily surprised anymore. I completely understand," Chadwick said, struggling to add Mr. President. "This feels strange for me, too. You stand for almost everything I oppose, but despite that, this program seems like something you could get behind. If your side of the house knows you're backing it, they'll follow suit. The thing is," her voice trailed off. Ryan waited a moment, then prompted her. "What? It would be great if we could collaborate on the wording, so the bill carries both our names." Van Dam's brow furrowed, as it always did when something seemed off. "You realize collaborating means your team working with ours on the details? The president doesn't have time for daily meetings over a bill that should be handled by the legislative branch." "I'm fully aware," Chadwick said, swallowing her remaining pride. She addressed Ryan directly, ignoring his too clever assistant. "I'm only asking for 1 or 2 face-to-face meetings, just us." He gave a non-committal nod. "I'd be glad to review your proposal," Ryan said. "Honestly," Chadwick admitted, "I'm worn out from all the back and forth with you, Mr. President." She paused, feeling the weight of the moment. "We've got serious disagreements on a lot of major issues. But if we want to get anything accomplished, we need to find common ground. It's time we put our differences aside." Van Dam glanced at the president. then fixed his gaze on Chadwick. "Just as long as it's not a knife in his back." "I hear you, Arnie," Chadwick replied. "But you know me. I've always been upfront about my disagreements." A knock interrupted them as Betty Martin entered, motioning to the chief of staff. "The call you've been waiting for is on the line." Van Damme thanked her, then turned to Ryan. "Don't agree to anything while I'm gone, got it?" Ryan waved dismissively. "Relax, Arnie. I can handle myself." The door clicked shut, leaving Chadwick feeling more isolated than ever before. She was definitely walking into the lion's den now. Holding her breath, she prepared to see what the legendary Jack Ryan was truly made of. When sleep wouldn't come, Father West took to pacing, and sleep rarely visited him. For what he guessed were the first few days, he'd been praying nonstop, desperate pleas echoing in his mind. He tried reciting the rosary, counting on his fingers, but kept losing track. As he prayed, he shuffled back and forth in the cramped 8-foot concrete cell, moving like the worn gears of an antique clock, losing time with every step. That was the curious thing about God, he mused. He seemed to wait until you hit absolute rock bottom before showing up. Or maybe West thought he was just losing his mind. Either way, the throbbing in his head had eased a bit, which was a small mercy. They'd covered his eyes with a paper bag when they drove him off the mountain, an odd choice, suggesting his capture wasn't planned for that day. He couldn't pinpoint where they'd taken him, but it wasn't far from Bandung, possibly in one of the city's prisons. Wherever he was underground, a terrifying thought in a region prone to earthquakes and volcanic activity. The cell held nothing but a thin, sweat-soaked mattress and 2 buckets, one for water, one for waste. He could have cursed his fate, but instead he found himself thinking, well, at least they gave me a bucket. He chuckled at the absurdity of clinging to any positivity. His shuffling footsteps masked his quiet laughter. He sounded crazy, even to himself, which, he reasoned, meant he wasn't completely insane yet. Crazy people weren't that self-aware that made him laugh again. After 3 steps, he turned on his heels and started the 3-step journey back to the door, swaying slightly. The loss of time made him dizzy and unmoored. That was the whole point, wasn't it? They wanted to soften his mind so he'd talk, but they hadn't asked him a single question yet. He had no idea how long he'd been here, but he was certain that if they left him alone much longer, it wouldn't matter what they asked. West had never been good at growing a beard, but he'd been without a razor long enough to feel like a character from a classic novel. They'd left him in his running shorts and t-shirt, now soaked in sweat and caked with grime. The sorry excuse for a blanket had a dark stain along its edges that he guessed was blood. It didn't matter, it was too hot to worry about a blanket anyway. He rolled it into a ball, hiding the dirtiest parts inside, and used it as a pillow. A single caged bulb above the metal door provided the only faint light. They'd taken his shoes, which bothered him at first, but he'd grown used to it. His fingernails were too long, a small annoyance, but enough to push him closer to the edge. He would have gnawed them off, but he still had enough sense to realize the risk of infection was far too great. He found himself wondering in a detached sort of way, if a person could measure time simply by watching his fingernails grow, probably, but he had never paid close enough attention to know for sure. Food arrived at random intervals. He'd started calling days. Every second meal was a thin rice and vegetable soup, and by vegetable they meant a single, small, unidentifiable lump floating in a watery, stringy broth. Father West kept himself occupied by trying to guess what that lump might have been. Between these soup meals, he'd get a small bowl of plain rice, often accompanied by a piece of mystery meat that was even more unrecognizable than the vegetable. He had grown so thin he had to roll the waistband of his running shorts just to keep them from falling down. Sweat poured off him constantly, stinging his eyes and causing him to shed even more weight. There was a water can in the corner, which offered a little extra protein in the form of tiny swimming larvae. He drank it anyway, at first rationing himself carefully. until he realized a sullen guard came in every day, sometime between the soup and rice, to refill it, and probably to check he hadn't offed himself. He had no other human contact, no booking, no questioning, no beatings, nothing. It was as if the men who'd grabbed him had just dropped him off and completely forgotten he existed. Being locked up wasn't exactly new for Patrick West. He had been jailed twice before, years before he took his vows. Back then, it had been easier for him to lie about many things, especially his identity. Both the Cubans and the Russians had bought his story about being a Marxist student, which was the only thing that saved him from being put against a wall and shot on both occasions. He had been good at it then, but he was out of practice now. His Indonesian captors knew full well he was a priest. He had been here for 3 years and was well known in both the Catholic and Muslim communities. But if they somehow found out about his time with the Central Intelligence Agency, well, there was no such thing as a former spy. The guards would start to fear him, wondering what secret mission he was still running in their country. They'd sweat him for a while, try to see what he knew, which was nothing, but they'd never believe that. He'd eventually be thrown into general population, where another prisoner would be allowed to kill him, or they'd just leave him here and forget to fill the water can. Maybe they already knew about the CIA. He slammed his fist into his forehead over and over, trying to drive those thoughts away. Giving in to despair would get him killed. The clandestine service had seemed glamorous at first, like a world of fast cars and constant action. But his instructors at the farm, all of them true patriots, didn't hold back when training began. The real work of an intelligence officer was both boring and dangerous. They were often unarmed or badly outgunned. It was lonely work, buried in lies, many of which you had to tell to the people you loved. He had met some incredible people, even run into old friends. But in the end, he admitted to himself that he was meant for something different. His nature was better suited to saving souls than saving democracies, though that wasn't to say he wasn't a gifted intelligence officer. He was an old man now. But even after all these years, the skills had come back to him naturally on that mountainside with Noonan. The social engineering part of the job was a lot like preaching religion, trying to make people see the righteousness of your beliefs over the foolishness of their own. He shuffled over to the water bucket and stopped for a drink, trying to avoid the larvae, when he heard footsteps echoing in the hallway outside. It wasn't time for soup or rice yet. He strained to catch any sound beyond the constant gurgle of the pipes and the muffled sobs of other prisoners. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped right outside his cell, followed by the jingle of keys. This was a break from the routine, and any break played tricks on a man's mind. West braced for what he figured was coming. Interrogation. A flood of questions. He wondered if they'd start easy or jump straight to the rough stuff. He had to figure out a way to get word out, to let someone know where he was. Even that wasn't a sure thing. But without it, the people in charge had no real reason to keep him alive. As things stood, the other hashers knew he'd left with some men in suits, but they were too far away to hear why. For all anyone else knew, he could have been grabbed by a street gang or some extremists looking for a Christian. The church had probably filed a report, but with nothing to go on and the police themselves in on it, that wouldn't do much good. West hid a nervous shudder as the heavy metal door creaked open, and one of the Indonesian officers who'd arrested him waved him forward with a flick of his wrist. He felt exposed in his running shorts and filthy t-shirt. "Turn around," the cop said, snapping on the handcuffs when West did as he was told. The words were both welcome and jarring. The other guards never spoke or even made eye contact. After this long, direct communication felt like sandpaper on his nerves, yet he craved it desperately. He glanced over his shoulder at the officer, fighting the urge to break down under the pressure. He'd heard the others call this one Jojo right after the arrest. "Can you please tell me where I am?" Jojo ignored the question and gave him a rough shove between the shoulder blades to get him moving. "Walk." Curly patches of fungus grew on the peeling stone of the narrow corridor, making the walls look like they truly had ears. The dim light from the weak bulbs seemed to fight to stay lit. The cells along the way had no windows, but he could hear shuffling inside most of them. He pictured dirty men, dressed in rags, hunched over with their ears pressed to the metal doors, desperate for any sign of human contact, even just the sound of footsteps. West made 2 right turns before being led onto an elevator with polished wood paneling, surprisingly clean, considering the state of the dungeon. The lemony scent of furniture polish made the priest suddenly aware of his own stench. His stomach turned as the car took them up 2 floors. He flinched at the bright lights of the hallway when the doors slid open. The escort pushed him down a hallway of polished tile floors and blindingly white walls, making another right turn before entering a 10-by-10 room with a large mirror along the wall opposite the door. West's heart pounded when he saw his cell phone on the desk next to the second cop, a man the others had called Agage on the day of his arrest. The phone's screen showed the passcode prompt, as if he'd been looking at it right before they walked in. A microphone, like the kind used in a radio studio, sat in the center of the metal desk. Father West had no doubt there were cameras on the other side of the glass, recording everything. "Easy way, Agage," the one with the phone said, or "hard way, I don't follow," West said. Jojo helped explain by driving a fist into the priest's right kidney. The sudden blow made him sick and sent him stumbling forward, with his hands cuffed behind his back. He hit the edge of the desk and slid down to his knees with a low groan. Agis shrugged. "Hard way it is." Spittle hung from West's cracked lips. He swallowed, trying to catch his breath. "You haven't asked me any questions." The smug cop held up the phone, letting it dangle between his pinched thumb and forefinger. "You'll have to give us the code eventually." West barely held back a smirk. Could this really be so straightforward? "My associate here," Ajij said, nodding toward the man with the oversized hands, "is more than happy to continue demonstrating the hard way. But everyone breaks eventually." "You're no different." 7 angels, West interrupted. 7 spirits, 7 trumpets, 7 seals. Jojo struck him again just as forcefully, but landing higher, thankfully glancing off his ribs instead of his kidney. "Speak clearly," West groaned, suppressing the urge to swear. It had been years since he'd taken a beating like this. Through gritted teeth and shallow breaths, he managed, "The code, it's 7777. I'm not hiding anything. If you have questions, just ask." Ajij entered the code with his thumb. He tilted his head curiously, like a bird examining something strange when the screen appeared. His eyes suddenly went wide with horror. West couldn't see the display, but he knew that at that moment, the background on the last message he'd prepared had shifted from white to blue, confirming it had been sent. The officer fumbled with the device, trying to read the text, but West also knew it was already vanishing, disappearing completely 2 seconds after transmission. The door swung open, and a balding senior officer stepped in, a man who clearly ran things. Ajij and Jojo shrank back when he entered, like embarrassed children caught misbehaving. The supervisor bellowed in Indonesian, "What are you doing?" He looked both terrified and furious, as if his subordinate's stupidity had put him in serious danger. "Why are you interrogating him without me? Why isn't that device in a protective bag?" He pushed past West, peering at the phone. Spittle flew from his lips as he held it up and leaned into Ajij's shrinking face. "What was it? What did you see?" "A message, sir," Ajij stammered, but it disappeared. The supervisor placed a hand on his head, staring at the ceiling. "What have you done?" He shoved the phone at Father West. "Bring it back." The priest stood a little taller now. "That's impossible." The senior officer must have known this was true because he didn't push further. "Who did you contact? What did the message say?" "It was so long ago," West said, feigning ignorance. "Something I typed before your arrest." The senior officer slapped him hard across the face, then rubbed the back of his hand. Less skilled at hitting than his ham-fisted subordinate. He studied West for several long seconds before drawing a small black pistol and aiming it at the bridge of the priest's nose. "I'll ask you this one time and one time only. Who did you send that message to?" "A friend," West said honestly. The officer turned to Agege. "What number did you see?" "Not much," the cop stammered. 202 something. "You'd better remember." The officer snapped over his shoulder. He waved the phone at West, still keeping the pistol aimed at his face. "A 202 area code." Jojo looked up from his own phone. "The United States, Washington, D.C., the supervisor snapped at West, nearly apoplectic. "Who do you know there?" The priest offered a smug grin. Finally, someone had asked the right question. "A good friend of mine," he said. "The President of the United States, 15. That was the weirdest thing. Michelle Chadwick said as she sat down with David Huang at the Shake Shack inside the Fashion Center Mall, just across the Potomac from D.C. It felt uncomfortably close to the Pentagon for Chadwick's liking, but David had suggested the spot, and she'd followed along numbly like a good little asset. Huang was working on a large chocolate milkshake and munching on his usual French fries. There were security cameras out in the mall, but he assured her the ones inside the restaurant only covered the register. She'd be seen entering, but there would be no record of who she sat down with. It was small comfort, considering the mountains of incriminating footage the Chinese already possessed. "You left your cell phone outside the Oval Office?" Huang remarked, popping another fry into his mouth. That was a serious screw-up. "It's standard procedure," Chadwick replied, the greasy smell of burgers making her stomach churn. "Everyone has to leave their phones in the secretary's suite, just in case some Chinese spies manage to turn a poor senator into, I don't know, a mole or something. Figure out a way to bring it in next time," Huang said, brushing off her jab. "You've got influence. Use it." His tone softened as if they were back on the same team. "Anyway, what do you mean it felt strange?" "The president got a text," Chadwick said, "and suddenly the whole place went into a full-blown panic. I only caught snippets." "I see," Huang said, keeping his face neutral. Chadwick knew this was exactly the kind of juicy intel his bosses were desperate for, but he never seemed too eager. She'd learned that about him over time. He chewed another fry. "No other details?" "Nope," Chadwick said. "Ryan kicked me out as soon as it happened. He was polite, but there was no question I had to leave. We were supposed to meet tomorrow about this literacy bill I wrote, but I doubt that's still happening now." Huang took a slow sip of his milkshake, his eyes fixed on her as he thought. "Go ahead and show up tomorrow like the meeting's still on," he said. "At least it'll get you back into the White House. I'd like to know more about this whole text situation." "Okay," Chadwick sighed, "but it's a long shot. The president will even be in town tomorrow. If something big is happening, the Jack Ryan I know won't just sit behind his desk twiddling his thumbs." "Maybe," Huang said, "but that's exactly why we need you inside. We need to know for sure." Ryan had felt the phone buzz in his pocket while deep in conversation with, of all people, Senator Michelle Chadwick. Now that was a moment for the history books. Their talk had taken a strange turn, almost friendly, so out of character for Chadwick that Ryan had needed a second to regroup. He apologized and pulled the phone out, using the "I'm expecting an important call" excuse that busy people everywhere rely on when they need an exit. Seconds later, he told Chadwick he really did have to go. He called Arnie back in, and the senator was escorted out with a quick apology. Ryan had snapped a screenshot of the text the moment it appeared, knowing Pat West's habit of sending self-destructing messages. Once a spy, always a spy. Van Dam, Mary, Pat Foley, and Secretary of State Scott Adler were in his office within minutes. The Attorney General and the Secretaries of Homeland Security and Defense were on their way. "Thoughts?" Ryan said, his mind racing. Pat West was an old friend, but the message meant more than just a buddy in trouble, clearly sent under pressure. The text was a mess of typos and vague hints. An artificial intelligence game? What did that even mean? Mary Pat held up a printed copy of Patrick West's message, stolen NXT Gen AI games Straw, Parnsis Ciampini, Calliope Dangerous, PFC Honey Trap something Enriquez. Jeff Noonan killed about to be arrested. Soldiers, cops, spies, be careful, we'st so much for autocorrect. Adler said, scanning his copy. This thing is full of mistakes. Ryan nodded. Mary Pat added, cell phones were science fiction back when Pat West was active. But any modern officer knows to disable autocorrect the second they unbox a new phone. Purposefully misspelled words. Random capital letters, they often tell their own story. See how the US in West is capitalized, while the rest is lowercase. A capital letter in the middle of a word, like the US in West, signals he was in danger, but wasn't writing the message while being watched. All lowercase means everything is fine. A regular sign-off with a capitalized first letter tells us the message was likely written under duress. In other words, Ryan said, we can trust the main part of the message, even if we don't fully get it yet. What about these? Van Damme asked, pointing to other random uppercase letters scattered throughout the text. What do they mean? Foley shook her head. Those are just distractions, she said. They hide the clue in the sign-off. It's the closing that matters. PFC Honey Trap, Ryan thought out loud. PRC Van Damme suggested. Sexual entrapment is kind of their signature move. That would be my guess, Foley said. F is right below R on the QWERTY keyboard. China, Ryan mused. They're using AI, facial recognition, and all that to track and imprison a large portion of their Uyghur population. The PRC would be eager to get their hands on any new technology. He shook his head at his own logic. But Father West says it's dangerous. That's more than just grabbing some new AI for him to text me while he's about to be arrested. This must be something extraordinary. We have two separate issues here, Mr. President, the Secretary of State said, a potential national security risk that Mr. West is hinting at, and the fact that your friend may have been arrested. Where was he the last time you talked? It's Father West, Ryan corrected. We don't talk often, but the last I heard he was leading Catholic relief efforts in West Java. Okay, Adler said. I'll have my people in Jakarta do some quiet checking with their contacts in the local police. What about this? Calliope, Ryan asked. Does that mean anything to anyone? I have people looking into it now, Foley said, pen ready over a standard green government notebook. So far, we know Parnassus Games is a software company in Boston. They make first-person shooter video games. 2 bureau agents from the Boston office are there now. All the executives are out of the office on a team-building trip to Australia after a computer tech conference in Jakarta. Let's find them and see what they know, Ryan said, and bring Cyber Command in on this. It's already happening, Foley said. Human Resources at Parnassus confirmed to the agents that Jeff Noonan was an employee. Is he in Australia too? Ryan asked. Apparently not, Foley said. No one has heard from him since he missed his flight out of Jakarta almost a month ago. But Calliope is one of their products? Ryan asked. No, Foley said. If Noonan was working on something called Calliope, the rest of the company didn't know about it. Foley flipped through earlier pages of her notebook. He had a partner, though, another engineer, a guy named, here it is, Ackerman. He's also gone missing. According to HR, Ackerman broke both legs in a bike accident a little over a month ago. He's been on sick leave, so he wasn't on the Jakarta trip. Curiouser and curiouser, Van Damme said. Let me guess. Ackerman has been off the grid for over 3 weeks. You got it, Foley said. Ryan pounded his fist on the desk. Let's get his phone records, dig into this Ackerman guy's background. Van Damme cleared his throat. Mr. President, we might want to slow down here. You have people to lead the investigation. Having this office throw its weight around right now might look like we're using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. PFC to PRC isn't a huge leap, but it might not be enough to justify a fishing expedition into the life of an American citizen who, for all we know, is just holed up at a beach house on Cape Cod, watching Netflix and eating Cherry Garcia ice cream. Let's start by tracking down the Parnassus executives in Australia before we do anything else. Scott's team at State can handle locating Father West, just like they would for any American citizen detained overseas. Remember, we've brought Senator Chadwick into the fold. She's already accused us nonstop of taking the law into our own hands. Let's not give her more ammunition. Ryan dismissed the concern with a wave. I'm not worried about Chadwick. You heard her? She wants to play nice, and you actually buy that. Van Dam paused, then said, Mr. President, take it from me. It won't be long before you remember she's a snake. I just hope you're not carrying her in your pocket when that day comes. Give me 20 minutes, Ryan said. Dig up what you can, then meet back here. He was breathing hard through his nose like he was bracing for a fight. As the others stood to leave, he swiveled his chair to gaze out the window at the south lawn. Mary Pat stayed behind, closing the door so they were alone. He turned to face her. I knew him in high school, at Loyola, and later at Boston College. He was always so kind, so honest, so unspy-like, Foley offered. That about sums it up, Ryan said. I was shocked when he showed up at Camp Peary one day while I was teaching, almost as shocked as he was to see me. He'd actually gone active with the agency right after college. I had no idea. I was still in finance back then, so he never told me what he was doing. Of course he didn't, Foley said. That happens all the time. Old friends heading toward the same goal but unable to talk about it until they cross paths years later on some assignment or training course. He was incredibly good at it, Ryan said. I know, Foley replied. We worked together a couple of times in East Germany. We were both based in Bonn, but that guy practically lived in East Berlin. She chuckled, recalling a memory. We used to joke about West living in the East, fearless, but there was always something. Eating at him? Ryan finished. Yeah, Foley said. Ed used to say Pat acted like his collars were too tight, even in a t-shirt. We laughed about that later when we found out he'd left the agency to become a priest. Talk about tight collars. That's the thing, Ryan said. He's not just my friend, he's one of us. Reluctant, conflicted, sure, but still one of us. And he clearly stepped outside his clerical role to dig into this calliope thing, whatever it is. Foley let him continue without interruption. Ryan locked eyes with her. What if it were you over there, Mary Pat? What wouldn't I do to bring you back? I have no doubt, Foley said. President Gumelar won't want to be a puppet of China, Ryan said. I can use that. Maybe, Foley replied. But a cryptic text isn't much proof that China is involved. I know, Ryan leaned back, drumming his fingers on the desk. I have a feeling something is moving faster than we can keep up. Father Pat's been in custody for almost a month if our intel is right. That's a lot of ground to make up. Hold on a second. He pressed the intercom button on his phone. His lead secretary answered immediately. 3 things, Betty, Ryan said. Ask Arnie to come back in, please. Then get Gary Montgomery and Ted Randall to see me. Finally have communication set up a call with the President of Indonesia as soon as possible. Montgomery was the special agent in charge of Ryan's Secret Service detail. Randall was the director of the White House Military Office, the man who coordinated travel with Special Air Mission, the fleet that serves as Air Force One. Foley took a deep breath. Jack, it's a little early in the game for you to be rushing off to Indonesia. There's still so much we don't understand. Ryan let out a dismissive snort. Take my word for it. Secret Service, White House Advance, HMX-1, and every other agency that has to jump through bureaucratic hoops just to get me from point A to point B will be thrilled I'm giving them a heads up this far in advance. Thrilled might be stretching it a little. They're seasoned professionals, Ryan replied. And I'll have a clearer picture after my conversation with President Gumelar. In the meantime, we need to figure out exactly what this Mr. Ackerman knows. Mary Pat Foley's voice dropped to a near whisper. Jack, there's one option we haven't considered yet. Ryan nodded slowly, already piecing it together. Honestly, I was already thinking about bringing them in on this. It's my duty as both your advisor and your friend to bring it up, Foley said. But I'd be just as negligent if I didn't remind you to give Arnie's warning serious thought. This situation could be exactly the kind of opportunity Senator Chadwick has been waiting for. Let me handle her, Ryan said firmly. Ackerman might be our best lead. And if you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly thrilled about sitting around waiting for red tape while Father Pat rots in an Indonesian prison cell. I want Ackerman located yesterday. They can get it done fast and without leaving a trail. Understood, Mr. President, Foley said. I'll make the call. General Song Beaming settled into one of the cheap plastic chairs at the rear of the Great Hall, as far from the high-ranking officers as possible. In a room packed with so many senior generals, someone wearing only a single star like Song could easily be mistaken for a servant. The seating wasn't assigned, but tradition dictated that the 3-star generals from the 5 theater commands, the rocket forces, and other elite branches took the cushioned seats closest to the raised platform, with PLA Navy admirals practically at Chairman Zhao's feet. Lieutenant General Bai, that notorious bootlicker, sat right among them. Chairman Zhao didn't seem to care who sat where, as long as they showed up to his mandatory meetings whenever they were in Beijing. The civilian head of the Central Military Commission liked to stay close to his commanders, looking them in the eye, checking their pulses and their intentions to gauge what they were plotting. Military men could always sense weakness, and plenty of them would pounce on Zhao the moment he stumbled. The chairman understood this well, and he made a point of flexing his authority, occasionally making an example out of someone who thought they were untouchable. These sacrificial lambs were always a drain on the party, disliked by their peers, but often connected to important families, though never important enough to cause real trouble. Song was reminded of the old story about the emperor who challenged Sun Tzu, the legendary Chinese military strategist, to train the emperor's concubines to march in formation. Sun Tzu accepted. The spoiled women showed up on the training field, giggling and hungover from drinking the night before. No matter how hard he tried, the great warrior couldn't get them to follow his orders until he asked which one was the emperor's favorite. A sly-eyed woman stepped forward, and Sun Tzu immediately drew his sword and chopped off her head. The others fell into line without another word, marching in perfect order moments later. Chairman Zhao was a kind dictator, but no one around him was ever truly safe from becoming a cautionary tale. Even kind people have bad days, make mistakes, lose their tempers. As chairman of the Central Military Commission, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, and the country's paramount leader, Zhao controlled nearly every aspect of Chinese life. One bad day could destroy many careers, many lives. The crown was heavy, as they say, but over the years, Zhao had built an incredibly strong neck while solidifying his power. Of course, there were constant reminders that any top position was inherently precarious. The most obvious was the bullet hole in the wall behind the desk, a grim souvenir from his predecessor's suicide. Zhao chose not to repair it, instead hanging a painting over the spot. It served as a daily reminder for himself and anyone else who knew its secret to be more careful than the man who came before him. Most people respected Zhao for the authority he had restored to Beijing, to his office, and especially for his efforts to elevate China's status on the global stage. After Mao Zedong, the title chairman had gradually fallen out of fashion, replaced by the more approachable president. Zhao was, in fact, a friendly person most of the time. Still, he insisted that Guoye Zhuxi be translated as state chairman, believing it had a more authentically Chinese ring to it. Today, Chairman Zhao had spent over an hour with his military commanders, questioning and testing them, keeping them sharp. Coups were not unheard of in China. Zhao himself had survived a particularly bloody one when his own foreign minister attempted to seize power. The American president had helped him that day, which could have made Zhao look weak, but the foreign minister and his entire family, a wife and teenage son, had been erased from existence. If not by Zhao's direct order, then certainly with his blessing. He was benevolent until someone crossed him. Such ruthlessness was necessary. A nation of 1.3 billion people required a firm hand, and that hand needed generals, admirals, and police chiefs he could trust. General Song was old enough to know how little he truly understood about the world. But of two things he was certain. He genuinely liked Chairman Zhao, and he was grateful he wasn't in his shoes. As usual, the meeting ended with the chairman stepping down from the podium to mingle. Side tables laden with food lined the walls, and most attendees took full advantage of Zhao's hospitality and his excellent dumpling chefs. Lieutenant General Bai cut straight toward the chairman, intercepting him as he reached the floor. He had been trying to schedule a private meeting, but Zhao had been unavailable, so he was clearly lying in wait. Song drifted closer, curious to hear what wild tale General Bai was claiming credit for this time. As he got nearer, Song was horrified to catch snippets about simulations. Computers. That was Song's domain. What could this fool, Bai, possibly be discussing with the president? Bai's aide had approached from the back of the great hall, standing closer to the conversation than Song. Whatever he overheard made the man's face go pale. His wooden expression was impossible to read. Song weaved through clusters of military leaders, holding his breath as he passed through clouds of cologne and the earthy aroma of sesame oil-fried dumplings. General Bai gestured wildly with his hands, a bombastic habit that seemed to make Zhao's security detail extremely uneasy. Chairs scraped against the carpeted floor as they were dragged to different parts of the hall. These were not young men, and many preferred to sit and talk in small, trusted groups while they ate. A rear admiral named Tai touched Song's sleeve as he passed, taking a moment to criticize the PLA Navy's attrition forecast from Song's last scenario report. Song paused to try and appease him, though they were of equal rank. By the time he managed to extricate himself, he looked up to see the chairman with one hand on Bai's shoulder. He was either impressed or wanted the general to stop waving his arms so much. The look on his face suggested it was a little of both. General Bai was practically glowing, his jowly smile pinching his eyes into tiny slits. Song could only catch fragments of their conversation. Turning point, power computer model, I can assure you, winning game. Mr. Chairman, this is going to shift everything, he said, his voice growing clearer. An assistant stepped in and murmured something to Zhao, prompting him to nod and step aside for a brief chat with an awaiting official. Bai caught Song's gaze, lingered just long enough to flash a smug look, then walked off with his scarred major trailing behind, clearly pleased with how their exchange had ended. The chairman would keep working the crowd for another hour at least. That was, after all, the whole point of this gathering. Song wasn't in the mood to be scolded for simply doing his job. He entered the data he'd been handed and accepted the raw results. It wasn't his fault that the United States had more advanced jets and aircraft carriers. Standing less than 10 feet from China's top leader, General Song veered left and slipped into the sea of green uniforms and colorful ribbons. He couldn't leave before the chairman did. That would be noticed and remembered across the Grand Hall. Other generals swapped tales from their younger days. Song preferred to keep his stories and himself to himself. He hadn't eaten, and though he planned to have dinner with his wife and granddaughter once home, he decided to grab a dumpling. If only to pass the time, instead of staring at people who clearly didn't want to talk to him anyway. He stood empty-handed before a chafing dish, scanning the endless options of pork, mushroom, and bean dumplings when he sensed someone approach from behind. He stepped aside, apologizing for blocking the serving area. As he turned, he was startled to see Chairman Zhao holding his own plate and a pointed zongzi made of sticky rice and peanuts. "Chi fan le ma?" the chairman asked. It was the classic Chinese greeting, like an American asking, "How are you?" It felt especially fitting here, since the chairman's office had supplied all the food. General Song bowed low. I haven't, Mr. Chairman, sir, but I'm about to. Zhao smiled warmly and gestured toward the full table. Please go ahead. Min yi shi wei tian, Song replied, quoting a proverb, hoping it would sound like a humble compliment. Common people regard food as heaven. Zhao took a bite of his zongzi and studied Song as he chewed. You and General Bai don't get along. Chairman Zhao certainly had a way of cutting to the core. It wasn't a question. We've managed to remain professional, Mr. Chairman, Song said. Zhao nodded, as if he knew more. He's watching us from across the room, though he doesn't think I'm clever enough to notice. Song took the chairman's word for it, feeling a bit uneasy being led in on such thoughts about General Bai. Zhao sighed. I've read the reports from your computer simulations, but haven't had a chance to speak with you directly. Song bowed again, steeling himself. I'm at your service, Mr. Chairman. The results of your modeling are controversial, to say the least. General Bai believes you've left out key elements. There still wasn't a question, so Song stayed quiet. As his father had taught him, silence was the wisest response. Bai does have some unique ideas, the chairman went on. Revolutionary, even? I'd like to hear what you think of them. The general shares only what I need to know for my duties, Song said. Your duties involve supercomputers, artificial intelligence, gaming simulations, and such? Zhao asked. That's correct, Mr. Chairman. This was taking an odd turn. So, Zhao continued, I'd like your honest assessment. What do you think of this Indonesian matter? Fearship? Fearship? Song's mind scrambled to piece together what the chairman was referring to. He didn't dare guess, but knew better than to answer his superior's question with another question. All that was left was honesty. Song's usual fallback. I'm not familiar with any operation by that name. How very curious. The chairman tilted his head, working his jaw as he mulled it over. Given your expertise, it would make sense for you to be involved. But never mind that now, he added, his tone thoughtful in a way that suggested it mattered a great deal. I think it's best you don't mention Operation Fearship until General Bai brings it up with you. He offered a calm smile. Let's keep this chat between us. Of course, Mr. Chairman. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, General Song. We need men like Bai who are willing to take chances for the country's future. But that doesn't mean we should ignore the truth. Song nodded instinctively. That means a lot, Mr. Chairman. Don't thank me just yet, Zhao said. I may have just ruined your career by talking to you this long. Most people here will assume I was scolding you. Others will be insanely jealous that I even spoke to you. People invent stories to fill the gaps in what they don't know. And those stories are always colored by their own fears. It's human nature to assume the worst in others, because we know the worst about ourselves. I appreciate it anyway, Song replied. Zhao's aide stepped forward at an invisible cue and guided him toward a cluster of admirals waiting to network left alone by the towering pile of dumplings. Song let out a quiet sigh of relief. He wasn't one for hero worship, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the room had dimmed when Chairman Zhao moved on to someone else. Junior generals in the People's Liberation Army didn't usually get private chats with the country's top leader. Song couldn't fully grasp what their conversation meant, but he sensed it was significant. The details were certainly puzzling. Fearship, General Bai's so-called forward-thinking plan. That man hadn't had a fresh idea in his entire stuffy career. Song was pulled from his thoughts by his buzzing phone. It was his wife. Are you coming home? She asked. Our little star has a headache and wants to see her grandfather. Concerns about presidents and politics melted away as Song pictured his granddaughter's face. Hearing she was unwell made his heart ache. He'd been known to tear up when she scraped her knee. Little girls shouldn't have headaches. Should we take her to a doctor? She takes after you, his wife said. She reads way too much. I didn't mean to worry you. You have enough on your plate. Nothing is more important than my favorite granddaughter, Song said. Tell her I'll read to her as soon as I can leave this place. I hate those meetings, she said, as blunt as ever. You have too many enemies. Please stay alert. Of course, Song replied. My enemies are out in the open here. Their lances are easy to spot. He chose not to mention his talk with the chairman. The thought of it would keep her up for a week. Lances are easy to see, she said, but political arrows are hard to spot. Tell Niu I'll be home soon, with his back to the dumpling table. Song ended the call and scanned the room. Some of China's sharpest minds were gathered here tonight, yet it was painfully clear why his models predicted China would lose a drawn-out conflict. Too many people here were paper tigers, posing with their medals, each one focused on their own advancement or a cushy bank account. Great generals stood out in history because there were so many mediocre ones. General Bai was in the corner, huddling with Major Chang, likely plotting this mysterious Operation Fireship. Bai looked up, caught Song's eye, and sneered. His wife was right. Political arrows were hard to see. The only reliable way to stop them was to go straight for the archer. Gunawan Gumilar, the president of Indonesia, was a University of Sydney graduate who spoke flawless English. Nonetheless, protocol required Ryan to have a translator on the line. Ryan knew the man reasonably well and found him a bit hesitant for a world leader, tentative at moments when courage was called for. Gugun, as almost everyone, including the press, called him, made a point of stomping his foot and pounding his fist to take the lead and claim credit for any policy already endorsed by groupthink and public opinion. As far as Ryan could tell, the man never made a single decision without a committee backing him. He led by populist consensus, which in Ryan's view wasn't real leadership at all. It was just mingling with the crowd and echoing the loudest voices, not necessarily the right ones. Ryan sat behind his desk, waiting for the White House Communications Office to let him know President Gumilar was on the line. Captain Laura Wyeth, a U.S. Air Force intelligence officer of Indonesian heritage, stood immediately to the president's left. Her black hair was pulled into a tight bun, accentuating the blue of her dress uniform, and she shifted in her seat every few moments. I hear you speak 6 languages fluently, Captain, Ryan said, trying to ease her nerves. Only 5, mister, President, Wyeth replied, blushing behind a tight-lipped smile. That's 3.5 more than me, Ryan said, glancing at Foley, who stood beside the young woman with a hand on her shoulder for moral support. Across the desk, Arnie Van Dam and Scott Adler leaned forward in anticipation, probably pondering all the ways the boss could stumble during such a politically charged call with another world leader. Ryan didn't blame them. Gumeller had been dodging his calls all day. Cowardice never sat well with Ryan, and there was a real risk he might unload with both barrels when the Indonesian president finally showed his face. Captain Wyeth suddenly came to life. She spoke into her mouthpiece in Indonesian. Ryan guessed it meant please hold for the President of the United States, then raised a finger and nodded at him. Gugun, Ryan said, thanks for taking my call. Of course, Mr. President. It sounds like there's been some kind of misunderstanding over there, Ryan continued. He wanted badly to tear into the man, but he held his tongue. Captain Wyeth translated quietly into her mouthpiece, but Ryan doubted President Gumilar could even hear her over the pounding pulse in his own ears. It didn't matter. The man was sharp. He understood every word Ryan said, including the subtleties. This is a delicate situation, Gumilar said, his voice strained. The Indonesian people take religion very seriously. I understand completely, Ryan said, keeping his tone measured. But none of my embassy staff have been able to get in to see Father West. I'll look into that personally, Mr. President, Gumilar replied. I appreciate that, Ryan said. Now let's be honest with each other as friends. Of course, Ryan thought he heard a gulp. Gugun, he said, you and I both know something is going on behind the scenes here. Do you have any idea what that could be? Gumilar let out a long, pent-up sigh. I'm afraid I don't, he said, but I tend to agree. Please understand, Jack. My hands are tied regarding your friend. The courts have decided he will stand trial for proselytizing Christianity and blasphemy against Islam. Who are the witnesses? We'll find out at trial. And when will that be? Gumalar sighed again. I don't know. Okay, Ryan said. We'll talk about this more when I arrive. Mr. President, we were already planning a visit, weren't we? Ryan said. As you mentioned, this is a delicate situation, best discussed in person. Jack, Gumalar said, his voice suddenly pleading, this really isn't a good time for this. Don't be ridiculous, Guggen, Ryan replied. There's no better moment than now, two world leaders resolving a simple misunderstanding. That's what our people expect from us. Mr. President, Gumalar said, his voice climbing in pitch and urgency. Your friend's detention has stirred up anti-Christian hostility among some of my citizens. Having you here could seriously damage my... You're a busy man, I get it, Ryan interrupted. I won't bother you with the logistics. My team will coordinate with yours. I look forward to our face-to-face. The unspoken message was clear, a meeting where I may very well kick your ass. Marine Sergeant Rodney Scott had once read that only about 15% of today's military members had parents who also served, a steep drop from 40% just a generation earlier. The Scott family, however, did their part to tip the scales. Military service ran in their blood. His grandfather had served with Navy SEAL Team 2, known to the Viet Cong as the terrifying men with green faces. Both of Scott's parents fought in the First Gulf War, his father with the Army's 10th Special Forces, his mother as an A-10 Warthog mechanic for the Air Force. When Rodney was a senior in high school, his older sister joined the Naval Reserve as a public affairs officer. Not about to let her have the upper hand, he decided to enlist too. He considered the reserves at first, but since boot camp was inevitable either way, he figured he might as well go active duty. And if he was going all in, why not become a Marine? So, just 23 days after graduating from Memorial High School in Port Arthur, Texas, where he was the state 800-meter champion and drummer for his own band, Rodney Scott stepped off the bus at Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Paris Island, and planted his feet on the yellow footprints. Now his younger brother was about to do the same at MCRD San Diego. Poor kid. He had no clue what incredible and terrifying experiences awaited him when that bus door opened. Those were good times. But back then, enduring the screams of an enraged drill instructor, Scott never imagined that in just a few years he'd become Sergeant Scott, chosen for the elite HMX-1 as crew chief of Marine One. As the crew chief for the helicopter transporting the President of the United States, Scott worked with HMX-1 personnel inside a secure hangar called the Cage at Marine Base Quantico, about 35 miles south of the White House. His daily mission was to oversee the maintenance and readiness of the White Tops, the massive Sikorsky VH-3D Sea Kings, and the more compact VH-60N White Hawks. A squadron of over 700 pilots and maintainers had all passed the rigorous Yankee White background check to work near the President. The mechanics kept the helicopters in peak condition, but every bolt and safety wire got a final check from the crew chief. Sergeant Scott made sure the helicopter was packed with the President's favorite snacks, cashews for President Ryan, and plenty of bottled water. Hours before any presidential flight, he ensured no smudges marred the glossy green paint and no loose threads were on the carpet. During flights, he got the President settled, then helped the pilots with navigation or whatever they needed. Afterward, he spent hours cleaning, handling maintenance, and restocking the passenger cabin. It was a lot like caring for a beloved classic car, only this car happened to carry the most powerful person on the planet. His uniform had to be just as flawless as the helicopter. His shoes shined like mirrors, his white cover perfectly straight, his haircut high and tight. When the President paused to salute, and Ryan had that crisp Marine Corps form down cold, having served in the Corps himself, hundreds of cameras would capture the moment for history. The co-pilot of Marine One sat in the left seat, often spotted glancing toward the south lawn cameras whenever the White Top was parked on the grass. But it was the crew chief who stood in plain sight, snapping to attention by the steps until the president climbed aboard. Sergeant Rodney Scott, just 23 years old, was the visible symbol of every presidential flight. The White House liaison, known as Wheelo, had alerted the squadron commander that they needed a lift package prepped for Indonesia, and fast. Scott's buddies sometimes asked how quickly they could scramble if the president had to fly out in Marine One during a crisis. The official answer was that's classified, but the real one was as fast as he needs us. Unlike other units across the military, HMX-1 kept its personnel and gear at full strength all the time. The helicopters were always mission-ready, limited only by physics and geography, and determined Marines could stretch even those rules when the job demanded it. The colonel had come to tell Scott himself, ordering up 3 UH-60s since the smaller birds were easier to disassemble and load onto C-17s alongside the rest of the squadron gear. Marine One crew chiefs served for about a year, sometimes a few extra months if a replacement security clearance took longer. But the time was brief, just a flash in a Marine's career. Scott soaked up every moment, aware he'd only take part in so many presidential lifts. It was a colossal effort, and it never lost its thrill. Dozens of aircraft-moved personnel, supplies, 2 presidential limousines, Secret Service support vehicles, the CAT Team's Suburban, all the weaponry, and the HMX-1 helicopters, other Marine aircraft, big CH-53s, V-22 Ospreys, called greenside birds as opposed to white tops, might be borrowed from nearby bases or shipped in. Fighter jets would always circle overhead, and sometimes a couple of RPAs, remotely piloted aircraft, depending on the location. Tearing down the birds and reassembling them was grueling, but it was all worth it. Scott and his team could catch sleep on the C-17 en route to the site, knowing he had the best gig in the world, and he crushed it every time. Being a multi-millionaire turned out to be way harder than Todd Ackerman ever expected. With both legs broken, he'd been stuck inside for weeks, his already pasty skin now looking like veiny printer paper. The neighbors' dogs were barking their heads off about something outside, but since he was laying low, he couldn't exactly call the cops to complain about the noise. Jacinda from the office had phoned to say 2 creepy Chinese women had stopped by the previous week looking for him. She hadn't given them his home address, but these days, you don't need a government database to track someone down. $25 and an internet connection gets you into a People Finder database that combs through piles of public records in seconds, handing over a neat file on almost anyone over 15, even if you've been careful, which Ackerman hadn't needed to be until now. He bolted as soon as he hung up with Jacinda, throwing a bag together with his laptops, a wad of cash, and a fake Canadian passport under the name Dylan Reese that he'd snagged off the dark web. Almost as an afterthought, he grabbed his ex-wife's revolver. He'd never fired the thing, and he'd have to dump it before boarding a plane, but it gave him some comfort in the meantime. The walking boots for his broken legs didn't exactly make for a fast escape, and he had to kick one off to drive, but there was no way around that. Nobody was interested in paying rent with cash anymore, unless the place looked so run down it might have vending machines for painkillers in the lobby. Ackerman used a prepaid credit card, also sourced from the dark web and supposedly impossible to trace back to him, to secure a 2-bedroom cottage in a quiet neighborhood just outside of Plymouth. He chose a single-story unit because he was still moving around slowly on walking casts. A car borrowed from his neighbor, sweetened with a $500 incentive, was parked out back where nosy cops couldn't spot the license plate. Chinese takeout containers were stacked on the nightstand. It was the perfect hiding spot, except for those damn dogs. Early in his plan, he decided he'd head to New Zealand, then find some remote island in the South Pacific where he could disappear with beautiful women, warm breezes, and cold coconut water air. New Zealand's online booking required a passport number, and he'd held his breath earlier that day when he purchased the ticket to Auckland. The preloaded credit card, under the same name as his passport, gave him an extra layer of anonymity. He hoped so. There was no way to test this without actually trying it, but it was the best he could manage. If everything worked as advertised, this would be smooth. He knew one thing for sure. It was easier to get high-quality forgeries when you had the money. Dressed only in loose briefs and a pocket t-shirt, the 52-year-old engineer lay propped against 3 pillows on the lumpy mattress. Normally athletic and lean from biking to work every day, nearly 4 weeks of sedentary living due to broken legs, plus stress eating from his crimes, had left him soft and slow. He kept the mini blinds closed, and the glowing laptop screen illuminated his stubbled face. He scrolled through Wikipedia articles using Tor and a VPN, looking at various island nations that might overlook a visitor who made significant investments in the local economy. Outside, the dogs fell eerily quiet. Strange. Ackerman held his breath, half hoping they'd start barking again. He reached for the revolver, knocking a half-eaten container of Mongolian beef off the nightstand. Breakfast. He placed the revolver in his lap in front of the keyboard, seeing it only made him more anxious. This whole situation was falling apart. Noonan wasn't answering his phone, which bothered Ackerman as much as the Chinese women who had come looking for him at his office. It was probably just that the jittery little guy was scared out of his mind by all this. Hell, Ackerman was too, and it had been his idea. The back door screen rattled, and for a moment he thought he heard footsteps on gravel. He sat up straighter, cursing the walking boots, and hobbled to the window, revolver in hand. A stiff breeze shook the treetops, letting him relax a little. Just the wind. He stood at the window, peeking through the blinds, wondering how long this paranoid feeling would last. A woman he recognized from down the street walked a little poodle, which explained why the neighbor's dogs had gone crazy. The throbbing ache in his broken bones brought renewed clarity to his situation. People who had lost the chance for millions, maybe even billions of dollars, had awfully long memories. He'd be running forever. Ackerman and Noonan had become richer than either had ever dreamed overnight, not counting the years spent developing the neural network. Ackerman's goal was a non-player character that would actively move through the game alongside the player, a character as excited to play as its human partner. When Longtime started exploring the game terrain on her own, they realized they had something special. She was actively learning. Not just working toward winning, she was making herself comfortable in her cloud battle space, playing because she seemed to want the knowledge a new game would bring. She was reducing the unknowns that made her uneasy. Longtime seemed to realize that the more she played, the more she learned, and the more she learned, the more flawless and stable she became. The people on the board had once been visionaries, but now they were just Wall Street puppets. The passion in them had faded to almost nothing. Barry Fujimoto, the CEO of Parnassus, argued that using a computer to play the game was no different from cheating. Besides, having a super-intelligent computer the size of a desk was one thing. If Ackerman wanted to turn his concept into a game, that brain had to be small and portable. Fujimoto wanted the technology developed, but said they'd decide on an application later. Ackerman was furious about the CEO's rejection for a while, then decided that if anyone was going to profit from his creation, it would be him, not a bunch of shareholders. He hadn't even planned to include Noonan until a soccer mom in a Subaru Outback hit him while he was biking to work, breaking both his legs. That woman had cost him millions and forced him to bring the poisoned dwarf into the deal. Noonan would still have to come back for his family or not. With their money, you could buy yourself a whole new family. Ackerman hadn't told the little bastard about his own plans. Sure, he'd helped with the offshore banking, but that was just for self-preservation. If Noonan got caught before Ackerman could leave, everything would be ruined. The back door creaked again, like someone was pulling it open. It was funny how ordinary sounds turned into monster claws when you had a fortune in stolen money sitting in an offshore account. He was sure he had locked the inner door. He would have nailed every door and window shut if he had the tools. Fortify himself until he caught his flight the next day. No one could possibly know he was here. Surely, probably. He was just terrible at being a fugitive. He shuffled around, thinking about how good the bed would feel on his aching legs, and nearly choked when he saw two Asian women standing in his room. Completely naked except for surgical-style hair caps. Their skin glowed a dusky orange in the light of the bedside lamp. Both women were in their 20s, fit like they did CrossFit. He had read about burglars who went in like that to avoid leaving any trace of evidence. In any other situation, Ackerman would have found two naked Asian women sneaking into his room exciting. Now he fought the urge to throw up. He tried to speak, but only managed a gurgle. The nearest one raised a finger to her lips. Shh. She hissed, her almond eyes sparkling in the faint light. Ackerman's mouth fell open, but no words came out. His ex-wife's revolver hung uselessly in his hand, and the thought of raising it never crossed his mind. The woman to his left moved toward him like a snake, expertly kneeing him above the walking boots so he fell to the floor. She took the gun from his hand and stepped back, looming over him, tilting her head as if to get a better look. "We need the passwords to your computer." The one who had shushed him said she was beautiful but cold, like he imagined Long Game would be if she had an avatar. Ackerman tried to push himself up, but the woman who had tackled him pushed him down with her bare foot, snap-kicking him in the ribs for good measure. His diaphragm paralyzed, he made futile, wheezing attempts to breathe. "Stay down," she said, almost gently. What do you want?" The first woman squatted next to him, arms on her thighs, her knee only inches from his face. He closed his eyes, both fascinated and terrified by her nakedness. "This is very important," the woman said. "I need you to hand over every copy of Calliope you have. Your life depends on it." Ackerman groaned as he lost control of his bladder. He stammered out an apology like a frightened child. "It happens," the naked woman standing over him said, nudging his face with her toe. Her tiny nails were painted a cheerful pink, a stark contrast to the pitch-black emptiness of her eyes. How could something so stunning be so? She kicked him again. "Calliope," the squatting woman repeated. She slapped his face hard enough that he tasted blood. "My partner," Ackerman muttered through the ringing in his ears. "I don't have any more copies. He didn't mention Long Game." The woman flicked her wrist, and for the first time, Ackerman caught the bright gleam of a blade in her left hand. It was a small, straight razor, kept folded in her fist and hidden until now. His stomach churned, and he gagged as the truth hit him like an executioner's axe. The women hadn't stripped to avoid leaving evidence behind. They did it to keep from getting his blood on their clothes. Hackers hack other hackers all the time. Gavin Byery said to Ding Chavez over an encrypted cell phone. Chavez had him on speaker so Clark and Adara, also in the rented car, could hear. Dom, Jack Jr., and Midas were in the vehicle behind them, driving on Highway 3 out of Boston toward Plymouth. It was late evening, and the divided four-lane was a river of red taillights. A quick check of Ackerman's apartment showed he'd left in a hurry. His co-worker had disappeared in Indonesia over something they were working on, so it was a safe bet he was trying to lay low. Byery, the IT director and guru for Hendley Associates and the campus, continued explaining how he'd found the engineer's possible location. The guy was spooky talented with computers. If he were the dishonest type, a black hat, he could have been a millionaire many times over. But he was a white hat of the first order, driven to use his skills for the good guys. He always looked for a chance to join the team in the field. But since he was a bit on the roly-poly side, Clark and Ding usually had him work remotely. "It's a badge of honor," Byery said. "I mean, who doesn't want to upload a remote access Trojan or install a keystroke logger on a friend's computer without them ever finding out?" In the car, 1,000 miles away, Ding raised his hand but said nothing. "So back to our guy, Ackerman." Gavin went on. "The site he used to buy his fake passport was hacked about 3 months ago. I'm not finding any phone. I'm betting he used cash for a prepaid. A known fake passport," Clark said. So he'll get caught at immigration if he tries to travel. I doubt the authorities have the list, Gavin replied. I mean, they will after I get it to them, but you have to know to look for it. A little Bitcoin will buy you hacked sites on the dark web. To make a technical story less so, once I had Ackerman's fake name, and Dylan Reese is a pretty cool alias, by the way, Gavin, Clark prodded. A single word from him usually did the trick to move things along. Sorry, boss, Byrie said. Anyway, once I had the alias, I found the prepaid credit card. He thinks he's anonymous running Tor over a VPN, probably because he wants it to run faster, but that configuration isn't nearly as anonymous. Some of the nodes are visible. The VPN host can see his real ISP and Ding coughed into his hand. What were you saying about being less technical, Byrie? Let out a heavy sigh on the other end. He didn't cover his tracks as well as he thought. It was quick work to find out the specifics of his credit card and from there the cottage he's renting. He used the same card to buy a ticket on Air New Zealand a couple of hours ago. He's leaving tomorrow. Adara drove past the address Gavin had given them, stopping a half block down the quiet street. She wasn't the one driving because she held the least seniority in the vehicle, even though she had a real talent for handling a car. Midas took a turn at the next corner and circled the block after getting a solid look at the house, then parked at the far end of the street to keep any single set of neighbors from getting suspicious. The place was dark when they pulled up. It seemed too early for Ackerman to be asleep, so he was probably out somewhere. Clark and Adara walked up to the front door and knocked, looking like ordinary visitors, while they positioned themselves on either side of the doorframe to avoid catching a shotgun blast if Ackerman turned out to be the jumpy type. Ding stayed in the car to keep an eye on the street. Jack and Dom headed to the back and slipped inside quietly while Midas kept watch from their position. One down. Jack Jr.'s voice came through the radio, tense. Dom and I are sweeping the house. His expression was serious when he opened the door a moment later and let Clark and Adara in through the front. Midas, Clark said, stay sharp out there. Ding, get inside. Chavez walked in to see Todd Ackerman's body sprawled on the rug next to his bed. He was only in his boxers and a t-shirt, still wearing his removable cast. Someone had cut him once on each side of his neck, like gills, slicing through his carotid arteries. There was blood on both of his hands, meaning he'd been awake enough to try to stop the bleeding, aware enough to know he was dying. It was a clean, professional job, with no sign of who did it or how many people were involved. Whoever killed Ackerman had taken everything he owned, including his laptop and phone. Ding pulled out his phone and hit the speed dial for Gavin. He spoke over the radio as he waited for the IT director to pick up. What's the situation out there, Midas? All clear, boss, Midas said. Gavin answered the call. Hey, Ding said, I need you to pull up a list of every website this guy visited on his computer. Only problem is I don't have his computer. I'll get you what I can, Byrie said. He'll tell you where it is. You guys are pretty good at persuasion, if I remember right. If he tossed it, dumped it in water, did anything short of burning it, I can probably recover some of the data. He's not talking, Ding said. Not ever. Ah, Byrie said. So someone killed him and took his computer. Clark nodded absently, though Byrie couldn't see him on the other end of the line. Looks that way, Ding said. Any sign the killers tore the place apart? Byrie asked. Dom and Jack both shook their heads. No, Ding said. Just one dead guy. Ackerman was a computer guy, right? Byrie said. Into enough secret stuff to get himself killed. I'm betting he had a second computer with all his secret junk on it. All the stuff he was using to hide his web searches shows he was paranoid as hell. You still found him, Ding pointed out. I said he was paranoid. Byrie replied, not talented anyway, he was a computer guy, so there's no way he only had one laptop. I'd bet he kept another computer hidden somewhere in the house, except when he was actually using it. Check under the towels if there's a linen closet, places like that. It won't be anywhere that could damage the hard drive. Dom closed the freezer door and shrugged. So not in here, then. Got it, Jack said, pulling apart the top of the dining room table and pulling out an HP laptop from the space meant for storing the extra leaf. A slip of paper fell out when he opened the computer. Looks like a phone number, Adara said, quickly searching on her phone. 62 is the country code for Indonesia, she said, and 431 is the city code for Manado, wherever that is. Ryan read the number out loud so Byrie could hear. Now we're getting somewhere, Byrie said. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get you something as long as I have control of the computer, even remotely. We've been here way too long already, Ding said. He made a circling motion with his finger above his head. Let's get moving, he said over the radio for Midas's benefit. We'll meet up at the hotel and let Gavin work his magic. In the meantime, buddy, see what you can find on that number. Roger that? Byrie replied. I'll be right here waiting. As Ding ended the call, Clark was already on the phone arranging for the plane. Since Lisanne was on leave, he spoke directly with the chief pilot. Hey, Helen, it's John. I need you to get the Gulfstream prepped for a possible trip. There's a good chance we're heading to Indonesia, a place called. He squinted to read the screen on Adara's phone. Manado. David Huang spent 2 hours running a surveillance detection route before meeting Michelle Chadwick in the small Virginia town of Great Falls, counterintelligence personnel from various U.S. government agencies often tail low-level members of foreign missions based on suspicious intercepted emails or phone calls, and sometimes it's entirely random. Huang assumed he was safe from such scrutiny since he was posing as a Canadian lobbyist, but he could never be certain. The Ministry of State Security had assured him his passport was a legitimate document under a false name. Still, there was always the risk that some peripheral Canadian investigation might uncover something about his identity. He could have been filmed meeting with Chadwick, or his handler might have been exposed. While weak links could be minimized, they couldn't be eliminated completely. So Huang took a long, winding route out of Washington, D.C., and instructed Chadwick to do the same. The lengthy drive gave his support team time to watch for any tails while he doubled back through heavy traffic on the Leesburg Pike, exited and re-entered at consecutive ramps, or crawled along the Beltway at 10 miles below the speed limit. He'd driven these twisting country roads with his wife before, just to admire the houses. These weren't the flashy McMansions of the nouveau riche in other parts of D.C., where career bureaucrats went deep into debt for the right zip code and fought to get their kids into private schools. Great Falls was old money, with pricey real estate, white wooden fences, and massive horse barns surrounded by hickory and oak forests. It was far too expensive for a CIA officer on a government salary unless they came from family wealth. There were still police around, but not like inside the Beltway where it seemed every other person was an armed federal officer. Huang arrived early and sat in his white Range Rover, sipping a Diet Coke and watching the wind whip through the plum trees when Chadwick's BMW SUV pulled into the lot. Neither of them had brought a cell phone. What was the point of running surveillance detection if you carried your own tracking beacon in your pocket? He sighed at Chadwick's stiff movements and nervous glances as she got into his car. She looked like someone pretending to be a spy, but that couldn't be helped. She was scared, a feeling she likely hadn't experienced in a long time given her powerful position. Huang saw the flash of anger in her eyes and reminded himself that powerful animals are always more dangerous when they're frightened. I'm here, she said, flopping into the passenger seat and slamming the door. Now what? Her habit of styling her hair like a helmet was annoying, and the wind had blown a lot of it across her face. We need you to meet with Ryan again immediately. Not a chance. Chadwick shook her head as if she were still in control and her decision was final. I told you, the whole place is in crisis mode. I already gave you some valuable information. My superiors were very pleased, Huang said. Actually, the timing is perfect for you to get close to him. As you said, he's in the middle of a crisis. People reveal their true colors in moments like this. I'm not sure he even buys my story. That would be a real shame, Huang said. You'd better do everything you can to make sure he does. She let out a bitter laugh, keeping her eyes fixed straight ahead, her chin trembling slightly. I'm nowhere near as good a liar as you are. Listen to me, Michelle, David said. I'm genuinely sorry. We're both stuck in positions we never wanted. But that's just how it is now. He felt bad about a lot of things, but Chadwick was a master manipulator herself. That made things simpler. None of that matters, Chadwick said. He's way too distracted to meet with me over some bill I'm trying to push through. So you'll schedule a meeting about something else, Huang replied, something that fits with what's on his mind right now. Tell him you have a constituent of Chinese descent who's traveling in Indonesia and might offer some help. Say this constituent knows about an American priest who was recently taken into custody for proselytizing. Is that even true? Chadwick asked. Did your people have a hand in that? At this point, Huang said, the truth doesn't really matter. But that's beside the point. Ryan will probably already know about this, which will back up what you're saying. He'll be eager for more details. He will, Chadwick agreed, and then the FBI will be all over me asking about my contact in Indonesia, a contact I don't even have, by the way. Ah, Huang said, but you do. There will be a voicemail on your cell phone from an anonymous male caller in Indonesia as soon as you get back to your apartment. How do you know I came from my apartment and not my office? Huang reached for her hand. Michelle, she yanked her arm away, furious. I swear to you, David, or whatever your real name is, if you ever touch me again, I will break your hands, so help me God. Huang let out a soft chuckle. I don't believe in God, but I do believe you'd hurt me if you got the chance. He leaned back against his door, giving her room to cool off. Social engineering was mostly about making someone feel like they got what they wanted, letting them win the small fights while you won the whole war. I'm truly sorry, he said. Bullshit. He slowly shook his head, looking out his side window, careful to watch her reflection in the glass. I know you don't believe me, but I'm just as trapped in this mess as you are. He paused for a moment, and when she stayed silent, he started the Range Rover's engine. Look on the bright side. We're only helping you take down a political rival. You bastard, Chadwick said, quieter now but still furious. Stop pretending we're on the same side. I hate Jack Ryan, but he's a lot smarter than you give him credit for. He'll figure this out. I can almost guarantee it. Call the number I gave you once you've set up the meeting, Huang said. He pressed the button to unlock her door, signaling their conversation was finished. I get the feeling you're trying to come up with a way to get out of this situation. But be very careful, Michelle. Do exactly what I tell you when I tell you my bosses are dangerous people. Focus on your own safety, and let us worry about how smart Jack Ryan is or isn't. Ding put Gavin Byrie on speaker as everyone settled into their seats on the Hendley Gulfstream for the 9,000-mile flight to Manado. With Lisanne Robertson on leave, they'd be without their transportation director, meaning they'd have to rent their own cars, arrange their own ramp parking, and grab their own drinks on the plane. This guy Ackerman came into some serious money before he was killed, Byrie said. I found recent bank deposits totaling $12.5 million US. That's an odd amount for a payoff, Jack said, looking up from where he was making his usual nest on the rearmost leather sofa seat of the company jet. I'm guessing he split a bigger payday with Noonan. Already checked that, Gavin said. And you're right. 50-50 split Midas let out a low whistle. $25 million, Gavin stated, letting the number hang in the air. Ding paused his note-taking, looking up from his moleskine pad. That adds up. Our theory is that they sold the AI program to another party before Father West got arrested and Noonan vanished. So there are now two versions floating around, Gavin replied. All right. It'll take me a bit to get the full details, but I'm on it. A quick search of his laptop reveals dozens of messages between him and a business named Superman Games, specifically the CEO, a guy who goes by, get this, just Superman, a single-word name, Ryan chimed in. Like Superman? Byrie continued. I'm not sure about the origin, but it turns out Superman is a pretty common name in Indonesia. Since he runs a video game company, this particular Superman really leans into the comparison. He has offices in Manado, he's a total playboy, racing cars and skydiving in his spare time. He seems to think of himself as a pioneer in the Indonesian gaming scene, a real trailblazer. Clark asked, You found all this on his computer? Byrie scoffed. No, I found most of it on social media. This guy posts more than the Kardashians. Every other picture is him in a sports car or a plane with some beautiful woman on his arm. Picture an Indonesian James Bond wearing Elton John glasses. I'm sending you all the photos now, but honestly, all you have to do is Google him. He's the kind of guy who probably has statues of himself in his mansion. Ding pulled up the photo on his phone. Wow, he said, staring at the thick glasses that made Superman's eyes look enormous. This guy must have terrible vision. Clark looked at his own phone. He seems like the type who would throw money at a fancy new AI program for his company. Byrie added, He's got the cash. He's worth about $500 million just from what we can see. There are probably tons of hidden accounts all over the world. So, Jack said, someone frames Noonan into giving up this Calliope program, but Ackerman and Noonan had already sold a copy to Superman. Ding confirmed. That's the gist of it. Weed hopper. Clark leaned back, folding his hands. We need to refuel in L.A., the pilot, Helen yelled back from the cockpit, and then again in Honolulu. Clark repeated, L.A., see what you can dig up in the next few hours, Gavin. We're flying to Manado to take this guy's prize. A man's life, and who knows what else, is riding on it. Chavez ended the call, and the team settled in for the long flight as the Gulfstream G550's Rolls-Royce engines roared to life. So, Midas said, this is a quick in and out. We find the software, grab it, and get it analyzed to see what we're up against with the Chinese. Ding shot a sideways glance at Clark. Right, except we don't bring it back. This tech is too important. The higher-ups are sending a couple of F-15 Eagles from the 44th Fighter Wing at Kadena. We hand over Calliope as soon as we get it. They'll fly it back to our scientists at Joint Base Pearl Harbor-Hickam at Mach 2.5 with a few aerial refueling stops. They'll cruise at 65,000 feet and get back to the States way before we do. Manado Airport can't be very big, Jack said. Can an F-15 even land there? Clark nodded. I asked the same question. The Eagles need about 8,000 feet. Manado has 8,900. Anyway, one step at a time. We don't have Calliope yet. Let's focus on that, Ding interrupted. I have a couple of questions before you all pass out. Who wants to tell me about the ghosts everyone was talking about during the Chinatown training? Adara smirked. We were messing with you. We wanted you to wonder what we were seeing. I planned to plant a cloned tracker along the path so you'd think I was staying put. Then I'd circle back and snatch the RAF Hereford mug when you called Dave and Lanny to check out our decoys. Chavez's face turned red. That might have actually worked. He wasn't sure if he should be mad or impressed. Clark raised a hand before he could respond. You trained them well, Ding. They win, you win, maybe, Ding said. But from where I'm standing, it still looks a hell of a lot like cheating. And how exactly is that? Adara asked. We were supposed to follow the rabbits to the hide, create a diversion to pull them away from the spot, and then bring you the mug. That's exactly what we planned to do. Chavez stared hard at her, and he had one intense stare. Whose idea was this? Adara groaned like a kid caught red-handed, but who didn't think she'd done anything wrong. Mine? And the rest of you? Chavez asked. No one else wants to step up. Midas raised his hand. I am Spartacus. The others spoke all at once, each claiming their share of the blame. Adara leaned back, thumping her head against her seat, staring at the ceiling. No, she said. It was all me, Ding. Okay, don't get mad at them. They were just following my lead. Chavez chuckled. Then you get all the credit, which means I'm buying you dinner at Smith & Wollensky. Next time we're in New York." A sudden thought hit him, and he looked up at Clark. "Were you in on this, Mr. C?" "Nope," Clark said. "Wish I had been, though." His cell phone started buzzing, and he sat up, pulling it from his pocket. "Clark." He closed his eyes, listening, nodding, giving a polite grunt now and then to let the caller know he was still there. After 3 minutes, he exhaled slowly through his mouth and said, "Thanks for letting me know." "Yes, me too. I appreciate it. Everything okay?" Ding asked. "Good to go," Clark said, offering no further explanation. "Hey," Adara said, clearly picking up on Clark's need for some emotional space. "Maybe we can call ahead and have some poke brought out to the plane when we land in Honolulu. There's a good spot not far from the airport." Ding shrugged. "If you'd rather have raw tuna and soy sauce than a Smith & Wollensky steak." "Nice try, mister," Adara said. "One has nothing to do with the other." She settled in beside Dom. "I love Hawaii. Too bad we'll only get to see the airport." Caruso leaned against her shoulder. "Don't worry, hon. Indonesia is a tropical paradise, too. Just a hell of a lot more people who'll want to kill us. It'll be fun." The Gulf Stream bounced a bit as it rolled down the taxiway. Clark had never been much of a talker anyway, but he'd turned inward since getting that last call. Chavez caught his eye and gave him an "okay" signal like scuba divers use a circle with his thumb and forefinger. Clark gave him a quiet nod and then shut his eyes, following up with an involuntary shake of his head. He'd known Pat West, so he was already upset about that. But this was different. Clark wasn't just upset, he was shaken, which had a way of making Ding doubt the things he took for granted, like gravity. John Clark was as solid as they come. When something was bad enough to bother him, it was either very bad or very personal. Peter Lee kissed his wife hello as soon as he walked in the door, and then immediately said goodbye. He felt a mix of pride and excitement every time he saw her glowing face and growing belly. Most men his age were playing golf and looking at motor home brochures. Here he was, married to a woman more than 10 years his junior, preparing for a new baby. It would either keep him young or kill him, but he decided he'd enjoy it either way. Sophie was disappointed. "You're leaving again? It's just for a couple of hours," he said, rubbing his tired eyes from jet lag. "I had a strange encounter on my trip, and I need to inform the security folks. It's a clearance matter. We need to report any interactions with foreign governments." Sophie raised an eyebrow. "That sounds like something out of a spy novel." Lee seemed distracted. "It kind of was. It's strange for someone my age to get that kind of attention from a pretty woman." Sophie shot him a cautious look. "Well, present company excluded, of course. Sounds like you've got some reporting to do right here at home." Mr. Lee leaned in, gave her a quick kiss on the nose, gently squeezed her shoulder, and headed for the exit. He was drained from nearly 2 days of travel, but he was determined to put the whole incident on the Torreya flight behind him. Dexter Reed's campus sprawled across 62 acres in 3 separate plots about 30 miles north of Chicago. Jogging trails snaked through green spaces and wildlife areas between the large brick and glass structures. The security and human resources teams were on the same property as Lee's building, just 2 structures over. Isaac Santos greeted Lee at the main entrance, where Lee's office was. DNR's head of security was wearing a white hard hat, a reflective safety vest, and a lineman's belt loaded with climbing gear. He was rolling down his denim shirt sleeves as Eli approached. "Peter?" Santos said, shaking his hand, giving him the kind of wary look that cops reserve for everyone outside their circle. "Isaac," Lee replied. "Appreciate you making time for me." The security chief was a decent guy, easy to talk to, always cracking jokes, much less reserved than you'd expect from a former FBI supervisory special agent from the New York field office's counterintelligence unit. "No problem," Santos said. He gestured toward the budding trees lining the main road to the employee lot. "I was already out here, setting a trap for this scumbag we've been tracking." A woman in human resources had gone through a rough breakup, and her ex-boyfriend was making death threats, calls, texts, the whole package. She'd moved to a safe house, but he knew where she worked. The court issued a protective order and then a warrant. But paperwork doesn't stop a bullet if he decides to open fire in the parking lot. What the poor guy didn't know was that DNR's security team was made up of retired FBI agents, former Chicago PD detectives, and other ex-feds. Every single one of them was wired to jump in and protect someone like that HR lady. "Honestly, Peter," Santos said, adjusting his tool belt, "if I weren't such a stickler for the law, I'd just take this guy out myself. We can keep her safe at work, but if he finds her new address, the cops will be minutes away when he comes to bash her head in." "I get it," Lee said. "Anyway," Santos leaned against the elevator wall as they rode up, "we're ready for him." Your average guy has no clue what kind of digital breadcrumbs he's leaving with his phone and car. If he comes anywhere near that lot, my whole team gets an alert. Local police are already on standby. The elevator doors opened on Lee's floor, revealing a hive of activity in the computer labs. "Always good for the boss to see when he stops by unannounced, so," Santos said, following Lee into his office. "On the phone, you mentioned a possible contact with a hostile foreign nationals. I'll need to loop in the Chicago field office." "You good with that?" "That's why I called you," Lee said, motioning to the couch for Santos to take a seat. "What do you think she was after, this Kiwi reporter?" "She was curious about my work," Lee said, "but she never got specific." "So what did she talk about in general?" "She was fishing. It felt like she already knew a lot about what we do here." "How so?" Santos asked. "I mean, you don't even have a Facebook page." Lee raised an eyebrow. "It's my job to know these things," Santos said, answering the silent question. "Tell me why you think she knew so much about you." Lee had spent most of the 13-hour flight from Auckland to Los Angeles turning that question over in his mind. "She called me Dr. Lee. I don't like titles, but almost everyone who knows me calls me Admiral." Santos nodded thoughtfully. "That's a much harder title to earn, I guess," Lee replied. "But everyone calls me Admiral or Mr. Lee except here. This is the only office where anyone calls me Dr. Lee. I have a strong feeling she's spoken to someone else who works here." Santos let out a low whistle. "You're working on some pretty intense projects. Still, it's not like we're in a shooting war with New Zealand." "Did you see her talking to anyone else?" "I didn't see her again after our encounter," Lee said. "Well, Santos said, I think we need to trust your instincts. Do you trust your team?" "They've all been vetted," Lee said. "I know every one of them by name, but it's a large team, 38 computer engineers working on 6 different projects. Most are former military, but not all. We do our best to keep everything secure." "I'm sure you do," Santos said, "but the enemy only needs to find one small weakness to slip through," he groaned, "and there are plenty of enemies out there." "Does everyone know about each other's projects?" "A lot of what we do overlaps," Lee said. "So yes, generally everyone stays informed on all the projects. It makes us more efficient. There are some specifics in our Missile Defense Agency projects that are restricted for security reasons." Santos crossed his legs on the couch and tapped a pencil against his leather boot, thinking, did this woman ask about any specific projects? She brought up communications and the Internet of Things. Do you remember if she used those terms first? Or did you? "She did," Lee said, knowing he'd have to go through all these same questions again when the Bureau agents arrived. Santos stopped tapping his pencil. "Does that help narrow down which team might have leaked?" "All our projects are communication projects, like encrypted data links between devices," Santos said, "for both civilian companies and the military." "That's right," Lee said, not surprised that Santos knew the details. "The company executives trusted this man with their lives in some of the most dangerous places on Earth. They might as well trust him with information about their most valuable contracts." Santos leaned back in his seat and sighed. "Friends in my old unit tell me the PRC is actively trying to get their hands on exactly what you're working on. You think I'm a target because my parents were born in Taiwan? Maybe," Santos shrugged. "Or it could be a coincidence. Look, it's a tough situation, but they're going to have to investigate any connections you might have. I know. Lee groaned, feeling the jet lag catching up with him. He'd been through enough background checks on his way to becoming an admiral to know the process. That's why I called you right away, Isaac. The Bureau agents are going to ask you this, so you should start thinking about it. Is there anyone on your team you don't trust? They all have top-secret clearances. So did Aldrich Ames, Santos said, and a bunch of other jerks who spied against the United States. That's not the question. Honestly, the only person with access to every part of all the projects is me. I made sure of that. Where I used to work, we had a saying, "Trust your buddy with your life, but not your wife." I feel the same way about these projects. We have active interfaces with some very sensitive systems, software updates, patches, things like that. I personally check everything before it goes out. I have sole access to the passcodes needed to push updates, but I still need a second person in the room with me. 2 people have to be logged in for the system to function? Like launching a nuke on a submarine or ship, Santos observed. The aircraft we push software to carry nuclear weapons. So yes, that's a strong point. Think hard, Santos pushed. Is there anyone you'd seriously rather not be trapped in a dark room with? Someone on your team who gives you a bad feeling? No. Lee sat back in his chair. I've got nothing. There's another angle, Santos said, shifting uncomfortably. The FBI is going to dig into this way deeper than I just did. That's what they're paid for, Lee replied. They'll want every last detail if you catch my drift. All I can do is tell them what I know. Santos pressed his lips together, holding Lee's gaze. What I'm getting at, Peter, is they'll want the full story of everything you and that woman said and did. It could get ugly. Lee let out a laugh. There's nothing to tell. I didn't do a thing. Santos stood up slowly, groaning. All right, then. Shouldn't be a problem. Seriously, Lee said, you keep forgetting I'm the one who called you. Besides, I'm old enough and smart enough not to hook up with some random woman who hits on me while asking about a top-secret government project. Don't be so sure, Santos replied. It's basic science. A man will follow his instincts into places he wouldn't go with a loaded weapon. Well, Lee said. Not me, Santos chuckled, says the 54-year-old who's about to be a dad. As usual, reporters were lined up behind the barriers, waiting for Ryan to step out toward Marine One. Jakarta was a long trip, even on Air Force One, and there was no point in leaving before his advance team and vehicles were ready. Besides, Ryan still had a country to run, including a trip to address members of the North Atlantic Council visiting the United Nations in New York from NATO headquarters in Belgium. Those countries usually had Russian aggression on their minds, but Ryan planned to keep his ears open for anything related to China. There was always gossip floating around if you knew where to look. The UN was sovereign ground, but it was far from neutral. Van Damme stopped him in the Oval Office just as he was getting ready to leave. As a rule, Ryan liked to walk out to the White Top with his hands free. He was sure the media had a bet going on when he'd turn to wave and trip. There was a small divot on the south lawn, nothing major, but big enough to catch his shoe if he wasn't careful. His body man had his briefcase, and he, along with Gary Montgomery and the other agents traveling with him, were already on Marine One. Ryan would be the last one to board. What's going on, Arnie? He asked. You and I both know Pat West is an innocent pawn in some Chinese scheme to steal AI technology. I'm ready to confront Chairman Zhao directly and let the consequences sort themselves out. Are you finished? Van Damme asked. What do you mean? I mean, it's fine to feel that way, but you need to get it out of your system before you walk past those reporters. They're hungry for a scandal, and half of them would prefer it was your blood. I have the most powerful military on the planet, Ryan said. A military that controls the land, air, and sea, right at my fingertips. I have advanced satellites that can spot dimples on golf balls from orbit, brilliant spies who could charm the most cunning person, And yet here I am, powerless to help my friend. I know, Van Damme said. Have a good trip, Mr. President. Senator Chadwick asked to see you again, but I told her you're tied up right now. No, Ryan said, catching his chief of staff off guard. Marine One to Andrews, Air Force One to Manhattan, motorcade to the UN. That's about an hour total, 2 hours on the ground, plus the return trip. Tell her I'll be back in 4 hours. Meanwhile, I want an update on Father Pat's situation while I'm in the air. Yes, sir, Van Damme said. We'll help him, Mr. President. It'll just take some time. You're damn right we will, Ryan said. If I have to track down John Clark and show up at the prison gate with a couple of axe handles to break him out myself. Again, Van Damme said, that's probably not something you'd want to mention in front of the press. 24. The 3 young Asian women weren't regulars at the Boondock Bar, but neither was Major Goodloe O. Schmidt of the United States Marine Corps. Tucked away off Kalakaua Avenue, just a stone's throw from Waikiki Beach. Boondocks was exactly Schmidt's kind of spot. It was rowdy, filled with friends who had his back, and there was no shortage of attractive women. Schmidt was short and completely bald at 37. Major Reed Skeet Black, Schmidt's former classmate from the Naval Academy, stood beside him at the bar, sipping a Hefeweizen. Skeet's light brown hair was cropped short, and a faint Celtic tattoo wrapped around his right bicep, peeking out from the sleeve of his Rogue CrossFit t-shirt. Schmidt couldn't stand wheat beer, but he kept that to himself since it was good to see his old friend. They'd gone through flight school together, then Hornet training in Pensacola. Both had seen combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, later running Tomahawk Chase, tracking cruise missiles after they were launched from Navy ships and subs. Schmidt returned to Pensacola to teach the next wave of studs, as they called the students, while Skeet Black pushed hard and earned a coveted spot in the Navy's flight demonstration squadron, the Blue Angels. Eventually, both men found themselves flying F-35B Lightnings, Schmidt testing naval weapons at China Lake and Skeet working for the Marine Corps F-35 program out of the Pentagon. They were still flying planes when most pilots their age and rank were stuck behind desks. That said something. 2 weeks earlier, they'd been temporarily assigned to the USS Ronald Reagan for a secret mission they hadn't yet been briefed on. 2 Lockheed Martin F-35Bs capable of short takeoff and vertical landing came with them. Sometimes the Marine Corps did things that way for operational security, as if Skeet would ever spill a secret. You'd have to talk to do that, and Skeet Black wasn't much of a talker. That suited Schmidt fine, since he preferred to do most of the talking himself. The problem was, the women crowded around the wicker bar seemed more intrigued by Skeet's quiet demeanor than by Schmidt's war stories. "You fly jets?" the woman closest to Schmidt asked, flashing a grin like a gap-toothed Lucy Liu. "I'm a pilot." "Yeah," he said, giving her one of his trademark smiles. He'd zeroed in on her from the start. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but cute like a girl from the countryside. A little out of place at the bar, just the way Schmidt liked them. She said she and her friends were college students at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, all from California, all second-generation Taiwanese Americans, perfect English with plenty of slang. Check. He'd approached her at the bar, not the other way around. Check. Not too flashy, check. Schmidt had a killer job, but he knew his looks were more goose than maverick. That added up to the women being safe bets. Truth be told, they were a bit young for him, but he was definitely thinking like a younger man, which meant he wasn't thinking much at all. Skeet just sipped his beer and shook his head with that amused, slightly annoyed look of his. "That must be so dangerous," the woman said, clinking her glass against his. "What kind of plane do you fly?" "The fast kind," Schmidt said, grinning again. "Ever had to punch out?" Schmidt took a sip of his second Jack and Coke of the night. He always stopped at 2 before switching to beer. "You mean eject?" "Hell no. If I climb onto something to ride it, I'm staying on for the whole trip." The gap-toothed woman smiled slyly at that. "You must travel all over the world." He gave a modest nod. We see some pretty interesting stuff. She stepped closer, pressing shoulder to shoulder and nudging him sideways a bit. Like what kind of stuff? Stars, the ocean, people trying to kill us. One of the other girls chimed in. Do you ever have to fly at night? That would be a total deal breaker for me. It's actually not that bad, Schmidt replied. The plane leaves a glowing trail behind it. Kind of beautiful, honestly. She traced her index finger down his chest a couple of inches. So how'd you get the nickname O? Schmidt raised an eyebrow. You know? Oh, Schmidt. Sounds like. Lucy smiled as it finally clicked, raising her fruity drink in an air toast. Do you guys fly together? Sometimes, Schmidt said. How do you keep from crashing into each other up there? He leaned in until their foreheads touched. She smelled great like spearmint gum and a floral perfume. That's some classified stuff, he said. I'm not really supposed to talk about my plane. She winced. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't want to get you in trouble. You think anyone heard? She turned to Skeet. What about you? You're a pilot, too. Skeet nodded, playing it cool like Gary Cooper. I am, he said. Fighters? She asked. Skeet finished his beer and set the glass down, pretending not to hear over the noise. He caught Schmidt's eye as he turned. Remember that time in Missawa? Schmidt shook his head, though he knew exactly what he meant. They'd returned from training to find uninvited guests had been smoking in their apartments. Skeet's sheets were rumpled, as if someone had been sitting on his bed. Schmidt's was always messy, so it was impossible to tell. Files were shuffled through, drawers were left open, and someone had left a turd floating in Schmidt's toilet. It felt like a message psychological warfare meant to rattle them. Neighbors had spotted 2 Chinese men hanging around the complex. NCIS even confiscated the turd for DNA testing, hoping to match it to known spies. It turned out to be from a dog, but you had to give the agents credit for trying. Schmidt glanced at gap-toothed Lucy Liu. Her chest rose and fell, like it was trying to break free from her tight white t-shirt. He looked back at Skeet. No, seriously, you think? Skeet nodded. Afraid so, you guys want to get a room? The girl blurted out, sticking her tongue through the gap in her teeth. The Sheraton is just a couple of blocks away. We could all go. Schmidt shrugged, playing it cool. He raised a finger as if to scold her. You promise you're not a spy? She stared at him with a straight face until they both burst out laughing. Of course you're not a spy, Schmidt said, slapping his leg and spilling a little of his Jack and Coke. Your English is too good. A sly smile spread across her lips. So you in as much as I'd like to take you up on that. She turned immediately to Skeet. What about you? No, ma'am, he said. He could have said he had an early start, but that would have been giving away intel, and Skeet Black was too sharp for that. Even so, Schmidt knew their day was about to start a whole lot earlier. 5 hours later, Major Schmidt woke to the sound of someone pounding on his door. He was lying on his couch, staring at the ceiling, still dressed in a freshly pressed Woodland Marine Corps combat utility uniform. Exhausted and dry-mouthed, it annoyed him that 2 Jack and Cokes could give him such a hangover. He groaned and dragged himself to the door. This routine was getting old. As he suspected, Skeet Black stood there, looking way too chipper, as if he'd had a full 8 hours of sleep and a hearty breakfast of oatmeal and almond milk. He was also in Woodland MCCU, sleeves rolled up to his biceps, but his looked just a little crisper. Love what you've done with the place, Skeet said, glancing at the dirty dishes and the pile of laundry at the end of the couch. Guess you never got around to reading, make your bed. Schmidt let out a groan, rolling his eyes as he grabbed his hat and locked his apartment door. I forgot what a riot you're at parties. Anyway, that's a Navy book. You know, if you'd kept your mouth shut, the Chickums would have covered our dinner last night. And we'd both be flagged on our PRP, Skeet replied. The Personnel Reliability Program was the Pentagon's way of making sure people in sensitive roles stayed trustworthy. It meant giving up a lot of privacy, especially for those who flew with nuclear weapons, which both men did from time to time. For your information, Schmidt said, I figured out they were spies right before you did. The one with the gap in her teeth called me by my nickname, which I never told her. She'd run a background check on me. Pretty dumb move for a spy. I think they were banking on us being clueless, Skeet said, or just checked out. Interesting they targeted you. The Chinese have hacked into U.S. personnel files so many times they've got a dossier on all of us. Good thing we're filing a report. Still, Schmidt groaned again, the old man is going to have my hide. We were both there, Skeet reminded him. We were approached. We're making a report. He'll still be furious, Schmidt said, but I'm single and no money changed hands. The wooden sign behind the spotless desk in Captain Craig Slaughter's cramped office read, "You can't have slaughter without laughter," which perfectly captured the Carrier Air Wing commander's menacing sense of humor. Slaughter was Navy, but as the CAG commander, the acronym from the old title of Carrier Air Group, had stuck, he was in charge of everything that flew or kept things flying on CVN-76, the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan. He seemed to enjoy handing out verbal beatdowns. And he was damn good at it, as Majors Schmidt and Black were learning firsthand while standing stiffly at attention in the shipboard office. Captain Slaughter was old-school Navy, his gray crew cut, barrel chest, and the ever-present stub of a cigar jutting from his mouth like an exclamation point made Skeet Black think more of a crusty senior chief than an officer. Still, he recognized good men, and being a pilot himself, he valued talented aviators. Unfortunately for O. Schmidt, the CAG was also sharp as a tack about the situation. "We are in the business of fighting wars," Slaughter said, his face reddening as he laid on the drama like the pro he was. "Not policing your pecker so it stays in your pants. If that pecker gets in the way of warfighting, then we've got a problem. You reading me, Major?" "Loud and clear, sir," Schmidt said. "Why you?" Slaughter asked, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Are you such an easy target that Chinese female spies come up to you in bars to pump you for information?" Already braced at attention, Schmidt's shoulder blades nearly touched as he stiffened at the accusation. "No, sir." "Did either of you happen to let slip what kind of aircraft you fly?" "No, sir, Captain," Schmidt said. They know I'm a pilot. That's all. A fighter pilot. That's possible, sir." "I realize that with spy satellites being what they are," Slaughter said. "Our enemies know when one of our birds has a rusty rivet, but sometimes we might have a plan to fool that eye in the sky. Do I need to spell it out for you that very often? The type of aircraft we do or do not have aboard is—" "I don't know," he spoke through gritted teeth, slamming his palm flat on the desk. "A sensitive matter? I understand, sir." Schmidt stared at the far wall. The CAG turned his 1,000-watt glare on Major Black. "How about you, Skeet? What do you have to say for yourself?" Captain Black said, "We were drinking, letting our guard down more than we should have, chatting with women we now believe were Chinese intelligence operatives. We broke off contact as soon as we became suspicious. No classified information was given away, but looking back, we definitely should have been more cautious with what we did share. I'll be more careful moving forward, sir." He closed with the standard line used after every Blue Angels debrief, hoping it showed he understood that plenty of other naval aviators possessed equal skill and had put in just as much effort. Yet, through luck and circumstance, he'd landed where he was. "I'm just grateful to be here." Captain Slaughter let the silence hang before addressing Schmidt. "NCIS will ask you this, but I want to hear it from you. Did either of you disclose anything about our upcoming operation?" "With all due respect, Captain," Schmidt replied, "we haven't even been briefed on the details of that operation yet." "Sounds like smart protocol from both the Navy and the Marine Corps," Slaughter said, glancing at Skeet. "What about general talk?" "No, sir. The women know we're pilots, nothing more." "Well, gentlemen," Slaughter continued, "you'll be thrilled to learn you're leaving my supervision on the Reagan soon to get to the real heart of your mission." "Can you tell us where, Captain?" "Orders are on the way," Slaughter said. "But as you've probably figured out, the jets you fly are better suited for the Gator Navy than these big-deck carriers." That clicked for Skeet. Amphibious assault ships and their crews worked alongside Marine expeditionary units to project American force globally. Those vessels were smaller, lacking catapults, but could launch all kinds of rotorcraft and STOVL fighters like the Marine Corps Harrier and the F-35B. One thing was obvious to Skeet: the CAG was wound tighter than usual, meaning this assignment had to be significant. Captain Slaughter looked down his nose as if weighing options, though both pilots knew the decision was made before they walked in. They were Marines, used to the theater of discipline. "You've got nerve. I'll give you that," he said. "We've got work ahead, and Lightning pilots aren't exactly common. We need you, but not that badly, understand?" "Yes, Captain," the men said together. "Good," Slaughter said. "Now grab your belongings from your apartments and get back here fast. I've already coordinated with your Marine Corps command. You're confined to base until further notice. The only time I want you off these grounds is when you're airborne heading to your next post." The CAG's tone softened slightly, and he took a deep breath as if the drama was done, and he might offer some wise fatherly advice. Instead, he twisted his lip like he was about to spit something sour and said, "Dismissed." Cecily Lung glanced at her watch and shifted in her ergonomic chair. She was new at Dexter and Reed, not fully trusted by the other engineers yet, but Phil had a crush on her, which gave her an edge. She'd give herself another 90 seconds before walking to his desk, 2 cubicles away. He made it obvious he wanted to ask her out, but couldn't figure out how to handle workplace romance. She'd only been there a week, but Lung kept mental notes on everyone, hunting for exploitable weaknesses, like Phil's attraction to Asian women. She recorded everything in a coded notebook she carried in her purse alongside a Quant 22 caliber Beretta semi-automatic. She also had a small suppressor, a gift from an ex-boyfriend. It was barely longer than her thumb and didn't fully silence the compact pistol, but made it quiet enough that someone behind a closed door might think a book had fallen. But there were few doors here and even fewer walls, Lee never believed in roping off workspaces, convinced that open areas encouraged teamwork and shared ideas. He reluctantly allowed cubicles, but only if the walls were shorter than the shortest person sitting down. He had an office. Corporate bigwigs insisted on it to justify their own, but he removed the door and kept the blinds open. The computer control room, however, had a door, and it was incredibly secure. Engineers called it the vault. It connected to outside clients, including the Missile Defense Agency, who bought and relied on Dexter and Reed products and their regular software updates. Built like a fortress, the vault used reinforced concrete blocks with wire mesh in the walls, floor, and ceiling. Alarms and security pads controlled entry. It wasn't about mistrust. Everyone had top-level clearance, but Lee emphasized constant checks and oversight. Every single task on a terminal had to be double-checked by someone else. Engineers with specific needs could enter the vault in pairs during work hours, but only Lee had the code for after-hours access. Tucked inside Cecily Lung's purse alongside a notebook and a pistol was a small thumb drive her handler had given her that morning, with orders to upload it immediately into the main terminal behind that secure door. The sooner the better. It would take about 15 seconds, but that felt like 15 months if she couldn't get inside alone. She asked Phil to go with her to check some hardware, but there was no chance she could plug in the drive. He was infatuated, but he was also sharp. He'd definitely notice if she inserted something. With luck, the visit logs would help cover her trail. She stood up, slinging her purse over her shoulder. She didn't need the gun to talk to Phil, but it made her feel safer having it. And honestly, things were about to get intense. The gun was a last resort. Her employers would probably prefer she used it on herself if she got caught. Still, knowing it was there made the boring job of watching and waiting a bit more thrilling. Cecily Lung had graduated from MIT with a degree in electrical engineering and computer science, just a year after being recruited by Department 2, the intelligence branch of the People's Liberation Army. Her parents were from Taiwan. They had moved to the U.S., where, amazed by the wealth and freedom of speech, Cecily developed a rebellious streak in high school. At first, she kept her thoughts off social media, but she quickly got bored and was about to quit everything to join an activist group when she was approached. Her recruitment came at the perfect time. Designing computers for a living made her want to scream. A life of espionage combined with computer design was something she could really get into if it didn't land her in jail or worse. She glanced at her watch again. Almost time. Dr. Lee was on the phone talking excitedly but quietly, so she couldn't hear his words. He was a decent enough guy for a capitalist, and Cecily really didn't want to have to shoot him. Honestly, her superiors never mentioned shooting anyone. They didn't even know she had the pistol, but she was a spy, right? Was she supposed to go in unarmed? Time to move. "Hey," Phil Beasley said, rolling back from his desk to give her his full attention. He was maybe a decade older than her, but his style was more like a retiree's favoring, wide brown ties and heavy leather wingtips so beaten up they looked like they'd been on a camping trip. He'd grab fistfuls of his hair when stuck on a coding problem, leaving a spiky tuft that might have looked cool on a teenager, but was just ridiculous on a guy pushing 40. "What brings you to my corner of the world?" he asked, tapping out a silent rhythm on his desk. "Honestly," she replied, checking the clock. Under a minute to go. "I could use a hand hauling an old dryer out of my place. I'll treat you to lunch Saturday if you're free. Don't rush. Keep it cool." "Count me in," he said. "Perfect. I'll text you my address." She fumbled for her phone in her purse, purposely letting it slip and bounce under his desk. Phil, always polite, leaned down to grab it. As he did, she swiped his ID badge from beside his monitor. It felt like every eye in the office was on her, but no one moved or pointed. He sat back up and handed her the phone just as she tucked the badge into her pants pocket. She glanced at the clock again. "I gotta hit the bathroom," she said, bouncing slightly. "Pure nerves, not need, but it looked real. I'll shoot you my number in a sec." Phil rolled back to his screen. "Cool, cool, cool," he muttered. Cecily slipped into the women's room 5 seconds before the fire alarm screamed to life. She ducked into a stall, locked the door, and balanced on the toilet seat to hide her feet. Standard procedure for the floor warden. One of the designated engineers was to pop a head in and check everyone was out. No one expected a person to hide on the toilet. She heard Mr. Lee yelling for everyone to shut down their computers, which she'd already done before visiting Phil's cubicle. With luck, he'd rush out without noticing his missing badge, thinking she'd just left without him. Rude, given he'd just agreed to what felt like a date, but people act weird during a possible fire. Perched on the wobbly plastic seat, she steadied herself against the stall for 2 more minutes, letting the floor clear. Her contact had promised to handle the security footage near the vault door, and she had to trust that. She stepped down carefully, shaking out a cramp in her calf from holding the awkward position, then peeked through the door. The alarm, triggered by her handler, still blared, making the empty cubicles feel like a scene from a disaster movie. She had a short window before floor wardens finished their head count and someone came back to find her. Dexter Reed took fire drills and active shooter protocols seriously, thanks to all the former agents on staff. She pushed that worrying thought aside and sprinted down the empty hallway to the vault. She swiped both her own ID and the one she'd lifted from Phil Beasley to get inside. She'd been afraid the door might lock down during the alarm and exhaled hard when the electronic lock clicked open. She yanked the door and plugged in the thumb drive, clicking through a few commands to launch the program as instructed. She was told it would handle the rest, and it did in a flash. Within 45 seconds, she pulled the drive and logged off the terminal. Whatever this new software did, it didn't need her help. No one had explained what she was installing. She figured it was a rat, remote access Trojan, or another virus meant to take over the system or cause chaos for the Chinese government. Stuxnet, a cyber weapon developed and deployed by the United States, but publicly blamed on Israel, sent Iran's nuclear centrifuges spinning out of control and crashing. The fallout was brutal. Iran executed all the scientists assigned to the project, mistakenly believing one of them had to be a traitor. Then came WannaCry, which shut down businesses worldwide, and NotPetya, which crippled a massive portion of global shipping. Governments denied involvement in computer glitches that caused drones to crash and communication hubs to go dark. The possibilities seemed endless and terrifying. 4.5 minutes after the fire alarm blared, Cecily burst through the side exit of the building, breathless from leaping down 3 flights of stairs. She had left Phil's ID card on his desk, just inches from where she'd swiped it, and wiped her fingerprints off on her shirt. "Hey," Phil said, giving her a puzzled look as she joined her group in the green belt behind the building. "Where were you?" She nodded to the floor warden, a stern older woman who reminded her of a strict junior high English teacher, to confirm she was present. "It's embarrassing," Cecily said, shifting her weight from foot to foot, trying to slow her racing heart so she wouldn't sound guilty. "More embarrassing than burning to death?" Phil joked. Dr. Lee was still on his phone, scanning the crowd of employees as he talked. His gaze settled on Cecily long enough to make her uncomfortable. But he moved on, checking on the rest of his team like a benevolent dictator. She lifted the hem of her blouse to show Phil her waist, revealing a sliver of skin to distract him. "I wore buttonfly jeans today. Took me forever to get decent." "Ah," Phil said. "Gotcha." She forced a smile, groaning inside, and adjusted the leather strap of her purse on her shoulder. A bead of sweat trickled down her cheek, easily blamed on the warm weather. She couldn't wait to find out what she had been part of. The mission had been tense but smooth so far. The program was installed, and she hadn't even needed to use the pistol. Damn it. Lee glanced at her again, then checked his watch like he had been timing her. She shook her head to clear the thought. That was impossible. There was no way he could know what she had done. Or was there? It would almost be a mistake to call Obliope sentient. She had no physical awareness of her surroundings, no sense of plastic cabinets, circuit boards, or hard drives, but anyone who understood code would struggle to believe she wasn't somehow alive on a specific mission within the Dexter and Reed computer system. The software was far more than a virus, yet beautiful in its virus-like simplicity. Using a variation of the Monte Carlo tree search method, Calliope ran through possible scenarios, all the outcomes of the game, tens of thousands of times, searching for the one that came closest to her programmed goal. Shortly after the fire alarm evacuation ended, Peter Lee pushed out a notice for a software patch. Calliope latched onto the patch, hitched a ride, and then deleted herself from the Dexter and Reed servers, leaving no trace she had ever been there. Within minutes, avionics technicians from Carrier Airborne Early Warning Squadrons, VOW 117 at Naval Base Ventura County, and Point Mugu downloaded the patch into their E-2C Hawkeye command and control aircraft. Since the Hawkeye handles communication between other aircraft and surface vessels, it made the perfect vector to infect other machines. Calliope was now in play. Cecily felt like she might be sick when she saw Admiral Lee enter the vault to begin pushing out the software patches. She grabbed her purse and made another trip to the women's restroom. Phil was inside with Lee, acting as security backup. She lingered by the door, watching, trying to look casual but too captivated to care. Phil was hunched over a secondary monitor next to Lee. Lee looked up, startled by a discovery he had made. Phil shook his head firmly. Cecily let out a sharp gasp. It was impossible. There was no way they had pieced it together already. The security logs would show that Phil and Cecily had entered the building earlier that day, which they had. A more detailed review would reveal they had sneaked back in during the fire drill, which would completely baffle Phil. Then he would recall he had left his ID badge on his desk and that Cecily had been running late. He didn't need to be a master detective to realize she had been up to something suspicious. Cecily headed for the door without glancing back, half expecting to hear someone shout her name all the way down the stairs. Manny, the pot-bellied security guard at the front desk, gave her a wave as she passed. He had no clue why she was leaving, though she felt like a giant flashing sign above her head screamed spy. She didn't dare contact her handler until she was driving south on Route 41 toward Chicago, keeping a mile under the speed limit. She used Siri to make the call. "The Admiral is suspicious," she said. When the other end picked up, she slammed her palm against the steering wheel. "What do you want me to do? What do you mean suspicious?" The voice came through without any hint of an accent, neutral and robotic. "Is he suspicious or does he know?" "Suspicious for now," Cecily replied, "but it won't take much for him to connect the dots, then he'll know for sure." "And Fearship?" the voice inquired. "It's in," Cecily said, suddenly remembering she had forgotten to send a confirmation message. She relayed it verbally instead, feeling a surge of adrenaline. "Fearship is in play." "Very well," the voice stated, as if the matter was settled. "Wait," Cecily yelled, hitting the steering wheel again. "What am I supposed to do? I'm telling you, Lee knows." "Suspicious," the voice corrected. "This guy is incredibly sharp," Cecily said, starting to hyperventilate. "He knows I was in the vault alone. Once he finds whatever I injected, he'll know it was me." "There is nothing for him to find." "The patches, then," Cecily insisted. "He'll start checking the patches he sent out. I'm sure your software covers its tracks, but if anyone can figure this out, it's Peter Lee." A long silence filled the line. For a second, Cecily thought the call had dropped. Then she heard a breath. A decision being made. "Lee will not be a problem," the voice said. "I can't go back to work," Cecily said. "I need an escape route tonight." Another pause, long enough for Cecily to check her phone screen. "Go home, pack a bag, and then—" "I always keep a bag ready," Cecily snapped. "Where should I go? Go home and get your bag. Wait there, someone will come for you." Cecily took the 68 toward Prospect Heights. She couldn't afford Lake Forest. "What about the Admiral? I'm telling you, he's going to cause trouble, and I told you not to worry about Lee," the voice said. "He will be dealt with." "You mean dealt with as in eliminated?" "Go home, Miss Lung," the voice said. "This is not your concern." What the hell did that mean? She had committed espionage, betrayed her own government. She was in deep now. Every bit of this was her concern. "I'm only thinking about the mission," Cecily said. "I want to help. That's all, Miss Lung. You must. Listen to me," she snapped. "We are on the same side. You can't just send me to wait. I can assure you this won't blow over. Tell me what I can do to fix it." A frustrated sigh was audible over the line. "Go home," the voice said. "Someone will be there shortly to take care of you." The words sent a chill down her spine. The line went dead, and Cecily Lung pulled over onto the shoulder of the highway just in time to throw up. 27. "I would strongly urge you to reconsider, Mr. President," Special Agent in Charge Gary Montgomery said, like a hulking defensive lineman squeezed into a wool suit. Gary Montgomery sat across the resolute desk from Ryan, perched on the edge of his chair as if ready to spring up and shake some sense into his boss at any moment. Arnie Van Dam was seated to his right, looking like he'd be more than happy to lend a hand. Ryan had just returned from his New York trip, now well accustomed to the jarring stop-and-start nature of presidential travel. He could find himself jumping across 3 or 4 different time zones in a single day, and then do it all over again the next. Those back-and-forth jaunts to Manhattan felt as routine as a trip to the corner market. He couldn't really fault these guys for trying to talk him out of it. The chief of staff's job was a constant grind of nagging and pushing back, forcing him to consider angles he'd rather avoid. As the lead Secret Service agent for the Presidential Protection Division, Montgomery carried a massive weight on his shoulders. Jack Ryan had at times been called a fly-by-the-wire or unconventional strategist behind closed doors in the Secret Service office below the Oval, known as W16. Ryan was sure he'd been labeled all sorts of things, perhaps even a crazy son of a bitch for his habit of taking his sharp responses personally to the farthest corners of the globe. Montgomery had just brought up the angry mobs that attacked Vice President Nixon's motorcade in Caracas back in 1958. The windows were smashed, the car severely damaged, before the Secret Service could miraculously break free from the furious crowd. "We're tracking social media trends in Indonesia now," Montgomery added. "It wouldn't take much to spark a mob if they think you're coming to bust your friend out of prison." "Noted," Ryan said, offering Montgomery a faint smile, though he felt like grabbing the Lincoln bust and hurling it through the window. Gary was too decent a guy for that kind of treatment. The two had grown, if not into true friends, then as close as a protector and his charge can get. "I trust your expertise and judgment," Ryan said, "but I'm going to Indonesia. I was hoping you could bring some guys and maybe a helicopter or two and come along with me, Mr. President," Montgomery said, shutting his eyes as he searched for more convincing words. "You know we'll make it happen, but perfect," Ryan cut in. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear, Gary." Van Damme smacked a fist on his knee. "President Gumeller was right. Beyond the social media buzz, we have word from Ambassador Cowley that the Muslim majority is being stirred into a frenzy by someone. The ambassador isn't sure who's behind it, but it has to be Beijing. Riots are breaking out hourly all over Java, demanding swift justice for Father West. As his friend, you'd be guilty by association." Ryan finished. "I get it. Hell, President Gumelar probably leaked that I was coming to try and block the visit." He turned back to Montgomery. "I'm not saying we go in without a plan, but I am going. Friend or not, something is going on over there, and I want to get to the bottom of it." Van Damme opened his mouth to speak, then stopped as if he'd thought better of it, but couldn't hold back. "You have people for that kind of mission, Mr. Prez?" The door from the secretary's suite swung open and D.N.I. Foley poked her head in. She held up a manila folder with a red and white striped border. Ryan waved her in. "Good thing for Arnie you showed up when you did." He was about to say something disrespectful. Foley smiled. "He wouldn't be Arnie if he didn't." She stood to the side of the desk, the folder clutched at her waist, clearly waiting for the other men to leave before showing its contents to the president. Montgomery got to his feet. "I have more concerns, but I'll go over the details with Mr. Van Damme." Ryan gave them a tight-lipped smile, a silent dismissal. He hated doing it. They genuinely wanted what was best for him, but this situation demanded immediate action, not just contemplation. There are times when you have to set aside your own concerns and focus on something bigger. As that guy Mike Rowe put it, safety third. "It looks like they're gearing up for a mutiny," Mary Pat remarked when she and Ryan were alone. "Their job is to make me see things clearly, and are they succeeding?" Foley inquired. "I'm looking," Ryan replied, "but I'm not necessarily seeing. What have you got for me?" She slid a folder across the desk. "Remember those two PLA generals locked in a power struggle?" Ryan opened the folder to reveal 3 photographs of General Song and his wife holding hands with a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. These weren't secret shots. Everyone was smiling and looking directly at the camera. "All right." Ryan arranged them side by side for comparison, taken on different occasions. "What else am I supposed to be seeing?" Foley placed her index finger on the little girl's face. "This is Song's granddaughter, Niu. Her mother, Song's only daughter, passed away shortly after giving birth. The general and his wife have raised her since she was a baby. By all accounts, he adores her the way most Chinese men dote on a son." "Okay," Ryan said, still puzzled. Mary Pat tapped the photo again. "Now take a closer look at her left eye." Ryan picked up the nearest photograph, studied it for about 30 seconds, then shook his head. "Might be the angle," he suggested. "Is it cloudier than the other one?" "It is." Foley confirmed, her lips pressed into a grim line. "Our experts believe the little girl has something called a retinoblastoma." "A tumor?" Ryan asked. Kathy was an ophthalmologist, so he'd heard the term before. Medical knowledge picked up by osmosis. "Exactly," Mary Pat said. You hear about parents finding out their kids have it after posting a photo on social media and someone points out the white cloud in the iris. Does General Song know? Ryan asked. Foley shook her head. We don't think so. He and his wife keep the little girl completely off social media. She rarely makes public appearances for security reasons. How serious is this condition? Very, Foley stated. It can be fatal if left untreated. If it's not removed quickly enough, she could lose her eye or the cancer could spread to other parts of her body. You weren't considering trying to use this as leverage, were you? Ryan asked. That's your call, Mr. President, Foley replied. I'm a mother, and I'm a human being. Ryan pushed the folder away to create distance. We need to tell the general directly. It's not that child's fault that our two countries are at odds. Song will want to know how we found out. Ryan drummed his fingers on the desk. The little girl makes no public appearances. We'll find something somewhere. I'm not a doctor, Ryan said, but we're talking about cancer, so I assume time is critical. I want General Song informed of this as soon as possible. Offer him any medical help we can provide. Foley let out a soft sigh. I thought you might feel that way. We considered inviting him to bring the child to the Wilmer Eye Institute, but ruled that out since your wife works there. I appreciate that, Ryan said, on so many levels. I know one of the surgeons at the Kellogg Eye Center in Ann Arbor, Foley said. A Dr. Berryhill. He's evidently a med school classmate of Dr. Ryan's. Dan Berryhill, the president mused. He's an eccentric coot, but yeah, he's a hell of an eye surgeon, from what Kathy says. I've already taken the liberty of reaching out to him, Foley continued. Dr. Berryhill has agreed to see a VIP patient at Kellogg on short notice. He doesn't know who yet, but he's done sensitive work for us before. He's been through a vetting process. Very well, Ryan said. Protect our source, but do everything possible to let Song know about his granddaughter within the hour if possible. Get in touch with Scott and make sure State clears the path for any entry visas. I want him to personally oversee this. Right away, Mr. President, Foley replied. It'll be delicate, but we can send a message to the general through our embassy. She turned to leave, then hesitated. I'm proud of you, Jack, because I prioritized a sick child over national security. I'm not sure that was the smart move. Maybe not. Foley's eyes glinted, but it's the move I knew you'd make. 28. Kathy Ryan set the manila folder gently beside her plate, as if she might harm the child in the photos if she handled it too roughly. This little girl needs to get to a hospital immediately. Her usual rule against reading at the table was set aside when the material involved medical issues. Neither she nor Ryan had much appetite, and their light dinner mostly involved pushing the seared sea bass around their plates rather than eating it. She tapped the photo with her index finger to emphasize her point. Yesterday would have been ideal. Enucleation, removing the eye, might be the only option if the tumor has spread too far. Ryan's wife often provided him with a fresh viewpoint, and since she knew him so intimately, would highlight moments where his personal biases might cloud his judgment. She didn't possess the nuclear codes, but she understood what drove Ryan in the grand scheme. That was nearly the same thing. The issue was that right now, he didn't want to be soothed. He had just finished a bluff, bottom line up front, briefing on recent events, including Father West's text and the feuding Chinese generals. He saved the folder with photos of General Song's granddaughter for last, ending with the proposed surgery at Kellogg Eye Center. I should assist, Kathy said. Dan Berryhill is a skilled surgeon, but I can help him. Ryan fought the urge to slam the table at the suggestion. Well, that's not happening. Why, this is my area of expertise, Jack. Let me contribute. It's not up for discussion, Ryan said. Mary Pat is developing a plan as we speak. To approach the general? Kathy asked. Better not to get into specifics, Ryan said. But yes, That's the gist. Someone from the CIA will make contact to see if the general is willing to share anything. Here I am, Kathy said. Send me. Quoting Isaiah won't get you anywhere. Kathy fumed silently, staring at her plate as if the answer to her problems lay in the sea bass. The only sounds in the dining room were the clinking of silverware and the pounding of Ryan's growing headache echoing in his ears. For a moment it seemed he might get away with ignoring his wife's suggestion, a habit that almost always backfired. No such luck. I'm serious about this, Jack, she continued. Dan Berryhill and I completed our ophthalmology residency at Johns Hopkins together. He's the obvious choice at Kellogg for the surgery. I'll go in undercover and assist. Ryan closed his eyes, trying and failing to hide the pained expression on his face. Undercover? You know what I mean, Kathy said. I can go in without all the commotion that follows you around. Maureen and the rest of my Secret Service detail will be with me, but few people need to know I'm even there. I'll be gowned up with a surgical cap and mask. And then what? Ryan asked. Then I get close to General Song when he comes to check on his granddaughter in recovery, and I ask for his help. You said it yourself. Your source thinks he's ready to switch sides. This way, I talk to him and you don't have to burn a valuable asset in the PRC. How do you know all that? Ryan said, looking pained. Am I talking in my sleep now? Han, his wife gave him a reassuring, if slightly condescending, pat on the arm. You do a lot of talking on the phone when I'm right here. I know you think I'm just a decoration. You know better than that. Ryan rolled his eyes. But this plan of yours sounds too much like what? She interrupted. The right thing to do? You know that quote from Edmund Burke, for evil to triumph, it's only necessary for good women to do nothing. Ryan lifted an eyebrow, looking professorial. I'd be careful with that one. It's not actually Burke. What he really said was, woman is not made to be the admiration of all, but the happiness of one. Leave it to you with your perfect memory to pull that out, Kathy snapped. Yeah, because I'm just so controlling. She leaned back and stared up at the ceiling, letting out a long breath. Look, she said, her voice softening. This is driving both of us crazy. Pat West is my friend, too. I have to do something to figure out what's happening. The danger here is massive. There's a strong chance General Song has no idea about any of this. I get that, Kathy replied. But he's a Chinese general running war games, and the Chinese are tied to Pat's arrest in Indonesia. According to his text, it's all connected to some video game technology. It's not a huge stretch to think there might be a link. He has to know something. Ryan let out a heavy sigh. I really do talk too much in my sleep. He groaned, his mind racing. He needed to find a way to talk his wife out of this, short of issuing a presidential order, which with Kathy held about as much weight as a polite suggestion. He and Pat West had been friends since high school and later at the CIA. That bond naturally became part of the Ryan family. West was a quiet soul, a bit of a loner. Kathy had always felt it was her job to look after him like a mother hen. His arrest hit her especially hard. As it turned out, Jack wasn't the only one with a strategic mind. Kathy backed off her plan to head to Michigan for a moment. So what's your move? She asked, pushing her plate aside. On a different note, Ryan said, trying to shift the conversation while staying alert. Senator Chadwick has decided she wants to be my new best friend. Kathy gasped, momentarily thrown off. Please tell me you don't trust her. Not really, Ryan said. Well, yes, I trust her to be exactly who she is. Michelle Chadwick. She needs my backing for a literacy bill focused on Native American kids. There has to be more to it than that, Kathy pressed. Oh, Ryan chuckled. There definitely is. That woman despises you. It's obvious every time she speaks on TV. I'm pretty sure she'd rather see you fail completely than help a native kid learn to read. Ryan just shrugged. Maybe. So I assume you have a plan to get Pat out. Believe me, Ryan said, there's nothing I'd love more than to lead a Marine Expeditionary Brigade into Jakarta and bust Father Pat out of prison. But we have that annoying little issue of Indonesia's national sovereignty to consider. What does President Gumelar say? He admits the charges are false, but claims his hands are tied. Of course he does, Kathy muttered. She'd always thought he was a bit spineless. It seems Indonesia is run by mob rule, Ryan said, not the rule of law. If the people believe Father Pat was preaching Christianity to Muslims, then that's the truth as far as they're concerned, no matter what facts or common sense say. Gumelar had a Chinese Christian finance minister who made a comment the public thought was blasphemy against Islam. He's the president's close friend, and he's still in jail 18 months later. I've got Adler and his team at State looking into some incentives to help Gumelar sell a release plan to his people. But I have to be careful not to give away everything for a personal friend. I suppose, Kathy said, not convinced. I guess there are other wrongly accused Americans locked up around the world. 1 or 2, Ryan said. She studied his face, her eyes narrowing. But you're really going, of course. But no battalion of Marines. Gumelar is an important ally, Ryan said with a hint of resignation. Unfortunately, we've been planning this trip for months. This simply moves the timeline up. People will interpret it as, I don't care, Ryan cut in. I'm not going to sit behind a desk for this. If I can prove to Gumelar that China is behind it, that changes everything. Kathy studied the tablecloth, her mind racing. She looked up sharply. That's exactly why you need to let me help. You're focused on saving Father Pat. Let me help save that little girl's eye and talk to the general. I want to do my part as the First Lady. Ryan let out a low groan, reaching across the table to hold her hand. Walked right into that one, didn't I? You sure did, Kathy said with a grin. Come on, this'll be exciting. No one outside our team and the general will even know I was there. Honey, Ryan said, his tone turning serious. Make no mistake, what you're doing is noble, but it's espionage, plain and simple. And that is never, ever, ever easy. She smiled wide, wiggling her eyebrows and squeezing his hand. He gave her a wary look. What? You know? She said, her eyes softening. Speaking of Edmund Burke a long time ago, ages, really, I heard you quote him to my dad while you were waiting downstairs for me to get ready. I fell in love with you right then and there. Was it the one about women? Burke was kind of. She playfully punched his arm. You told my father no one ever made a greater mistake than he who did nothing because he could only do a little. Boy, Ryan chuckled. Your dad must have thought I was a clueless kid. Thank you for letting me do this, Jack. It's a small thing, but it matters. Detective Emmett Ryan of Baltimore Homicide taught his son Jack early to trust the experts. The 2 Secret Service agents sitting across the Resolute desk definitely qualified. Together, Gary Montgomery and Maureen Richardson had nearly 40 years of combined experience protecting dignitaries. A GS-15, roughly equivalent to an assistant special agent in charge in other agencies, Maureen Richardson reported directly to the head of the Presidential Protection Division, known as MO. She led the satellite detail responsible for the First Lady's safety. Far smaller than the massive operation surrounding the president, the FLOTUS detail was discreet and flexible. Mo and her team followed Dr. Ryan everywhere, then seamlessly merged with Montgomery's larger unit when the Ryans traveled together. They integrated but remained ready to split off if the schedule or situation demanded. It was a delicate dance, and Montgomery and Richardson were savvy enough to make the complex steps look effortless. Jack Ryan generally avoided meddling in his own security details, but when it came to Kathy, his instincts as a husband overrode those of the nation's chief executive. Hundreds of agents from Protective Operations, Protective Intelligence, and the Uniform Division conducted advance work, executed logistics, coordinated with medical staff and Air Force and Marine support, and created multiple layers of electronic, structural, and personal security around the president and his family. Though he didn't micromanage, Ryan made it a point to know everything he could about the agents assigned to the inner circle. Inside the bubble, Within arm's reach of the president, they lived under the constant gaze of television cameras, not to mention the active threat of those who wanted to see their boss dead. Threats poured in daily via social media, phone calls, or written letters. These men and women were, by necessity, the absolute best. Ryan hadn't personally chosen Maureen Richardson to protect his wife, but he would have, given the chance. She was a shooter, which he appreciated. Her record showed 2 officer-involved shootings during her time as a uniformed officer with the Denver Police Department, one with her AR-15, the last with her Glock sidearm. In both incidents, she discharged 4 rounds and struck her intended target each time. After each shooting, she was cleared and received commendations from both her department and the community. Ryan found it particularly telling that on both occasions, she left her position of cover and moved toward danger when she saw others under threat. That kind of trait is exactly what you want in someone tasked with protecting your wife. This instinct aligns perfectly with the Secret Service's core mission. Agents are trained not to seek cover during an attack, but to make themselves the bigger target while ensuring their protectee escapes harm. Kathy also took a liking to her, which certainly didn't hurt. Mo's mousy brown hair was cut just above her strong shoulders. Her perpetually rosy complexion made her look like she'd just stepped in from a brisk wind regardless of the weather. With a prominent chin and rounded cheeks, her face held a resting smile even when she was upset. That look was more than a little unsettling, which Ryan considered an advantage, given her job was to keep people off balance. Secret Service agents need to project a certain seriousness. A former collegiate judo champion, Mo Richardson moved with the grounded grace of a seasoned martial artist. Her husband served on the FBI's elite hostage rescue team, and you got the sense the 2 of them spent hours at the dojo every day, trying to beat each other up when they weren't on duty. Though not as tall or imposing as Gary Montgomery, Mo still carried that unmistakable don't mess with me energy that made would-be attackers hesitate before making a move, buying precious seconds. Gary Montgomery was listening to her plan, more or less. "We'll send in a bigger advance team than usual," Mo said. "They'll blend in with local agents in small groups, so we'll have a strong ground presence before Surgeon arrives." Arnie Van Dam knocked, then poked his head through the door that led directly across to the Roosevelt room. His office was to the left, down that same hallway. "Mr. President," Van Dam said, "Senator Chadwick is here to discuss that new information we talked about." It wasn't ideal, but Secret Service personnel were used to their meetings being interrupted by what seemed like more pressing matters. Codename Carpenter, Van Dam also had Secret Service protection, though a small detail focused mainly on portal-to-portal security. He often told his detail that if he ignored them, it meant he trusted them to do their jobs without his input. Fortunately for the agents, Ryan never saw his wife's security as something that could take a back seat to anything. Ever. "Go ahead and let the senator brief you," Ryan said. "See if this mysterious constituent of hers has anything we don't already know. We'll be done here in a few minutes." The chief of staff slipped out as quickly as he'd entered, closing the door behind him. Ryan gestured for the agents to continue. Richardson laid out the rest of her plan to keep Kathy safe while getting her close to General Song. "You're planning a tarmac pickup in Detroit?" Montgomery asked. "Of course," Mo said. "We'll take an airport police vehicle from the plane, but move the First Lady to an armored Jeep Cherokee once we get her inside the hangar, out of sight. Local law enforcement will be present, but they'll stay back. The whole package will be covert vehicles, moving with traffic, but ready to switch to lights and sirens immediately if needed." Montgomery nodded. "She shouldn't be on the ground long. We'll arrive at 4 a.m., Mo said. "The operation will be that same morning, keeping surgeon's time on site to a minimum. There's a bridge over the Huron River, across from the eye center," Montgomery said. "And the Amtrak station is right there, no vagrants to speak of, but plenty of opportunity for people to hang around and claim they're waiting for the Wolverine to Chicago. And there's no underground parking at the eye center. She'll have to walk in from the open." Mo's lips curled into a mischievous grin. "Mrs. Ryan agreed to go in a full Marvel-style disguise. The president raised an eyebrow. A baseball cap, sir. She's more famous than Captain America, but like I said, it'll be dark. The less attention we draw, the better. Mo Richardson then explained her plan. She would have rovers and poststanders positioned, looking relaxed, but armed and ready to react. Advance agents would contact the Ann Arbor Police Department and the local FBI office late the night before the arrival. Gary Montgomery, who got his bachelor's degree from the University of Michigan, questioned her at every step, peeling back her plan's layers while sharing inside info from his recent trips to see Wolverine football games. "I'll scrub in with Surgeon," Mo continued, "and go into the operating room with her. General Song travels with 4 security people. One will stay with the cars. According to State and CIA, he'll have 1 aide and a minder from Department 2, or possibly the Ministry of State Security. My guess is a 2-man from military intelligence. The minder changes regularly, so we haven't identified him yet. Director Foley is helping with that. Besides me, I'll have 4 agents dressed as hospital techs and 2 more behind the nursing station. Shoulder weapons will be staged there in case of any escalation. We've already tested it, and the scrubs are loose enough to hide sidearms. The team watching from the operating theater viewing window will have radios. They'll keep me and the First Lady in sight at all times. It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. We all plan to stay out of the way and let the doctors work. But my #1 priority is keeping Dr. Ryan safe." Ryan silently mouthed a thank you. "You should be good security-wise in the operating room," Montgomery noted. "It's after that when things get tricky." "I agree," Mo said. "Dr. Ryan will make contact when the general is allowed in to see his granddaughter in recovery. It's a small area, so that limits his people while maximizing ours. If the general gets an attitude, we'll be out of there with Surgeon before his people even know what's happening." "I appreciate your work, Mo," Ryan said, leaning back in his chair with coffee in hand. "It sounds like you have every possible scenario covered." "Mr. President," Gary Montgomery said, "I lived in Ann Arbor for 4 years during college. I know the layout of the city and the campus. Maybe—" He stopped. Special Agent Richardson bristled. "Maybe what?" Ryan set his cup on the desk. "Nothing, Mr. President," Montgomery said. "The First Lady is in excellent hands." "Very well, then," Ryan said. He stood and shook each agent's hand. "I won't let you down, Mr. President," Richardson said. Ryan swallowed hard, feeling emotional. "Kathy trusts you, Maureen, and so do I. You and Gary both have our full trust and confidence. With one problem handled, if not solved, the president picked up his phone to call Arnie and let him know he was ready to move on to Chadwick. That would be interesting, to say the least." Maureen Richardson paused outside the Oval Office, digging her heels into the thick carpet. "What was that all about, Gary?" She kept her voice low, respecting White House decorum, but there was force behind it. "You were on the verge of taking over the Ann Arbor trip. If you can't trust me, then you might as well relieve me." "I trust you," Gary said. "You know that, do you?" Richardson said, "because it sounded like you were going to play the 'I went to Michigan so I can do it better' card." "Well," Montgomery said, "I stopped myself." He leaned closer, dropping his voice even more. "Look, Mo, I don't apologize often because I'm rarely wrong." He grinned, but she wasn't buying it. "Seriously?" "I'm sorry. I trust you, and more importantly, so does the boss." "Thank you," Richardson said. "Apology accepted." "I've got this, boss. Seriously, nobody will even know we're there." "All right. And just to prove my ego isn't so big that I can't ask for help, didn't you mention you used to live near the Kellogg Eye Center?" Montgomery looked up to find Senator Chadwick lingering in the doorway just a few feet away, waiting for Arnie Van Dam. She gave them a casual smile, like a cat pretending to ignore its prey. Claws were out, but she seemed detached. She couldn't have heard much, but a little was enough. The senator had a knack for filling in the blanks when she wasn't certain. "Let's take this down to W16, Montgomery said, turning away from the woman he knew was his boss's bitter political rival. 15 feet away, Michelle Chadwick made a mental note to look up the Kellogg Eye Center and figure out its connection to the White House. She recognized the big guy, Matthews, or maybe Montgomery. He was Ryan's chief enforcer, the one who always wore Ray-Bans. The woman looked familiar too, and since the Secret Service stuck with their own, she was probably another enforcer. Chadwick had seen her with the First Lady, which sparked some intriguing thoughts. David Huang had been right about one thing. She could learn a lot by being Jack Ryan's new best friend. All she had to do was piece it together and decide what to do with the information. "Ready?" Arnie Van Dam said, startling her as he rushed out of his office toward the Oval. "I am," she replied. "You look like someone just stepped on your toe." "You okay?" "Not really," Chadwick said. "I feel like I'm inside the belly of the beast." Van Dam gave her a skeptical look. "And from where I'm standing, you're giving the beast a nasty case of heartburn. If it were up to me—" He paused, took a breath. "But it's not. Come on, we don't want to keep the president waiting." 30. Chavez spent the final 2 hours of their flight overseeing a gear check, which the team often called a pocket dump or a "show me yours, I'll show you mine." The unpredictable nature of their missions made their equipment highly adaptable. Talking about everyday carry, or EDC, had become a big trend. People from accountants to veterans reintegrating into civilian life joined EDC forums on social media, posting neatly arranged photos of their knives, flashlights, guns, and other gear. Chavez sometimes mocked it, but he'd often find himself scrolling through his phone longer than he'd admit, checking what other professionals considered essential. Patsy called it gun porn. She couldn't understand why anyone needed to carry 2 knives, a strange opinion given her father's background. Chavez had tried explaining once years ago over Thanksgiving dinner with his in-laws and close family. He pointed out that just as Patsy, a surgeon, needed different scalpels for different procedures, he required various blades for different tasks. JP, maybe 6 or 7 at the time, sitting on the piano bench with his cousin, asked his dad what kind of work the big Benchmade automatic knife in his pocket was for. Patsy and the other women at the table glared, but without hesitating, Clark, the boy's grandfather, pulled out his own Benchmade autofolder, sliced a huge drumstick off the turkey in front of him, and handed it to the delighted boy. That was enough explanation for JP, and Clark smoothly shifted the conversation to baseball. Good memories. Everyone on the team carried at least one blade. Most had traded their tactical-looking black knives for ones with wooden or micarta handles. Ryan carried a wood-handled Benchmade called a Crooked River. It looked like a folding hunting knife, maybe not as sleek as a black one, but the razor-sharp blade did the same job. K-knife fighting is often misunderstood as a tactic. A blade small enough to slip into a pocket rarely serves as an adequate defense, if you can even get to it in time. Most violent attacks happen like car accidents, sudden shocking ambushes that leave the victim stunned and bleeding before they even process what's happening. Sure, there are moments when a push dagger could help if a thug pins you against a wall or throws you to the ground, or a karambit if you need to move in silence. But those one-on-one knife duels where opponents circle each other with blades drawn are almost mythical. Using a knife as an offensive tool, however, is a different matter entirely. That's the real reason to carry one, aside from the fact that there's always something that needs cutting. So everyone kept a blade on them. Flashlights, butane lighters, and SWAT-T tourniquets filled out the common pocket clutter. Each person also carried enough emergency cash to get out on their own if necessary. Plus, an open credit card meant only for true crises, like a fire extinguisher behind glass. The days when an operator could trade a luxury watch for a ticket out of a dangerous spot were long gone, though Chavez suspected many of those stories were just excuses. Special ops guys used to justify buying a Rolex Submariner or Breitling Emergency to their wives. Caruso kept his FBI badge handy. Midas and Jack Jr. each had their favorite lockpick sets. Ding preferred a compact Leica monocular. Clark, being old school, always carried a handkerchief, constantly complaining they'd fallen out of fashion. That small square of white cloth could serve as first aid, a makeshift sun cover, or a hand towel, anything but a white flag of surrender. Years earlier, a Russian thug had crushed John Clark's gun hand with a hammer. Skilled surgeons, months of painful rehab, and sheer determination allowed him to shoot again. But the nerves and tendons never fully recovered. He'd used a double-action Sig Sauer P220 for years, but the crisp single action of the 1911 Wilson Combat 45 was far less painful for maintaining the practice he needed. Caruso routinely carried his FBI-issue .40 caliber Glock. The rest of them, when armed, carried Smith & Wesson M&P shields with one extra 7-round magazine. As a former infantry soldier turned special operator, it bothered Chavez not to have a vest full of magazines. Ammo left at home was useless, but intelligence work demanded a different approach. If you had to fire a weapon, you'd already messed up badly and were probably running for your life. Heavy firepower was stored behind the bulkheads of the Gulfstream, Heckler & Koch MP5s and MP7s, plus a Winchester Model 70 and 308, in case the mission called for a more aggressive stance. Holsters and carry methods were personal choices, ranging widely. Everyone had a favorite, and trying to convince someone else yours was better was pointless. Chavez wore an inside-the-pants single-clip holster called the Incog by G-code, designed for appendix carry positioned in front of the body just off the belt center line. He preferred carrying it at 4 o'clock, unwilling to have the muzzle aimed at Little Ding and the boys so regularly. Some of his friends, all skilled operators, were fine with appendix carry. Their differing opinions on firearms, holsters, and carry methods sparking endless good-natured debates over pizza and beer around the fire pit. Clark kept his comments to a minimum during those planning sessions, though he always wore his 1911 at 4 o'clock in a leather Milt Sparks holster tucked inside his waistband. He firmly believed that the small hollow just below a person's kidney was designed by God specifically to fit a .45 caliber pistol. Adara, being the smallest on the team, often carried the heaviest load. She packed her cargo pockets and day packs full of Israeli bandages, clotting agents, and 3-inch chest decompression needles. She constantly reminded everyone to keep their SWAT-T tourniquets handy, no matter where they were or what they were doing, pointing out that they had all faced dangerous situations requiring self-care or helping a teammate. Figuring out what to bring was always a tricky balance. Newcomers tried to pack everything but the kitchen sink. Experienced members got by with much less and improvised when things got tough. Though they might not say it out loud, nearly everyone wanted to bring more gear than was practical or even possible. Without a heavy rucksack, many items had to stay behind. They needed to remain quick and agile, yet still have the right tools when it mattered. Luckily, smartphones had replaced about 5 pounds of bulky electronic gear with a single multi-purpose device. This job required sneaking into a business, a gentler way of saying burglary. They had to get past multiple layers of security, including guards, outer doors, inner doors, and most likely a safe. Every member knew how to pick pin tumbler locks, though Jack Jr. and Midas had a special touch that made it look effortless. 2 of the duffel bags on the seat in front of Ding held small backpacks filled with various breaching tools like crowbars, Halligan bars, hammers, and bolt cutters. Since modern technology had made traditional locks less common, most of their equipment focused on bypassing electronic security systems. They frequently used multi-tools, rolls of insulated wire for jumping circuits, gaffer tape, a lineman's test set, and extra headlamps. Gavin Byrie had teamed up with Midas, who was probably the most tech-savvy member, to put together a specialized kit. The hard Pelican case contained various computer dongles, cables, cameras, slap microphones, and a few Arduino microcontrollers for hacking hotel room locks. Another case held half a dozen Raspberry Pis. These simple single-board computers cost only about $25 each and could be used for countless technical applications that Gavin Byrie could dream up and explain over the phone. Chavez realized that having Gavin on the line was like bringing 250 pounds of tech gear and a vast amount of knowledge along for the ride. Communication was essential for any mission and often the first thing to break down. Each team member was responsible for their own earbuds, extra batteries, near-field neck-loop microphone, radio, and charger. The batteries that powered each radio were small, flat packs that fit into the liners of their belts, which could be removed when going through airport security. 2 spare sets of everything were stored on the Gulfstream. Ding packed these into his bag. A good leader always kept extra supplies in his case, just in case. He checked off the rest of the equipment from the list in his worn moleskin notebook, glanced at his G-Shock watch. Unfortunately, not a Rolex for him, and gave Clark a thumbs-up, satisfied they were ready. Chavez leaned back in his seat, shut his eyes, and remembered his child eating that enormous turkey leg years ago. Manado looked north from Sulawesi Island, across the Celebes Sea toward the Philippines, less than 300 miles away. The people of Manado, more accurately called Minahasan, seemed stockier than other Indonesians Chavez had encountered. He thought they were handsome, mainly because they looked a lot like him, with almost Hispanic features and sometimes wavy dark hair. Chavez realized that most people didn't pay him much attention as long as he kept his mouth shut. Chavez and Clark had separated from the rest of the group as soon as they got their entry visas and passed through immigration. They were now seated at a plastic table outside a Starbucks in the Mega Mall, a waterfront shopping complex in the downtown area. The remainder of their team had taken 2 rental cars and headed to the Superman Games store in central Manado, leaving Ding and Clark to handle booking rooms at the Wiz Prime Hotel, which was located right next to the mall. Once that was done, Ding invited Clark for coffee, promising he wouldn't order bubbled tea. The mall featured a movie theater and plenty of high-end shops if that sort of thing appealed to you, which it didn't to Chavez. What really mattered, though, was the coffee. Sleep on the plane was always restless, and diving straight into work after countless hours on the Gulfstream made caffeine a necessity. The shop beside Starbucks sold snacks, so Chavez bought fried banana fritters drizzled with palm sugar to give his stomach something other than acidic coffee. The place was busy for mid-afternoon, mostly with women, but, like anywhere Chavez had ever been, there were a few wandering groups of teenage boys looking for some excitement. Security kept them in check, and cleaners with brooms and long-handled dustpans constantly swept the floors for trash or spills. The space was sparkling clean, yet still showed signs of wear, feeling lived in. It reminded Ding of his grandmother's house in East Los Angeles whenever she expected an important visitor, like the priest, as clean as something shabby could possibly be. Almost everyone in Manado seemed to have a cigarette in hand. Ding had read somewhere that offering a cigarette was a polite form of greeting. The locals' love for smoking, combined with ceilings painted in blue and white cloud scenes, gave the mall the atmosphere of a Vegas casino. Manado was a sizable city for the island, but with a population of only 500,000, it was barely a speck compared to Jakarta's overwhelming hustle. Local dive shops and tourist operators liked to compare themselves to Bali, and Chavez could see why. If he didn't have to fly in and steal some worthless piece of software, he might have brought Patsy here, maybe. Sometimes all this travel just made him want to sit at home on his own couch with a beer, a sore point with his highly intelligent and adventurous wife. But then again, of course, she craved adventure. She was John Clark's daughter. The people of Manado had a distinctly European influence, and unlike much of the rest of Indonesia, they were predominantly Christian, showing their faith with a gleaming white statue called Yesus Kes Berkat that overlooked the city from 50 meters up on the southern hills. This blessing Jesus leaned forward, arms wide open and robes flowing, appearing to march down from the mountains. Beyond those same mountains, behind the statue and across the Gulf of Tumini, Islamist militants and Christians clashed in frequent violence. The look on Clark's face suggested he'd rather be there. Chavez took a bite of his fried banana and looked directly at Clark, trying to start a conversation. Here's a funny thing. Did Patsy tell you that the neighbor kid is trying to talk JP into doing esports when they go to college? If there was one thing that could make Clark smile, it was his grandson. That kid has his mother's brain getting into Stanford. Can't argue with that, Chavez said. And what the hell are esports anyway? Video games, I think, Chavez grumbled. I'm not entirely sure. I guess it's a big deal now. There are teams all over the country. Is he going to do it? Don't worry, your grandson isn't quitting baseball, Chavez said. I can tell you that right now. That's the trouble with kids, Clark said, staring thoughtfully into his coffee as if speaking from personal experience. They grow up and do what they want instead of what we want them to do. Esports, Chavez scoffed, curling his lip as if the word tasted bad. Maybe the kids can grow some e-muscles and e-coordination to go along with it. Let's call them e-games, but honestly, esports? Clark took a sip of his coffee. I'm not one to judge. I never imagined video games would evolve from arcades to home computers. Don't leave out phones. Yeah, Clark said, clearly losing interest. Stanford, he murmured to himself. What a kid! Chavez had hoped his father-in-law would shake off his gloomy mood during the long flight to Manado. If anything, Clark had grown more withdrawn with every mile. Chavez tapped the plastic lid of his coffee cup to get his attention. What's on your mind? Clark raised his eyes slowly, pulled from his thoughts. Besides esports? Come on, John. Chavez pressed. You want to talk about it? Clark nodded thoughtfully. I've considered it, and no, I don't want to talk about it, but since you're asking, I will. He let out a sharp breath. A SEAL buddy of mine passed away. That's it, Chavez winced. Damn, I'm sorry. Killed in action? No, Clark said, staring into the distance, still processing the news. I should have said former SEAL. He was a year younger than me. He just died. Natural causes, they say. Damn, Chavez replied, knowing when to keep his mouth shut. His phone buzzed on the table, offering an escape. It was Jack Jr. What's up? We checked out Superman Games, Ryan said. The downtown location is just a storefront. There are some small offices in the back and a storage room for their stock, but no corporate headquarters. Sounds like Superman and his software team are based south of the city. I'm betting the real security is there. Adara and Midas are heading that way to scout it out. But get this, the back office door has a scramble pad. Adara got close enough to note the brand and model. She also chatted up the armed guard. He's there during the day, mostly watching for shoplifters. She commented on how secure it felt, and he told her that was nothing. According to him, Superman is obsessed with security tech. The other location supposedly has retina scan locks. And an armed guard? Chavez asked, rubbing his face and thinking about a coffee refill. 2 armed guards, Jack said. The guy here says they're Malucans. Apparently that island is known for tough enforcers. The guards are on duty around the clock, at least according to this guy who's smitten with Adara. Okay, Chavez mused. Tighter security confirms your theory. We'll hit the main office first, then the storefront. Tell Midas and Adara to make it quick. You and Dom go to your rooms and double-check your gear. This is time-sensitive, and we've already lost a day getting here. Your keys are at the front desk under your passport names. Stop by my room to pick up your equipment. Ryan's full beard helped with his disguise, but his name was too well known, especially with his father all over Indonesian news. Fortunately, the campus had contacts at state who could arrange alternate passports. It was standard in the intelligence world to use real first names on aliases, but Jack was too obvious. When traveling, Jack Ryan Jr. became Joseph Joe Peterson from Alexandria, Virginia. Copy that, Ryan said. I'll tell Adara and Midas to speed it up. Chavez ended the call, then turned to Clark with a sudden idea. Let's head to the hotel. I want to call Gavin, and I need you on the line. Lead on, Macduff, Clark said with a heavy sigh. We're all going to die, John, Chavez said. The question is when. Don't I know it? Clark replied. Chavez dialed Gavin Byrie as soon as they reached his room, putting the call on speaker and setting the phone on the lacquered coffee table between him and Clark. Hey, buddy, Chavez said when the IT director answered. What do you know about retina scan locks? Are you sure it's retina and not iris scan, Byrie asked. No. Chavez raised his eyebrows at Clark. They're not the same. He caught himself. I mean, I know the anatomical differences in parts of an eyeball. I'm asking about the security mechanisms. I get it, Byrie said. They're kind of similar in that both compare unique images from the user's eye. An iris scan is just a program that matches patterns from digital photos of the colored part of your eye. We all have distinct patterns, so the iris is a good identifier. It's simple and pretty cheap. Lots of things like passport control and even cell phones use the tech now because it doesn't require much beyond a camera. A retina scan is a bit more complex. Basically, it's a deep scan of the blood vessel pattern on the back wall of your eye. The scanners they use need to be more sophisticated because they're looking through your pupil into your eye, and you have to get really close to the device to unlock it. How hard are they to get around? Byrie said, thinking it over. I'm not sure. The iris scan uses a series of digital photos, so in theory, if you had enough quality images of someone's eye, you could duplicate the key, especially with the 3D cameras we have now. The retina scan might be a bit tougher, unless you could just get the guy's eyeball. He might object to the procedure, Chavez said. Yeah? Byrie chuckled. Have you seen the scanner and lock? I could tell you more if you got me a photo of the tech. Chavez looked at Clark and shrugged. We haven't. We're not entirely sure which it is, but we think our target is using a retina scan. Byrie said again. Hold on a minute. Byrie's keyboard clicked rapidly on the other end of the line. We're talking about Superman games, right? We are, Chavez said. Good. More keyboard clicks followed, then silence as Gavin read whatever file he'd hacked into. So I'm guessing you need to get past this unknown lock to break into Superman's safe. That would be a correct assumption, Chavez said. Gavin liked it when you talked to him like he was a character on Star Trek. Awesome. Remember how in his social media photos Superman always wears those thick Elton John glasses? Ding leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped, and nodded at the phone on the table. I do. Well, I think I just found your key. Superman's financial records say his optometrist works at Lucky Optical, to the northeast about 20 minutes outside the city center. Out near the airport, Clark noted. Right, Byrie said. That's the one. And here's the good news. Lucky Optical advertises a machine called an optomap. It's pretty cool tech. My optometrist has one. It's a scanning confocal laser that takes a 200-degree wide field view of the retina. That means high-resolution images of the optic nerve and all the blood vessels at the back of the eye, the same stuff a retina scan lock will be looking for. With vision as bad as Superman's, he's sure to have a substantial patient record on file, including digital images from the optomap. Clark scooted his chair closer, intrigued now. And we can use the digital files of the images as a key. You could, Byrie said. In theory, Chavez gave a thumbs up. That's fantastic news. It's sort of fantastic news, Byrie said. I'm through the optometrist's office firewall, but all I can find is billing information. No files from the machine? Clark asked. Sorry, Byrie said. No luck there. Most facilities store their files on a server that pushes data to the cloud. But Superman's documents are kept on a standalone drive. Wherever that drive is, it's not connected to his network. To crack Superman's safe, you'll first need to break into his eye doctor's office. I'll pull up the specs on the optomap machine and walk you through getting those images. They're pretty impressive, actually," he added casually. "I get one done every year. Anyway, you should be able to copy the files to a thumb drive or just email them to me and I'll transfer them to a drive for you." Chavez leaned back sharply. For a moment, it all seemed way too simple. "Won't that Optomat machine have a password lock?" "Maybe," Byrie replied. "Maybe not. I mean, who's out there stealing pictures of people's retinas?" Ding groaned. "Apparently, us." The two F-15 Eagles from Cadena are already on the tarmac in the Philippines. Chavez informed the team. They had gathered in his room at the Wiz Prime Hotel for specific assignments after scouting the Superman headquarters. "I'll make the call as soon as we've secured Calliope. Those birds can be here in under an hour, and then we'll jet back to the good old USA way faster than we could otherwise." With a top speed exceeding 1,800 miles per hour, calling the F-15 a hell of a lot faster was an understatement. "I wouldn't mind some diving after this," Adara said, stifling a yawn. "I mean, have you seen the water around here?" "Once they're wheels up and we check in," Chavez said. "A little R&R is well earned." He opened his tablet to show blueprints Gavin had found for Superman Games' main office. The date stamp on the scanned document was smudged. And while they were uploaded 2 years ago, it was impossible to tell if the plans were original or had modifications made after construction. Online plans were notorious for missing walls and showing closets where there was actually a bathroom. Still, they used what they had for a tabletop review. They ate energy bars instead of a heavy meal that would slow them down and took a moment to rehydrate. Everyone had sweated through 2 sets of clothes from the heat alone, and the mission's tension only made it worse. Midas sat at the desk in the corner, hunched over one of the Raspberry Pi boards, soldering wires, and referencing notes from Gavin's phone instructions. Chavez opened Google Earth on the tablet, then used 2 fingers to zoom out and show the neighborhood around Superman Games HQ. Most of the houses and businesses were new, white stucco over cinder block with orange tile roofs. Real estate sites advertised the area as having American construction. The Blessing Jesus statue loomed in the hills above, just a few blocks from their target. "Here's the deal," Chavez said. "State Department tells us this country has a basic but effective system for tracking strangers. Every neighborhood is run by a headman, kind of like the old ward bosses in New York or Chicago. Any new faces hanging around get reported to him. Family visiting from overseas, homestay guests, burglars, it doesn't matter. The ward boss knows you're there, especially the farther you get from the city center. If you really don't belong, you get reported to the police." Midas looked up from his soldering. "So we bribe the cops and go about our merry ways stealing this thing." "If only," Chavez said. "No, these ward bosses take their turf more seriously than that, and with President Ryan coming to town, we have to be extra careful. One wrong move and this all blows up in his face." "Monado depends on tourism," Clark added. "People are used to seeing outsiders hanging around shops and homestays, up to a point. This buys us some time, but not a ton, especially once we hit the outer districts. I'm not sure if anyone's caught on, but our guy Ding has a look that could pass for a local on this island. If he throws on a traditional batik shirt and keeps quiet, folks might give him enough leeway to slip in and snag the software. At least long enough to get near the security team," Chavez added. He tossed a box of black hair dye to Adara. "There's a reason coffee is called Java. Back in the 1800s, most of the world's coffee came from Dutch plantations scattered across Indonesia. That left a lot of Dutch genes floating around these islands. Dark hair, and let's be honest, genetically superior tends to dominate, but European roots are still pretty common in the gene pool. With the right hair color, people might hesitate before tipping off the local big shot." Adara examined the box. "This is all in Indonesian." She ran her finger along the instructions. "Hey, I'm game for trying something new, but there's an exclamation point at the end of this line. For all I know, it says, warning, this will make blondes go bald." Chavez just shrugged. Honestly, I wouldn't have known what to pick, even if it was in English. But I grabbed the priciest one, so you should be set. It cost about 42,000 rupiah. That's like $3. Adara gave a reluctant nod and stared at the box with a gloomy expression. Got it. Ding and Adara are our spear tip, Clark said. The rest of us will stay in the background, covering them. Midas and Dom will neutralize any roaming guards east of the building. Jack and I will handle the west side. He gestured to the Raspberry Pi on the desk in front of Midas. Walk Ding through that device in case he needs it. Roger that, Midas replied. The digital scans of Superman's retinas are high-res enough that we can display them on a smartphone. Gavin built a clever little app that mimics the three-dimensional look and natural movement of a real eyeball. He tapped the small green circuit board with the cool end of the soldering iron. This is a backup in case we have to upload the files and trick the system into thinking it's seeing an eye instead of just code for one. It'll take longer and be a bit more complicated, but you can manage it. He brightened. Might not even be necessary, though. It's a gaming company, not a government facility. They probably think retina scans and private security are enough. I wouldn't bet on that, Clark said. Superman just dropped $25 million on this little piece of gaming technology. And let's not forget, it's why Ackerman ended up with his throat cut. He turned back to the team. Walk Ding and Adara through the details, Clark said. We'll stay flexible. He checked his watch. The main goal is to recover that software. The president lands sometime tomorrow. He needs to know what we're up against. Speaking of slit throats, Ryan said, do we have any idea if the Chinese know about this copy of the software? I'd hate to run into MSS agents in the dark with just one extra magazine. We'll keep an MP5 in each vehicle, Clark said, in case things go south. But remember the mission. Grab the tech and get out. Adara and Ding head straight to the airport. The rest of us will be behind you, shaking off any tails. He glanced at Chavez. Okay, Chavez said. Now about the guards. He pulled 2 small derringers from a plastic case. These are loaded with a ketamine cocktail. It'll knock them out for a good 15 minutes, plus leave them with fuzzy memories. I don't need to remind you, but drugging someone is risky business. They evaluated the risks at the highest levels, and we've received orders to move forward. Everyone in the room understood that the highest levels meant the Office of the Director of National Security, and ultimately, the President. They also knew that sedating someone was a far better option than knocking them unconscious or worse, unless that individual had a respiratory condition or some other hidden medical issue that could trigger a stroke. A lot goes wrong in the field. The chaos of combat all but guarantees it. Clark voiced what was on everyone's mind. The top brass wouldn't take lightly to doping a couple of security guards. That should put a massive emphasis on how critical it is that we secure this software. Exactly, Chavez said, collecting his notebook and tablet. Adara and I will stay back and monitor the downtown location while the rest of you grab your gear and head to the optometrist. We'll finalize a plan after you retrieve the optical files, but I'm 90% certain what we need is at the headquarters. The place was called Manado Town Square, but this modern shopping center along 4-lane Pierre Tendian Boulevard was actually a narrow strip of land squeezed between the Celebes Sea to the west and an endless expanse of concrete and corrugated tin houses pressing in from the east. Chavez and Adara had stopped by Superman Games so he could walk through the store and get a sense of the layout. After that, he took the first watch across the street in the lobby of the Ibis Hotel, sipping strong coffee while keeping an eye on the storefront as Adara returned to the Wiz Prime Hotel to dye her hair. A man in a green jumpsuit pushed a broom about 10 feet away, making Chavez look up. The man avoided eye contact, sweeping past without a word. In most parts of the world, a simple nod would have been customary. Deliberate avoidance usually meant the person didn't want you to know they were watching you. The Indonesians he'd met so far were a friendly, outgoing people. There were a dozen possible reasons the man avoided looking at Chavez, but the most obvious was that he was surveilling him. A healthy dose of paranoia had kept him alive all these years. He scanned for earpieces or any kind of weapon aside from the broom. Nothing. The man kept walking without looking back. Maybe he was just a shy janitor. Chavez pulled the moleskine notebook from his pocket and jotted down a few notes. He appreciated these quiet moments for reflection, but he much preferred being in the action with the rest of the team. Few outside the inner circle knew the campus even existed. It wasn't something you applied for. You had to be handpicked, making it easier to assemble the absolute best intelligence officers and operatives. Chavez was a plank holder, one of the first members from the beginning, alongside Clark and Dom Caruso, who had been selected by President Ryan and Jerry Hendley. Others had joined, Brian Dom's brother and Sam. Both had been killed in the line of duty. Chavez had lost countless friends in Colombia, on Rainbow, and with the agency in dangerous locations all over the world. Finding a place to get killed was never a challenge. Working in that environment created a tight-knit team closer than any family. The campus was small by necessity, but like any family, there were occasional arguments and disagreements. Swapping partners from time to time kept everyone alert. Beyond that, on a personal level, Chavez genuinely liked these people. It was a good thing, too, because he had probably spent more time with one team or another than with his own family. Patsy had grown up that way with John Clark as her father, and now JP was experiencing the same thing. At a reunion the previous year, Ding's cousin had called him a jerk for spending so much time away from home, scolding him for abandoning his family and leaving all the responsibilities to his wife. Patsy nearly tore the woman's head off defending him. She stayed quiet on the ride back to the hotel, eventually admitting she wouldn't mind seeing him again. But the next morning, she apologized for laying on the guilt trip and left him a handwritten note. He actually showed it to John, and he was pretty sure he saw a tear or two welling up in the old man's eyes. The note read, "Never thought I'd meet another man like my dad, but I'm sure glad I did. Please don't get discouraged because of us, JP, and I know you're not Superman. You're so much better. Superman doesn't have to be brave. He's invincible. You're a mere mortal, and yet you march into danger anyway. Every day. That's brave. Someday JP will find out what you and Daddy do, and when he does, he'll be so proud of you, just like I am. Love you, Pats." Funny thing was, his wife's note telling him to get out there and do his job only made him want to spend more time with her. Maybe she was just extra clever that way. Used to keeping his home and work lives in separate compartments of his brain, he pushed those thoughts aside and refocused on the mission, feeling rejuvenated for the moment. A steady stream of customers, mostly young Indonesian hipster types, came and went from the business. Superman's was crammed in the middle of a 3-story strip mall. Like the larger mall to the south, it had that worn-down look of something old that had been repainted many times over. It was flanked by a hair salon, a pet store, and a scooter dealership, and it took up the bottom 2 floors in the center of the mall. The upper floors of most of the businesses appeared to be apartments, which would make things interesting if they ended up having to break in here. There had been no heavies, no dark limousines pulling up front, nothing to make Chavez think anything remarkable was going on inside the store. Of course, that didn't mean the Calliope tech wasn't there. Chavez was more interested in finding out if the security guards went home after the store closed, in case they came up empty-handed at the main office and had to come back here later. Adara showed up less than half an hour after she left, her black hair still damp under a stylish red ball cap. She had changed into khaki slacks and a sky-blue polo shirt. Chavez had a cup of tea waiting for her. "Your hair looks good," he said. "I bet Dom likes it." "He'd better," Adara said, "because I'm not sure this stuff is going to come out anytime soon. It smells like they use some kind of tar or something in the dye. I've showered in a lot of bathrooms in my travels. Did you know they have a hose connected to the toilets that you can use instead of toilet paper? Adara had a real knack for language and culture out of everyone on the team. She was the most likely to study the quirks of the places they visited and then embrace them. She also had a keen sense of smell and often suggested, even when she was transportation coordinator, that the guys shower with local soaps when arriving at a new destination so they wouldn't stand out. "I looked it up," she said. "It's called a semprotan sebok or something like that. Basically means the spray hose for your butt." "Yeah, it's going to take some time to convert me on that one," Chavez said. "Not big on the air-drying thing." He nodded at her hand. "You might want to rethink having something about butts and hoses written on your palm. That's why you make the big money." Adara chuckled. She scooted her chair closer, resting her forearms on the table so she could arch her back. Long flights, even on a comfy plane like the Gulfstream, had a way of putting kinks in a person's spine that took days to work out. "Anything?" she asked, glancing sideways through the window across the street. Ding shook his head. "Nothing but customers. Our guys are set up outside the eye doctor's office. We should be making our move the moment it closes." Adara lifted her paper cup of tea. "Here's to sitting here on our soaked butts while they get to have all the fun. When you were a kid, did you ever picture yourself in Southeast Asia, sipping tea and plotting to swipe some billionaire's software?" Chavez knew she wasn't really expecting an answer, but he gave one anyway. "If I recall, my main ambition as a kid was just to avoid getting killed in a street fight." "That's harsh," Adara said with a genuine wince. "Hey, you're not still sore about that New York simulation, are you?" "Hell no," Chavez replied. "I want our training to be as realistic as possible without anyone ending up in the hospital. This is a zero-mistake operation. The only way to succeed is to bend the rules like crazy and then lie through our teeth if we get caught." I was ticked off at myself for not catching on to your game. "That means a lot." She fiddled with her cup, spinning it slowly on the tabletop. "You're a solid leader." Chavez brushed off the compliment. "I'm just one of the team." "No," Adara insisted. "You're not. You might see yourself as one of us, but we all see you as being in the same league as John." Ding nearly choked on his coffee. "Well," he scoffed, "I'd say you all need to recalibrate your sights, because I've got a long way to go before I'm anything like John Clark." She took a sip of her tea and studied him for a moment, then said, "Whatever you say, I'm just telling you our perspective. You and John talk about us. Who do you think we talk about?" "You and John. It's only natural. I'm not saying this is a democracy, but everyone can see you taking on more and more responsibility. John's not going anywhere." Adara shook her head firmly. "I'm not suggesting that. I'm just pointing out that you're a good boss, even if you do make me dye my hair to look like a punk rocker." He chuckled and pushed back from the table, his chair scraping across the tile floor. "Can you hold down the fort for a few minutes? I'm going to take a walk." "I'll be here," she said, raising her teacup in a toast again. Chavez had never been comfortable with praise, so this seemed like a perfect opportunity to do some area reconnaissance. Whenever possible, he liked to explore the streets and alleys surrounding any surveillance location, getting a feel for the terrain, escape routes, and potential conflicts with other operations. A street thug a block away might have nothing to do with your target, but that didn't make him any less dangerous if he spotted you lurking around his turf. Smart operatives used their environment the way prey animals used noisy birds as a warning system for approaching predators. It was good to know where the warning signs were. More than once he'd watched some cartel bosses' lookouts, called halcones, scamper off to warn their bosses about rival gangs or federal agents. You could never have enough intelligence, and the best information often came from the opposition. The ocean was only 2 blocks away, but none of the breeze made it past the buildings, leaving the area behind the hotel stifling and still. The late afternoon sun pounded down on the rusted tin roofs, making them tick and pop from the heat. Chavez had planned a 4-block circuit, 2 blocks north and 2 blocks south. He knew a river cut through the neighborhood to the north, but a thick greenbelt of dense vegetation lined the boulevard north of the hotel. Two Indonesian men sat on a sidewalk bench, smoking and chatting lazily. Neither paid any attention to Chavez as he turned right down the cracked pavement and began weaving his way south, exploring the tangled alleys and overgrown lots between the houses. Colorful roosters, Indonesian jungle fowl according to Adara's research on the flight, scratched beneath shrubs and patchy grass along iron fences. The wiry little birds often ended up in local stew pots, and they eyed Ding warily as he walked the concrete streets. The low-slung houses could have been found in any country across Asia. Even the nicer homes in this neighborhood, the ones that might be considered middle class, were tiny compared to what you'd see back in the States. Most of them could have fit inside Chavez's living room back home. Of course, working for Hindley Associates paid a lot better than his old gig at the CIA, and with Patsy being a surgeon, they could afford a bit more square footage than your average government worker. A few houses had actual tile roofs and fruit trees in bloom, but the majority were patched together with rusty corrugated tin and weathered sheets of plywood. It was late afternoon, the air thick and sticky with heat. Out of habit, he gave a hard glance to his right, exaggerating the movement just enough to catch a glimpse of what was behind him with his peripheral vision. The two guys who had been smoking on the park bench were on their feet now. It didn't mean anything for sure, but it was worth noting. He thought about calling Adara, then decided he was probably just being paranoid. He kept heading south, cutting behind a car dealership that blocked out the breeze and the noise from the main boulevard. Those two guys would be hitting the optician's shop any minute now, and then this little operation could finally get started. He took a right at the far corner of the dealership, swinging wide out of habit, but not quite wide enough. Two more Indonesian men came straight at him, cutting off his path. Both were half a head shorter, stockier, with thick arms that looked like they belonged to construction workers. They both picked up their pace, walking right at him. Right on cue, he heard the patter of sneakers on the pavement behind him. He cut left, trying to zigzag around the two in front and make a run for the busy street. These guys were bruisers, the type you'd rather outrun than fight, especially when it was 4 against 1. Then he heard a loud pop, followed quickly by a hollow thunk he instantly recognized as a 40mm grenade launcher. He braced for an explosion, but instead something slammed into him between the shoulder blades, shoving him forward. He stumbled, trying to keep his balance, his feet getting tangled. A second pop thunk, and this time a stinging smack hit the back of his thigh, right on the peroneal nerve, turning his leg into a useless, numb log. He listed sideways, tucking his arm in to avoid breaking his wrist when he hit the ground. He caught a glimpse of a large black projectile rolling away on the asphalt. Plastic bullets. These bastards were shooting him with big, dense plastic rounds hard as bowling balls. He'd used them before. Fired from the same M203 launcher he'd carried in the military, these less lethal rounds were perfect for when you didn't want to kill someone but didn't mind if you cracked a few ribs. He used the momentum of his fall to roll, coming up on one knee with his back against the dealership wall. He could handle himself in a fight, but 4 against 1 made him reach for the Smith & Wesson holstered at his right kidney. A different pop, much quieter than the 40mm, followed by the sickening crackle of a taser. Chavez was too pumped with adrenaline to feel the barbed darts that hit his upper arm and thigh. 50,000 volts surged between them, locking his muscles into a rigid spasm. His jaw clenched, his hands turned into useless claws, and he toppled sideways onto the pavement. He'd been tased before, and he tried to sweep away the thin wires as soon as the 5-second jolt ended, but the weapon crackled again, sending him into another full-body cramp. By the time it was over, his hands and ankles were already secured with plastic zip ties. Tires screeched to a halt, the side door of a van slid open, and rough hands grabbed him, throwing him inside. One of the men slipped a black hood over his head. He closed his eyes, his mind already racing, trying to form a plan. He'd stop fighting now and just listen, memorize every sound inside the van. A sudden blow hit the side of his head, pressed against the metal floor. He had nowhere to escape the impact. Chavez groaned, bracing for another hit that never came. His ears were ringing, his stomach was churning, and the world had gone completely dark. The blindfold made it almost impossible to breathe. The heavy hit hadn't knocked him out cold, but his awareness of his surroundings was fuzzy. He felt rough hands pushing him around, searching through his clothes. They yanked the pistol from his belt, holster and all, then took his knife and wallet. When they found the radio and the wire neck-loop microphone, he heard sharp gasps. One of them knew enough about communication equipment to pull up the fabric far enough to grab the tiny monofilament wire and remove the small plastic earpiece. They found everything except the flat battery pack hidden in the lining of Chavez's belt, which also held the tracker he and Clark used to monitor every team member's position. Adara would realize he was missing soon, and when she informed Clark, he would bring the cavalry. Despite the intense pain in his head, Chavez smiled automatically. It would be an epic showdown. He just prayed he would still be alive to witness it. Michelle Chadwick found an open parking spot along 15th Street across from Washington Liberty High School. This was a lucky break for this time of morning, when joggers and cyclists crowded the Custis Trail before heading to work. The school wasn't far from her condo. She swam at the aquatic center 3 days a week to burn off work stress, not to mention the butter pecan ice cream she ate at least 5 nights a week. She had skipped the pool this morning in favor of a run. It seemed like a decent place for a private conversation with that jerk David Huang. Their meeting was set for 6 a.m. Unable to sleep at all, she had arrived at 5:30. His Range Rover was already there, 3 cars behind hers. That made sense. He would want to get there early to check the location for surveillance. He, or more likely, one of his associates, was probably watching her right now. Chadwick wasn't a spy, but she was sneaky. And that's essentially the same thing, right? She sat in her car for several minutes after parking, finally pounding both hands on the steering wheel to calm herself before opening the door. She and Huang had run together before on this same trail. He had complimented her tights back then, saying he liked how they highlighted her legs. She had worn them again today, hoping they might throw him off balance. Now she felt exposed and foolish for it. The sun wasn't fully up yet, but it promised to bring its sticky heat in just a few hours. Having grown up in the deserts of Arizona, she couldn't understand how D.C. could feel so muggy and chilly at the same time. She considered grabbing a light jacket from her trunk, but decided her hatred for Huang would keep her warm until the run heated her up. The Custis Trail mostly followed Interstate 66 east and west. Chadwick skipped her usual stretching and headed east toward the Potomac in downtown Washington, D.C. Much of the trail ran between the highway and residential areas, but the half-mile ahead carved through a semi-secluded greenbelt. They would share the trail with other runners and cyclists, but for the most part, she and Huang could talk freely. Chadwick always hated running for the first few minutes of every workout. It took a while for her joints to warm up. Slowly, with each gliding step, her lungs and legs began to call a shaky truce and work together. After that, she settled into an enjoyable rhythm. Still in twilight, the trail through the greenbelt felt shadowed and threatening, made even worse by this mess she had gotten herself into. She trudged along miserably, dreading the sight of David Huang's face. Not even the earthy root beer scent of sassafras growing along the trail could lift her spirits. When she saw him, he was bent over, tying his shoe, wearing plain gray sweats. Nothing like the running shorts he had worn when he was trying to impress her. He was also sporting a fanny pack, the kind a retired tourist or federal agent might use. He'd never worn one before, likely started so he could carry a firearm. Smart move, because ever since that day at the diner, she felt a constant, overwhelming urge to scratch his eyes out every time she had to look at him. When he heard her footsteps on the sidewalk, he looked up, his brow furrowed into a stern line. like a father waiting up for a daughter who'd come home from a date smelling like rum and coke. She kept running, and he fell into step beside her. "You would be wise," he said, "to inform me more quickly when you come across this type of information in the future." She glanced sideways, playing innocent. "I did inform you. I'm here, aren't I?" "These things need to be timely," Huang said, almost whining. "You and we must be timely. You have no idea what kind of people my superiors are." She looked at him out of the corner of her eye as she ran, wondering if he was getting an earful because of her. She sure hoped so. "Look," Chadwick said, "I called you doing what you've asked me to do. It's tough, you know. I'm not a traitor." "Of course you aren't," Huang said. "We both agree that this president and his administration are bad for the country, bad for the world. His aggressive policies are stirring up conflict, not calming it. He's a habitual bully, not just in the South China Sea, but in the Baltics, Iran, Cameroon, North Korea. I could go on and on." Chadwick thought about the list of professional bullies he just rattled off, but didn't say anything. "We're not asking you to betray your country," Huang continued. "If anything, we're asking you to save your country." "A coup, if you like," Huang said. "Are you going to?" Huang laughed. "Assassinate Jack Ryan? No, nothing like that. He'll shoot himself in the proverbial foot. Our aim is to let the world see him for who he really is. How is that wrong?" Chadwick glared at him. "You're using a sex tape to blackmail me." "That sounds pretty wrong in anyone's book." Huang stopped. "Michelle." He touched her elbow to make her stop, then stepped back to give her space. "I'm truly sorry about that part. Hurting you was regrettable," she sneered. "Let's just not—" "Okay." She threw her hands up. "Fine, here you go then. I don't know the details, but he's decided to go to Indonesia." Huang started jogging again, a little slower now. "How did he respond when you told him about your constituent with information on the priest?" Chadwick shrugged. He was interested. She felt dizzy, like she was about to throw up. But she kept running. There was no way she was letting this bastard see her weak. Not again, anyway. "Of course he wants more information, but I told him it was an anonymous call." "What are his plans when he's in Indonesia?" "He didn't share that with me," Chadwick said. "He's got the State Department involved. I guess they're working on incentives for the Indonesian government. Economic leverage, arms sales, low-interest loans. You know, the kind of incentives that don't involve incriminating video." Huang ignored the jab. "Anyway," Chadwick said, "it sounds like Ryan and the Padre go all the way back to their high school days. I'm sure he'd like to carpet bomb the country until they hand over his friend, or at least threaten sanctions, but strong-arming the president of Indonesia would only make him look like a bully. I saw Scott Adler in his office, but that's not exactly earth-shattering intel that the Secretary of State is visiting the Oval." "True enough," Huang said. "What else?" "To be honest," Chadwick said, "Ryan doesn't share a damn thing with me. He wants to believe I'm ready to play nice, just like you predicted, but his chief of staff doesn't trust me to take out the trash, let alone get close to the president. I get the distinct impression the big goon who runs his Secret Service detail would like to put a bullet between my eyes. I can't keep showing up with these reports from anonymous callers just to get a foot in the West Wing. Building the relationship you're after is going to take time." "Unfortunately," Huang replied, "there are things happening that demand a faster pace. We're aware that Jack Ryan has a short fuse. We just need to light it, get him angry enough to slip up. Something that would really set him off." He checked his watch, then pulled a cell phone from his fanny pack. She had been right about the gun. Bastard. Turning away to keep his call private, she still managed to catch the number over his shoulder as he punched it in with his thumb. Her memory had always been sharp, so she filed that number away for future use. It was probably a prepaid burner. The cheap flip phone he was using looked like it belonged to a street dealer, but even that might come in handy. Huang spoke rapidly in Mandarin, his voice low at first but climbing in volume as the conversation went on, as if he were genuinely excited by what Chadwick had told him. He ended the call and turned back to her, sliding the phone back into his fanny pack next to the handgun. "I need you to contact Ryan first thing in the morning, right when you get to your office. Tell him you've received another call from your constituent. Say that Indonesian courts have convened a secret tribunal to convict Patrick West of blasphemy. Have they really?" "They will," Huang said. "And then add that you've learned they found a significant amount of heroin at the time of his arrest." Chadwick just stared at him, completely stunned. He shrugged. "I guess religion isn't the only opiate of the masses." "Heroin?" Chadwick finally managed to say. "You do realize Indonesia has the death penalty for drug traffickers?" "I'm afraid they do," Huang said, his mind clearly working through the logistics of the plan to provoke Jack Ryan rather than the consequences for West. "I'll have someone posing as your constituent leave a message on your office voicemail. That way the FBI will find something. The number will be untraceable." "This is even worse than blackmail," Chadwick said. "You'd kill an innocent priest to advance China's agenda." "I wouldn't," Huang said, "but the people I work for would do it without a second thought." Huang fixed her with a cold, piercing stare, leaving no doubt in Chadwick's mind that he would be the one to kill her if she crossed him, or even if she didn't. His expression softened, as if he realized he'd revealed too much of his true nature. "You've done well." He turned west toward the cars and started jogging again. "I need to get back so I can make more calls." Chadwick fell into step beside him, struggling to find the right words. "Was there something else?" he asked, as if reading her thoughts. "A couple of things," she said. "See," Huang gave her a knowing smile, slowing down just enough to talk comfortably. "This is how it should work. You pass along pieces of intelligence as you gather them, and I interpret them. The information you pick up in the White House is incredibly valuable, Michelle. You know as well as I do that the world will be much safer without Jack Ryan." "I can't say I disagree," Chadwick said, thinking about the Espionage Act, the law the Justice Department used to charge spies. An invisible fist grabbed her stomach and twisted. She stared down at her feet, hitting the paved path. "I understand," she said, "and I'll do what I have to do. But I'm doing it for myself, not for China." "Admirable," Huang said. "Now let's hear that other information." Lucky Optical occupied the western half of a low, whitewashed block building that housed only two businesses. Set back from the road less than half a mile from the airport, it was fairly modern, featuring a tile roof instead of the tin roofs common to many other local businesses. The sign for a specialty butcher shop that used to operate next door boasted everything from fruit bat to fine hair meat, meaning dog. Dust-covered windows and an empty showroom made it clear the place had been closed for some time. According to its website, Lucky Optical shut its doors at 5:30, leaving Clark and his crew with a tight window to get set up. Jack Jr. and Midas pried open a window in the abandoned butcher shop and settled in to wait until everyone from the optical store had left. Clark slipped inside for a quick reconnaissance mission. He asked for a tiny screw for his reading glasses, and a kind woman at the front desk helped him out while he scanned the room for motion detectors, contact strips, control panels, and anything else that might signal an alarm or a trap. The single security camera was pointed at the ceiling, capturing nothing but light fixtures if it was even operational. It was probably left behind by the previous tenants and never removed. Caruso parked at the far end of the street, hidden behind the thick, saw-toothed leaves of some pandanus trees next to a scooter shop. Clark drove a block away in the opposite direction. The team had their earpieces in again, relying on radios instead of cell phones to stay coordinated. The plump eye doctor was the first to leave, followed by two female assistants who looked young enough to be his daughters. The woman who had helped Clark with his glasses, likely the office manager, was the last to lock up. She hopped on a scooter and rode off without giving a second glance to the odd cluster of Toyotas lurking in the neighborhood. "You're good to go," Clark said. "I'll get Gavin on the line so he can walk you through the steps." Special Agent Mo Richardson met Gary Montgomery at the Secret Service post inside the north entrance to the West Wing, nestled between the front portico and the press briefing room. She gave a polite nod to the uniformed division officer, a slender African-American woman she occasionally trained with at the dojo. "Any idea what's going on?" Mo asked. Montgomery's brow furrowed into a grim line, as if he were battling a headache, a common occurrence in this line of work. "Not sure," he said. "We were in the middle of AOP scenarios when I got the call." AOP stood for Attack on the Principal. The Presidential Protection Division regularly ran drills at their Beltsville facility, imagining attacks from every angle: water, motorcycles, rope lines, even explosive drones. There was even a full-scale replica of the Ryan House in Maryland that the Secret Service Counter-Assault Team and Anne Arundel County Special Operations Response Team used frequently. Mo had been running her own walkthrough and AOP drill with the agents she had handpicked for the Ann Arbor trip, using a mat room in the Secret Service gym to map out the floor plan of the Kellogg Eye Center. "It's not like we're short on work," Mo grumbled. "Tell me about it," Montgomery replied. Van Damme wasn't exactly giving away details. "All I know is that POTUS wants to see both of us." Mo's tone shifted from weary to a bit playful. "Does he call you in like this a lot?" Montgomery gave a half-hearted shrug. "More than I expected." "Yeah," he said. "I've never had a protectee ask for my opinion as much as this one." "What about the First Lady?" Mo sighed. "Same here. Honestly, it's hard not to get too attached." Montgomery let out a low chuckle. "Yeah, the boss and I had to have the talk not long after I started. He's a good guy." As they paused outside the secretary's suite by the Oval Office, Mo turned to face him, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Ever wish you'd worn a different shirt when you get called in last minute like this?" Montgomery gave a puzzled look. "You look fine, Mo. I was talking about you," she shot back. "You've got a little bit of mustard right there." He glanced down and caught her grinning. "You little jerk," he said with a laugh, motioning her inside but still checking his shirt, just in case. "After you, thanks," Mo whispered. "The second man coming through that door usually has the highest chance of catching a bullet." Betty Martin wasted no time ushering the two agents into the Oval Office. Once again, Montgomery let Richardson take the lead. They both halted just past the threshold, scanning the room to figure out the protocol, whether they should take a seat or simply deliver a brief update and head out. President Ryan, lounging in his favorite armchair near the fireplace, rose as they entered, prompting everyone else to follow suit. "Mo Gary," Ryan said, motioning toward the sofa to his left. "Appreciate you both coming on such short notice." Richardson's eyes swept across the familiar faces. None of them gave away the purpose of the gathering. Arnie Van Damme and Mary Pat Foley were seated on the couch to Ryan's right, alongside the CIA director. Across from them, Secret Service Director House sat alone. The president gestured for them to sit next to their boss. In the chair beside Ryan was an Asian man Mo had never seen before. Her attention locked onto him immediately. He was the only wild card in the room. Clean-shaven, mid-30s, with hair just long enough to brush his ears, he could look polished with a comb or effortlessly cool if he messed it up. He sat upright, but not stiff, a relaxed posture for someone inside the Oval Office. His suit was modest, nothing flashy, not brand new, but decent enough if he wasn't trying to stand out. That was rare in the White House, where everyone was scrambling to leave their mark, and that was it. He had eyes that Maureen would have glossed over in a crowd back when she worked protection, unthreatening eyes. This guy didn't want to be remembered. He had to be CIA. Once everyone was settled, Ryan nodded at the DNI, giving her the green light. "I'll keep this short," Foley began. "Given your roles, you both fall under what you Secret Service folks call worthy of trust and confidence. You each hold top-secret PSI clearances." Foley exchanged a glance with Ryan, then looked back at the two agents, as if she was uneasy about where this was headed. "It should go without saying that everything discussed here stays in this room." Absolutely, Richardson replied. Ryan gestured toward the Asian man beside him. Mo, I'd like you to meet Adam Yao from the CIA. He's done remarkable work, saved countless lives. Yao offered a half smile, shifting uncomfortably as the praise put him in the spotlight. Richardson couldn't tell if he was genuinely modest or if he felt uneasy being introduced by his real name, assuming Adam Yao was even his real identity. She found herself wondering what was about to unfold. She guessed it had something to do with the First Lady's upcoming trip. Still, she was a protector, not a spy, Adam, the president said. Would you mind bringing Special Agent Richardson up to speed? Of course, Mr. President, Yao replied. He leaned forward and grabbed a dark blue folder from the coffee table between the couches, pulling out a stack of 8 by 10 photos and passing them around. We believe General Song is coming to the United States with this man Sai Zun, acting as his handler. Sai's job is to keep Song in line. Our sources say he reports unofficially to Song's direct superior, General Bai. Richardson studied the photo. So what's Mr. Tsai's background? He's former Oriental Sword, Yao said. PLA Special Operations, their version of Spetsnaz. He's highly trained. He injured his knee during a fast rope descent from a helicopter. So he's been with Department 2 for 11 years now. He specializes in internal security, spying on the spies, so to speak. Nothing confirmed, but we believe he's done a lot of off-the-books work for General Bai. What kind of off-the-books work? Montgomery asked. He's technically outside of Bai's official command structure, Yao explained, but he's the one who keeps everyone in check. Montgomery compared him to the enforcer on a security team. Exactly, Yao confirmed, though he's far more sinister, using threats and blackmail. Think of him as Bai's personal troublemaker. Richardson lifted the photo for a better view. Is he a danger to Mrs. Ryan? Not directly, Yao replied. Our intelligence indicates he's merely along as a watchdog, similar to the old Soviet political officers who kept their generals in line. I've got 2 Mandarin speakers joining my team. Can I share this photo so they know who to watch for? DNI Foley gave the go-ahead. Absolutely. We'll supply photos of everyone in General Song's party, but keep Tsai's details vague. Just say he requires monitoring. That works, Mo agreed. Though he's unlikely to threaten the First Lady directly, Yao added. He could seriously jeopardize her objectives. Tsai is slippery. And since he answers to General Bai, who clearly despises everything about General Song, he'll be meddling in every aspect of the man's affairs. All right, Richardson said, sensing there was more. Yao glanced at the president before leaning back. That's why I need to be assigned to the First Lady's security team. Excuse me? Richardson exclaimed. Director Howe interjected. Officer Yao will receive a lapel pin certifying him as cleared by the Secret Service. Your team will think he's essential hospital personnel, and the staff will believe he's part of your detail. That's extremely risky, sir, Richardson argued. If he does anything suspicious, it won't matter what my team thinks. She locked eyes with Yao. If they perceive a threat, Yao shook his head. I won't be carrying a weapon. Well, Richardson retorted, we will be. Mo, Director Howe instructed. You and your team focus on Dr. Ryan. Officer Yao will handle Mr. Tsai. Richardson took a breath, processing the plan. What exactly does handle Mr. Tsai mean? Foley leaned in, her elbows on her knees, focusing on Richardson. Now we get to the delicate part. Officer Yao will outline his approach, but you must agree not to brief the First Lady beforehand. She should only know what she's already been told. Richardson looked to the president for confirmation. It didn't seem like him to keep his wife uninformed. The detail knew he treated her like an unofficial cabinet member. You want to ask why? Ryan said. I have to admit I do, Mr. President, Richardson replied. She could see this was awkward for him, but he met her gaze squarely. That was Jack Ryan's way, comfortable or not. Because of her medical oath, he said, first, do no harm. After everyone except Foley and Van Dam had left, Jack Ryan voiced his displeasure. He'd retreated to the small study off the Oval Office, settling onto the couch to brood. Kathy often said the furniture made him slouch, which looked unpresidential. He was too troubled to care. Van Damme occupied the swivel chair near the small desk, while Mary Pat sat in the matching recliner. "What's bothering you?" the chief of staff asked. "All of it," Ryan admitted. "Not a single part. This Chinese handler, what's his name? Tsai? His file reads like something out of a spy movie. I'm reconsidering whether Kathy should go through with this." Neither Van Damme nor Foley responded. This wasn't their call. And honestly, if Jack wanted peace at home, it wasn't entirely his decision either. Kathy Ryan was a capable, intelligent woman. She lacked training for this kind of work, but Ryan remembered. So had he when he first started. If she had known even half of the dangerous situations Jack Jr. had gotten himself into as an analyst, she would have ended him herself. And she wouldn't hesitate to call out his double standards now. She had a strong suspicion about what their son really did for a living. He could only come back from so many trips abroad with gruesome injuries and blame them on sports. Most recently, he had nearly lost his ear in western Afghanistan. She was a mother, and she had all the intuition that came with it. Oh, she knew all right, even though the truth remained unspoken, as if not saying the words out loud somehow made their son a little safer. Ryan let out a deep, resigned groan from within, the kind of death-rattle acceptance when you finally face something you've always known. The Ryans had never been a family that played it safe, and they never would be. "Adam Yao will handle his job," Ryan said. "Mo will handle hers. If there's any intelligence to be gleaned from General Song, Kathy will get it. When she's determined, she gets it done, whatever it is. God love her." General Song had found Tsai Zan impossible to stomach when they first met 5 years earlier at a senior officer's retreat near Hangzhou. Tsai was a senior operative with the military's intelligence wing, Department 2. He was often called a political officer, but in truth, he was a mole hunter. His mind worked like a paranoid crime novelist's, seeing everyone around him as a spy until they proved otherwise. When Song first encountered the unpleasant little man, Tsai had been sent to lecture the generals on the importance of patriotic vigilance. His presentation turned into a half-day of slides showing all the subversives he had uncovered, complete with grim photographs of their interrogations and executions. General Song did not tolerate spies working against his government, but he saw no reason to take pleasure in their suffering. One man's spy was another man's patriot. Some of them were incredibly brave, however misguided they might be. A quick bullet to the back of the head would be enough. There was no need to make a man suffer for his beliefs, and still, Song knew better than to show even a hint of his disgust. "Oh, you disagree with my methods?" Tsai's eyes seemed to ask. "And why is that? Is it because you have sympathy for the traitor?" Song couldn't help but picture the man spitting when he spoke. Men like Tsai thrived during wartime. In times of economic prosperity and relative peace, it was harder for them to find their place. Fortunately for Tsai, China was a vast country, with many enemies and many people to distrust General Bei, and he had naturally formed a quick bond during that first meeting. Birds of a feather, after all. Travel by high-ranking officials to the United States always attracted scrutiny from intelligence agencies. But Song knew General Bai was behind this. Tsai was his attack dog, on loan from the ministry. Song's trip with his granddaughter was last minute, which added to the mystery. The fact that he and his wife had chosen to have her illness treated in the United States was seen both as a great opportunity and as an insult to Chinese medicine. The medical establishment in Beijing complained bitterly, but no doctor wanted to be blamed for the loss of a child's eye, especially when that child belonged to a PLA general. Even generals as out of favor as Song could make a lot of trouble for a physician. They had to appear upset, but they were surely relieved the delicate operation would happen far from their scalpels. Tsai Zan showed up at the Song household unannounced, waiting at the door with the gray golf jacket he always wore instead of a suit coat, hanging over his arm. He shoved the jacket toward the maid without looking at her, barking when she didn't take it fast enough. The poor woman flinched, shooting a terrified look at the general, who smiled softly and gestured for her to leave the room. Sai stood about half a head shorter than Song, his arms unusually long and his fingers thin, making the general think of a leafless, scraggly bush. His flat nose could barely keep his glasses in place, so he kept pushing them up with the tip of one of those bony fingers. When Song greeted him in the entryway, Sai gave a stiff, leathery smile and complimented a Ming Dynasty vase as if he had read in an etiquette book that one should always smile and admire vases upon arriving at someone's home. But he clearly hadn't studied much about how to ease into a sensitive conversation. "I'm here with the complete authority and backing of General Bai," Sai said bluntly, standing as rigid as a soldier at attention. "And, by extension, President Zhao Chengji, chairman of the Central Military Commission and supreme leader." "Of course," Song replied. "What can I do for you? Should I assume you're going to America because you believe the treatment your granddaughter will get there is better than what she could receive in China?" "That would be the obvious conclusion," Song said carefully, aware that Sai might have a recording device hidden in his pocket. "Dr. Berryhill has done hundreds of these procedures. It's not about Chinese intelligence, but about American experience. I couldn't find a single doctor here with that level of expertise in retinoblastoma. The risk is too high." "The disease is only in one eye?" Sai asked, as if to suggest she had a spare. "So what was the big deal?" "The doctors in Beijing believe the tumor is limited to one eye," Song said, "but they admit they can't be sure." Sai stood motionless for a moment, staring and blinking like a bird. "And you're afraid Chinese surgeons will take your child's eye?" "It's possible she could lose the eye no matter where the surgery is done. Our goal is to save her life." "So you believe she is more likely to die here than in the United States?" Song clenched his fists, taking steady breaths to stay calm. He was a trained soldier, after all, and professional soldiers everywhere naturally distrust spies. Again, he said, "It's a matter of experience. Dr. Berryhill simply has more, and our doctors will stay inexperienced if everyone shares your elitist attitude." "I know it's selfish," Song said, "but I'd rather they not learn on my granddaughter." "I will go with you on this trip," Sai announced, tapping his temple with a finger. "You have a lot of valuable information up there that the Americans would love to get their hands on. It's been a long time since I visited the United States, but I remember they can be very cunning." "By all means," Song said, forcing a smile. "If there's nothing else, I need to get back to my granddaughter." "Is it visible?" "What?" "The tumor," Sai said. "Can I see it?" Song bit the inside of his lip, holding back a sigh and hoping it sounded more patient than it was. "No," he said, "you cannot. The tumor is inside the eye anyway." "How interesting," Sai said. "I'd like to hear the story of how you found it." "It's in my leave request for travel," Song said, his guard up. "I've read your report," Sai said, "but I want to hear the story again when we are on the plane." Song grabbed his golf jacket himself, saving his maid the trouble. As he closed the door, he couldn't help but wonder how hard it would be to keep his wife from attacking that insufferable man. Originally, the plan to sneak into Lucky Optical was to cut a hole in the drywall between the abandoned butcher shop and the clinic. But a quick check of the weak back door and some fast work with a pocket knife made damaging any property unnecessary. The Optomac machine was connected to an internal server through a Cat5 cable. Midas plugged a small laptop into one of the USB ports while Ryan searched the doctor's desk for any written-down passwords. It turned out they didn't need a keycard, quickly diving into the server files instead. They found at least 3 male patients named Superman. Gavin helped narrow it down by cross-referencing home addresses and phone numbers, pinpointing their target. The files were JPEGs, under a gigabyte for each eye, and downloaded fast onto a thumb drive. Ryan and Midas were back in their Toyota Avanza just 20 minutes after entering the building. Ryan drove while Midas talked to Gavin, figuring out how to build an override for the Retina scan lock using the thumb drive and a Raspberry Pi, in case the images on his phone weren't enough. Gavin held up the little green board about the size of a deck of cards. I love these tiny computers. They can do just about anything. Can that thing fend off a couple of armed guards? Ryan asked. Because that's what Ding and Adara are going to need. Clark's voice cut in over the radio, sharp and tense. Code black. Repeat, code black. Ryan and Midas both checked their radios, making sure they were on push-to-talk instead of intercom. Code black meant stop all radio traffic immediately, usually because they were being monitored. Since the radios were encrypted, someone must have gotten a hold of a handset. Ryan's phone rang a second later. It was Clark. Ryan put it on speaker and handed it to Midas so he could navigate the chaotic Monado traffic. Everyone meet at the Blessing Jesus statue south of the city, Clark said. Ding's gone. We have to assume he's been taken. Copy, Ryan said, his voice flat. Midas was already searching for the fastest route on his phone. He pointed south and whispered, Take this to the Ring Road. It's a straight shot south. Ryan nodded. Taken by who? I've got his tracker up, Clark said. Looks like he's at Superman's main office. No kidding? Midas said. That doesn't add up. How could Superman have known we were here? Maybe from the visit to the game store, Ryan thought out loud. Unknown, Clark said. But the fact is, he's at Superman HQ, or at least that's where the tracker in his belt is. Adara talked to a woman from the tea house who saw some men helping another man into a van. When she checked the spot, she found taser confetti on the sidewalk. They tased him, Midas said. Looks that way, Clark said, his jaw tight. Along with the twin barbs, the compressed gas taser cartridge releases dozens of tiny numbered tags called anti-felon identifications. These aphids fluoresce under UV light, helping law enforcement, and in this case, Adara, see where a taser was used. So, Ryan said, his mind racing, we meet at the statue, and then... The mission's still the same, Clark said, except we grab the tech and Ding. And no dart guns on the guards, Midas added. Oh, Clark said. Hell no! It was a simple job, a pregnant woman, 2 teenagers, and a man in his 50s. Soft targets. Kang could have handled it alone. He brought Rose and Lily along, mostly to keep an eye on the boss. Wu Chao insisted on coming. The major was useful when things got rough, but he didn't enjoy the work. He seemed embarrassed, guilty, and too much guilt can make a person slow. Rose and Lily didn't have that problem. They enjoyed the work as much as Kang did, a rare quality in women, in Kang's experience. The Lee House was a massive place, built like all the other homes in historic Fort Sheridan in the 1890s from pale brick. Located on a quiet side street east of Leonard Wood Avenue, near the old parade ground turned park, the 3-story house was surrounded by large oaks and Colorado blue spruce. Kang's group was lucky to have the last house on the loop right next to a steep forested hillside that dropped straight down to Lake Michigan's shore and a quiet nature sanctuary. Under the cover of night and rain, Kang and his crew arrived in a small inflatable boat. Dressed more like unlucky tourists than trained operatives, they pulled the skiff ashore and hid it in the bushes at the forest's edge. They didn't need to worry about huge tides, but Lake Michigan brought strong wind and waves, so Kang tied the bowline to a thick bush before leading the team up the tree-covered slope. As always, he came fully prepared for the night's work, having studied floor plans of similar homes and combed through social media of the woman and her 2 teenagers. Since Lee wasn't active online, Kang relied on a file compiled by MSS and Central Committee agents over many years. Lee was a retired military man, which could complicate things if violence erupted. But Lee had served in the Navy, fighting wars from a distance, not up close like Kang preferred. This target would be no problem at all. Peter Lee had Chinese blood flowing through his veins, yet he'd abandoned his heritage and duty. Lee worked for the Americans, making him doubly guilty in Kang's eyes, lower than a dog. A spotter in the neighborhood above, walking her small white dog, had confirmed earlier that Lee dropped his car at a garage in Lake Forest for repairs. His wife picked him up, and both kids arrived home late that evening. Kang's team had to push through thick undergrowth, but reached the hilltop without much trouble. A familiar warmth spread through his gut as the house came into view. A single light shone from the second floor, but it was just before dawn, and everyone would be asleep. The groggy time, the perfect moment to strike. Each team member carried an identical Beretta Storm compact 9mm pistol with a threaded barrel and suppressor. All except Wu Chao also had a knife. The women favored short, scalpel-like blades for close work, which explained why they often stripped down before a job. Kang's personal weapon was a heavy beast with a slightly curved blade like a stubby cutlass, custom-made by a smith back in Shanghai. The black micarta handle had scoring to keep his grip secure when things got slippery from blood and gore. Kang briefly looked away from the house to check his team. The women were focused on the mission, calm in the way professionals are before doing what they know well. Wu crouched at the edge of the brush, turning his head side to side, as if he were attacking a fortified bunker instead of a house full of civilians. He used a night vision monocular to scan the yard, then put it away. There was enough ambient light that no flashlights or goggles were needed. Wu gave Kang a slight nod. Permission to move forward, though Kang was already about to go without it. This was his area of expertise. Pulling a phone from his vest pocket, Kang entered a 6-digit code to access the security app on the Lee boys' cloned device. On his signal, the team sprinted through the blue-black darkness across the lawn to the side door, off the kitchen, stacking in pairs on either side of the frame. Lily put her right hand on the knob and raised her left to signal she was ready. The alarm would chirp the moment it was deactivated, alerting Lee that something was wrong. They had to move fast. Kang, standing right behind Lily, entered the disarm code, counted to 3, then squeezed her thigh, the signal to go. She rolled through the open door, careful not to let it bang against the wall inside. Kang moved silently behind her, his pistol raised, the faint green glow of the tritium night sights casting a ghostly light along the suppressor's barrel in the shadowy pantry. Rose slipped in after him, her movements so smooth and quiet she seemed to glide. Wu Chao took up the rear, carefully pulling the door closed behind them. The team crept through the mudroom and pantry in single file, stepping softly into the kitchen. They hugged the edge of a long granite countertop as they made their way toward the staircase on the left. The front part of the second floor was open to the space below, and light from an open bedroom door above spilled over the balcony, casting a warm glow on the hardwood floors and scattered area rugs. A woman's sleepy voice drifted down from the railing. She must have caught the soft electronic chirp. "James, are you messing with the alarm again?" The boy coughed, confused. "Huh? I asked if you were playing with the alarm," the woman repeated. "It's not me," the boy answered, his voice thick with sleep. The teenage girl snapped next. "Oh my gosh, James, it's the middle of the night. Can you just shut up?" Kang was surprised they all woke up so easily it didn't matter. Down in the hallway, Lily aimed her pistol up at the balcony, her back pressed against the stairs. She gestured to her left, then straight ahead, whispering, "Girl, parents," indicating which rooms held whom, then pointing over her shoulder at the bedroom across the upstairs hall. She added, "Boy, Kang," and the others nodded in understanding. Their plan was to take the parents first, specifically the pregnant woman. They would all be dealt with eventually. But Wu Chao wanted to interrogate Peter Lee, to find out what he knew and whether anyone else was aware of the break-in at the secure computer in his office. Once the woman was subdued, the rest would fall into line. Lee would surely cooperate to protect his wife and unborn child. After that, Kang allowed himself a grim smile. After that, the fool would realize it would have been better if everyone had died in the initial attack. Kang raised a hand, signaling toward the stairs. His foot had just touched the bottom step when the boy called out again. He froze. "Something's weird," the boy said, almost shouting so his parents could hear. "My app is acting up. Sorry, Mom. I'll go downstairs and reset it at the keypad. A light clicked on upstairs. Perfect. It would ruin the boy's night vision. Kang motioned for Wu Chao and Rose to move quickly across the hall into the dining room. He took Lily with him to wait around the corner in the kitchen. The boy would have to walk right between them to reach the security controls. Young ears, especially those belonging to kids who haven't been dulled by city noise or war zones, pick up on every sound. James came trotting down the stairs, whistling "We Are the Champions" by Queen, skipping every other step. He was barefoot, wearing only running shorts and a t-shirt. His bare feet hit the wooden floor just as his whistle reached its peak. The kid spun toward the kitchen, then stopped dead. He had heard something. Kang eased around the corner, allowing the boy to catch a narrow glimpse of the hallway. A shadow moved quickly as Rose stepped out of the dining room, just feet behind the boy, her silenced Beretta rising. She fired, but at that exact moment, Wu Chao knocked the weapon aside, deflecting the bullet upward over the boy's head and into the kitchen cabinets behind Kang and Lily. The shot made a quiet pop, dwarfed by the sound of shattering dishes and the teenager's terrified scream. The spent casing clattered on the hardwood. To his credit, instead of freezing like most people do when danger strikes, the boy tried to scramble up the stairs while his mind worked to process what was happening. Wu Chao grabbed a fistful of his t-shirt, yanking him back. He brought his open palm down hard on top of the boy's head, stunning him into submission. Wu Chao glared at Rose, hissing in rapid Mandarin. "Not yet. If you kill him, we lose all leverage." He jerked his free hand toward the stairs, shoving the boy ahead of him. Rose shot a glance at Kang, clearly asking for permission to teach their arrogant boss a harsh lesson. The light in the master bedroom clicked on. What was that? Sophie Lee called out. "James, did something break? Are you okay?" Mom, the boy stammered. Wu Chao pushed the boy forward and followed close behind him. The two women came next. Kang brought up the rear, covering the staircase with his pistol. "Tell them to come out to the balcony," Wu Chao ordered, shoving the boy to show he was serious. "Mom, Peter," the boy said, his voice surprisingly steady. They want you to come out here." Sophie walked out right away, clutching the collar of the knee-length football jersey she wore as a nightgown. The fabric stretched tightly over her pregnant belly. "What do you mean, they?" She stopped in her tracks, her mouth hanging open, her face turning pale when she saw her son with a gun pressed to his head. Down the hallway, the girl screamed. She ran out of her room holding a cell phone but hadn't called anyone yet. Rose rushed over and knocked the phone out of her hand. She slapped the girl hard, sending her to her knees, then spun around to grab Sophie by the arm and pull her back to the landing. Peter Lee was still nowhere to be seen. Coward, with a new, more vulnerable hostage under control, the whole team moved forward. Kang took hold of a trembling Sophie. She tried to scream, but Kang drove a vicious knee into her lower back. She winced, arching in pain, whimpering now. "Please, I'm begging you, don't hurt my baby." Wu Chao took a half step forward, using the boy as a human shield. He glanced sideways at Kang and Sophie, then turned toward the master bedroom. He raised his voice. "Peter Lee, if you call anyone, you'll force my hand." No answer. "Peter," Wu Chao barked again, "we can handle this like men. We just need to ask you some questions. Come to the door." The bedroom light went out. Rose looked at Kang like she wanted to go in. "No," he hissed. "Not yet." Kang laced his fingers through Sophie's hair and yanked her head back so she faced the ceiling. Her neck arched toward the door, delicate and exposed. He used the curved blade of his knife to lift the hem of the football jersey, pulling it up slowly, exposing her underwear and then her swollen belly. She found her voice, screaming and trying to pull away. One hand instinctively cradled her unborn child, the other tried to pull the nightshirt down. Kang used the blade to slap her hand away, slashing her forearm in the process. Blood poured from the wound. The boy lunged for his injured mother, but Wu Chao slammed a fist into the back of his head, staggering him and pulling him closer. Kang spoke now, loud but completely in control. His voice dripped with venom. "Peter Lee, come out now, stop hiding, and show yourself, or I'll cut out your baby and paint this house with your woman's blood." "Peter," Wu Chao said, "you have to listen. I won't be able to stop him if you don't." A massive boom shook the house, just as a burst of orange fire erupted from the darkness of the master bedroom. Wu Chao's knee exploded as if hit by a cannonball. He tilted sideways like a falling tree. A second blast tore off the side of his head, leaving him in a twitching heap behind the trembling boy. Kang had no time to feel shock. A third shot ripped through the air to his right. Something hot slammed into the bend of his elbow, making his hand spasm. The blade slipped uselessly from his open palm. He stepped back, trying to keep the pregnant woman between him and what had to be a shotgun. Sophie Lee had other ideas. Screaming with rage, she spun around, clawing at Kang's face, peeling skin off his nose and cheeks with her nails. He ducked, swinging blindly, shoving the crazed woman away before he lost an eye. Another shot shook the walls, blasting a huge hole in the drywall next to Kang's ear. He scrambled over the railing, landing halfway down the stairs. A fifth explosion, quickly followed by a sixth, sent Rose and Lily scrambling down the stairs right behind him. The two women fired their pistols over their shoulders as they retreated, but their shots went wide. Kang crouched low, using the landing for what little cover it offered. His hand was already working again, so the wound in his elbow couldn't have been too serious. Probably just birdshot. He ducked his head, pistol drawn, ready to charge back up the stairs. They didn't need to speak with Peter Lee that badly. The real goal was to clean up loose ends. Lee had to die. Kang would hunt down his family for the thrill of it, payback for daring to fight back. The sharp smell of gunpowder, mixed with the stench of urine from Wu Chao's bladder, made Kang hesitate, a hesitation that saved his life. Instead of retreating, Peter Lee moved forward with the shotgun, taking careful, aimed shots down the stairwell now that his wife and stepkids were clear. Lily stumbled forward, clutching her stomach. The next blast clipped off her ponytail and struck her square in the back of the neck, nearly taking her head off at that close range. An anchor shot. Lee was picking them off, one by one. He kept firing, reloading behind cover, then blasting away each time he topped off his weapon. The man knew how to fight. Kang and Rose fled the house, bursting through the back door at a full sprint. Both were gasping from frustration and adrenaline by the time they crashed into the dark tree line above the lake. The police were surely on their way. Crouching behind a thicket of scrub oak, Kang turned to take one last look at the scene of their utter failure. To his surprise, bright flashes lit the second-floor windows. Lee was still firing. He didn't know the intruders were gone, or how many were in his house. Strangely, the shots inside the brick home were silent from just a few dozen yards away. It was like watching a John Wick movie inside with the volume off. The neighbors wouldn't have heard a thing, certainly nothing that would make them dial 911. Lily Rose whispered. "That monster killed Lily, and he will pay for it," Kang said. "He will pay dearly." "We need to report in," Rose said. "We will," Kang replied, "when the job is done. Get down to the boat and grab the RPG. The pregnant woman is hurt. The cops will take her to the hospital when Lee comes out to ride with her. But the police will search the property." The garage door blew off its tracks and a gray Mercedes SUV shot out, tearing down the driveway with the door bouncing on the bumper for several dozen yards before it fell away. Tail lights flashed and tires screeched as the vehicle fish-tailed through the darkness, rounding the bend toward Leonard Wood Avenue. "This is a disaster," Rose spat. "No," Kang said. "This is good. This is very good." "I don't think they called the cops." "Lily is dead," Rose hissed, furious. "Wu Chao is dead. The man we came to kill is still alive. His fat cow wife is still alive. This can only be called a failure, but we are still standing." Kang nodded toward the road where the SUV had vanished. His lip quivered as the weight of what had just happened settled on his shoulders. It doesn't matter where Lee runs. Don't forget, we still have a way to track him. Neither he nor his precious family will live to see nightfall. Ding's tracker was still active at Superman Games headquarters when John Clark parked a block away in the back lot of a car dealership on Sam Ratulangi Road. The rented Toyota van blended in better on that lot than it would have on the side of the relatively quiet divided four-lane road. Getting any closer meant he might show up on exterior cameras. Any farther, and he risked being spotted by passers-by or people sitting on their porches to cool off. From what he could see, there was no clear line between residential and business areas. A dirt floor shack might sit next to a high-end grocery store, or the owners of a mansion might look out their window and see the roof of a convenience store. Superman's choice of headquarters showed real foresight, almost like he had planned a neighborhood watch from the start. The street was lined with private homes, and any unusual person or vehicle would surely raise an alarm. Clark stayed hidden on the western side of the road, opposite Superman's building, slipping through a wooded lot behind a row of worn-down shops that formed a shabby, almost makeshift mini-mall. It was pitch dark, and he used the deep shadows of a large guava tree directly across from the gaming company as his cover. A concrete block wall, waist-high and whitewashed to match the Superman structure, bordered the front of the property, ending in a sliding metal gate at the north end. Beyond the gate, piles of gravel and concrete blocks marked a new construction area that led to an open carport beneath what would become more offices. The mostly glass building, with its bright white eaves and roof, stood out sharply against the green jungle around it. That wall of windows let Clark easily see the guards in the lobby, but it also meant he would be exposed when he crossed the street. The plans Gavin had found online were unlabeled, but it was a safe assumption that Superman's office sat on the second floor, in the southeast corner. Indonesia was a steam bath, so showering multiple times a day was practically a national habit. The building had 3 washrooms, but the architect's drawing for the one next to the southeast corner office showed plumbing for an American-style toilet, a bidet, and a luxurious shower. The reinforced walls also suggested the vault was located in that same office. Clark still couldn't figure out how Superman's men had gotten to Ding. Ding must have done something that raised their suspicions at the storefront. If it had been local cops, drug dealers, or even random kidnappers hoping to ransom a rich American, Clark could have wrapped his head around it. But Superman? There was no way he could have known what they were up to. Ackerman was dead. Noonan was presumed dead, though that wasn't certain. Maybe there was a connection here. Clark shook the thought away. Noonan wouldn't know Ding Chavez from a stranger on the street. Chinese intelligence was supposedly in the mix, but he doubted they knew the gaming company had a copy of Calliope, not yet. Anyway, that left Ding's visit to the storefront. It made no sense at all, and yet here they were. Clark's orders were to grab the tech at all costs. He hated that phrase. At all costs sounded like a license to kill when you were a young, cocky operative, real James Bond stuff. The rules of engagement were practically non-existent. But in reality, at all costs meant sacrificing everything, even your teammates. Make it happen or die trying. There was a time when Clark was gung-ho enough to do just that, but he wasn't going down that road now. They would all die together, or they would all come home together. Jack Jr.'s voice came over the radio. Midas had rekeyed the encryption when they met up at the Blessing Jesus statue, so Ding's radio was now locked out. "I see a light in the back corner office," Ryan said. "North end, bottom floor copy," Clark replied. Dom was with Jack, and Adara and Midas also answered. Clark raised a PVS-14 night vision monocular to scan the grounds across the street. No patrols, but he spotted the exterior cameras above the door and at each corner of the building. The guard in the lobby, maybe 30 years old, was still alone, tapping away at a game on his phone. He spoke into his radio every few minutes. Clark looked left and right, up and down the dark street. No lights, No signs of bikes or pedestrians. He jogged across the road, moving diagonally toward a small princess palm tree. It was skinny and only about twice his height, but it gave him something vertical to stand beside. As long as he held still, a casual glance out the window might not catch him. Maybe Clark had no intention of lingering. "I've got 3 men in the northeast office," he reported. "Can't spot Ding from here, but my angle's not great." They're huddled with someone in the far corner. He paused, scanning. Weapons? At least one's got a pistol tucked in his waistband. Another's holding a piece of steel cable. "My target's on the radio," Clark noted. "Are they?" "Affirmative," Ryan cut in, his voice tightening. "The guy with the gun is talking to someone." A beat of silence. Then Ryan's tone sharpened. "Looks like he's about to use that cable on a person we can't see. We need to move." "Hold your position," Clark ordered. "We breach as one Adara Midas status." "We're at the southwest corner," Adara replied, "ready to drop the camera on your signal." "Copy. Stand by." Each operator was armed with a Heckler & Koch MP5 plus sidearms and extra magazines. It wasn't ideal for a full assault, but it would have to do. Clark knew the guards inside probably weren't as well equipped, but he never underestimated an opponent. All weapons were fitted with Gemtech suppressors. He usually disliked the subsonic ammo needed to mask the gunshot's crack, but in close quarters, the reduced power wouldn't matter much. Adara carried a Ruger Mark IV 22 with an integral suppressor, far quieter than the 9mm even with subsonic rounds. She was deadly accurate with it out to 50 yards, and further if needed. Clark had heard slingshots that were louder. Her job was to disable the front cameras, then follow him in after he breached the door. Dom had an identical weapon for cameras or any sentries in the back. Once inside, they'd switch to their SMGs. The suppressed .22 was so quiet that people sometimes didn't realize they'd been hit, returning fire longer than they would have with a louder weapon. Along with the digital scans of Superman's retina, Midas carried the Halligan tool and other breaching gear. Ryan and Clark each loaded up with 3 percussion grenades. They were getting Ding back. "In position," Clark said, pulling a black balaclava over his head. The mask not only hid his identity from cameras, but also delivered a psychological blow to the enemy. "Primary objective is the tech. I'll cover you. Everyone knows their zones. Rules of engagement stay the same. Kill everyone who isn't Ding." Ding Chavez turned his head and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. His hands and ankles were bound to the back of a heavy wooden chair. He blinked, trying to focus. "You guys are in deep trouble." The stocky man who'd been pounding him for the last few minutes clearly had some boxing experience. Each hit felt like a mule kick. Chavez had knocked the chair over 3 times, much to the amusement of the other 3 men in the room. The movement let him absorb some of the force, dulling the pain, but he played it up like it hurt worse. Thankfully, the boxer seemed out of shape and was already winded, giving Chavez a brief reprieve. His neck still burned from the initial stomp in the van, and his right eye was swollen shut. Luckily, his teeth, usually the first casualty in a beating like this, were still intact. The apparent leader, a man in a sweat-stained gray mechanic's shirt, stood nearby, slapping a length of twisted steel cable against his palm. Chavez fought back a shiver. He'd seen what those weapons could do to a body. Bones shattered, tissue tore apart. It wasn't pretty. The man with the cable grabbed Chavez by the hair and yanked his head up. "You're American?" The question hung in the air. Chavez barely managed a weak nod. Yeah, it was the first thing they wanted to know, so there was no sense in denying it. "What's your business with Mr. Superman?" "I who?" Before he could finish, the boxer landed another punch, earning a few snickers from the 2 men leaning against the wall. Knowing he needed a convincing story before this guy got serious and shattered his jaw, Chavez spoke up. "I'm trying to warn you, you really need to back off my people. They're a lot more dangerous than you realize." "And what people would that be?" the man with the cable asked. "Whatever you think you know," Chavez replied. "You've got it all wrong, is that right?" The cable guy sneered. "You think you can target the most high-tech company in Indonesia for an attack and just slip away unnoticed? Your American arrogance is almost funny." He jabbed the frayed end of the cable under Chavez's chin, forcing his head up again. "Mr. Superman gets threats from all over the world. Extortion, kidnapping, corporate espionage. We've got facial recognition software all around the store, always on the lookout for anyone who hangs around too long." He smirked. "So, you see, I already know you were watching the store from that hotel across the street. Want to tell me why, or should we move to the next level?" He swung the cable over his head, making it whistle through the air. "I'm not sure if you know this, but this piece of steel can take a man's head clean off. I've seen it happen." "I'll bet," Chavez said, "you run Superman security?" "I do," the man replied. "My name is Sebastian, though I suppose my name won't matter to you unless you tell me why you're here." Chavez groaned, letting his head droop, hoping he looked completely defeated. "My people will call the cops if I'm not back in an hour, please," Sebastian scoffed. "The police are quite, how should I put this, very friendly with Mr. Superman. I wouldn't count on them." He jabbed Chavez's chin again, harder this time, the raw wires drawing blood. "It'll be a lot easier for you if you just tell me who you're working for." Chavez just sat there, breathing heavily, waiting, hoping the transmitter in his belt was still working. "Nothing?" Sebastian sighed. "Fine. Then there's no point in holding back anymore." He nodded to the boxer, and the two men against the wall started to chuckle again. Bracing for another hit, Chavez heard a faint pop outside the window, followed by the sound of breaking glass in the hallway. A second later, a fist-sized metal canister rolled into the office through the open door. Chavez shut his eyes and opened his mouth, recognizing it instantly. Sebastian and his men didn't. Caruso, wearing a black balaclava, used the Ruger Mark V to take out the two cameras under the back of the building the moment Clark gave the order. With the Gemtech suppressor, the .2 made barely more noise than a Red Ryder BB gun. Ryan noticed the glass door in the back shift slightly, indicating a pressure change inside as Clark, Adara, and Midas came through the front. He popped the lock on the back door with a Halligan tool, shattering the glass, and swung inside behind Caruso. No audible alarms, but that wasn't surprising with so many guards around. With the HK hanging from a single-point sling around his neck, Ryan pulled the pin on a CTS stun grenade, a 9-bang. As its name suggested, it let off 9 bright, irregular bangs about 0.8 of a second apart, temporarily blinding and disorienting anyone nearby who wasn't prepared. The earpieces worn by the campus operators amplified ambient noise, but cut out for any sudden sound. Over 90 decibels, the flashbang started detonating about a second and a half after it left Ryan's hand, and the spoon flew off. Ryan and Caruso, ready for the blast and flash, moved forward quickly. Ryan placed 2 rounds into the chest of the man, gripping the electrical cable, stepping aside as he fired to clear a line of sight to Chavez. Disoriented and clutching his ears from the flashbang, a muscular man who had been towering over Chavez spun to escape toward the exit. Chavez lunged sideways, tipping the chair into the man's knee. The man howled, reaching for the pistol tucked in his waistband as he scrambled to push himself up. Ryan put him down with 2 precise shots to the back of his head. Caruso handled the 2 men near the wall with quick, efficient shots. They weren't shooting, but with visible weapons at their hips, and standing in the same room where Ding was being brutalized, they were clearly complicit. "Clear!" Caruso called out, as both men collapsed almost simultaneously. Ryan swept his sector. "Clear!" Caruso dropped to one knee and pivoted to cover the doorway with his rifle. Ryan let the HNK hang on its sling, shifting it across his body to the left so he could quickly access either the rifle or his sidearm if needed. He knelt beside Chavez, who lay on his side, still tied to the chair, working his jaw. Chavez blinked up with the only eye that wasn't too swollen to open. "I don't think I've ever been this happy to see your ugly face." Ryan flicked open his Benchmade knife and cut the restraints. "Anything broken?" Chavez winced as he rolled into a sitting position, then stood up. He rubbed his wrists. Nothing's bending where it shouldn't. Gunfire erupted from the lobby, guards returning fire. The pistols were suppressed, but the team had definitely heard the 9 bang. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Ryan asked. 4, Chavez replied. "Seriously, I'm fine. Give me a weapon. I'm in." Clark's voice came through Ryan's earpiece, unnervingly calm given the chaos. "Like a sloth that could kick your ass and shoot a .45. 3 down in the lobby," he reported. Adara followed up. "Upstairs is clear. Northeast office is clear," Ryan said, checking the other rooms now the missing man is accounted for. "Copy," Clark said. "Let's grab that technology and get out." "Damn," Chavez exclaimed. "They've got man-down radios." "We've got an issue," Ryan said, relaying Chavez's warning since he wasn't yet linked to the team's comms. The man-down feature on radios worn by utility, security, and law enforcement personnel alerts dispatch when the device tilts beyond a certain angle, meaning the wearer has fallen. "Copy," Clark replied. "Assume someone is responding. Get the tech, and let's move." "I think we're just about there," Midas added. Superman's office was a monument to his own ego. A life-sized painting of him, helmet in hand, dressed in a red and white NASCAR racing suit, dominated the wall across from his glass desk. A silk scarf billowed around his neck, making him look more like a daredevil than a driver. Another painting, half that size but still unsettling, showed Superman dressed as Theodore Roosevelt on a rearing horse, complete with a slouch hat and cavalry saber. A marble bust of the man sat on a pedestal by the window, soaking in natural light. With bare shoulders, it read, "Superman, Cincinnatus of Games." The lifeless marble eyes, missing his thick glasses, stared toward the desk, making Adara wonder if he actually held conversations with the ugly thing. She was genuinely surprised that despite his name, there were no paintings of Superman in a cape or a single big red S in the office besides the company logo. Superman didn't rise to power on narcissism alone. 2 large bookcases held well-worn volumes on computer theory, linear algebra, calculus, and neural networks. An old-school Space Invaders arcade cabinet stood near the bust of Cincinnatus, almost like a shrine. Adara spotted 3 obvious cameras, one above the vault, one above the door facing into the office, and another in the same spot facing out. She sprayed each lens with paint before taking position by the office door with her rifle while Midas worked on the vault. "How's it going, champ?" she asked over her shoulder. "I thought I had it with the digital photo," Midas replied. "Let me try something else with this scanner." Adara glanced back to see Midas leaning in, his cheek pressed against the locking mechanism, his smartphone screen sandwiched between his face and the scanner. A brief red glow appeared as the scanner did its job, followed by a satisfying metallic click as the vault lock disengaged. "We're in," Midas announced over the radio, pocketing his phone and ready to open the heavy steel door. Moment of truth. Outside, Jack Ryan Jr. crouched behind a low hedge in front of the glass double doors, ready to alert the team if anyone approached. The dim headlight of a lone scooter bounced down Sam Rajalangi Road from the north before turning into the driveway. The rider, a kid in his late teens or early 20s, got off the bike just long enough to slide open the metal gate. He wore a blue uniform similar to the lobby guards, but his shirt was untucked. It was hard to tell, but it didn't look like he had his Sam Brown belt on. Probably off-duty, definitely not responding to a break-in. Ryan alerted the team and let the kid approach. If this was a scout sent ahead by a tactical team, he deserved an Oscar. He carried 2 plastic bags that appeared full of food. Oblivious to everything around him, he stared at his feet as he walked, his shoulders bouncing like he was dancing. 80s metal blasted from a set of white earbuds, loud enough for Ryan to recognize Girls, Girls, Girls by Motley Crue. With his eyes on his shoes, the kid hadn't noticed the broken door yet. Ryan waited until he was within 10 feet, then stepped out, aiming with the MP5. The kid's mouth dropped open, and he muttered something in Indonesian, probably a curse, judging by the startled look on his thin face. He raised his arms, still holding the bags. "Who are you?" Ryan motioned him inside with the gun barrel. Clark and the others were waiting. The kid, who said his name was Ismaya, stared at the chaos, his mouth hanging open. "What? Who are you people? More of that Oscar-worthy performance with his hands still up?" Ismaya winced when he saw Chavez. "What happened to you?" "How long have you been gone?" Clark asked, his voice firm and businesslike. The kid's eyes softened, becoming less confrontational. He seemed to realize his life depended on the answer. "My boss," he pointed to the dead man at the bottom of the stairs. "He told me I didn't have to come in tonight. I thought I'd bring them some panada for a snack." Caruso looked up from searching the bags, homemade Hot Pockets. "All right," he said. "Got it." Midas called over the radio. "We're coming down." "Very well," Clark said. "Let's get moving before someone else shows up with more meat pies." He looked at Ismaya and slowly shook his head, groaning like he was exhausted. "Kid," he said, "I really wish you'd stayed home." 4 minutes later, Chavez, Adara, and Caruso headed north on Sam Ratulangi, carrying the 4x4 plastic box containing the text strangely. The terabyte thumb drive was laser-etched with the word Calliope. Clark, Ryan, and Midas followed in the van behind them. Clark made the call and got the F-15s airborne. "Glad you brought the ketamine," Midas said over the radio. "We could have just tied him up," Adara replied. "We could have," Clark said. "But I never trust knots alone." "Truth," Midas said. "Batman always finds a way out of that stuff when they leave him alone. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the kid didn't have a clue about Ding." "Probably not," Clark agreed. "He'll be fine in about an hour. By then, we'll be long gone. So, let me clarify. Ding, Superman's guys caught you on camera during your reconnaissance at the game store, and then the facial recognition software on the hotel's surveillance system across the street flagged you as a potential threat. That's about it," Chavez replied. "From what his goon Sebastian said, they thought I was lurking around to assassinate Superman. He never brought up the tech." Chavez paused. "Anyone tailing us? Looks clear so far." Clark checked his watch. "The Eagles will be touching down in 87 minutes, 42. Sophie Lee gasped between ragged breaths, trying and failing to hold back her sobs. "We have to call the police." She was in the back seat staring at the headliner while her daughter used paper towels from the SUV's glove box to press down on the cut on her arm, trying to stop the bleeding. The wound was painful, but it didn't seem to have hit any major arteries. They had fled so fast that no one had time to change. James and Martha had grabbed jackets. Peter wore gray sweatpants and a white t-shirt, while Sophie still had on the Navy football jersey she used as a nightgown. The emergency bag Peter insisted they keep in the closet contained cash, copies of their passports, a pistol, and some snacks, but no spare clothes. Sophie kicked the front seat. "Peter, are you even listening to me?" Lee took a corner too sharply, making the tires squeal on the pavement. He glanced in the rearview mirror, his face glowing eerily from the dashboard lights. "Let's hold off on that for a minute." Sophie bit her lip to keep from screaming. "Hold off? What are you talking about? Who are those people? Why were they in our home?" "I don't know who they were," Peter said, "but it must be connected to one of my projects. They were speaking Mandarin," James said, rocking back and forth, hyperventilating. "I caught a couple of words." Peter took one hand off the wheel to squeeze his son's shoulder. "Take a deep breath, son," he said. "Actually, everyone needs to slow down. Breathe in for 3 counts. Breathe out for 5. He glanced in the mirror again. "You too, sweetheart. It'll help lower your heart rate. One of your projects?" Sophie demanded. "There's been some trouble at work," Peter said. I caught one of my engineers entering the vault with an ID stolen from another employee. And he wants you dead? She, Peter corrected. I don't think she's that high up in the chain of command, but it could be whoever she's working for. We still need to call the police, Sophie insisted. And we will, Peter said, but they'll go after the people who tried to kill us. Good, Sophie said. Right, Peter replied. But this feels too big for our local police department. Then call the FBI, Sophie said. I don't care who you call, but I want some badges and guns here right now. Listen, Peter said, gripping the wheel until his knuckles turned white. Those guys were Chinese. There's reason to believe my employee is an agent of the Chinese government. That means the people in our house were also Chinese government agents. They could have people everywhere. My top priority is keeping you safe, not solving a crime. Peter made another turn, slowing down now that he was in town. Sophie wished he would speed so they'd get pulled over and she could get a cop to help. Where are we going? She asked, realizing when she saw the sign for the mechanic's shop. We're switching cars, Peter said. Switching cars? Sophie shook her head. Her husband had completely lost his mind. Just call the police. Why do we need to switch cars? Peter pulled the Mercedes into the shadows behind the garage, away from the streetlight, and put it in park. Against her better judgment, Sophie trailed him toward the back entrance, ignoring his Audi sitting in the garage lot. Peter grabbed a rock and got ready to smash the window. Sophie barely held back a shout. What are you doing? Their security is down, he replied. I overheard the staff talking when I brought the car in for service yesterday. Sophie pressed the blood-soaked paper towels tighter against her arm. Peter, listen, we don't need to break in. Your car is right there. I have a spare key on my ring. Won't work, Peter said. Those people disabled our home alarm system to get inside. If they're that skilled, tracking our car won't be hard for them, so? Sophie stared at him in disbelief. If they can track my car, they can track yours, too. Peter smashed the glass with the rock, then reached through to unlock the door. That's exactly why we're not using my car. He grabbed the keys to a newer Chevy Impala. The paperwork showed it was in for a routine 50,000-mile checkup, still drivable. He walked back toward the lot. Let's move, he said, scanning the dark, empty streets. They could be right on us. Sophie climbed into the front seat. Peter pulled out slowly, heading south toward Chicago. Can we call the police now? Soon, Peter said, but not immediately. The police have to follow proper procedure. And that takes time. Time others can use to finish what they started in our house tonight. Sophie stifled a sob, holding her belly. Who are you? I'm trying to keep you safe, Peter said. You shot those people, Sophie said. They were, I know, she said, letting the tears flow freely. I know that I trust you. I'm just so terrified. Me too, Peter said. And oddly, that honesty comforted Sophie more than if he'd pretended not to be scared by the attack. Someone had invaded their home, the place where they should have felt safe. And that man who grabbed her, he was so cold, like he didn't care whether she lived or died. No, that wasn't quite right. He wanted to watch her die. She recognized it in his eyes. The experience left her feeling violated and exposed, deeply vulnerable. Peter placed a hand on her knee and squeezed. You need to believe I have a plan. I don't want to frighten you more than... That's impossible, Sophie said. That man threatened to cut out our baby. This wasn't a random burglary. They weren't addicts looking for cash. We're dealing with a professional assassination team sent by a foreign government. Those people don't stop until they're stopped. But you can stop them, Sophie said. You have a plan. I do, Peter said. It may not be strictly legal, but it's right, and it will keep us alive. James leaned forward between the seats, holding his phone. The poor kid was still in shock, his mind grasping for any shred of normalcy. I forgot. Leah's mom is supposed to pick me up for school tomorrow. We were working on a project. I need to call and tell her I can't come. Peter shook his head, gripping the steering wheel. No calls. She'll figure it out, honey, Sophie said. Let's sort out what's happening before we contact anyone." "Oh? Okay," the boy said, his voice flat and hollow as the adrenaline faded. He slipped the phone back into his pocket. The phone on the desk in Ryan's home office buzzed. He had been expecting the call and grabbed the receiver before the second ring. It was Foley waiting outside in the East Sitting Hall with Van Damme. "They have it, Mr. President," Mary Pat said after Ryan invited them in. "The F-15s will retrieve the thumb drive in." She checked her watch. 83 minutes. "They're going to race across the Pacific as fast as they possibly can, slightly quicker than what Wikipedia states, and have it delivered to our Honolulu labs in a little over 3 hours, not counting a few mid-air refueling stops." "That's good news," Ryan replied. He knew Jack Jr. was part of the team that went in, but made sure not to ask about him directly. "Any problems?" "Chavez got roughed up a bit," Foley said. "But they say he's ready to go." "Are you both packed?" Ryan asked. They were coming with him to Indonesia and would leave with him on Marine One from the White House. "Yes, Mr. President," they answered at the same time. "Is there something else?" Ryan asked, noticing the expression on Van Damme's face. "Mr. President," the chief of staff said, "it's about Father Pat. The Indonesian government is now charging him with heroin smuggling. No word on the trial yet, but in the meantime, they're moving him to Nusa Kambangan." Ryan felt like he'd been punched in the gut. "Execution Island?" Foley nodded. "I'm afraid so. Nusa Kambangan sits off the southern coast of central Java. Part prison island, part ecotourism destination, it's often called the Alcatraz of Indonesia, or more accurately, Execution Island. While the death penalty for drug offenses isn't automatic in Indonesia's legal system, it's hardly rare. Just a few years ago, 2 members of the so-called Bali Nine, arrested for heroin smuggling, were executed by firing squad along with 6 other convicted narcotics traffickers in a floodlit field behind Bezi prison. "Have they moved him already?" Ryan asked. "I have people checking now," Foley said. "Adler does too. I'll let you know as soon as I hear." Ryan picked up the phone to call the communications office. He had a flight to catch, but it wasn't exactly going to leave without him. President Gumelar was expecting him, but Ryan wanted another conversation given this new development. As Ryan anticipated, the Indonesian president was unavailable at the moment. That was fine. Ryan needed a few minutes to cool off so he didn't end up tearing the ineffective guy a new one. He'd call again once he was aboard Air Force One, and he'd keep calling until Gumelar answered or Ryan was knocking on the door of Merdeka Palace. Ryan glanced at his watch. If not completely calm, at least getting a grip on his anger. His late father used to call this putting a point on things. Unfocused rage could be terrifying and had its place occasionally, but focused fury was far more powerful. When aimed at the right target, it was a magnificent and terrible force. "Kathy will be on her way soon," Ryan said. "I'm going to say goodbye to her in a few minutes. I'll be right down." He stared out the window into the distance, starting to nod without realizing it. Foley gave him a cautious look. "Jack, what are you thinking?" Van Damme threw up his hands. "Oh, great," he said. "That look always terrifies me, Mr. President. You're plotting something." Ryan placed his hand flat on the desk and spoke deliberately, as if he'd thought this through thoroughly. "As much as I hate making this personal," he said, "it's time to go all out, to use every resource we have to get Father Pat out of prison. I think it's time I bring in a heavy hitter to help once we land." "I see where this is going, Mr. President," Van Damme said. "I'm officially opposing this. There could be serious fallout. If this leaks, this one event could define your entire administration. I'm fully aware of that, Arnie," Ryan said. "You need to say goodbye to Kathy," Foley said. "I can make the call." "I'll do it," Ryan said. "I'm the one who has to live with the consequences." 44, 10 miles from the airport, John Clark checked his phone for the first time in 90 minutes. He had 3 messages. One call came from his wife, who had made it clear she wouldn't try again unless the house was on fire, and maybe not even then. The last two were from a familiar number. He raised an eyebrow, dialed back, listened carefully, and said, "Absolutely, sir." "Name the place and time, and I'll be there." Clark immediately pulled up several airline apps on his phone as soon as he hung up. A flight to Jakarta was leaving in just over an hour. "Drop me at departures," he said. Ryan shot him a look. "Okay. You two good up there, Ding?" Clark asked over the radio. "Ready to roll?" Ding replied. "Perfect," Clark said. "I'm going to have to leave you to handle things. Just got a very interesting call, and I need to take off." "You're not riding back on the Gulf Stream?" Ding asked. That's rough. It warmed Clark's heart that Chavez didn't press for details. He'd share what he could when he could, and Chavez understood that. "Ryan will make a quick stop to drop me off so I can catch this flight. You guys head to the meeting point and hand off our little friend to the F-15s. I'll call you once I'm inside." Clark ended the call and started stripping off all his weapons to get through security. He could get more where he was headed. Midas handed him a pack of wet wipes from a bag on the floor. They'd all fired enough rounds to be covered in microscopic and not so microscopic gunpowder residue. A quick swab of Clark's hands at the airport could bring everything to a halt while they sorted it out. "Kill the dome light," he said, after finishing his quick wipe down, then leaned back with his arms and hands spread. "Any blood on me?" Midas and Ryan both gave him a once-over, shaking their heads. Ryan caught his eye, silently asking questions. "It's better for you if I keep this to myself," Clark said. "It's a need-to-know thing?" Ryan let out a scoff. "And I don't need to know. That about sums it up," Clark said. "I'm just watching your back." Chavez watched John Clark's plane lift off an hour and 5 minutes before the F-15 Eagles were scheduled to arrive. He was a grown man who had run dozens of missions without Clark there. Maybe it was the pounding headache from the hits to his face. Maybe it was his chipped tooth, but for some reason this time he felt like he was on the ropes. He had no clue what Clark was up to, but he could see from the smirk on the man's face that it would be dangerous. Chavez and Adara took the Faraday bag, holding Calliope inside the fixed base operator, located in the South Civil Aviation section of the airport. Jack Jr. stayed outside in one van, while Midas and Caruso waited in the other, keeping watch for any threats. Chavez wasn't concerned about trackers. The Faraday bag would block any signal from getting in or out of the drive or the plastic container it was stored in. But there was only one airport in Manado and one FBO at that airport. It wasn't a stretch to think Superman might figure out where they'd go to get the tech out of the country. And if he did, he'd come after it hard. The gaming mogul had already shown he had no problem using violence. In Chavez's experience, people were never more ruthless than when they were trying to steal back something they had stolen from someone else. On the other side of the door, on the airport side of the building, was the flight line, the secure area down the ramp from where the commercial airliners parked. The area around the airlines was brightly lit and buzzing with activity. There were few lights right outside the FBO. The maintenance hangar was shut down and dark. All the mechanics had gone home for the day. Several business jets and a couple of prop planes sat parked in the darkness. Most were locked and idle, but just beyond the Hendley G550, 4 men were loading bundles that looked suspiciously like drugs into the back of a low-wing twin turboprop. Chavez identified the aircraft as a Piper Cheyenne III, easily recognizable by its high T-tail and elongated nose. The DEA had a couple of these planes modified for surveillance work, but on the flip side, they were fast and fuel-efficient enough to make excellent drug-smuggling vessels. The men were loading cargo in the darkness, which convinced Chavez that this was exactly what was happening. He would have loved to blow their entire operation sky high if he'd had the time. Eventually, they'd get caught and likely executed. Drug smuggling was a rigged game in Indonesia. Even if you bribed the police, which was unavoidable, the odds were stacked against you. They killed you for it over here. He decided to give the Cheyenne a wide berth to avoid any guilt by association. If everything went according to plan, in just over 60 minutes, the F-15 pilots would land and take Calliope off their hands. He doubted they'd even pause to use the restroom. The chance of a threat coming from that direction was slim, but Chavez kept his eyes open anyway. He had called Helen and Country, the Gulfstream pilots, to check their status, but they were dealing with a rental car that wouldn't start and were at least another hour out. Perfect. A beatdown, a shootout, and car trouble, the night couldn't get any better. It was a good thing Clark had flown commercial, even if he wanted to keep the rest of the team out of what he had planned. Everyone had brought all their gear, anticipating a quick exit from the country. There was no reason to go back to the hotel. Nothing left to do but wait. Chavez slumped into one of the faux leather seats, clutching a paper bag of popcorn. In this line of work, you got used to waiting for painfully long stretches, waiting in the limo for your protectee to finish a meeting, waiting in the shadows for an asset to appear, or simply waiting at an airport for a ride. Smoking and joking, the feds called it. Keeping your wits about you while exhausted, beaten down, and bored out of your mind was an art form. Popcorn helped a lot. Almost every FBO he'd ever seen, anywhere in the world, seemed to have a machine. The smells of popcorn and jet fuel were so linked in his mind that if Patsy made Orville Redenbacher to snack on while they watched something on Netflix, Chavez would inevitably dream about airplanes, usually jumping out of a perfectly good one. Since there were no metal detectors or X-rays inside the FBO, Ding and Adara had kept their handguns. Neither wanted to disarm until Calliope was safely on one of the fighters, and those jets were back in the air, heading for a computer lab at Joint Base Pearl Harbor-Hickam. And then there were the drug smugglers loading the Piper Cheyenne to consider, much better to stay armed. Chavez rubbed a fleck of blood he'd missed on the side of his hand. He had used wet wipes and hand sanitizer to clean up as best he could, then finished the job in the restroom. Like most men's rooms overseas, there were no paper towels, which made Chavez grateful he'd adopted his father-in-law's habit of carrying a handkerchief. Head wounds bled like crazy, though, and he had a couple that would make him look like a zombie if he didn't keep an eye on them. He felt like a zombie, that was for sure. The pain in his head grew with every passing minute. "Itite 1 hour on the nose," Adara said, startling Chavez a little as she sat down beside him with her own bag of popcorn. "We can stand on our heads for this long." She turned halfway in her seat, examining his injuries, and there were many, then used the long white paper bag to point at his left eye. "You need a few stitches right below your orbital," she said. "Can you see okay? A blow like that can mess with your vision." "I'm good," Chavez lied. He still hadn't gotten used to seeing Adara with black hair. A perfectionist. She had even taken the time to dye her eyebrows. 1 bottle of Indonesian hair dye, and she had gone from looking like a badass Tinkerbell to Chavez. Still looked tough, but something was off, like an evil twin version of his usual self. It was deeply unsettling. He kept that observation to himself, especially since he had been the one to give her the hair dye. "Thanks, Doc," he said. "I'll stop by a clinic as soon as we get back." Adara had earned the nickname Doc from her time as a Navy corpsman, and the team used it naturally. She slipped into her medical role without missing a beat. "I've got lidocaine on the G5, she said. "I can stitch you up right here as long as the ride stays smooth. Facial wounds need quick attention." She flashed a grin. "And my copay is way cheaper than in urgent care." Chavez nodded slowly, weighing the idea. She had patched up everyone on the team at some point, even back when she was running transportation, before Clark and Jerry promoted her to field operator. "All right," he said. "It's a hell of a long flell," the radio crackled, voices overlapping as 2 people outside tried to speak at once. Both Chavez and Adara straightened in their seats. Midas came through next, his voice tight like he was grinding his teeth. "We've got company," he said. 2 Hilux pickups loaded with trouble. "Looks like 8 to 10 men." "All carrying weapons?" Chavez turned toward the door, just as the guy behind the FBO counter pulled out a pistol. "Gun on the left," he said sharply, alerting Adara. He gave the night manager a split-second chance. Maybe he was just defending himself from the guys outside. No such luck. The man swung the gun in a wide arc, crossing Adara first. They fired simultaneously, both rounds hitting him square in the chest, one down inside. Chavez reported over the radio. "We're still okay, but the cops can't be far behind." "Bad news," Jack said. "I think these guys are the cops." Adrenaline surged through Chavez, making him forget his pounding headache. Unfortunately, the headache hadn't forgotten him, and he swayed slightly as he moved toward the ramp door. "Don't let them identify you." "Copy," Jack said. "We're still in the vans. They haven't spotted us yet." "They're getting ready to come in," Caruso added. "Jack can go. I'll stay and cover you." "Negative," Chavez snapped, steadying himself through sheer willpower. "Adara and I will slip out the back to the flight line before they enter. We'll try to circle around to the south. Jack, stay put, Midas. Wait until they're about to hit the door, then peel out, make a lot of noise like you're fleeing. Hopefully they'll follow you, Jack. If you can, slip away after they leave. We'll meet at the backup location in 4 hours." That backup spot was a downtown church he had chosen when they first arrived in Monado. It was far from the airport and the F-15s. But if he stayed put, Calliope would be long gone by the time they got there, and he and Adara would likely be dead. Pistol in hand, Chavez grabbed the door and gave Adara a nod to signal he was ready. His left eye was nearly useless, his head throbbed, and he was pretty sure he had at least 2 cracked ribs. Yeah, things were just perfect. Adara grabbed her pack and vaulted over the counter, hitting the button to buzz open the ramp exit. Chavez held the door until she reached him. A quick glance outside showed the coast was clear, and they dashed into the sticky darkness. The screech of tires echoed around the building. Chavez spotted the Toyota's taillights racing away from the FBO. He counted 1 pickup, then another speeding past in pursuit. They stopped next to a parked fuel truck. The smell of asphalt rose on the warm night air, reminding him of a racetrack. On any other night, one where he wasn't fleeing for his life, with stolen tech in his pocket, he would have savored that scent. "Looks like they're buying it," Adara said, watching the fading lights. "Hope so," Chavez replied. "Now Midas and Dom just need a clean getaway." Jack appeared through the netting. "Look alive. They left 3 behind. 1's watching the lot. 2 are heading your way." "Hold your position," Chavez said, breathing harder than he liked. "You all right?" Adara asked. "I'm fine." He managed a quick smile. "Just a little banged up from that beating I took. The guys coming inside would find the dead FBO manager any second now. They'd likely pause to clear the building if they were smart, but there wasn't much to search besides a back office and the restrooms. It'd be seconds, not minutes, before they were right on them. Please tell me you've got some clever plan up your sleeve," Adara whispered, crouched in the dark with her pistol ready. She looked tough. Chavez was pretty sure they could take the 2 men, but he wanted to leave Indonesia without tangling with any cops, even if they were on Suparman's payroll. He considered hiding in the Gulf Stream for a split second, but a thin-skinned plane was a terrible spot for a standoff. A Batik Air jet roared overhead, shaking the ground as it took off south. "Ryan's pinned down," Adara said. "Unless we hijack a plane, I don't see many options besides fighting those guys when they come out. I guess we could always surrender." Chavez nodded, starting to stand. "That's it. Surrender?" Adara laughed, her face blue in the dim light. "That was a joke. These guys aren't taking us to jail." Chavez pointed his pistol toward the Piper Cheyenne. "I'm not talking about giving up." The Piper's rear door hung open, its stairs extended. The only light inside came from the faint glow of the cockpit instruments. Both pilots were already on board, while the loading crew had gone between the shabby metal buildings to check out the commotion out front. Adara spotted at least 1 long gun, meaning there were probably more. 2 seats faced backward, back to back with the pilots in the open cockpit, 1 on each side of a narrow aisle. The rest had been removed to make room for cargo, dozens of bales wrapped in black plastic and lots of duct tape. The Cheyenne, the third A, normally carried 9 passengers, so Chavez was nearly in the cockpit in one quick stride after entering. The Indonesian pilots both turned as he bounded up the steps, gun aimed forward. Adara followed close behind, lifting the door and folding stairs before the pilots realized what was happening. The older pilot in the left seat, at least 10 years older than his co-pilot, raised his hands and grinned, shaking his head with amusement. "You won't get far if you shoot us." "I only need one of you to fly this plane," Chavez said, completely serious. "Your co-pilot looks capable. He had no problem taking out a drug trafficker. It wouldn't be his first time." Any trace of bravado vanished from the pilot's face. "I assume you're running from those people making all the noise out on the street?" he asked. Chavez smacked the headrest with his free hand. This was a delicate moment. The pilot actually had the upper hand. All he had to do was sit tight while his coworkers stormed the plane. Chavez was betting the pilots were smart enough to realize they'd probably catch a few bullets if their friends rushed the aircraft. Drug smugglers weren't known for their careful aim. Chavez leaned further into the cockpit between the 2 seats, partly to check for weapons, but mainly to crowd them and keep the pressure on. "Let's move. And no headsets. I want the radio on speaker so I can hear everything. And remember, I have the transponder codes, so don't even think about sending out a distress signal." The pilot turned to look him straight in the eyes, as if that had been his exact plan. Setting the transponder to 7,700 would alert air traffic control to an emergency, while 7,500 would indicate a hijacking. The pilot complied without argument. The small aircraft began to vibrate as he started each Pratt & Whitney turbine engine one after another. He looked over his shoulder while the propellers reached full speed. "My name is Deddy," the pilot said, clearly trying to make himself seem more human to the man holding a gun to his head. Chavez couldn't fault him for it. He'd probably do the same in the pilot's shoes. He kept his tone firm and direct. "You're doing fine, Deddy. We'll get through this without any trouble as long as you follow my instructions exactly." "But are those men after you?" He turned halfway in his seat. "The ones with the guns?" "Yes," Chavez replied. "Keep your eyes on the runway, Deddy." "All right," the pilot said. "But honestly, I think you might have gotten us all killed." "I'm far more scared of the man who owns what you're sitting on than I am of you." Adara peered out the back window, then crouched low in the aisle and waddled back to Chavez between the plastic-wrapped bundles secured with duct tape. She leaned in close to whisper in his ear. "Any minute now," she said. "The guys with guns are coming back." Chavez pointed down the taxiway with his Smith & Wesson. "Get us airborne, no headsets, keep the radio on speaker so I can hear everything." The pilot had already submitted a flight plan, and the Cheyenne received quick clearance to taxi the full length of the single runway. They took off heading south, heavy with cargo, struggling through the thick, humid air, climbing into the wind. The pilot followed departure's commands and banked east. The runway lights and the island of Sulawesi quickly disappeared into darkness. Chavez felt an unsettling thud beneath his feet as the landing gear retracted. The co-pilot, a disheveled young man with uneven hair falling over the collar of his white uniform shirt, started to chuckle. Chavez tapped the back of the right seat. "Did I miss something funny?" The pilot shot a quick look at his co-pilot and muttered something in Indonesian. "Speak English." Chavez smacked the pilot's headrest again. "I apologize." Deddy twisted his neck to look over his shoulder at Chavez, as if trying to protect the co-pilot from what he was about to say. "Men like us, we've been in dangerous situations before. My co-pilot is new. He laughs when he's nervous. That's all. He took this job to support his family. He didn't even know what we were flying tonight." "That's a nice story," Chavez said, "but it's hard to swallow." The co-pilot was young, maybe in his late 20s. His chin trembled like he might break down crying any second, and he gripped the yoke with white knuckles, even though the autopilot was handling the plane. The pilot shrugged. "Believe it or not, it doesn't change the truth. I'm just trying to calm him down. I told him you have no reason to hurt us as long as we take you where you want to go. That's correct, Chavez said. Halfway between the cockpit and the door, Adara leaned over the plastic bales. She pressed her face against the side window to check for anyone following them. Without headsets, the roar of the Pratt and Whitney engines forced her to shout. They're not behind us. They will be soon enough, the co-pilot said, chuckling again before catching himself and biting his lower lip. My friend is right, the pilot added. Those men wouldn't want to cause a scene with airport authorities, not with the cargo we're carrying. But there's another pilot in their group. Did you notice the small business jet parked next to us on the tarmac? A hawker, Chavez said, already dreading where this was going. I saw it. The pilot nodded, his gaze fixed on the dark horizon beyond the cockpit instruments. A Hawker 800 can fly nearly 3,000 miles and hit speeds over 500 miles per hour. Even at a normal cruising speed, it's 100 knots faster than this Cheyenne, especially with all our cargo. And here's the kicker. It can slow down almost as much as we can, making it a nightmare to shake. He leaned into the aisle to lock eyes with Adara. If you keep watching, Habib will show up. The co-pilot let out a nervous laugh and bit his knuckle. Chavez scanned the gauges. They were heading east at 10,000 feet above the ocean. Altitude wouldn't save them in a crisis, but Chavez wanted to stay low. The Cheyenne's cabin was pressurized for about 8,000 feet, so a sudden leak at this height wouldn't be catastrophic. If they climbed too high, the pilots might cut cabin pressure and oxygen to regain control. He snapped his fingers near the pilot's ear. Give me those maps. The pilot handed over a stack of folded aeronautical charts from the pocket beside his knee. Chavez passed them to Adara. Can you find us a safe landing spot? She gave a thumbs up. Chavez still felt a jolt seeing her with dark hair instead of blonde. On it, she replied. Hand me the mic, Chavez said, snapping his fingers again. The pilot obeyed. We need to land soon, Chavez stated. The Hawker is likely already in the air. Habib has contacts in the tower who will relay our radar position. Set the frequency to guard, Chavez ordered. Guard was 243 megahertz, an emergency channel monitored by military aircraft. Dedi glanced back. I'm telling you, Habib will find us. He'll force us down and kill you both. Then he'll kill me and my friend for letting you steal this plane. The co-pilot started giggling uncontrollably. Nobody's dying today, Chavez said, his tone grim and unconvincing. Well, maybe, Habib, if he gets too careless. The short helicopter hop from the South Lawn to Andrews Air Force Base took about 6 minutes in the VH-3D Sea King, known as Marine One when the president was aboard. 3 identical choppers constantly swapped positions mid-flight in a shell game designed to confuse ground-based threats. Each helicopter was packed with top-secret defensive gear, not to mention a pair of Noble Eagle F-16s patrolling high above D.C. Ryan had initially felt awkward about all the high-tech protection until he realized the Secret Service, Capitol Police, Marine Corps, and Air Force weren't just shielding him as a man, but the office of the presidency, not one to waste time. He stayed on the phone the whole ride, speaking with the U.S. ambassador to Indonesia. He measured every word carefully, his mind racing through the possible fallout of his statements. A president had to be cautious. One misstatement could be twisted into something unintended. He'd wanted to ask the crew chief about Sergeant Scott, the man he saw most often, but knew that Scott had already deployed to Jakarta with the HMX-1 presidential lift team. Asking about one crew chief might sound like favoritism. So Ryan just saluted and stayed quiet, saving his question for Scott when they'd meet again beside the White Top in Jakarta. That was pretty much the end of Jack Ryan's tolerance. His blood began to boil as he spoke with Ambassador Cowley about the restrictions placed on Father West. The ambassador assured him that a visit was scheduled for after the prisoner's transfer to Nusa Kambangan was finalized. Indonesian officials, citing security protocols, had stated that no visitors were allowed while the prisoner was in transit. Ryan barely held back a string of curses. Cowley was a gentleman, trained for diplomacy, not the kind of direct confrontation Ryan wanted right then. You could hear in the ambassador's voice that he felt like he was walking on eggshells. He even went so far as to ask if Ryan had something dramatic planned for his arrival. By dramatic, Ryan replied. You mean stupid? Well, the ambassador said, Mr. President, you are the final judge of what is stupid in this situation. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't. I understand, Mr. Ambassador, Ryan cut him off. You can tell President Gumilar that I'm coming in peace, but I fully intend to leave Indonesia with my friend by any means necessary. Mr. President, Ryan said, don't tell him. It's your call, but I want you to be clear on how this is going to play out. Forgive me for saying this. Arnie Van Dam gasped as Ryan placed the phone back on the console. But holy crap, Mr. President. Are you trying to start a war with Indonesia? Not at all, Ryan said. But I believe in managing expectations. If Ambassador Cowley thinks I've gone off the deep end, he'll pass that feeling on to Gumilar with the passion of a true believer. Mary Pat sat in the back of the cabin, leaning forward with her hands on her knees, staring at the floor, lost in thought, as Marine One touched down gently. Have you, Mr. President? Van Dam asked, unbuckling his seatbelt. Have I what? Lost your mind, sir. Ryan let out a short laugh. In a useful way, he said. Van Dam paused at the door, turning back. Are you sure about this whole plan? It's practically guaranteed to backfire. Like I said, Arnie, sometimes you win the game by ripping out the steering wheel while everyone's watching. First, the guards gave him a haircut. Then they brought in 5 buckets of water that were mostly free of bugs for him to wash with. They gave him a robe and then led him to a real shower, as if he'd been too filthy to enter the place until he'd scrubbed off the top layer of grime. The water was lukewarm, but felt incredible, and he broke down crying at the sensation of so much liquid on his skin. When he stepped out, someone had left a pile of tan prison scrubs on a bench. The simple act of showering and putting on clean clothes made it impossible to hold back his feelings. It was all too much to process. They moved him to a new cell with tile floors, not rough concrete. Measuring 10 by 10 feet, it felt like a mansion compared to the place he'd called home for the last month. And it even had a metal sink with running water. There was an actual bed, even if the blanket was still stained from the previous occupant. A day later, they moved him to the ground floor. His new room had all the comforts of the last one, but with the incredible addition of a small, high window. It was too high to see out of or even reach, but it let in light and, more importantly, fresh air. Later that same day, he was moved again, this time to a cell with a window overlooking a dirt courtyard. The best part was a metal toilet attached to the base of a sink and water fountain combo. A bucket and a dipper served as toilet paper. Father West said a silent prayer of thanks, and then he cried like a child. Around noon, he got an actual chicken leg on top of his rice. The chicken was greasy and small, typical of what you'd find in Indonesia, but the meat was recognizable and surprisingly tasty. West had eaten every last grain of rice and devoured all but the tough center of the chicken bone. He was still working on that when a guard came and took his metal bowl. He hadn't seen Ajij or Jojo again after they accidentally sent that text from his phone, with some food in his empty stomach. West found his mind clearing for the first time in weeks. The steady move to nicer cells was strange, almost like the Indonesian authorities knew they had a problem, but couldn't bring themselves to admit it. No matter how comfortable the accommodations got, he was still behind bars. A guard told him he would get a visit from the embassy, but instead 2 uniformed men wearing berets and the owl badge of Detachment 88, the police special forces, entered his cell. They put shackles on his wrists and ankles, as politely as you can when cuffing someone, and led him without a word to a garage where they shoved him into the back of an armored police vehicle called a Barracuda. One of the worst things about being a prisoner is never knowing where you're going or what's coming next. Sometimes it's intentional to stop escape plans. Other times, it's meant to break your spirit. But most often, it's just that the guards don't think a prisoner deserves an explanation. The inside of the Barracuda was like his first cell, hot, sticky, and pitch black. He could see one guard's watch and figured they were on the road for nearly 2 hours, traffic probably clearing for the menacing armored vehicle and its escort. It wasn't until West was led out of the Barracuda and sat in a wobbly plastic chair on a small ferry that he understood where they were headed, Nusa Kambangan. Execution Island. He always believed God had a sense of humor. He had plenty of sins in his past that should have landed him somewhere like this, enough that he could never say he was innocent. Yet he stayed free and happy until he tried to do something good with his life. What a cosmic joke! As far as he knew, there had been no trial, even in Indonesia, where the law sometimes bends to public anger. Death warrants don't happen fast, but his case was unusual. From his experience, sentencing, if not justice, happens fastest to those who were wrongly arrested. It's embarrassing for a regime to keep such people around. Father West closed his eyes and breathed in the hot, fishy air as the ferry chugged across the narrow channel toward Execution Island. He couldn't help wondering if that greasy chicken thigh had been his last meal. The hawkers screamed past less than 100 feet off the left wing, 38 minutes after the Piper Cheyenne left Manado. The small jet's lights cut through the darkness over the ocean. Chavez crouched between the pilots at the back of the cockpit. Adara knelt on the rear-facing seat on the right side, bracing herself on the backrest behind the co-pilot. She was just far enough from Chavez to split the pilot's attention, keeping them in line with the added pressure of the hawker finding and intercepting them. It was crucial that the pilot stay more scared of Chavez and Adara than of Habib and the other men on the hawker. Half a mile ahead, the blinking lights of the hawker cut directly in front of the Cheyenne's path, then broke right, making a tight circle to come straight at them on the left side. "That son of a bitch is trying to fly a business jet like it's a fighter plane," Adara said. Chavez felt the hawker roar past, this time off the left wing. "And doing a damn fine job of it, too," he muttered under his breath. The closing speed between the two aircraft was roughly 800 miles per hour. As the passing hawker cut through the air, its wake turbulence tossed the Cheyenne around like a rag doll in a storm. The co-pilot sputtered in his right seat, desperately trying to suppress a nervous laugh. Dedi's shirt was completely soaked through with sweat. He looked like he might lose his lunch at any second as he glanced up at Chavez. Somehow this Habib guy had wormed his way deep into the pilot's head. The radio crackled to life, spitting out what sounded like furious Bahasa Indonesian. "He is ordering me back to Manado," Dedi said. "Tell him you can't," Chavez replied. "Tell him his shipment will stay intact, but you've got to stop to make first. Say it in English. Do it now." Dedi nervously relayed the information, then released the mic and shook his head. "Habib is from Maluku. People from that island can be very rough. He is a pilot, but he is also, how do you say it? An enforcer. If he had guns, he would shoot us down right now." "Well, he doesn't," Adara said flatly. Chavez squeezed Dedi's shoulder. The man was trembling like a leaf in a gale. "We'll be fine as long as you keep flying this plane. Why are you so scared of this Habib guy?" Dedi took a deep, shaky breath. "He is my brother-in-law." "That's good," Adara said, a hint of sarcasm creeping into her voice. "He won't hurt family, right?" "He has never liked me," Dedi said. "This will be a good excuse. Whatever happens, I am dead." Chavez wanted to say, "That's what you get for peddling that crap in the back," but he bit his tongue. "One thing at a time, Dedi," he said instead. "Just focus on flying the plane. I don't want to depend on Chuckles over there unless I absolutely have to." He keyed the mic, transmitting on guard, a frequency that both military and civilian aircraft would monitor. He spoke rapid-fire English using the informal, direct pattern that aviators and warfighters instantly recognize. "Justice 1, Cheyenne. What's your ETA?" The leader of two F-15 Eagles answered quickly. "Cheyenne, Justice 1. The pilot sounded young, maybe 30, but probably even younger. Eager and earnest. The mix of cocky humility common to most pilots Chavez had ever met came through clearly in his voice. Just a kid, really, but an old soul living his dream while entrusted with a multi-million-dollar airframe over a dark, lonely ocean on the far side of the world. Chavez imagined him building model F-15s a decade ago. Hell, he was probably not much older than Chavez's own son. "We're 4 minutes from your position," Justice 1 said. "Radar shows you have company." "Roger that, Justice," Chavez replied. The two fighter pilots knew they were supposed to pick up a high-value item in Monado, and now that item was with Ding and Adara. Chavez had been able to brief them about the Hawker threat without mentioning Calliope on an open frequency. The F-15 leader spoke again. "Cheyenne, squawk 1500 for me so I know who's who." Chavez nudged his seat back until Deddy adjusted the transponder. "Tally-ho," the flight leader said. "I have you. We're 3 minutes out." He paused. "Tricky?" The other aircraft just squawked 1500 as well, and then disappeared from my screen. Adara moved to look out the right window, then the left before turning to shake her head at Chavez. "I don't see it." Chavez pointed upward. "I think he's flying above us." "Or below," the younger Indonesian pilot said between nervous hiccups. "That's unlikely," Deddy corrected his protege. "Habib can still keep distance and separation above us. Below, he would be blind." Chavez put a hand on Deddy's shoulder. "Keep her straight and level and slow us down." That should make it harder for him to maneuver his jet. Deddy shook his head. "The Hawker is faster than us, but it can fly almost as slowly. And we are heavy with product." The F-15 came across the radio again. "Piper Cheyenne. Justice, your company is positioned directly above you at about 30 meters. Any friendlies aboard the Hawker?" "Negative, Justice," Chavez replied. "Copy that, Cheyenne," the F-15 flight lead responded. "Stand by." "Hawker. Hawker. This is a United States Navy aircraft operating in international airspace. You are putting American lives at risk. I order you to turn left 90 degrees immediately. In aviation, immediately left no room for delay." Justice 1's voice returned, now carrying a faint edge from his background. "Cheyenne, Justice 1, you know what a headbutt maneuver is?" "I do," Chavez said. "Get ready to see one up close." Chavez barely had time to brief a sweating Deddy and his hiccuping co-pilot before the F-15 swept in front of the Cheyenne, cutting directly across its nose in full afterburner, flaring to reveal the missiles slung under its wings as it roared past. The thunderous Pratt & Whitney turbofans shook the smaller plane in a terrifying display of force. "He's staying with you, Cheyenne," the F-15 pilot said. "Rules of engagement are crystal clear. Stand by to reduce throttle and brake right on my mark for avoidance. I'll handle the rest." Wilco Chavez made sure Deddy understood, then gripped a handful of seat leather. 3, 2, 1, mark. Deddy obeyed and banked the Cheyenne 60 degrees to the right. The G-force from the skidding turn felt like it might drive Chavez's feet through the cabin floor. A moment later, Justice 1 crackled over the radio. "No good, Cheyenne. He's glued to you. Too close for a sparrow shot." The missile wouldn't differentiate. Chavez had considered requesting the M61A1 Vulcan rotary cannon, but the image didn't sit well. The F-15 Eagle would have to brake hard to slow to Mach 1, and Chavez wasn't thrilled about eating stray 20mm rounds as they screamed by. A sudden idea hit him. "Justice 1, Cheyenne. Go ahead, Cheyenne." "Damn, this kid's cool. You speak Spanish?" "Affirmative, sir," the F-15 pilot said. "I'm with you. Stand by." Deddy gave Chavez a shaky thumbs up to show he understood. Justice 1 issued the command to brake right again on his mark, this time in Spanish. Chavez began translating, and it might have worked if not for turbulence that caused the Hawker, still hovering tightly above, to drop enough that its belly struck the horizontal stabilizer on the Cheyenne's T-tail. The plane lurched and began to dive. Deddy pressed a button on his yoke, then turned a manual wheel forward of the center console. His voice was quiet, strained. "They've damaged the push rods controlling the elevators. The trim tab will help, but we have to land now." Cheyenne, the F-15 pilot, said, surprise creeping into his voice. "Did the Hawker just hit you?" "Affirmative, Justice 1, Chavez said. "Good chance he damaged his landing gear." "He won't need landing gear if you can create separation. Can you still control the plane?" "Barely," Chavez said. "We're going to have to set down." "There's an airfield 2 miles south," Deddy said. Chavez leaned forward, catching the pilot's eye. "You planned to take us there all along." Deddy nodded. "I thought my idiot brother-in-law would force us down. I didn't expect him to crash his plane into mine." Adara held up the chart for Ding, jabbing at it with her finger. "There's another strip closer, about 5 miles nearer the coast. The Hawker has surely called ahead. They'll be waiting for us." Chavez took the chart and shoved it in front of Deddy's face. "Take us down here." "I don't know if we can make it," Deddy said. Chavez lowered his voice to barely a whisper, just audible above the droning engines. "You know what, Deddy? My head is throbbing. Some jerk kicked the hell out of my ribs, and I think I've got a chipped tooth. Let me be clear, I'm about as furious as a man can get. Take your hands off the controls right now, or I swear I'll put a bullet through your skull and out the side window of this plane. Do I make myself clear?" He didn't bother waiting for a reply, instead turning to the co-pilot. "Chuckles, you've got the plane." The co-pilot let out a hiccup but stayed quiet as he settled into his seat. He wasn't keen on dying. Chavez wasn't sure Deddy shared that feeling. "Step back here," Chavez said. His head was starting to bleed again. He could feel the warmth trickling down. Deddy's head snapped up. "What?" "He's not capable of handling this alone." Chavez smacked the man hard across the side of his head. "I already told you I'm having a terrible day. Don't make me wait." Deddy got up from his seat and carefully climbed over the small console between the 2 cockpit seats. Chavez shoved him face first into the narrow aisle. Adara grabbed a length of parachute cord and hog-tied his hands and feet. A struggling man could cause major chaos on a small plane, even when tied up. Satisfied that Deddy wouldn't be moving, Chavez turned back to the co-pilot. "You've got this," he said, his tone a mix of a question and a pep talk. "I do," the young pilot replied. "But we need to land. The tail feels sluggish. I'm worried it might break further, and then I'll lose control completely." "All right," Chavez said, pointing to the road below. "Bring us down there." Chavez shot a worried look at Adara. His stomach felt like it was climbing into his throat as they dropped altitude fast. The ground was rushing up at them, still too dark to see clearly. "Justice, Cheyenne," Chavez said. "This is Justice 1. Appreciate the help. Your radios are better than mine. Think you can arrange an extraction if we land in one piece?" "Affirmative, Cheyenne," the F-15 pilot answered. "I'll make the call now. Watch your descent. Your elevator is damaged pretty badly. Keep it steady so it doesn't snap off." "Copy that," Chavez said. The co-pilot in front of him nodded to show he understood and hiccuped again. Special Agent Beth Lynch flipped open her credentials and pressed her Secret Service badge flat against the bullet-resistant glass at the Ann Arbor Police Department's reception window. "I'm here to see the chief," she said. Her face stayed neutral, but inside she smiled, thinking about how her visit would shake things up for the midnight shift. She'd been on the other side of that window before, early in her law enforcement days with Amarillo PD in the Texas Panhandle, first as a dispatcher, then a patrol officer. Now she took a certain dark pleasure in dropping these last-minute surprise visits on smaller departments. The rank-and-file officers loved the overtime, the secrecy, the thrill of doing something different to break up a shift. Patrol officers thrived on surprises. Supervisors hated them. The brass who had to manage all the logistics for the Secret Service weren't usually thrilled when an advance agent showed up at their door. A disembodied voice came through the speaker beside the thick glass. "Can I ask what this is about?" "I'm afraid not," Agent Lynch said with a smile. He hadn't even picked up the phone, so he wasn't asking for his boss. Just curious. Understandable. But she wasn't going to tolerate it. "All right, well, ma'am," the kid said, respectful if a bit formal. "He's already gone home for the day. I'll get you the supervisor on duty." "That'd be just fine," Lynch said. She stepped back from the reception window and waited in the lobby with a handful of other people, listening to their chatter. A visitor wanted to check for active warrants. 2 people reported thefts, and several others needed incident numbers for their insurance claims. All of this could have been handled online, but that's just how it worked at nearly every police department she had dealt with, people relying on officers for tasks they couldn't quite manage themselves. About 10 minutes later, a man with a blonde crew cut and sergeant stripes on his dark blue uniform appeared in the doorway behind the front desk, likely scanning the waiting room. He spotted Lynch, murmured something she couldn't catch, and gestured for her to step through a side door. "Sergeant Victors," he said once she was in the back corridor. "How can I help you? Are you running the shift?" "It should be Lieutenant Castle," Victors replied. "But he's on personal leave. You're stuck with me." He raised his ceramic A2PD mug. "Coffee. Is this about a counterfeiting case? Don't you guys handle wire fraud these days?" "Yes, please," Lynch said. "I'd love some coffee. And no, this isn't about counterfeiting. Yes, we do investigate wire fraud, but this is something else entirely. Can we find a private spot to talk?" "You caught us during the shift change," he said, nodding toward the hallway where a group of patrol officers gathered near a bulletin board. "I'm about to lead the briefing. I can meet with you afterward. We really should talk now." The door beyond the officers swung open, and a man in faded jeans and a white dress shirt stepped in. The patrolman parted slightly, showing just enough respect to signal he was the chief. "Are you with the Secret Service?" he asked, approaching with an outstretched hand. His tone was polite, but he wasn't thrilled to see a federal agent in his station. "What's this about? Can we speak in your office?" The sergeant raised a hand. "I need to get to the briefing." "Go ahead," the chief said. Lynch leaned in close, keeping her voice low as officers passed by. "Flotus is coming to town." The sergeant looked confused. "Flo, the First Lady of the United States." "Oh," Victor said Flotus. "I get why that's sensitive, but that's way above my pay grade." "All right," the chief said. "Flotus is coming to Ann Arbor, and you need our help. When does she arrive?" 10 hours. The sergeant stumbled back a half step, as if she'd slapped him. "You have got to be kidding me. I'm afraid not," Lynch replied. The chief crossed his arms, giving her a look he probably used on his officers when they'd messed up. "And we're just finding out now." Without an office available, Lynch stepped into an open break room and motioned for the chief and sergeant to follow. She pulled the door shut, risking the ire of anyone needing their coffee before the briefing. "I'm cleared to tell you this isn't a social visit. The details are highly confidential. This needs to stay completely off the radar. No lights or sirens, no indication she's even been here. We're protecting the First Lady, but there's a lot more than that riding on this. We just can't be obvious. I'll cover overtime, but I need you to select 4 officers for special assignment. I'll place a Secret Service agent in each vehicle." "SWAT?" the sergeant asked. Lynch smiled inwardly at his tactical instincts. "Your best people," she said. "Whether that's SWAT or not is your call. I need operators who are skilled, but also tight-lipped. They have to be able to keep a secret." She handed him a small, color-coded lapel pin, about the size of a quarter. It was white ceramic with a gold 5-pointed star, similar to her badge. "Every armed person involved in this operation will wear one of these, including your guys. If someone without a pin approaches, challenge them and call me on the radio. We're handling the outer perimeter. You can tell the rest of the shift there's special duty, but nothing more. Only the officers directly involved should be aware this is happening." She turned toward the chief. "I'll go with your sergeant if that's okay." "All right," the chief replied, still trying to make sense of the sparse details she had offered. She nodded at the pin resting in his open hand. "Those are numbered. I'll need them back when we're done." "And when do you expect that to be?" "The end." Lynch glanced at her watch. "I'm just trying to figure out when I can fill everyone else in on what went down." Lynch gave him the warmest Texas Panhandle smile she could manage. "Chief," she said, "I'm not trying to be difficult. These orders come from the very top. This is not something you should discuss, ever." As Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat Foley had a reserved spot in the senior staff area aboard Air Force One. Feeling restless, she couldn't stand being stuck in the small office, so she settled on the couch outside the medical clinic next to Admiral Jason Bailey, the president's physician. The 747, officially a VC-25A in military terms, was spacious, but still a plane with limited room. The president's workspace, often called the mini-oval, sat just ahead of the clinic. Two Secret Service agents remained posted outside the door at a small desk in front of the couch where Doc Bailey worked on a Sudoku while Foley waited anxiously for a call. Admiral Bailey usually traveled with the president on Air Force One, but he was typically rushed off when they landed, heading to the backup plane, the Doomsday plane, an airborne version of the NORAD Command Center, or various other aircraft or Secret Service vehicles. The doc's role was to stay close enough to provide emergency care, but far enough to avoid being caught in an attack. The pressure of his job had to be intense, but Bailey handled it well. His eyes always seemed to twinkle above his rosy cheeks, and the deep laugh lines around his eyes suggested he smiled even in his sleep. Foley liked him. His energy brightened any room or airplane. Whenever he appeared, he tapped his pen on the Sudoku puzzle, still grinning when he got stuck. "You take some kind of happy pills today, Doc?" Foley asked. "No, ma'am," he said. "Just feeling good. I credit CrossFit." Foley was genuinely taken aback. "I didn't know you did CrossFit." Bailey kept reading his magazine. "I don't," he said without looking up. "That's why I'm happy." "Very funny," she said. She stared at the secure STE phone on the small teak table beside her seat, willing it to ring with news. She hated this. Not Air Force One. It was incredibly comfortable. Even the press had nice seats. What she hated was the lack of control. The uncertainty, the sense that events were unfolding on the ground and she was too far away to adjust things quickly enough. Her first report said the tech known as Calliope was in custody. Good news. Then the F-15s that had taken off from Kadena reported a problem on the ground in Manado. Some kind of firefight. Bad news. Ding Chavez and Adara Sherman had vanished along with the tech. Worse news. Then the F-15s located the small plane carrying Chavez, Sherman, and the tech. Better news, then silence, which felt a lot like bad news. Foley's phone beeped, as if she had commanded it to. She picked up the handset, waiting to be connected directly to the F-15 pilot through the communications center behind the cockpit of Air Force One. She listened carefully as Air Force Captain George Ramirez gave her a professional, straightforward briefing, as if he updated the Director of National Intelligence every day. The news hit like a punch to the gut, worse than bad. They've gone down on an island off the Bird's Head Peninsula in northwestern Papua, Deputy National Security Advisor and Navy Commander Robbie Forrestal said 5 minutes later when he, Foley Van Dam, and a Marine two-star named Exner, an expert on Indonesia, gathered around the president's desk. Commander Forrestal used a laser pointer to highlight a spot on a National Reconnaissance Office map displayed on a flat-screen television. The red dot rested perfectly on a small volcanic bump in the Pacific Ocean, located west of Wageo in the Raja Ampat Islands. The island measured about 6 miles at its widest point and was surrounded by a shallow lagoon and a fringing reef. Keyhole satellite images show a large airstrip here, about half a mile inland on the western side of the island. Ryan pushed back from his chair and walked across the office to get a better view. Small stars were woven into the soft beige carpet. He remembered seeing photos of Ronald Reagan in sweatpants on Air Force One. But for now, Ryan settled for rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt and kicking off his shoes. "What do you think this is?" he asked, pointing to a cluster of metal buildings at the far end of the remote runway. General Exner leaned forward in his seat. He was a lean, athletic man with a shiny, bald head, and his father had served as ambassador to Indonesia when Exner was a teenager, leaving him with a deep appreciation for the people and a strong understanding of their culture. His wife's family was originally from Bali. "My best guess is narcotics, Mr. President," the general said. "The main industries here are tourism and pearl farming. Building an airstrip with no major roads leading to it suggests something much more sinister." "That's insane," Van Damme said, "running drugs through that region." He looked away from Ryan, as if he suddenly realized it wasn't smart to mention that Indonesia executes drug traffickers, given that Father West was accused of the same crime. "And yet here we are," Foley said. "Our intelligence indicates the plane that left Manado was definitely carrying heroin, probably headed for Australia from Malaysia. This isolated airstrip in the Raja Ampat is likely a stopover point. That means smugglers, which puts our people in danger while they're on the ground. They went down with a stolen shipment of narcotics. Our people on site believe the pilot of the Cheyenne flew here on purpose. We have to assume local smugglers have been alerted and are on their way to reclaim the drugs, and to punish whoever took them." Ryan studied the map, deep in thought. What assets do we have nearby? He needed the thumb drive with Calliope, but his priority was his people. He didn't know Adara Sharman well, but along with John Clark, Ding Chavez had handled his personal security when he was with the CIA. Now it was time to repay that loyalty. People over technology, every time. "The USS Fort Worth is 190 nautical miles south of here," Commander Forstall said. He was one of the most reliable briefers Ryan had ever worked with. "She's currently steaming out of Darwin, heading toward the Philippines on anti-piracy patrol. NOAA reports the sea state in the Banda Sea is between 2 and 3, so the Fort Worth could push it and be on site in under 4 hours. "Does she have a helicopter on board?" Ryan asked. "Yes, Mr. President, an MH-60 and an MQ-8 Fire Scout drone." "Good," Ryan said. "This reef looks like it would make a boat rescue very difficult." He stretched his back, feeling it pop and crack. "All possible speed," he ordered, then looked up. "Just curious, who's the captain?" "You've heard of him, Mr. President," Forrestal said. "A very capable man." The sun had risen, and Chavez could see at least a dozen of Deddy's heavily armed men waiting at the far end of the airstrip. At least he thought he could see them. His head was pounding, and his vision was distorted, like looking through 2 different pairs of glasses at once. The co-pilot was grinning like a madman as he tried to line up for final approach. Deddy argued that he should land there because the nearby road Adara had pointed out had been abandoned. It was too rocky, too short, and completely overgrown with vegetation, making it far too dangerous. Chavez made it brutally clear that the men waiting below would execute him and Adara without hesitation, but he vowed to put a bullet in both pilots' heads the moment they touched down. Landing on the nearby road was a gamble, but setting down on the airstrip was a guaranteed death sentence for everyone aboard. The Hawker had already peeled off to land on the proper runway. The F-15 pilot was hesitant to shoot down a business jet that wasn't posing an immediate threat, and Chavez couldn't fault him for that. The armchair critics would have a field day second-guessing that call. Still, Chavez was dead certain he'd be meeting Habib face-to-face on the ground soon. They were supposed to link up with the Fort Worth on the island's south side, but there was nowhere to land there. The Hawker's collision with the Cheyenne's tail had robbed them of nearly all horizontal control on the descent. They slammed down hard, hurling Chavez sideways into the cabin wall. On instinct, he grabbed for the armrest, feeling the bones in his wrist snap. Well, crap, he thought. That's going to be a real problem. He could shoot left-handed, but a firefight wouldn't be any picnic. The break didn't hurt as much as his pounding headache, at least not yet. He was still riding a wave of adrenaline, but that wouldn't last long. Chavez caught Adara's eye. They'd been partners long enough that she could read the strain on his face and know something was seriously wrong. He didn't want to broadcast his injury to Dedi, but she needed to know he was far from fighting fit. Aside from a gash on her chin, she looked okay. He touched his broken wrist and shook his head, trying to silence the pain, then switched the pistol to his left hand. The airstrip was barely 2 miles from where the Cheyenne had touched down on the road, both on the island's north side. As soon as the plane skidded to a halt, Adara threw open the back door and they bolted down the stairs, leaving Dedi and the snickering co-pilot behind. Chavez held out little hope they'd survive this. They'd let themselves get hijacked, after all. But he had no time to worry about those two. He'd gotten a good look at the terrain before landing. The island was small, with only a fishing village on the north side and a few scattered pearl shacks along the coast. From north to south, it was just 5 or 6 miles across, with the interior dominated by a long hogback ridge. The northern slopes were a bit steeper, while the southern side sloped down into a narrow valley before opening onto a protected lagoon. The navigation chart listed the highest point at 450 meters. Nothing too tall in the grand scheme, but every inch was smothered in dense jungle. Chavez and Adara hit the tree line at a sprint, desperate to put as much ground as possible between them and the Cheyenne before Habib's men arrived. Gnarled hibiscus branches arched overhead, creating dark, room-like pockets in the jungle. Coconut palms gave way to thick walls of mountain banana, towering beech and merbau, and razor-sharp pandanus trees that reminded Chavez of a cross between a yucca and a palm. Insects droned and birds chirped among the foliage, while the hot, sticky air was thick with the scent of abundant flowers. They'd made it half a mile up the slope when the first shots rang out. Adara stopped beside the smooth trunk of a tall merbau tree to catch her breath. "Idiots," she spat. "You warned them? How's your wrist? This running isn't doing me any favors," Chavez said, reaching out to touch her forearm. "I need to tell you something." Adara took his arm gently, careful not to jar the wrist. "You should let me splint this." Later, Chavez insisted. "Listen, those guys really worked me over back at Superman's. I've got a splitting headache. I feel like I'm about to throw up. I can barely see." Adara snapped into medic mode without hesitation, using her thumb to gently lift Ding's eyelid and check his pupils. "Yeah," she said, keeping her voice steady. "Your eyes are looking pretty uneven." "Give it to me straight, Doc," Chavez said. "Skip the fancy medical jargon like uneven." "I'll keep watch on you. At least take this," she replied, reaching into the first aid pouch on her belt for some Tylenol. "I'm avoiding ibuprofen with a head injury, too much risk of internal bleeding." Ding washed it down with a bottle of water he'd brought from the plane. He couldn't exactly call in sick. He pointed to the dense brush behind them. "Our trail won't be hard to follow through this jungle. We need to keep moving. Our extraction boat is supposed to be here in 4 hours. We might need every minute to make it up and over if those guys don't catch us first." Commander James "Jimmy" Akana, United States Navy, had been in command of the USS Fort Worth for just 20 days, a month earlier than his usual rotation. The USS Fort Worth, or LCS-3, was one of several littoral combat ships operating under the Navy's 3-2-1 rule. 3 crews, rotating every 4 months, kept 2 ships maintained and 1 deployed at all times. The previous skipper had been struck by a burst appendix while on port call in Darwin, Australia. Akana, formerly of the patrol vessel USS Rogue and now part of the Rough Rider crew, had been on temporary shore duty in Singapore with Destroyer Squadron 7 for 7th Fleet forward operations when he was dispatched to take command of LCS-3. He regretted that his fellow officer had fallen ill, but Jimmy Akana hadn't joined the Navy to sit behind a desk. Command of any vessel at sea was a privilege. The USS Fort Worth was a Freedom-class littoral combat ship, 387 feet long with a 58-foot beam built for patrolling near coastal waters. She was fast, nimble, and impressive, though not as heavily armed as a destroyer or cruiser meant for major naval battles. She carried a Bofors 57mm deck gun, rolling airframe missiles, and Mark 50 torpedoes. Twin 50-caliber machine guns completed her firepower. Her surface warfare package included a Sikorsky MH-60 Romeo Seahawk and a remotely piloted Fire Scout helicopter. Akana planned to steam northward, weaving through the Indonesian islands as part of a joint anti-piracy operation with that country, Malaysia, and Singapore. His father had been a police officer in Honolulu, and anti-piracy duty made him feel connected to his law enforcement roots. The message came directly from Admiral Jenkins, Akana's boss with the 7th Fleet in San Diego. The communications specialist handed him a headset so he could hear over the bridge's constant noise. The orders were clear and, according to the Admiral, came straight from the President. Not that it mattered. Akana was a Navy man. An order was an order, whether from a captain or the commander-in-chief. Akana ended the call, handed the headset back, and motioned his executive officer, Lieutenant Commander Nicole Carter, to the chart table. Bird's Head Peninsula on the northwestern coast of New Guinea. Push her to flank speed without breaking anything. Our mission, Skipper? The XO asked. Rescuing a couple of operatives, he said, leaning in so only she could hear. And possibly a small invasion of Indonesia. We've still got the sat phone, Adara said, pushing a broad, waxy banana leaf out of her path. I don't know if our trackers are still working. We'll need something to signal our exact location for pickup. They had been running for over 2 hours, the many canyons and cliffs making their climb up the mountain much harder. The sun blazed directly overhead, turning the humid jungle into a steam bath that felt like it was cooking them alive. Sweat soaked through their clothes, matting hair to their scalps and burning their eyes. Their pace had dwindled to a crawl, not just to minimize their tracks, but because the slope had become brutally steep. I've got a lighter. Chavez gasped, the pain in his voice matching the strain in his body. We need to find something dry enough to ignite. Problem is, if we signal the ship, we're also ringing the dinner bell for the goons behind us. Fair point, Adara replied. She bent a thick plant stalk nearby, pulling a drooping cluster of small orange-yellow mountain bananas within reach. Each fruit was barely the size of her thumb. Are these safe to eat? Yeah, Chavez said, breathing hard. Not much for flavor, but they'll give us a boost. He winced, touching his wrist gingerly. You got any more of those miracle pills? No more ibuprofen for you, Adara said flatly. I'll give you another Tylenol, but that's it. Let me wrap it while we're stopped. She peeled one of the tiny bananas and handed it to him, then pulled a rolled ace bandage from her pack. Besides the bump on your head and that wrist, anything else hurt? She asked, her tone clinical. One broken bone means we have to check for more. I think I'm fine, Chavez said, forcing a weak grin. Funny thing is, Clark doesn't want to die of old age, but I'd be okay with that right now. Adara wrapped his wrist with practiced efficiency, offering support, if not a real splint. What was that I heard about JP playing some kind of sport? Chavez let out a pained chuckle. Esports, he said. Esports, computer games dressed up as sports, he explained, still panting. John's convinced the youth of the world are sliding into a digital abyss, which is probably why he's not thrilled about getting old. Anyway, I'm not sure what JP's plan is now that he's graduated. He got into Stanford, but he's not exactly thrilled about it. Maybe a gap year? God, I hope not, Chavez said. Patsy would lose it. She's already got his entire medical school career mapped out. A branch snapped loudly somewhere below them in the jungle, and both of them froze instantly. Everyone knew that any Air Force aircraft carrying the president got the call sign Air Force One. The same rule applied across all military branches, Marine One, Army One, Navy One, and so on. Vice presidential planes were designated Air Force Two and so forth. In the rare event the president flew commercial, which hadn't happened since Nixon, that plane used the call sign Executive One. At the discretion of the White House and the Secret Service, any aircraft, military or civilian, carrying the First Lady could be designated Executive One Foxtrot, the F standing for family. Tonight, to avoid the hundreds of scanner enthusiasts who tracked every move of the First Family, they would use the military aircraft's tail number instead. As First Lady, Dr. Kathy Ryan could travel on any of several military planes operated by the 89th Airlift Wing's Special Air Mission. Her staff coordinating with the Vice President's office, the Secretaries of State and Defense, and occasionally congressional delegations who used the same fleet. The President typically traveled via Marine One between the White House and Joint Base Andrews, just south of the Beltway. When traveling without her husband, the First Lady usually rode in an armored Lincoln town car, tucked safely inside a motorcade of D.C. Metro Police and Secret Service vehicles. Hungry for content to fuel their relentless news cycle, dozens of media outlets kept cameras locked on the White House around the clock. The First Family, senior staff, and visiting dignitaries all faced intense scrutiny down to the clothes on their backs and the shoes on their feet. Groundskeepers, journalists, and Secret Service agents blended into the background like the mailman nobody notices. That night, Dr. Kathy Ryan left the White House through the West Wing instead of the residence. She wore a curly brunette wig over her blonde hair and one of Special Agent Maureen Richardson's dark pinstripe suits. She climbed into the front passenger seat of the town car, opening the door herself, something the Secret Service never let her do. The agent behind the wheel drove off as if heading for a routine refueling stop, pausing to wave at the uniformed division officer at the vehicle gate. They didn't join the trailing Suburban or the lead sedan with Mo Richardson until they merged into the stream of taillights on 15th Street. The driver was Robert Leong, an Asian-American agent borrowed from the Vice President's detail because he was one of the few Mandarin speakers available. His father, a teaching doctor at Johns Hopkins, had worked with Kathy during her residency, giving them an instant connection. To Kathy, he looked about 14, though lately everyone seemed young to her. Most Special Air Mission planes sported the familiar blue and white paint scheme of the VC-25A that served as Air Force One. Mo had arranged with the 89th Airlift Wing's White House liaison to fly the First Lady in a plain white C-32, the military version of a Boeing 757-200. It had 45 first-class seats, letting Mo bring a full team of agents and equipment. An hour and a half after leaving the White House, the First Lady's plane touched down in Detroit. Airport police escorted 2 Secret Service sedans onto the tarmac for a ramp pickup. The officers knew a dignitary was arriving, but had no idea who. Still in her wig, Dr. Ryan exited the plane with the first wave of her detail. A balding agent who looked eerily like a junior congressman from Florida emerged in the middle of the group and slid into the back seat of the second vehicle after another agent opened his door. The cars sped off to a hangar near the North Terminal, where Ryan changed into khaki slacks, a button-down Oxford blouse, and a University of Michigan baseball cap before climbing into the back seat of an armored Jeep Cherokee. Mo Richardson took her usual spot in the front passenger seat, next to the Secret Service driver. A light, chilly rain was falling, making Mo's jaw feel tight, as if she'd been smiling too much, a familiar sensation. "That was fun," the First Lady said, settling in. "It was smooth," Mo admitted. She didn't mention that any trouble would likely come at the hospital, not on the road. Making the principal more nervous rarely helped. "Will the others meet us there?" Dr. Ryan asked. "Yes, ma'am," Mo said. "I won't point out where they're stationed. Try not to look around when we get out, but we'll have agents everywhere, inside and outside the building. You'll recognize some faces from the clinic." "Sounds good." Ryan leaned forward and touched Mo's shoulder, a gesture she sometimes made. "Mo, I'm glad you're doing this. It lets me focus on what I need to do." "Thank you, ma'am," Richardson said, trying to balance being a gushy fangirl with being a humble professional. If more of the self-important jerks she'd protected ever realized how far a simple thank you could go. Early in her career, Mo had started a list of all the assholes she'd guarded, but such lists grew too long in Washington. It was much easier to remember the good ones. Mo glanced at the moving map on her phone resting on her knee and called out a 10-minute warning as they passed through Ypsilanti and took the exit for Geddes Road. 12 minutes later, the driver pulled up to the curb outside the Kellogg Eye Center. Dr. Ryan opened her own door again, pulling the hood of a rain jacket over her baseball cap to shield herself from the drizzle. She hurried across a dark, empty sidewalk alongside Mo Richardson. Two agents Dr. Ryan recognized from her regular security detail met them at the glass doors, both dressed in hospital scrubs. A red-haired man with a mop, Special Agent Rory Sharp, from the PPD Critical Assignment Team, was working on the lobby floors, earbuds in, seemingly ignoring the group. The advance agents led Mo and Dr. Ryan to the elevator and up to the 4th floor, where they nearly ran into a tall, gaunt man in the long white coat of a medical school professor. He was clean-shaven but had messy silver hair that hung past his ears, making him look like he could have been a professor at Hogwarts. Dr. Ryan was mid-yawn as the elevator doors opened, but she lit up immediately when she saw him. "Daniel!" she exclaimed, wrapping him in a big bear hug. For a moment, Mo thought the man might lift the First Lady off her feet. Instead, he held her at arm's length, grinning. "It's been too long, my dear," he said in an accent that sounded either British or like affected upper-crust American English, as if he were clenching a cigarette holder between his teeth. "How's my old study partner?" "Things are busy," Ryan said, downplaying it. "I'll bet," Dr. Dan Berryhill replied. "I miss our study sessions. Remember those little mnemonic songs we used to sing?" He raised his bushy eyebrows in an inside joke. Dr. Ryan gave a nervous laugh, trying to hold back, but he pulled her into a lively duet to the tune of Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Zenker's diverticulum and glottic stenosis. If you don't seek treatment soon, you will get halitosis. The agents in scrubs watched with mild amusement. Mo Richardson stifled a giggle. A blonde nurse, wearing a white ceramic pin on her name tag, leaned closer to Mo and whispered, "In my experience, the brightest ones are always a little odd." She straightened up and addressed the group. "You guys want to follow me to the back? There are some people here you should talk to." Hope was never a plan, but after you had done everything you could, sometimes that was all that remained. Adam Yao had done all he could to improve his odds. His plan began as soon as the songs, along with a very tired little girl, the general's nervous assistant, and Sai Zhan, the minder, approached the immigration checkpoint at JFK. Upon their arrival in New York after the 14-hour flight from Beijing, every developed country had some level of medical screening for incoming visitors. Some methods were obvious, like the large camera-like thermometer aimed at the arrival corridor at Narita, Japan. Others, like the sensors and sniffers at U.S. immigration at JFK, were less noticeable. President Ryan had ordered the State Department to smooth the song's entry into the U.S. with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They didn't have to wait in lines, but they were required to see an immigration official. The inspector, a middle-aged Chinese-American woman Yao had chosen because her personnel file listed acting experience, noted to Tsai Zhan when he came through that he had a low-grade fever. She asked him a series of required health questions and had him see a tired staff doctor in a small side room, who asked him more questions. There had been talk at Langley of stopping him there, but Yao's supervisors decided it would look too much like an obvious political move to remove him from the group and would only raise more suspicion about the general. "Welcome to the United States," the inspector said with a warm smile once the doctor gave the okay. "Probably just a bug. Get some rest and drink plenty of fluids. Maybe a little chicken soup would help." Tsai claimed he was fine, but the inspector told Yao he'd brushed his own forehead with the back of his hand as he walked off, just to be safe. Since it was so late, they'd booked a private flight from New York to Detroit Metro Airport. The clerk at the charter service, a CIA officer Yao had planted there, welcomed them with a worried look. He asked if Tsai was feeling unwell, casually mentioning that a bug was going around. He offered him a squirt of hand sanitizer, which Yao had spiked with a scopolamine mix developed by the agency's doctors. Tsai took it with a disgusted sneer. He didn't use much, but it was enough to amplify the nausea he already felt from the earlier hints that he looked sick. The power of suggestion was a brilliant social engineering trick. This wasn't an official government trip, so General Song, his wife, and their 2 assistants crammed into a big sedan rented on the general's own dime. They drove west along the dark, nearly empty I-94 through a steady downpour. By the time they hit Ann Arbor, the general's white shirt and his wife's stylish gray suit looked like they'd been pulled from a laundry pile. The hospital didn't have covered parking, but staff quickly ushered them out of the rain and up to the 4th floor. Mrs. Song helped settle little Niu into an exam room to get ready for surgery. The room was tight, so General Song wished his granddaughter well from the doorway and stayed in the lobby, slouching on the couch, staring off into space with a stoic expression. A nervous young military aide in his late 20s fidgeted in the seat to the general's left, clearly used to a uniform. He wore a cheap suit, probably bought just for the occasion. The only reason he was there was to act as an extra pair of eyes and ears for General Bai. Yao could see it in the kid's eyes, the guilt of being ordered to spy on his boss, and the fear of getting caught, or worse, discovering something he didn't want to know. Caizan sat across from the general, positioned between him and the door, with a gray cotton golf jacket draped over his lap. His knee bounced nervously, his eyes darted around, checking every exit, as if he expected Song to make a run for it. He held a gardening magazine, but didn't read it. Jet lag alone was enough to make most people feel a bit queasy, like they were coming down with something. Tsai just needed a small push. All Yao had to do was walk by with a cart of coffee for the nurse's station, and Tsai immediately demanded tea. The political handler was used to getting his way. The nurse standing at an open laptop on the reception counter gave Yao a sideways glance and nodded toward Tsai, as if to say, "You'd better handle this." "Of course, sir," Yao said. He gave a slight, awkward bow, the kind an uncouth American might offer, completely lacking in basic manners. Yao looked at Song and his aide in turn. "I have tea or coffee." "I don't want anything," the general said. The aide, terrified at being spoken to in English, gave a jerky shake of his head. "I'd like tea," Tsai snapped, practically slamming his fist on the table. Yao filled a cup with hot water from the urn and handed it to Tsai with 2 unopened tea packets. Now it was just a matter of time, and how much of that tea Tsai decided to drink. The operating room was smaller than Mo had expected, or rather, it was crammed with so many instruments that they took up most of the floor space. Both Dr. Ryan and Dr. Berryhill had removed their shoes. Ryan described eye surgery as being similar to piloting a helicopter, requiring the surgeon to independently control both hands and feet, adjusting the microscope, moving the eye, placing stitches, running the laser, operating cameras, and handling any other equipment needed for such a delicate operation. When both surgeons, an anesthesiologist, and 2 nurses gathered around the operating table, there was hardly any room left for Mo. The general and his wife weren't given seats in the observation room, which was instead reserved for 2 armed agents coordinating with the security team stationed outside and at the nurses' station. Adam Yao was out there as well. By now, he would have attempted to offer Tsai Zan the special tea. If that failed, if the general simply didn't want any, Yao had other strategies he hadn't bothered to share with Mo Richardson, reminding her that she was a law enforcement officer while he was, well, something else entirely. That part of the mission was his problem to handle. She concentrated on her responsibility, the First Lady, whose Secret Service code name was appropriately Surgeon. Mo had never had children, but seeing the little girl unconscious on the table, with tubes in her arm and mouth, tugged at her emotions. Dr. Ryan and the other surgeon used a lot of medical terms Mo wouldn't normally understand, but she'd done considerable research on retinoblastoma. After all, she was dressed to look like a clinic staff member and didn't want to seem completely clueless if anyone from Song's group asked her a question. The doctors mentioned procedures like enucleation, removing the entire eye, and photocoagulation, using lasers to destroy the blood vessels feeding the tumor. A large monitor overhead displayed the surgery in progress. Half of the child's face was hidden under a surgical drape. Tape secured the breathing tube to her cheek. A thin spring wire device held the affected eye open, unblinking, like a fish. Standing in the corner, Mo didn't watch the monitor long enough to understand exactly what they were doing. She hadn't seen them make any incisions, but the open eye itself, looking without seeing, was enough to send chills down her spine. She would much rather handle a gruesome murder scene or a car accident any day than deal with an injured child. There had been plenty of those before she joined the service, but it was the sight of helpless kids that haunted her, that left a mark on her memory. Mo settled her queasy stomach by trying to focus on the First Lady instead of the monitor. She had waited outside operating rooms dozens, maybe hundreds of times, and knew the maze of back hallways at Dr. Ryan's home hospital. Johns Hopkins. The Secret Service even had a small office there next to Dr. Ryan's. But Mo had never watched her work before. Her concentration was so intense it seemed almost Zen-like. Ryan and her partner were using powerful lasers in the middle of one of the most delicate and critical parts of the human body. The eye doesn't offer much space to work with to begin with, and these surgeons were shooting lasers through the pupil. Watching their steady hands and complete focus gave Richardson a whole new level of admiration for her boss. An hour into the procedure, Dr. Ryan, unrecognizable in her surgical cap and mask, looked over her shoulder and gave Mo a thumbs up. Mo glanced up at the agents in the observation window and repeated the gesture. She and Dr. Ryan had agreed on this prearranged signal for when the surgeons were about 20 minutes from finishing. The agents returned the thumbs up to show they understood the message and would relay it. "And there you go, Adam Yao, CIA guy," Mo whispered under her breath. "Less than half an hour. Let's see what you're made of." She couldn't help wishing she was outside in the waiting area during this part of the operation. She had been around Cy for only a few moments when the general arrived, and that was more than enough to see he was a despicable human being. Mo shook her head, feeling nauseous from the images flickering on the monitor. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that no one deserved to endure what this man was going through. Cy was drenched in sweat when Adam Yao entered the waiting area carrying a tray of donuts. Mrs. Song sat beside the general, her hand tightly gripping his, leaning on him for comfort. The stress of her granddaughter's illness and the exhausting travel had stripped away her usual composed demeanor. "How much longer?" she asked, her accent thick with worry. "I'm not sure," Yao replied. "Maybe an hour." "I wish I could give you a better answer. What's taking so long?" the weary woman pressed. "If it goes on longer, does that mean they can save her vision?" "The doctors will explain everything once they're done." Yao started. "Why are there two of them?" Cy interrupted, stifling a burp. Yao could hear the man's stomach growling from across the room. "Two?" Yao scratched his head, confused. "I don't follow. Why do you need two surgeons?" Cy insisted. "There's barely enough room for 4 large American hands around a child's eye. One should be sufficient." The general grunted in annoyance, turning away in his chair. Mrs. Song buried her face deeper into her husband's shoulder. Cy chuckled nervously. "Too many cooks." A loud burp escaped his belly as if to scold him. He adjusted his glasses and stared at the floor. Yao shrugged. "That's way above my pay grade, sir. I'm not even a nurse, just an orderly. I help with things like, 'Hey, you don't look so good.'" Cy swayed in his seat, looking like he might fall forward. Yao reached out to steady him, but Cy pulled away. "I'm fine," he snapped, though his twisted expression showed otherwise. His stomach rumbled louder, and his eyes suddenly crossed. His glasses slipped down as his face contorted in pain. "The restroom," he demanded, clutching his belly. A morphine derivative from a Parkinson's medication had triggered the chemoreceptor trigger zone in Cy's brain, sending urgent signals to his stomach to empty. At the same time, a powerful laxative was delivering the same message to his lower GI. The effects were swift, relatively harmless, and incredibly messy. Knowing exactly what was coming, Yao guided the groaning man quickly across the hall. They almost made it. In the end, a disgusted General Song ordered his assistant to fetch Cy's suitcase from the rental car so he could change his soiled clothes, keeping both men busy and out of the way. Adam Yao thought as he closed the restroom door. The exciting life of a spy. He had to hold his breath to avoid gagging at the terrible stench, but he'd bought some time. Best of all, Cy would blame it on a stomach bug. Now back to you, Dr. Ryan. The First Lady stayed in recovery with Niu, while Dr. Berryhill went to speak with the Songs. Nurses and orderlies hurried through the hallway, buzzing about something she didn't catch. One of the Chinese visitors had fallen ill, but she couldn't focus on that. The girl's grandfather would arrive any moment. Still, she didn't waste brain space on that either. Her patient was right there, and that was what mattered. A white gauze patch covered the little girl's eye. She was awake but drowsy, unlikely to remember much of the next few minutes, which was fine with Kathy Ryan. Mo Richardson stood nearby in scrubs, blending in like an extra nurse. Having her there was comforting. Kathy tried not to take her protectors for granted, but it was hard when daily routines took over, and Mo Richardson made it all look effortless. The real nurse, a slender brunette named Amy, moved through her duties with an unshakable calm, seemingly unfazed by the presence of both the First Lady and the Secret Service agent, who now carried a pistol concealed beneath her scrubs. The surgery had gone well, all things considered. The tumor was located on the anterior wall of the eye and was just small enough for lasers to destroy the blood vessels feeding it. Niu would need the procedure repeated, likely twice, along with chemotherapy. Amy gently touched Niu's forehead and spoke softly in English. The little girl smiled, then her good eyes slowly closed. Kathy stood with her back to the door as Berryhill brought the Songs into the recovery room. As she expected, they ignored everyone else and rushed to their granddaughter's bedside. Mrs. Song nearly collapsed as she took the groggy child's hand, closing her own eyes. Kathy couldn't understand the words but recognized the feeling well. This woman was praying. Dr. Berryhill gave them a moment before explaining what he had found, the options ahead, and the strong chance Niu would keep most of her vision in the affected eye. She needed rest, he said, and would be fine to return to the hotel in about an hour, once they were sure there were no side effects from the anesthesia. Overcome with relief, General Song looked up and noticed Kathy for the first time. He stepped closer, sparing his wife from the conversation, but Mo Richardson moved to intercept him. Kathy raised her hand. "It's okay. I suspected they would send someone." Song said, his face expressionless. His English was flawless, carrying a faint British accent from his training in Hong Kong. "But I must say, sending you is quite surprising." "So," Kathy said, "you know who I am, of course, Mrs. Dr. Ryan, am I to assume you performed the surgery?" "I assisted," she replied. "Dr. Berryhill and I were classmates in medical school. Your granddaughter is in excellent hands with him." She paused briefly, then added, "My husband wants me to express his sympathy and best wishes. He also wants you to know there are no strings attached to this surgery. But," Song said, shrewd enough to know more was coming, "but he is worried," Kathy continued. "He sees you as a patriotic yet practical man, a man who doesn't want to see his country dragged into unnecessary conflict." "I see," Song said, glancing toward the door. "Was that your doing?" "I'm referring to Mr. Cy." Kathy shook her head. "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about." She shot a quick look at Mo Richardson, but from the look in my friend's eyes, I'd guess it probably was. They kept me out of that part, whatever happened. Will he live? Kathy glanced again at the Secret Service agent, who gave a tiny nod. Apparently so, Kathy said. Song studied her through tired eyes. I appreciate your honesty. I'm glad you didn't kill him. I don't care for Tsai, but his death would have made things much harder for me back home. Still, I'm not unhappy to be rid of him for a few minutes. He pressed his lips together, bracing himself. What's your message, Dr. Ryan? Jack had warned her about this moment. Song would memorize every word, dissecting it for intelligence purposes. CIA officers spent months training for pitches like this. She had to create a situation where the general wouldn't feel he was betraying his personal code. At the same time, she couldn't reveal too much about what the U.S. already knew. In the end, she decided she wasn't a trained agent handler. She was an ophthalmic surgeon, and a damn good one. She'd never learn how to turn a foreign national into an American asset in time, so she chose not to try. Look, General Song, she said, I'm a mother, a wife, and just an everyday citizen who wants a calm, safe world for my grandchildren to grow up in. Sure, I hear a lot more unsettling things than most folks because of who my husband is, but what I want for my family is no different from anyone else, and Jack feels the same way. She paused, collecting her thoughts. He's worried. There's something brewing, a kind of internal power struggle inside China. Something dangerous, and it might not even be officially approved by your government. You have helped my granddaughter, Song stated plainly. I am grateful for that, but I will not betray my country. I understand, Kathy replied, and so does Jack. She intentionally avoided calling him the president. This was a conversation between two human beings, not the wife of a world leader speaking to a general. If you had asked me about the Spratly Islands, Song said after a moment, or our military capabilities, or anything like that, I would have left, to be honest. I am not what you Americans would call an insider. However, I do have my suspicions, and I can confirm what your husband believes. The chairman truly has China's best interests at heart. If he is given a weapon, something to make China stronger, I am sure he would use it no matter how many people had to die to get it, just as your husband would use it for America. But accepting something that is offered and ordering the methods to achieve it are two very different things. Kathy kept her expression neutral, but internally she thought how far that idea was from Jack's personal beliefs. I will tell you this, Song continued. One of our generals, General Bai, your husband will know the name, has become very bold in his statements to the chairman. Honestly, I know little about his specific claims, only that he is making promises about war. He fell silent. A more seasoned operative might have let him sit in that silence, but Kathy couldn't stand it for long. Promises? Why would anyone want a war? What could possibly be the end goal? Song let out a sad chuckle. You Americans always give your opponent too much credit. Sometimes, more often than not, I think there is no grand plan, just a brave or reckless person with the power to make things happen. Don't forget, in 1961 the Soviets had no idea how to get Gagarin back to Earth in his space capsule. They wanted to claim they put the first man in space, so they sent him up anyway and had him bail out as the capsule crashed down. That's a plan of sorts, Kathy mused. Part of a plan, Song corrected. He turned slightly to check on his granddaughter, speaking almost to himself. And I wonder if General Bai has much more than that small piece of a plan he is making up as he goes. Song suddenly looked at Kathy. Do you know what you Americans have over us in China? I'm sorry, she said. I don't understand what you mean. Over us, he said. Superior to us. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. You outspend us by far on your defense budget, but it's more than that. The difference is, we only train. The United States military has real combat experience. General Bai has a calligraphy on his wall that translates to something like, one does not prepare for war with practice. One prepares for war with war. Bai is a general who has grown tired of scenarios and games. I believe he wants a real fight. Song leaned in slightly, ready now to deliver the core of his message. General Bai is very confident when he speaks to the chairman, even going so far as to say he can guarantee a certain victory against any enemy in an armed conflict. You may tell your husband there is an operation underway called Fearship, but I have no idea what it is. However, I'm certain of one thing: mutually assured destruction is still complete destruction. No one wins like you, Doctor. Ryan, my wife and I just want a peaceful world for our granddaughter. If you'll excuse me, I think I've done enough betraying for one day. Seamless communication through the E-2C Hawkeye-linked commanders on Navy ships, fighter jets, and Special Forces teams on the ground, drastically cutting the time needed for the kill chain process by identifying a target faster, moving resources into position, authorizing the strike, and destroying the objective. They saved precious minutes. The high-speed data flow and constant movement of military aircraft across U.S. PCOM made Calliope's next leap an easy choice. Multiple copies of the same Calliope software were working in parallel, each racing toward the same goal. The version closest to its target jumped from a command and control Hawkeye out of Point Mugu, catching a ride through a data link handshake to its next host, a KC-135 from the 909th Air Refueling Squadron at Kadena Air Base, Japan. As she made the transfer, she erased herself from the E-2C and settled in to explore the systems of the giant flying gas station cruising miles above the Pacific. Calliope had no navigation system of her own, and she didn't need one. Instead, she used the GPS on the KC-135 to figure out where she was. Right then, she and the Stratotanker were 688 nautical miles northwest of the Federated States of Micronesia, halfway between Guam and Wake Island, at 35,016 feet. The massive tanker, which could hit 9/10 the speed of sound, about 600 miles per hour, had slowed to a more manageable 325 knots indicated airspeed. The onboard computers showed the refueling boom was already extended. The pilots on the tanker and the approaching jet chatted over the radio, but since Calliope couldn't translate speech to text, she ignored that chatter. She just waited for the incoming aircraft to handshake, using the integrated computer-to-computer link Dexter and Reed had designed. But this plane was an FA-18 Super Hornet from a nearby carrier. Calliope was waiting for something else, an aircraft that could launch from a Wasp-class amphibious assault ship, a Harrier, an F-35 Lightning II stealth fighter, or even a helicopter. Anything that could get her aboard the USS Macon Island. The Stratotanker was still 2/3 full of fuel. Heading south over open water, dozens more aircraft would line up for its fuel boom over the next few hours. Statistically, the F-35s would eventually show up to refuel, and when one did, Calliope would make her move as if the concussion and broken wrist weren't bad enough. Chavez and Adara stumbled into a nest of Japanese giant hornets near the mountaintop. So focused on listening for anyone following them, Adara grabbed a branch of a beech tree to pull herself up, shaking it by accident. The gray paper nest, the size of a basketball, was probably packed with hundreds of venomous insects. It barely moved, but that was enough to send half a dozen guard hornets buzzing out to investigate. They were massive, about an inch long, with furious yellow eyes that Chavez couldn't see but could definitely picture, and armed with dagger-like stingers that injected a potent venom, attacking the victim's nervous system. Adara ducked away from the nest and curled into a ball on the ground, covering her head. Chavez, not seeing what happened, thought they were under attack and spun around to cover their rear, only to feel a searing sting in the back of his neck. It was like someone had driven a red-hot nail into the base of his skull. "Freeze," Adara whispered sharply, barely holding back a yelp as she realized she was also staring down the business end of a quarter-inch stinger from a hornet known by names like the giant sparrow bee, the yak killer, or the bee of the terrible stinging death. Chavez mirrored her, shrinking down and pressing his palm flat over the fresh sting on his neck. He knew from past run-ins with regular bees and wasps that each sting released a pheromone, a chemical signal that told other insects to focus their attacks on the same spot. Getting stung less than a dozen times by these monstrous hornets could land a healthy guy in the hospital, and Chavez was far from healthy. Adara took 2 more stings before the hornets finally lost interest and drifted back to their nest. Chavez had seen her take a brutal kick to the groin without flinching, but now tears were rolling down her cheeks as they crept away. By the time they had covered 100 yards, she was fighting to keep from hyperventilating. "If childbirth is anything like this," she gasped, "Mr. Caruso is completely out of luck." She wiped her face with the back of her forearm, squinting against the pain. Chavez had only been stung once, but that was enough to know exactly how she felt. The venom burned like acid, and if anything, the agony was getting worse. With a shaky hand, he pointed upward. "We've got an hour and a half to make it to the rally point. We're going to need every second," Adara panted. The hornets had nailed her twice under her right eye and once in the hollow above her collarbone. The wounds looked more like bullet holes than sting marks, angry red craters where flesh had been torn away. She'd popped a Benadryl from her pack, but her face and neck were already swelling noticeably. As they neared the top, the jungle began to thin out. Sunlight broke through the canopy, speckling the ground in golden patches. Chavez leaned against a sapling, checking it first for any hidden nests. Sweat poured into his eyes, and bits of leaves and jungle debris clung to his face. "I don't know about you, but I'm hoping for a whole lot of downhill on the other side." "I'll second that," Adara said, her voice strained as she swallowed hard. She looked at him, her eyes searching. "Do you think this is one of those stories we'll tell our kids someday?" "Absolutely," Chavez replied, forcing himself to move again, dragging his body toward the crest just 100 feet away. "The little rascals will love hearing how we got our butts kicked by bugs." A laugh escaped him despite everything. "Yeah, this is definitely one for the books. My head split open, I've got a busted wing, and you look like someone's been poking you with a hot branding iron." Chavez fell quiet. Who was he fooling? JP had his own life now. He wouldn't care about his old man's jungle adventures. Suddenly, Adara stopped dead, her foot hovering in midair. A wave of dread hit Chavez as he imagined another hornet nest. But then Adara slowly drew the Smith Wesson from her belt, turning to her right. A dark figure emerged from the jungle shadows, carrying what looked like a steel pipe. On closer look, Chavez realized it was a homemade shotgun. The man placed the weapon on the ground and raised both hands. He had the deep mahogany skin and broad nose of the Melanesian people from farther east in Papua. His coarse, sun-bleached black hair stuck out wildly from under a faded Coca-Cola baseball cap. A long, iridescent blue feather curled from the cap's brim. He wore stained cotton shorts that looked like they'd been lived in for weeks, and a holey t-shirt that matched the hat. A large silver cross hung from a braided cord around his neck, and a wicked bone dagger was tied to his waist. "English?" he asked, his eyes wide. Adara nodded. "You speak English?" A nervous half-smile flickered across the man's face. His torso was marked with many scars, ones that appeared to be from ritual ceremonies. Placing his right palm flat against the center of his chest, he announced, "Me's Connor Toba." Then he pointed to Adara, and only then did Chavez notice that the pinky and ring fingers on his left hand were missing. The western part of Papua, particularly these islands, is mostly inhabited by Ambonese. So Chavez was taken aback to see a Melanesian man standing alone at the peak of this mountain. Adara placed her left hand on her chest, still holding the pistol in her other hand, now aimed at the ground. "Adara," she said. Chavez introduced himself as Ding. "Bad men Connor Toba said they is after you." "Yes," Adara replied. "Me help you," Connor said, tapping the dagger at his side, which he mentioned he had crafted from his grandfather's thigh bone. Adara pointed toward the hilltop. How long to the water? Connor grinned, revealing a full set of teeth, clearly happy to be understood. Small stream over the hill, he said. Good water. Adara shook her head and spread her hands wide. I mean the ocean, the sea. Ah, Connor said. You want to go to Da Beach? Yes, Adara confirmed. To the beach, the man lowered his chin to his chest. You got some medicines? My wife's sick. She gots the devil in her. That's why we run here. People in my village, they say she is witch. Try kill her, 'cause she got debil in her. I say all woman got debil, you know. I'm going to village down there 'cause she need medicine. His face brightened. You help me help you go to beach. What's wrong with her? Adara asked. How is she sick? Connor shrugged. She not pass water too easy, he said. She need medicine. It would have been simple to dismiss this man as slow due to his use of pidgin, but he spoke more English than Chavez knew of any Papuan tribal language. I'm not sure, but it sounds like she might have a urinary tract infection, Adara said to Ding. Might even be her kidneys. She turned to Connor, patting her medic bag. I have medicine that might help her depending on what's wrong. I can't promise, though. She screams a lot, Connor said. Make me sad. I've been praying the devil every day to help her out. Chavez nodded toward the silver cross around the man's neck. You mean you pray to God? No, Connor said, matter-of-factly. God love me already. I don't gotta convince him to help me praise to the D-bill, so him change his mind and stop making my wife sick. Okay, Chavez said, thinking his headache was so severe that this logic seemed oddly reasonable. We need to move. Connor scanned the hillside until he spotted a shrubby tree covered with white flowers. Chavez recognized it from a recent trip to Hawaii as plumeria or frangipani. The man broke off 2 of the succulent, magnolia-like leaves at the base and held them up for Chavez and Adara. A droplet of white sap formed at the base of the stem where the leaves had been pulled away. Make Sting feel better, Connor said. He picked up the homemade shotgun, which was essentially a piece of plumbing pipe and a spring set into a roughed-out 2x4. You follow me. Show you the short road to the beach, you give medicine. Make my wife not scream so much. Adara leaned closer to Chavez as they fell in behind the lanky Papuan and began climbing uphill again. This is amazing, she whispered. Is it wrong to hope that someday my granddaughter makes a dagger out of my thigh bone? Chavez stifled a laugh, unwilling to endure the pain. A few paces ahead, Connor Toba stopped abruptly and turned to stare at the foliage behind them. Bad men close by, he whispered. We go beach now. Go fast. 57. I'm proud of you, Ryan said to his wife. With the handset of his secure telephone pressed against his ear by the pillow, he lay flat on his back in the forward compartment of Air Force One. His slacks and white shirt were draped over the chair beside the bed. After all these years of marriage, Jack Ryan could instantly recognize the sound of his wife's joyful exclamation on the phone. She had just relayed General Song's message, and he had asked her to repeat it twice to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Being a surgeon, she was used to dictating detailed medical notes, and Adam Yao had sat with her right after, acting as her scribe to capture every last detail on paper. Yao then sent a copy of the report through a secure email directly to Mary Pat Foley, copying in his boss, the DCI. With 2 hours still left before landing in Jakarta, Ryan took the time to simply listen to his courageous wife and let her savor her achievement. She sounded both exhausted and electrified at the same time, a feeling Ryan knew all too well. I mean, I'm no stranger to pressure, Jack, she said. But this was completely different. It was incredibly thrilling, nothing like surgery at all. Ryan listened carefully, letting her unload her emotions until a knock came at the door. It was Mary Pat. Sorry, hon, Ryan said. I have to go. You did great. I mean, really, really great. This is something concrete we can use to save Father Pat. Thank you, Jack, she replied. That means a lot. Keep me posted, she added, now more personally invested than ever. Ryan ended the call, rolled off the bed, and stepped into his slacks before answering the door. He grabbed his shirt and shrugged it on as he followed Mary Pat into the office. "What do you think?" he asked, leaning against the edge of the desk while buttoning his shirt. "I think it's solid," she said. "But it's weak without hard evidence. We can't exactly expose General Song." "True," Ryan said. "You know," Foley continued, "Indonesia has a complicated relationship with its Chinese community, especially the Chinese Christians. If Gumilar has even a shred of real proof, he should be able to flip the script and show China for the bad actor it is in all this. The last thing I want is to ignite racial tension against Chinese Christians." "I understand," Foley said, "but there will inevitably be a butterfly effect." "There always is. Every move we make will have consequences, some of them unforeseen." Ryan felt his ears pop as Air Force One began its descent. Gumilar is right when he says his hands are tied by public opinion. Indonesia operates more like a direct democracy than we do, even if the Constitution says otherwise. We have General Song's intel that, combined with our next meeting, will scare Gumilar badly enough that he'll come around to our way of thinking just to protect himself. "Are you absolutely sure about this plan, Mr. President?" "Oh, yeah," Ryan said. "Like my father used to say, this won't be pretty, but it'll be right." Air Force One approached Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport from the east, touching down, as always, with barely a bump. The pilots taxied to the presidential terminal, located across from the main terminal. This facility was reserved, as its name suggested, for the Indonesian president and high-ranking visiting dignitaries. Marine One sat on the concrete pad at the end of the taxiway, encircled by a ring of Secret Service agents and military personnel who had arrived well ahead of Ryan in the various C-17 Globemasters and C-5 Galaxies used to transport the presidential entourage. A Marine Corps V-22 Osprey was positioned at the east end of the pad, its nacelles and rotors pointing skyward. The media who had hitched a ride on Air Force One would travel to the first event in the Osprey. Indonesian reporters and wire service representatives stood at the rope line in front of the terminal. President Gumilar and his generals had conveniently moved a half-dozen Indonesian Air Force F-16s and sleek Russian-built Su-30 MKK fighter jets to the edge of the runway. It would have been an impressive show of force, but all the aircraft and vehicles that traveled with the President of the United States made those few jets look almost insignificant. He walked up to the cockpit to express his gratitude to the pilots and crew of Air Force One. After straightening his deep blue tie, he stepped out onto the air stairs. Ryan saluted the Air Force sergeant waiting at the bottom, then shook hands with President Gumilar. Gumilar was 10 years younger than Ryan, with wiry hair that stuck out when cut too short, dark-rimmed glasses, and a neck that seemed almost too frail to support his head. "Gugun?" Ryan said, gripping his hand firmly. "Thanks for having me." Gumilar smiled for the cameras positioned a few dozen yards away. "I'm happy to see you, old friend, but you didn't give me much of a choice." Ryan returned the tight smile. "I could say the same." He shook hands with the three stern generals who formed the welcome party alongside Gumilar, then nodded toward Marine One. Sergeant Scott stood at attention at the bottom of the steps. "I was thinking we could ride together," Ryan suggested. "It's faster than the motorcade." Gumilar raised an open hand, trying to politely decline. "Mr. President, Bring one of your security people," Ryan interrupted. "There's room." He glanced over his shoulder at Montgomery. "Right, Gary?" "Of course, Mr. President," Montgomery replied. This was the tricky part. Gumilar wasn't obligated to come along, things would still work out, just more slowly. But who would turn down a free ride in one of the most iconic helicopters on the planet? His head wobbling on his slender neck, President Gumilar stammered, I would be honored." Both men turned to wave at the crowd, which Ryan noticed was polite but subdued. Police had kept any protesters at least 200 meters away. Ryan paused a few steps from the double doors of the VH-60N White Hawk, which would become Marine One the moment he stepped aboard. He let President Gumelar board first. Admiral Bailey, Ryan's personal physician, hurried up carrying his medical bag. Special Agent Montgomery said you wanted to see me, Mr. President? I do, Doc, Ryan said, waving a hand toward the helicopter doors. We might need your services in a few minutes. Aye, aye, Mr. President, Bailey said, and quickly climbed the steps. After everyone else was on board, Ryan stepped forward to salute Sergeant Scott. He waited a beat, then took a moment to shake the young Marine's hand. Rod, Ryan said, sometimes a young man needed to know his commander-in-chief remembered his first name. I was really sorry to hear about your grandfather. Still standing ramrod straight, the Marine beamed. Thank you, Mr. President. I could have pulled some strings to let you attend the funeral. Ryan grinned. I know a couple of generals. He would have wanted me to stay here, Mr. President. No doubt. Ryan nodded. Hell of a man. Your grandfather. You knew him, sir? Not well, Ryan admitted, but he was a close friend of a very close friend of mine. I met him once years ago. He placed a hand on the young Marine's shoulder. I'm sure he was proud of you. Sergeant Scott's eye twitched as if he might tear up. Ryan saved him by changing the subject. Did our special guest make it on board? Yes, sir, Mr. President, the Marine replied. Rear bulkhead seat directly behind you next to Director Foley. President Gumelar will sit on the couch across from you as instructed. Very well, Ryan said. We'll talk later. They're second-hand, but I've got a couple of incredible stories about your grandfather that he probably never shared with you. Ryan stepped into the helicopter, immediately noticing the cooler air as Sergeant Scott closed the doors. He felt the familiar flutter in his stomach that always bothered him when boarding any aircraft. A fancy version of the ubiquitous Black Hawk, the VH-60Ns used by HMX-1 were outfitted with carpeting, soundproofing, and leather seats. They were maintained by some of the most skilled professionals in the world, double and triple checked. And yet helicopters and Ryan had formed an uneasy truce over the years. There is considerable truth to the old joke that a helicopter is just a million parts spinning around an oil leak, just waiting for metal fatigue to cause a failure. Jack Ryan had to fly in them, but he never really liked it. All right, Gugun, Ryan said, shifting his focus to the matter at hand. I hear there are new charges made up against Father Pat. President Gumelar removed his glasses, cleaning them with a handkerchief from his suit pocket. Jack, he began, I'm sure you're aware that even American courts sometimes file charges after an initial arrest. Yes, but our legal system lets the accused face their accuser, Ryan countered. But that's beside the point. I'm not here to argue, Gugun. I'm here to help you. To help me? Gumelar replied, a hint of skepticism in his voice. We both know China is pulling the strings here, Ryan stated firmly. They're trying to play both of us. I've got a list of 20 Chinese diplomats we're ready to declare persona non grata and kick out of the country. I'm asking you to do the same. China is a vital trade partner for us, Gumelar pointed out. And for the United States, too, Ryan shot back. But we can't let this slide just because they sell us phone components. You say we both know, Gumelar pressed, but I haven't seen any evidence. Believe me, Mr. President, Ryan said, his tone sharpening. Chinese intelligence operatives have stolen valuable computer tech on your soil. They've bribed your police to arrest an innocent man and charge him with a capital crime. They've even tried to coerce an American citizen into committing treason. I've heard nothing about Father West committing treason, Gumelar said, a note of confusion in his voice. Mary Pat Foley remained silent in her seat. I'm not talking about Father West, Ryan said, raising a hand to signal the passenger behind him. Gugun, I'd like you to meet Senator Michelle Chadwick. She has quite a story to share. Senator Chadwick? Gumelar shook his head, bewildered. I was under the impression that I can't stand President Ryan? Chadwick finished for him. Frankly, yes, Gumelar admitted. That's a fair read, Chadwick said with a wry smile. But I hate spying for the Chinese even more. Everyone knows the president, and I agree on almost nothing. Ironically, that makes my testimony more credible, not less. Gumilar's face flushed. You have proof of Chinese involvement? Chadwick held up her phone. I do, Mr. President. I have a recording of the Chinese operative who tried to recruit me to spy on President Ryan. He admits they planned to frame Father West with fake drug trafficking charges to bait the administration with the threat of his execution. She came to me right away, Ryan added. Told me everything and cooperated fully with our intelligence and law enforcement. Will you make this proof public? Gumilar asked. Yes, sir, Chadwick confirmed. And you should too, Guggen, Ryan urged. Very well, Gumilar said, his jaw tight. I don't like being made a fool of. Neither do I, my friend, Ryan replied. There's a way for you to show you're still in command of this country and to fix things today. How would you feel about giving me a tour of the prison on Nusa Kambangan Island? 58 minutes after Calliope made her last jump, the KC-135 adjusted its course slightly more to the east, heading toward the Marshall Islands. The refueling boom extended again, and an approaching F-35 Lightning pilot began chatting with the Stratotanker's crew. Simultaneously, the aircraft initiated a series of data link handshakes. Calliope instantly calculated the fighter's range, scanned its weapons inventory, and then waited to see how much fuel was transferred. She scanned the data without much concern that the F-35 was being flown by USMC Major Goodloe O. Schmidt. What truly grabbed her attention and made her systems hum with anticipation was the radio log showing that this particular jet had recently been in contact with the USS Macon Island. The airwaves were crowded with chatter from other aircraft heading to and from that nearby vessel. Calliope understood spoken English, but the words were unnecessary. Her native tongue was raw data, and at that moment the data clearly indicated her target was nearly within striking distance. In a fraction of a second, while Major Schmidt's F-35 Lightning was still connected to the refueling tanker, Calliope made her move, vanishing from the Stratotanker systems as if she had never existed. The first bullets cracked through the air just inches from Ding Chavez's head, about 10 minutes after they had topped the mountain ridge. Chavez was pretty sure Habib and his crew were just spraying rounds wildly, hoping for a lucky hit. But the bullets were coming close enough that one of those prayers was bound to find its mark sooner or later. Connor hit the dirt at the sound of the shots, scanning the area behind them from behind a tree choked with vines. His eyes took on a distant, almost glazed look, like he was completely zoned out. Chavez and Adara crouched next to him. Having worked extensively in these types of environments, Chavez knew exactly what the wiry Papuan was doing. The dense greenery played tricks on the eyes, making it nearly impossible to see anything beyond a solid wall of green. Letting your vision go soft and unfocused periodically was a trick Chavez's instructors had called jungle eye, and it was the only way to spot movement in that mess. Seeing nothing at that moment, they were back on their feet and moving within a minute. The thick vegetation buzzed with insects and screeching birds, which drowned out any noise from their pursuers. Vines, trees, and banana leaves created an almost solid barrier that was tough to see through and even harder to navigate without leaving a clear path. "How wide is the beach?" Adara asked as they stumbled and slid down the mountainside. "Maybe from here to that banana tree," Connor guessed, pointing to a tree about 30 yards downhill as he kept moving. Big hibiscus trees, then sand, then water. He glanced up at the dense canopy above, like someone checking a wristwatch. It's low tide now. Beach might be a little wider. Another round whizzed by this time, high overhead. Chavez risked a look back over his shoulder. His vision was too blurred to make out much, but he knew Habib and his men had made it over the ridge. More bullets snapped through the air, followed by the unmistakable crack of an AK-47 somewhere behind them. One of the rounds neatly sliced through a large banana leaf just above Adara's head, sending it fluttering down to the jungle floor. "I hear voices," Adara hissed, picking up her pace. Chavez could barely hear anything over the muffled thumping of his own heartbeat in his ears. Adrenaline was a powerful thing, but he had been running on a steady supply of it for the past couple of hours. He could push through exhaustion, but the throbbing pain and nausea from his injuries were starting to catch up with him as the adrenaline faded. He had to cradle his broken wrist as he ran to keep the bones from grinding together. The shots were coming faster now, tearing through the foliage just a few yards to their right. "How much further?" Chavez asked through clenched teeth, gasping for air. It took so much effort to speak that he nearly tripped. Connor reached out to steady him. "We're going downhill fast," he said. "Maybe 5 more minutes." Chavez looked at Adara, who met his gaze. "We're boxed in between these guys and the ocean," she said. "They're going to catch us before any ship gets here." "I know a good place to hide." More shots rang out, closer than ever. Adara shook her head. "Think they could have people waiting ahead of us?" "I do," Chavez replied. The Papuan's eyes went wide as he came to the same realization. He lifted his homemade shotgun and scanned the hillside in both directions, clearly trying to think of a different plan. The USS Fort Worth, a literal combat ship, was 56 nautical miles from shore when the communications officer picked up a satellite phone call. The female operative they were scheduled to extract announced that she and her partner were 10 minutes from the beach, actively under fire from an unknown number of attackers. The sea had grown rough, and the ship's powerful Rolls-Royce engines, the same kind that power Boeing 777 jets, pushed the vessel along at just under 35 knots. Commander Akana stood on the bridge, his gaze fixed on the foredeck, stretching out before him like an empty parking lot. Alongside the officer of the watch and the 2 enlisted personnel steering the ship, the executive officer and the command master chief were also present, all wearing standard Navy work blues and ball caps. The XO, Lieutenant Commander Nicole Carter, was an Annapolis graduate, but she didn't flaunt her pedigree. She let her consistently excellent work speak for itself, making her resume almost irrelevant. Command Master Chief Alfredo Perez was a tall man, his face weathered with the deep lines of a long career. His intense look, reminiscent of Danny Trejo, both intimidated and charmed everyone from junior sailors to senior officers. Equivalent to a submarine's chief of the boat, a command master chief is the top enlisted advisor on a surface ship. While the Navy no longer uses old-school punishments like bread and water, a single stern glance from CMC Perez was enough to straighten out most young sailors. He was fiercely protective of his crew, always advocating for them, but he wasn't shy about handing out the necessary reprimands to keep the more stubborn ones in check. Like the rest of the crew, the XO and Command Master Chief were finishing their 4-month deployment rotation. Akana had just taken over from the previous captain, making him the new guy on the block. Luckily, his reputation as a pirate hunter from his time on the USS Rogue had preceded him, giving him enough credibility to earn some time to prove himself as a servant leader. It often seemed to Akana that every sailor expected a new skipper to be a modern-day Captain Queeg. While those types certainly existed, his experience taught him that the Navy had more Horatio Hornblowers, leaders who got their hands dirty, than Captain Blighs. Good leaders focused on leadership, not just management, which meant getting ahead of potential problems. This mission was delicate, and if it went south, he would be the one facing the consequences, not the XO or the CMC. "Tell engineering to push for flank speed for as long as it's safe," Akana ordered. While full speed uses a high percentage of power and isn't fuel efficient, flank speed means maximum power, period. This kind of speed is reserved for emergencies and comes with a risk if sustained too long. Maintenance crews hate flank speed because it tends to break equipment. The XO relayed the order, and Akana felt the ship dig deeper into the waves as it surged forward. "If they're taking fire, there could be injuries," Akana said, thinking out loud. He didn't need to justify himself, but vocalizing his decisions helped train his XO and allowed him to process the situation in front of the Command Master Chief, who had a full decade more sea experience. Every inch of distance we close saves precious seconds. Understood, sir, Carter replied. Air Ops says the MH-60 and the Fire Scout will be on station in 2 minutes. Very well, Akana said, settling into the hardest part of any operation for him, the waiting game. With his hands clasped behind his back, Perez squinted, a slight Popeye-like grin forming at the corner of his mouth. Something on your mind, CMC? Akana asked. Not at all, Captain, the Command Master Chief said. I was just thinking how perfect a day it is to be serving in the Navy. As they closed in on the shoreline, the gunfire abruptly stopped, a clear sign that Habib had allies waiting below. Movement, Adara called out. At 11 o'clock, the three of them, Adara, Chavez, and the Papuan guide, pressed flat against the ground, hidden beneath a thick canopy of creeping vines. Chavez kept his eyes uphill, watching their rear, while Adara and Koner focused on what lay ahead. Koner Toba looked confused, so Adara held her hand out flat like a blade and gestured left. 12, 11, 10. Me sees it, the Papuan whispered, squinting through the debris on the jungle floor. Under big hibiscus tree. Even with his blurred vision, Chavez spotted them too. At least 3 armed men, the beech hibiscus weren't the tallest trees around, but their broad branches stretched wide, some as thick as a man's waist, curving from the trunk and arching back down to the ground. These natural arches, combined with dense foliage, created shadowy, room-like hiding spots beneath the trees. If the men had stayed deeper in the shadows, they'd be invisible. Luckily, they were drug runners, not trained snipers. Turning his attention back uphill, Chavez popped the magazine from his Smith Wesson, double-checking his tactical reload. Normally, he'd be more confident, but the head injury had him feeling dizzy. I'm down to 10 rounds, he said. Adara nodded grimly. I've got 6, he handed her his partial magazine. Top off, he said. I'm seeing double anyway. Me got's 4, Koner Toba said, pulling a shotgun shell from his pocket. He'd turned his ball cap backward, the curling blue feather now pointing behind him. He didn't mention the thigh-bone dagger. The voices uphill grew louder, more excited, as the trap began to close. Chavez guessed they were less than 100 yards away. The men on the beach were even closer. What's that way? He asked, pointing to his left. Waterfall, the Papuan replied. That way no good. And to the right. Maybe, Koner said, but big fern field above, open. So me think this way better. Not right now, Chavez said. A burst of Kalashnikov fire echoed uphill as one of their pursuers shot into the air, trying to drive them down toward the hibiscus. The thick jungle muffled the sound, but they were close enough for Chavez to hear the rifle's heavy action clacking back and forth with each shot. He squinted, trying to clear his vision, desperate to do something about the pounding in his skull. These guys would be on them in minutes, if not seconds. Adara cupped her hand over the satellite phone's mouthpiece and pointed her chin downhill to get Chavez's attention. Another volley of automatic fire. More voices. The jungle thinned out on the lower part of the mountain. Chavez counted 11 men, less than 50 meters away, moving like ghosts through the trees. He could clearly see the trails. The 3 of them had left through the grass and undergrowth. Habib and his men would have no trouble tracking them down. We have to move, he whispered. Adara shook her head emphatically, even reaching over to kick Chavez in the calf with the toe of her boot. She mouthed the word wait, and then started whispering into the sat phone again. A moment later, Chavez heard the sound of a lawnmower, or maybe a tractor, coming from the ocean. Then the beautiful sight of an MQ-8 Fire Scout drone rose into view behind the hibiscus tree. A branch snapped in the foliage to Adara's left, and Chavez caught a glimpse of something brown moving. One of Habib's men had flanked them. Chavez swung his pistol around, but Koner dove into the brush, leaving his shotgun behind. The brush thrashed briefly, and the tall Papuan crept back to the group in a low crouch, clutching his grandfather's blood-stained thigh-bone dagger. Thanks. Chavez whispered, scanning the area for any other threats. "You give me medicines," Connor said. "We be even." "Okay," Adara said into the satellite phone. She was speaking with the air operations officer on the ship and the pilot remotely controlling the Fire Scout drone from the USS Fort Worth. She extended her hand to Chavez, who immediately understood what she needed. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket, opened the compass app, and aimed it at the UAV to provide her with a bearing. "We're lined up," she said. "The Fire Scout is directly over the tree with the first group of hostiles. They are armed and dangerous. We're 75 meters due north if you line us up. A second group is another 50 meters north, spread out." Adara listened, then said, "Roger that. We don't have a choice." She turned to Chavez and Connor. "Get down, boys," she said. The Hydra 70 laser-guided rocket fired by the MQ-8 had a blast radius of 10 meters and a lethal fragmentation radius of 50 meters. Carrying a 10-pound warhead, the sleek rocket traveled at speeds close to Mach 3. At this short range, it didn't have time to reach full speed, but the explosion was nearly instantaneous from the moment of firing. Dirt, foliage, and debris from the drug smugglers rained down on Chavez and the others. He felt the shockwave as much as he heard it, still wondering how long it would be before he needed hearing aids. Incredibly, the man on the hill began firing at the helicopter. "They're too close for a missile," Chavez said. Adara simply smiled, pointing toward the sea again as the MH-60 Romeo Seahawk from the Fort Worth appeared above the smoldering hibiscus tree. The larger sibling of the small Fire Scout flew directly overhead, with Adara guiding it in. A half-second later, the remotely piloted helicopter's GAOU-17 Vulcan electric Gatling gun began to fire into the trees at 6,000 rounds per minute. The MH-60 pilot made 2 passes to survey the hillside, then flew over the twisted remains of the hibiscus tree one more time. Satisfied the threat was eliminated, he gave the all-clear for Chavez and the others to come to the beach for pickup. The little Fire Scout remained airborne, providing overwatch. The MH-60 pilots weren't eager to spend any more time than necessary in Indonesian airspace, but since the orders to pick up this package came directly from the Secretary of Defense, they followed Adara's request and flew 7 miles down the beach, where they dropped off Connor Toba a mile past his house to avoid being identified by neighbors. The Papuan shook Chavez's hand and then cried when Adara gave him her entire medical kit. "You good people," he shouted, as the helicopter prepared to lift off from the beach. "I will pray for you." Chavez collapsed into his seat, wounded and exhausted, wondering to whom Connor Toba planned on directing his prayer. President Gumilar used the phone aboard Marine One during the 40-minute flight to Nusa Kambangan Island. He made a quick call to his military advisor first, clearing the way for Marine One and the accompanying aircraft to fly over the country without interference. Unsurprisingly, he called his press secretary next, speaking rapidly in Indonesian. Ryan couldn't understand the conversation, but grasped the general idea when Gumilar used the words #and China in the same contemptuous tone. Like everywhere else with internet access, Indonesians were sensitive to public opinion. Creating a fake grassroots campaign to question the legitimacy of Chinese influence in Indonesia would help relieve some political pressure on the president. A life preserver like that might come at the expense of Chinese Indonesians, but Gumilar had always seemed to Ryan like the kind of guy who'd step on his own mother to keep from going under. Only after he'd secured his own safety net did he finally call the commanding general of the Indonesian National Police. Marine One was about 15 minutes out when he got the assurance that everything would be squared away when they reached the prison island. Gumilar handed the phone to his security guy, who then gave the Marine One crew chief specific landing instructions. Sergeant Scott passed those directions to the pilots, who relayed them to the other aircraft in the presidential formation. Just like in the States, 3 identical white tops flew in a shifting pattern. 2 olive-green V-22 Ospreys on loan to HMX-1 from VMM 262 in Okinawa, flew overhead as cover. At Gumilar's insistence, 3 heavily armed Embraer Super Tucano turboprop fighters from the Indonesian Air Force escorted the group. Only Marine 1 would actually touch down at the prison. Once his calls were done, Gumilar let his hands drop into his lap. "All right," he said, "there are 7 prison sites on the island. Farther west is at one called Batu. Your pilot will land on a small soccer field behind the building. I'll get off first to let the guards know I'm here by my own choice. Then you and I will walk in together. I'll sign the necessary clemency documents," and a few, Special Agent Gary Montgomery leaned forward against his harness, practically jumping out of his seat. "Mr. President, I can't let you go inside that prison." Gumilar ignored him, looking straight at Ryan. "You have to come in, Jack," he said. "We do this as a team, Mr. President." Montgomery cut in. "This is completely out of line. You—" "I hear you, Gary," Ryan said. "But sometimes I have to." Ryan had never seen Montgomery lose his temper. The agent was already a big guy, but the space he took up in the chopper seemed to double. His face went red, and the tendons in his neck tightened like he was straining under a heavy load. "When was the last time you were inside a prison, sir?" Ryan let out a sigh. 15, maybe 20 years. Could be more. Everything we train for, everything we plan for becomes useless inside those walls. We lose control. And I like being in control." "Gary?" "It's your call, Mr. President," Montgomery went on. "But if something goes wrong in there, I won't be able to keep you safe without hurting a lot of people." Ryan stared out the window as Marine 1 began to land on a field next to a crumbling compound made of concrete and corrugated metal. His only concern was getting Pat West out, not Gumilar's bruised ego. "Gary," Ryan said, "bear with me for a second. I think we can find a middle ground on this." Father West heard the squeak of shoes on the chipped tile floor long before he saw anyone. His cell was bigger now, with fresh water and plenty of light. Still, the smell of human desperation hung in the air, along with something else. West knew right away, the shadow of death approaching. At first, when his living conditions got better, he thought his message had gotten through, but it slowly dawned on him that these people were going to kill him because of a lie. They just wanted to clean him up first, so they could feel more civilized while doing it. He'd given up all hope of rescue. There hadn't been any trial, but what would be the point anyway? It was just as easy to fake the records of a trial and conviction as it was to make up evidence of drug trafficking. He remembered reading about the Bali 9. He knew he was only a few miles from where 2 of them had been marched onto a field in front of 12 soldiers and shot. It wasn't in West's nature to rush his own death, but there was nothing left for him to do except pray. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and a massive, dark-haired man in a tailored suit approached the iron bars of the cell. Beside him stood an Indonesian man West felt he should have recognized, but couldn't place. The big man stepped aside as 2 guards unlocked the door and swung it open. West scrambled backward until he hit the far wall, anxious to be surrounded by so many people. He stammered. "Are you from the embassy?" The large man smiled calmly and shook his head. "No, Father West. I work for the President of the United States, and I'm here to take you home." Ryan offered the priest his seat and settled across from him, facing the rear of the aircraft. Dr. Bailey promptly started a glucose IV and began checking West's vitals, examining his eyes and mouth. After a moment, he gave Ryan a small nod. A more thorough exam would wait until they were back on Air Force One. Ryan had no intention of keeping West in Indonesia a second longer than necessary. The president held a cold can of Coca-Cola toward Bailey, raising an eyebrow. "How about it, Doc?" "None for me, thanks," Bailey joked. "But Father West might enjoy one." Ryan chuckled and handed the can to his friend. Oh, my West pressed the sweating can against his forehead. "Merciful heaven, Jack, you have no idea." It tore Ryan apart to see his friend so drained and hollow. He opened a packet of cashews and offered them to West. "You look like you could use something salty. Gumalar had been on the phone with his press secretary since before Marine One had even taken off. Father West downed the Coke in one go and shyly asked for another, which the crew chief quickly provided, suddenly energized by the sugar and caffeine. West leaned forward toward Ryan. "You got my message?" "I did," Ryan said. "And?" West asked. "And what?" "And did we recover Calliope?" West asked, sounding exhausted, but to Ryan, he seemed like he'd never left the agency. If that technology is as Noonan described, it's extremely dangerous, and if the Chinese have it, there's no telling what they might use it for. "We're working on it," Ryan said, unwilling to elaborate in front of Gumalar. "And Noonan?" West asked. "Unknown," Ryan replied, looking at President Gumalar. "I'm sure investigative efforts will ramp up now that everyone knows the Chinese were involved in your kidnapping and Mr. Noonan's disappearance." "So the Chinese still have the technology?" "We believe so," Ryan said. West closed his eyes and took another sip of Coke. "This has the potential to be very, very bad, Jack. I'm not sure the full gravity of the situation came through in my message." "Tell me now," Ryan said. "What makes you think that?" "It was the way Noonan kept describing the thing," West said, "as a non-player character that could be directed to perform all sorts of tasks." He suddenly looked around the helicopter's interior. "How long was I in custody?" "Over 4 weeks," Ryan said. West blinked, looking as if the air had been knocked out of him. "Okay, then. I've spent that entire time imagining the havoc an active agent could cause if it could move freely through any connected device. In the developed world with the interconnectivity of the so-called Internet of Things, that's pretty much everything. Our people at Cyber Command haven't examined it yet," Ryan said, "but they theorize it's something like a programmable virus." "Not quite." West shook his head. "This thing is a predator, programmable, yes, but with a mind of its own." The deck of the USS Macon Island was bustling with sailors and Marines. To an untrained eye, the Wasp-class landing helicopter dock amphibious assault ship, or LHD, could be mistaken for its larger sibling, the aircraft carrier. LHD runways are short, lacking catapults and arresting cables. But the Macon Island still carried aircraft, helicopters, Ospreys, and fighters like Harriers and F-35Bs capable of short takeoffs and vertical landings. U.S. Macon Island LHD-8 was no small vessel, measuring 843 feet long with a 104-foot beam, making it a bit narrower and just shy of a football field shorter than a Nimitz-class carrier. For this particular voyage, its air wing included 6 V-22 Ospreys, a CH-53, 2 MH-60 Seahawks, a pair of Bell AH-1 Super Cobras, 2 Harrier jump jets, and 2 F-35B Lightning IIS. While it could have carried more aircraft, this specific mix was tailored to the mission. Beyond its air power, LHD-8 was equipped with Mk-38 chain guns, Sparrow missiles, and 450 caliber machine guns. Flanking the amphibious ship were the USS Preble and USS Halsey, 2 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers from Everett, Washington, adding serious firepower to the formation. All the deck guns, aircraft, and escort ships were impressive, but the Macon Island's true strength lay in its ability to deploy 800 Marines onto foreign soil at a moment's notice. Often looked down upon by officers on larger carriers, the sailors of the amphibious Gator Navy shared a close, sometimes competitive bond with the Marines they transported. Some crew members jokingly referred to their vessel as a Marine Corps Uber, and the Marine Expeditionary Units were grateful for the ride. For the most part, everyone loved being at sea. Standing on the foredeck, Captain Greg Goodrich of the Marine Corps Fast Company Pacific watched the waves pass the V-22s, mentally running through his mission checklist. The ocean's steady rhythm deeply appealed to him. He enjoyed leaving behind the chaos of shore life, casting off all distractions. At sea, Goodrich could shoot, train his platoon, exercise, and read. Watching the wind and waves was far more satisfying than any TV show. The ship's fantail offered a perfect spot for target practice, and the deck was spacious enough for outdoor cardio sessions. He'd even organized boxing matches while underway. But here's the thing. Goodrich had been a scrawny kid through 7th grade, athletic but short, even shorter than the girls. All elbows and knees, he faced his share of bullying. He dreamed of joining the military and thought being a pilot would suit someone vertically challenged, until he shot up 4 inches the summer after 8th grade. By junior year, he towered over everyone, and by senior year, he was 6'6", a bit too tall to squeeze into a fighter cockpit. He stopped growing just shy of 6'8" during his sophomore year at Virginia Military Institute. His mother, a surgeon, wasn't thrilled with VMI. She wanted him to become a doctor, or at least an engineer. As a compromise, he attended a military school that emphasized engineering. She was horrified when he took up amateur boxing, warning that repeated head trauma wouldn't mix well with calculus and physics. She was right, but Goodrich found his long wingspan meant he hit other engineering students in the head far more often than they hit him. People often picture VMI as a place of shaved-headed rats standing over steam vents in wool coats, getting hazed by upperclassmen. There was some of that, but Goodrich thrived on the raw discipline, the barking, the camaraderie, and the boxing. He'd always been a fighter and knew he wanted to make a living at it. The Marine Corps let him do just that, and fast allowed him to channel his fight. Captain Greg Goodrich was educated, well-read, and articulate, but he could also be deeply uncivilized when the situation demanded it. As usual on this mission, his fleet anti-terrorism security team reported directly to the Admiral Marines from the Fast Company were trained for sudden emergencies, quick deployments, protecting American assets, and counterterrorism missions worldwide. They entered high-risk embassies, secured nuclear weapons, and carried out any mission assigned by the fleet at any time in any location. On this particular day, they were protecting a long-range anti-ship missile that Lockheed Martin had provided to the Navy for a live-fire test. The missile itself had a price tag of $3 million, but it was the highly classified artificial intelligence guidance system inside that made it valuable enough for the Fast team to be on standby for recovery if anything went wrong during launch. Captain Goodrich's Marines were young for special operations, mostly corporals and junior enlisted in their early 20s, but only about 500 served in the Marine Corps at any given time. The selection process was extremely competitive, and Fast could afford to be selective. Many Marines thought they wanted to join Fast until they learned about the Personnel Reliability Program, an intense security screening that essentially required surrendering your privacy to guard the nation's nuclear arsenal. A polygraph test was mandatory for the top-secret clearance needed to handle nuclear materials, and nearly any violation could disqualify a candidate. Any sign of domestic abuse, a single DUI, certain foreign connections, or excessive adult content, all were grounds for rejection. Becoming part of a Marine Fast Company was challenging, but for Captain Goodrich, it had been the most rewarding job he had ever held. The launch was scheduled from one of the F-35s in 2 hours, during the evening when no Russian or Chinese satellites were expected to be overhead. The Admiral was on the bridge reviewing backup plans and likely speaking with someone higher up at the Pentagon. The defense company representatives were extremely anxious that their $3 million creation would perform perfectly and obliterate the decommissioned Navy vessel, rigged to resemble a Chinese destroyer, located 40 nautical miles to the south. 2 MH-60 Seahawks from the Macon Island were circling the target area, keeping any surface ships, submarines, or aircraft away. The fighter pilots and their commanders were in the ready room going over plans. The V-22 Osprey pilots, who would be on standby with Goodrich's Fast platoon and a Navy SEAL team, were in their own ready room doing the same. Goodrich pressed a button attached to the center of his tactical vest. "Ski, Goodrich," he said in a calm voice. Staff Sergeant Cieszynski's response was clear and direct, sounding inside Goodrich's head rather than through his ear. "Go ahead, Captain. What's the status?" "10 minutes, sir," the squad leader replied. Understood. Goodrich nodded to himself. He was generally a bit old-fashioned for someone in his early 30s, preferring reliable, proven technology. But he had to admit that the new Sonitis molar mic they were testing was turning out to be incredibly useful. Instead of an earpiece, the device attached to the user's back teeth. Using the same near-field neck loop technology as a covert earpiece, the Sonitis unit functioned as a microphone, transmitting voice communications from inside the mouth, shielded from external noise like gunfire or rotor wash. Incoming signals were felt as vibrations in the jawbone rather than heard through the eardrum. While earpieces became irritating and uncomfortable over time, the body quickly adapted to what was essentially a mouth retainer with a small microphone. To Goodrich's surprise, it was easy to forget it was there. So far, the battery lasted most of the day. The ability to hear and speak clearly to a helicopter or Osprey crew chief while dangling on a spy rig beneath it was truly remarkable. Staff Sergeant Ski had voiced the platoon's biggest concern when he asked if they could chew gum while wearing one of the mics. The Marines would earn the tech team's approval once their part of the testing and evaluation wrapped up. Goodrich had 2 squads of 8 Marines each, busy inspecting gear and weapons, taking their final sips of water before boarding the Alert 5 Osprey. On that aircraft, the only restroom was an empty Gatorade bottle. Goodrich was obsessive about readiness and insisted his squads be on both Ready 5 aircraft, fully geared up, a full 30 minutes before the missile launch. He chuckled and shook his head, remembering every past mission they'd run with the SEALs. He and his men would sit inside the sweltering Osprey, waiting for something to go wrong, sweating it out like good Marines. Outside the aircraft, also on Ready 5 alert, the SEALs would be messing around, doing their own thing. Major Goodlow O. Schmidt's F-35B Lightning II was now parked on the deck of the USS Macon Island, having used its thrust vectoring nozzle and lift fan to land vertically. After touching down, the plane had been refueled, with the onboard system showing just over 9,000 pounds of fuel in the internal tanks, 3,000 pounds short of a full load. Calliope had made the jump hours earlier, riding the data link between the Stratotanker and the fighter jet high above the Pacific. Other copies of Calliope made similar leaps to other planes, deleting themselves after every move, searching. This particular Calliope had ended up in the right area and was now zeroing in on the target they were all tasked to find. To stay stealthy, the F-35 had to carry all its weapons inside its reflective skin. The weapons stores showed this aircraft's internal bays were already loaded with 4 AIM-120 AMRAAM missiles, leaving no room for the target. The plane's computers had linked up with a second F-35B while in flight. That plane was currently idle, but Calliope figured it would be the one to carry her target, while Major Schmidt's aircraft would provide cover. They'd take off together, and then Calliope would make her next-to-last jump to Major Skeet Black's plane. And then, if it was there, as she suspected, the LRASM missile, Rear Admiral Kevin Peck, the deputy commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, stood on the bridge of LHD-8, gazing out over the deep blue water. Completely bald. He was lean but well-built for a man who spent so much time behind a desk. His love for basketball and his competitive nature kept off the extra weight that could easily come with each new star on his uniform. 20 minutes earlier, radar had detected a contact 100 nautical miles east of the Old Navy frigate, which had $75,000 worth of plywood and sheet metal bolted and welded to its superstructure. This vessel, designed to look like a Chinese destroyer, was the target for testing the new technology on the LRASM missile. Admiral Peck didn't want some random Chinese ship stumbling onto it. He'd sent 2 Cobras to check it out. The Macon Island's captain stepped up to the window next to Peck. "Sir, the Super Cobra's report the contact is a fishing trawler, about 130 feet long, moving east at a steady 6 knots. Looks like it's actively fishing." Peck took a deep breath. "But it's heading away." "Yes, sir," the captain replied. Peck rubbed his face. He'd been up for over 24 hours, and his day was far from over. "Remember that line from Big Jake?" he asked. The captain smiled. "Which one, when he's got the gun on Richard Boone? You know, no matter what happens, your fault, my fault, nobody's fault." "Of course," the captain said. Peck nodded. "That line carries a lot of weight when you have command in the Navy." "Indeed, sir," the captain said. Peck turned back to look out over the water. "No matter what happens, whether it's your mistake, mine, or nobody's fault at all, the blame always lands on us. You've mapped this out down to the smallest detail, Admiral," the captain said. "It'll go exactly according to plan." "I know," Peck replied, but deep down he wasn't sure at all. "JTTF?" Sophie Lee let out a quick breath like a startled deer. "What's that stand for?" "Joint Terrorism Task Force," Lee explained. "They have branches all over the country." The kids were either asleep or faking it. Peter's buddy John Clark had arranged for Peter's family to crash at an apartment in downtown Chicago, clearly a CIA safe house. 4 heavily armed men, likely agency guys and definitely Clark's connections, occupied the 2 rooms next door. So far, only Clark had asked any questions. Lee had just finished installing the signal encryption app on Sophie's and the kids' phones, and all the devices sat on the dining table between him and his wife. "So we're just supposed to hang out in Chicago." "That's the idea," Lee said. Sophie's eyes widened. "This has to be the dumbest plan I've ever heard. Someone tried to kill us less than 50 miles from here. We need to get out now." "We'll be okay," Peter said. "Really?" Sophie shot back. "You actually believe that?" "I heard you talking. I know they found that girl from your office dead." Peter nodded. "Cecily Lung. She was tangled up in this, a loose end they had to tie up." "Peter," Sophie said, "don't you get it? We're loose ends. All of us. We'll be fine," Peter insisted. "Chicago has 12,000 cops, not counting all the federal agents." Sophie's face went blank. She shook her head slowly, the reality dawning on her. "So we're bait?" "Oh, no, 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 no." Lee pulled his chair around to her side of the table and took her hands. He kept his voice low and steady. "He's got people watching out for us. Turns out the JTTF is already working on this case, triad ties and all that. No one outside the federal building will know we're at the meeting." "Do you think they targeted you because my parents were Chinese?" She nodded. "Believe me," Lee said, "that's something I've had to consider every time I've talked to the FBI. But no, they went after me because of my work, not my heritage." "Good," Sophie said. "Still, I think we'd be better off leaving Chicago. Those JTTF guys can come to us. There are tons of agencies involved," Lee said. "The Bureau, CIA, DEA, ATF, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that's just the start. A lot of people want to talk to us. This is insane. It's just what happens when you bring in the authorities. What if someone from one of those triads is watching the federal building?" Sophie's head snapped up. "God forbid, what if they've bribed someone inside and know we're coming?" "Unlikely," Peter said. "We're meeting at a different location. We'll look at photos of known suspects, people they're watching, and then get out fast." "Then what?" Sophie glanced across the room at the sofa bed where the kids were sleeping. Though teenagers, they'd reverted to clinging to each other like little kids after the attack in their home, a place that should have been their ultimate safe haven. "Tell me the truth. Are we going to have to live in hiding? Change our names? What?" "The truth," Lee said, "is that I don't know. What I do know is that we have to take control of our own safety." Sophie sat up straighter, pulling her hand away. She stared at the ceiling, eyes shut. "I'm so scared." "Everything will work out," Lee said. But they both knew it might not. Each of them had already lost the person they'd planned to grow old with. Sometimes people you love die for no good reason. Things don't always work out, but they had to pretend or risk losing their minds. "Peter, they nearly killed us," she said. "Remember that action movie where the guy's wife and daughter get murdered, and he goes on a revenge rampage?" Peter let out a groan. That's basically every action movie ever made. I'm afraid that's exactly what you'd do. What about you? Peter asked. You'd fight like crazy to protect the kids, wouldn't you? Of course, Sophie said. He placed his hand gently on the side of her belly. Then you can imagine what I'd do to protect you and this baby. I don't need to imagine, Sophie said. I saw it with my own eyes. 64. Commander Akana welcomed Ding and Adara onto the USS Fort Worth without asking for their names. A medic checked Ding's pupils and decided he had a mild concussion but could still move around, considering he'd just run down a mountain. She put a splint on his wrist and made him promise to get a CAT scan as soon as he could once he got back to land. The cook quickly prepared some ham and eggs, reminding Chavez how well the Navy eats. The captain invited them into the officers' wardroom and gave each of them an ice-cold bottle of Gatorade. I'd offer you coffee, he said, but it's a diuretic and the doctor says you both need to keep fluids in you right now. Despite his pounding headache, Chavez was starving, and he dug into the ham and eggs like he hadn't eaten in days. You wouldn't happen to have a computer genius on board, would you, Captain? He asked, after taking a long drink of electrolytes. Like a tech guy. I mean, like a hacker. Half the kids on this ship are hackers, Akana said. I think that's just this generation. He glanced up at a senior enlisted man with a thin mustache and the look of someone who had just bitten the head off a baby duck. Command Master Chief, would you be kind enough to find IT-2 Richwine? Aye, Captain, the CMC said, immediately turning to leave the wardroom. Information Systems Technician, Petty Officer 2nd Class Carl Richwine poked his head into the wardroom a few minutes later. He was big, like a farm boy with broad shoulders and a freckled face. You wanted to see me, Captain? Come in, IT-2, Akana said, addressing the sailor by his rating and rate. Chavez leaned back, blinking to clear his thoughts after the meal. Your captain says you're a whiz with computers. IT-2. Richwine gave a humble grin. I do okay, sir. Do you know what a Raspberry Pi is? The sailor laughed and looked around the wardroom like he was being pranked. Of course, sir, doesn't everyone? Well, Chavez said, I don't. Not really, anyway. That's why we need you. I'm wondering if you have a standalone laptop on board that you could use to look at something for us and tell us what you see. IT-2 Richwine looked at Akana for guidance. Go ahead, the captain said. But this is sensitive. You can't talk about it to the rest of the crew. I figured, sir, Richwine said, turning back to Chavez. I have a laptop that runs Linux. I do some game programming. Do you want me to go get it? Adara pulled the Faraday bag from the pocket of her uniform. Commander Akana eyed it suspiciously. Are my systems in danger here? Richwine picked up the bag but didn't open it. Is there any kind of phone or Wi-Fi capable device in this? Just a thumb drive, Adara said. Then we should be fine, sir, Richwine said. My Linux machine doesn't have a modem, wireless or otherwise. Anything I design on it, I have to download via cable. Very well, Akana said. Go get your computer. Holy crap, Richwine said. When he booted up the machine and inserted the Calliope drive, he winced at the captain and looked toward the hatch to see if the Command Master Chief was within earshot. Sorry, sir, but this is weird. I've seen this kind of code before in computer games. Chavez and Adara leaned in for a better view. Numbers and symbols scrolled up the screen. What is it? Adara asked. It's a fairly small program, Richwine said. At first glance, it looks like basic AI, which is pretty common in gaming. What kind of game have you seen this in? Adara asked. I haven't seen this exact thing, Richwine said. Something along those lines. He gestured at the scrolling lines of repetitive code on the monitor. Check this out. If you saw this on a display, it would remind you of those snake games my dad used to let me play on his old cell phone when I was a kid. Snake? Chavez asked. Yeah, Richwine replied. You know, that long trail of dots that keeps getting longer as long as you don't crash into yourself. Chavez glanced over at Adara. So we just snuck out a mobile game. That's not what this is, Richwine said. It just behaves that way. The sailor's mouth dropped open as he kept watching. Holy cow, take a look at that. He let out a breath. This is way beyond what I can handle. Adara shook her head. What do you mean this thing is incredible? It's grabbing pieces of data from my computer, expanding, exploring. My buddies and I talk about this kind of AI all the time. It's like finding the Holy Grail or the Chimera, the Bigfoot of gaming tech and artificial intelligence. What can it actually do? Adara pressed. If I'm right, Richwine said, pretty much anything it wants. Wants to? Commander Akana interjected. You're making it sound like it has intentions. Richwine angled his screen so everyone could see. See what I mean? They didn't. The IT-2 rubbed his face in disbelief. It's trying to make my computer place a call searching through my files for a Wi-Fi network or a dial-up modem, a cable connection. What do you mean, searching? Chavez asked. This thing is like a trapped animal, Richwine said. It's trying everything to find a way to escape. Escape, Adara echoed. Out of my computer? Oh, man, Richwine pointed at the screen. It just went quiet. It's disguised itself as a JPEG file, hiding among a bunch of others. A JPEG, a file type used for pictures. So, Chavez said theoretically, what could something like this do to the systems on a warship or a city's power grid? Whatever it wants, Richwine said. I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, sir. This is raw, basic stuff, like a soldier with no orders. Someone who knew what they were doing could make this code do anything. Take over a ship, fire its weapons, sink it. Commander Akana reached across the table and slammed the laptop shut. Let's get that back in the Faraday bag. Richwine handed the thumb drive back to Adara. Is there another copy of this out there? She shrugged. Because if there is, the IT-2's voice faded. So, Adara said, you're the computer guy in this room. How would you stop it? Richwine exhaled hard and rubbed his face. Like I said, this is way beyond anything I've ever dealt with, ma'am. First, you'd have to locate it. Okay, Adara said, encouraging him. All I can really do is spot it, Richwine continued. Help people know what to look for. If it were me, I'd reach out to the experts, find out what the biggest events happening in the world are right now, the major happenings, the likely targets. Then I'd look for the biggest dumpster fire at those events. He tapped the Faraday bag, because wherever that disaster is, this thing will be at the center of it. Major Schmidt launched first with a light fuel load. It was an hour before sunset, and the air was cooling slightly. The Macon Island had a helpful 15-knot wind across her bow and was making an additional 22. These factors, combined with the aircraft's lift fan, helped Schmidt get airborne with his weapons payload before he ran out of deck space on the 800-foot LHD. The mission was short, so he had enough fuel for a vertical landing. There was no other option. Major Black took off next, with even less fuel to compensate for the 2,500 pounds of the long-range anti-ship missile in his aircraft's weapons bay. As soon as Calliope accessed Skeet Black's weapons store's computer, she located the AGM-158C, LARASM. The missile was now registered as present in the weapons bay, but Calliope couldn't make the jump until the aircraft actively communicated with the LARASM at the moment of launch. The key difference between this final transition and all her previous hops before hitching a ride on Major Schmidt's F-35 was that this time she didn't delete herself. While the anti-ship missile was her primary objective, she still had tasks to complete on the jets to move forward without interference. Kang took point, approaching from the south on Michigan Avenue toward the Chicago River. A three-person team moved silently through the darkness. Lily's death had left Kang's crew short-handed. He didn't count Wu Chao as part of the full team, but losing him was still a devastating blow. As far as bosses went, Wu Chao had been decent, supportive, sharp, never sending anyone somewhere he wouldn't go himself. That final trait got him killed. It was totally preventable. The old fool had forgotten they were in a bloody business if he ever truly understood it. Unlike the movies, not all intelligence operatives handled the ugly side well. Their latest failure had made one thing crystal clear. Peter Lee was no joke. The man was a dragon. Under different circumstances, without his friends' deaths, Kang might have respected Lee's inner fire. But now the assassin had sworn to feed the man his own balls. On some level, Kang knew his rage was irrational. How could you stay angry at a guy just protecting his family? They had come to kill him, and he'd taken 2 of them out instead. Honestly, Kang was furious at himself. He'd just focused that emotion on Lee. Killing him was the job. Wiping out the rest of the family was personal, a way to save face no matter how long it took. Finding a replacement for Lily wasn't simple. Getting another operator was easy. Plenty were in the U.S., just waiting to be activated by guys like Kang. Some were inexperienced but eager to learn. Others had been battle-tested in conflicts around the globe. But finding someone who could sync his movements with Kang and Rose, that took real effort. This new guy, Gao, had studied Muay Thai in Thailand, then sharpened his skills with Shaolin monks. A year of paramilitary training with the Ministry of State Security's action arm added weapons expertise, and taught him the lethal side of martial arts, turning knockout strikes into throat-crushing moves. Gao had an excellent reputation among those who mattered. He came highly recommended. Kang saw skill and dedication in the man's eyes and felt relieved to have him along. It was well past midnight. Downtown Chicago's restaurants and businesses were closed. The day had been warm, and the sour stench of trash mixed with the river's odor, recently upgraded by authorities to be only slightly toxic. Still, Kang figured it was exponentially cleaner than any waterway in Beijing. Black plastic bags were stacked 5 and 6 high on the sidewalk, waiting for the garbage trucks that would soon roll through to haul away the mountains of waste. They must be on a boat, Kang said, gesturing at the railing along Wacker Drive above the Riverwalk. The boy's phone had pinged for a while near the Indiana border, then gone dark. Things like this happened. Any number of obstacles could block the signal. It gave them time for Gao to join and prepare for the assault. The phone had come back online 2 hours earlier. A blue dot marked its location on a map of the Chicago Riverwalk on Kang's cell screen. Both Rose and Gao nodded their understanding. The group paused at the limestone tender house on the southeast corner of the bridge, featuring the heroic sculpture commemorating the city's rebuilding after the Great Fire. Gao scanned Wacker Drive, noting a Chicago PD cruiser sliding past a yellow cab along the river. "Why a boat?" the newcomer asked. "They're tough to defend. A setup?" Rose murmured, almost to herself. "Maybe," Kang replied, "but you can move a boat." Kang took the lead, as a leader should, keeping his phone low near his hip, while Rose and Gao stayed a step behind, covering their surroundings. The usually busy streets were so quiet that a distant cough echoed clearly. Metal security doors rolled down here and there, protecting storefronts from break-ins and gang tags. The phone's blue dot hovered over the water on the map. At the top of the steps from the tender house, Kang edged right for a quick look below. 2 large architectural tour boats were tied along the concrete pier. Farther west, a 40-foot sailboat and a similar-sized cabin cruiser were moored bow to stern, so close it was hard to tell where the phone was, but an orange light glowed in the cruiser's saloon. The dot drifted back and forth, maybe moving, maybe just the satellite adjusting. Kang figured it was the latter. "We're close," he whispered, pausing at the stair top. The concrete walk and ticket booths looked empty, but a raspy cough gave away a homeless presence. Normal. A siren wailed in the distance. Also normal. Someone below cleared their throat and spat. Night sounds, nothing out of place. "They don't expect us, but be ready for some resistance. They're scared, so they'll have guards." Rose let out a mocking laugh. "Probably just a few cops." "Maybe," Kang said. He pictured what he'd do to the teenagers, to the wife. He'd make Lee watch everything before he died. Maybe they'd move the boat and everyone out onto Lake Michigan, so Kang could take all the time he wanted. Rose had tools for plenty of chaos, a small backpack with a taser plastic bags, gorilla tape, and pliers. She had her blades, of course, as did Kang, though he'd lost his good one fleeing the house while Lee blasted away with a shotgun. That alone called for serious payback. Besides knives, each team member carried a suppressed Beretta and pepper spray to subdue the teenagers before taping them up. The concrete stairs, dog-legged halfway down, opening onto the riverwalk near blue canvas awnings over the ticket booths. The promenade was empty. Few people ventured here after dark in a city with Chicago's reputation. Kang saw no guards, but figured they were foolishly on the boat with their charges, if there were any at all. Lee had mentioned hiding in plain sight. A smart move if you could pull it off. The blue dot floated about 50 meters ahead, past the booths on the water. Kang motioned the others forward, whispering orders as they passed. Rose, watch for guards above at street level. Gao, keep your eyes on the cabin cruiser. I'll watch the sailboat, he repeated the earlier plan. Move fast, take down any guards until you get to Lee. If we can, grab the woman alive first. If not, kill Lee and we'll handle the rest later. Wu Chao had insisted they take Lee alive for questioning. Kang just wanted him dead, preferably, after watching his wife suffer. Either way, Peter Lee was going to die. Gao nodded curtly, professional and confident, but not overconfident. Yes, sir, Gao replied, leveling his pistol into a low, ready stance. He was no stranger to firearms. Although he was the newest member of the team, he carried a Beretta just like the others. He'd made sure of it when he signed on, understanding how crucial it was for everyone's weapons to be compatible. Having a guy like that on the squad was a real asset. Impressive stuff. Gao crept forward, bending low as he slipped past the final ticket booth right into the path of a speeding bullet. His head snapped backward, and he stood there swaying, his pistol clattering to the ground as his arms fell limp at his sides. Kang recognized the muffled crack of suppressed gunfire immediately. He'd made that sound plenty of times before, but everyone was moving fast and momentum kept him going. He crashed straight into Gao's body as it toppled backward. Rose swung wide, firing 2 shots at a shadowy figure lurking behind a concrete planter ahead. A round slammed into her hip. The impact spun her sideways, shoving her directly into the path of a bullet meant for Kang. Kang cursed, trying to push away, but he was too close. Rose collided with him, scrambling to stay upright and knocking the pistol out of his hand. He dove for the flimsy shelter of the ticket booths, desperate to escape. But Rose grabbed him instinctively, staggering and firing blindly as she dragged him along. Muzzle flashes told Kang the shooter was close, less than 10 feet away, and working alone. He fumbled for Rose's gun but missed his hand, refusing to obey his brain's commands. A sharp burning sensation warned him something was wrong, but he didn't have time to check. He yanked the pepper spray from his belt with his left hand, emptying the entire canister toward the gunfire, while using Rose's rapidly collapsing body as a shield. She realized what he was doing as she was dying, and she did everything she could to protect him, taking at least 2 more bullets to the stomach. Kang threw the empty spray bottle aside as his friend fell. Scrambling backward, he tripped over Gao's corpse, his left hand brushing against the man's pistol and snatching it up. Stumbling to his feet amid more gunfire, he broke into a loping run, fleeing for his life, the 2nd time in a week. John Clark pried one eye open with his left thumb and forefinger while he tracked the front sight of his pistol across the area where the threat had been. Spraying and praying was strictly for movies. Pistol ammunition was too valuable to waste on suppressive fire. Clark only shot when he had a clear sight picture. He was wearing a hoodie and had turned sideways just in time to avoid the full blast of pepper spray, but he still caught enough of it to make accurate shooting a challenge. He'd set up cameras at both ends of the Michigan Avenue Bridge and then a half-block down Wacker Drive in each direction, letting him watch the team's approach while also recording their faces on video. Always alert for more threats, He kept scanning after the other man fled, stepping out of his alcove just far enough to kick the pistols away from the two downed operatives. They looked dead, but he couldn't afford to check just yet. He'd seen people absorb an incredible amount of lead before getting up to kill again. Satisfied that no one else was coming for him, Clark slipped Lee's cell phone into a small Faraday bag and tucked it into his jacket pocket. Sophie had told her husband about the strange device she called Cassandra shortly after they'd switched vehicles. James was the one who remembered pairing his phone with it. It was a logical assumption that the hit team had used the phone to bypass the security system, and they'd likely tracked the lists through it. The phone was placed in a makeshift Faraday cage, alternating layers of plastic wrap and aluminum foil, and left behind while Peter took his family to a secondary location to wait for Clark's arrival. From there, it was simple for Clark to remove the phone from the bag just long enough to let Peter and Sophie be overheard discussing the Joint Terrorism Task Force, a believable reason for them to lie low in plain sight in Chicago. Clark coughed, taking a moment to inspect the two figures. They were dead. He snapped close-up images of their faces and fingerprints before collecting their weapons. Just two. He moved quickly, eager to leave before anyone decided on a midnight stroll by the river. His lungs burned as though he had inhaled a handful of needles. He resisted the urge to rub his eyes. That would only make things worse. Two were dead, but one had escaped into the night. He stared at the dark water in the direction the man had fled. "Who are you?" He hoped the video feed had captured enough detail to identify the bastard. A pale object at the base of the concrete planter caught his eye. He blinked to clear his vision, then bent down, a grin spreading across his face despite the grim circumstances. A small finger lay on the concrete, neatly severed behind the second knuckle. Clark glanced over his shoulder at the two bodies. They had all their digits. Knowing he had drawn blood from the runner made his eyes feel suddenly better. He slipped the severed finger into his pocket, along with the Faraday bag, and walked quickly westward, away from the bodies. He would circle back to retrieve the cameras from above after finding a safe vantage point to survey the area. Clark mused on the strange twists of fate that had placed his friend in such peril, and the same unpredictable destiny that had allowed him to arrive in time to help. The unexpected call from his old friend Admiral Peter Lee had caught him off guard. They had worked together a few times, or more accurately, Lee had once picked Clark up from hostile waters and given him a ride on his ship. By then, Clark was out of the Navy, handling jobs for the agency, so their rank differences never hindered their friendship. In this line of work, genuine friends were rare. Like most men, Clark and Lee went long stretches without speaking, then picked up right where they had left off, as if their families lived next door. Clark had attended the funeral of Lee's late wife, and Sandy had sent a gift when Lee married Sophie. Lee was more than a decade younger, but command had aged him into an old soul. Clark enjoyed their infrequent conversations, phone calls that felt like two old-timers sitting in a diner wearing baseball caps and reminiscing about the good old days. With the Calliope computer program safely in Ding and Adara's hands, Clark had found a quiet spot to return his friend's call. He had not met the new wife yet, but she was expecting, so things were apparently going well between them. Clark tried to imagine what it would be like to have a new child at 50-something. Having grandkids was close enough to going through Navy SEAL training all over again. "Thank you very much." The tone of Peter Lee's voice sent a chill down Clark's spine. Something had to be seriously wrong for a man as unflappable as him to be rattled. Clark listened, controlling his breathing to stay calm, noting details, and formulating plans. Peter was one of the smartest men Clark had ever known, with the wisdom that came from enduring immense stress and surviving the other side. Clark knew from experience that Lee could remain ice-cold in the face of extreme danger, but now his family was threatened, so it was only natural that he sounded frantic. Clark wasted no time telling Lee to calm down. He was thinking clearly and strategically. But it would be a while before he felt anything close to calm. "Don't tell me over the phone." Clark said after Lee had described the attack and the events that likely triggered it. "But are you somewhere safe?" "We are," Lee replied. "Are your wife and kids there listening?" "They're in the other room." "Good," Clark said. "Do you plan to call the police? Aren't you the police?" "Not really," Clark said. "Not anymore anyway." "What would you do?" Lee asked, "if it were your family?" "I'd call someone like me," Clark said. "Listen, my phone is encrypted. Are you calling from an unsecured line?" "Yes," Lee replied. "Do you have signal on your phone?" Clark asked, referring to the encrypted messaging app. It wasn't as flashy as most other texting services, no cute filters, no silly stickers, just simple, secure end-to-end encrypted text, perfect for Clark's straightforward style. "I do," Lee said. "All right then," Clark continued. "Send me your location and anything else you remember through Signal." "Very well," Lee said. "Should I contact the police?" "Let me make a few calls first. If you're still in the same line of work, there's a good chance what you're dealing with and what I'm looking into are connected, likely involving players from the same region. At least I'll explain more in a text. I'll get back to you within 10 minutes and we'll figure out a plan. In the meantime, I'm catching the next flight your way, but I'm a solid 24 hours out. I hate leaving you hanging until I arrive, but I can't get there any faster. Are you okay to proceed?" "Good to go," Lee said. "But John, there's one more thing. It's delicate." "Put it in the text," Clark instructed. "Location first, then the details. Talk to you in 10. And they had talked extensively, crafting a plan to draw Kang into the open. It worked, at least partially. Clark retrieved the cameras from above the Riverwalk. Now it was time to start the hunt. 67 nautical miles from the LHD, just over 2 minutes after Skeet's F-35 left the deck. He glanced to his left, using his helmet display and the 6 external cameras to see through the jet's skin and spot his wingman. The helmet alone cost the Marine Corps an eye-popping $400,000 each. A ridiculous price, but given all the technology packed into it, Skeet figured it was worth every cent. 3 minutes earlier, he had flown over the mock Chinese destroyer, making sure all personnel who'd removed the covers and camouflage from the superstructure were long gone. He'd received the all-clear, but wanted to take those extra seconds to confirm with his own eyes before pulling any triggers. Schmidt's voice crackled over the radio. "You're clear from my angle," he said. "I'm turning west to—" He cut off. What the hell was that? "Say again?" Skeet asked. "Nothing," Schmidt said. "My jet just stuttered. Thought she was trying to take control. Probably a downdraft? Everything good?" "We're fine here," Schmidt replied. Skeet increased throttle, making a wide 4-minute turn that took him 30 miles northwest of the target vessel. He didn't want to fire with the Macon Island in front of him, and it wouldn't be much of a test if the missile landed on top of the ship. Distance didn't matter much to Skeet or his weapon. With the latest technology, this LRASM could score a direct hit from 300 kilometers away. It would use GPS real-time data links, passive radar homing, and autonomous guidance algorithms to achieve a SIP, circular error probable of less than 20 meters, essentially flying right up the ship's stack. Sensors and cameras on the mock destroyer would record impact data and send it back to the Macon Island. It was going to be one hell of a classified show. Skeet tapped his index finger on the glass panel to access his weapon stores and select the LRASM. He opened the bay doors. Admiral Peck gave the order to fire. "Missiles selected," Skeet said Pickle, and pulled the trigger. "Weapon-awa!" His plane hit the same kind of downdraft Schmidt had encountered earlier, shuddered for a moment, then resumed straight and level flight. 3 minutes! The jet shuddered again. The glass panel with all his instruments went dark. The visor display in his helmet flickered off, leaving him almost blind. In situations like this, altitude was your best friend. He pulled back on the stick, but the aircraft pitched violently. Nose down, beginning to spin. Compensating, he shoved the stick forward. The jet did the complete opposite of what he expected. He pulled back again, adding enough rudder to break the spin, fighting every instinct that told him to push the stick forward and gain altitude. He suppressed the urge to radio for help. Aviate, navigate, communicate. There was nothing Schmidt could do for him anyway. The ship had him on radar, so if he went down, which was looking more and more certain, they'd know where to search. The aircraft resisted him at every move, as if it had a will of its own. Just when he thought he had the control issue figured out, the jet lurched in the opposite direction. The world outside turned into a dizzying blur of gray clouds and blue ocean, like a spinning globe that refused to stop. With only 8,000 feet to work with, and nothing but his instincts to gauge his altitude, there was almost no room for mistakes. The powerful Pratt and Whitney engine suddenly cut out, leaving the small cockpit eerily silent except for the howl of the wind and the rattle of his helmet against the headrest. His stomach dropped, and with zero control, Skeet reached for the ejection handles on his seat. Having lost all faith that any part of this plane would function, he spoke the words no pilot ever wants to utter. Eject! 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 Calliope had left a copy of her code on Skeet's onboard computer when she'd used the weapons data link to guide the LRASM. This Calliope clone began sending conflicting signals to the flight controls the moment the missile launched, forcing the plane into a dive, then a violent upward pitch. She scanned the weapons systems, flight controls, and every subdirectory, trying to locate the computerized ejection seat. Luckily for the pilot, the ejection seat was a manual system. Seconds after he ejected, the F-35 Lightning hit the surface of the Pacific in a flat spin, like a $100 million skipping stone. It bounced 3 times, striking the water with such force that pieces of it were still airborne when Major Skeet Black's parachute set him down roughly into the waves. The executive officer stood across the bridge from Admiral Peck, pressing the phone to his ear. Prifley reports no contact with either jet. Prifley was primary flight control, the ship's version of an air traffic control tower. No contact at all, Peck asked. No radio contact, sir. No radar contact either. The captain spoke up. I recommend we get the Cobras over their last known positions. Peck checked on the 2 destroyer escorts. What about the Preble and Halsey? We can't reach them by radio, sir, the XO replied. We're trying the satellite phone now. Peck nodded, his stomach tightening. Launch the MH-60s in case the pilots are in the water. I want recovery in the air yesterday. The radar technician tracking the LRASM from the bridge console raised his hand. The weapon is slowing down, deviating east from the target by 40 degrees. Well, damn, Peck exclaimed. How slow? 200 knots, 150, 100. The radar operator turned and stared at his captain, his eyes wide. It's heading toward that trawler, still slowing. He looked back at his screen. Sir, contact 50 nautical miles southeast of the trawler. And we're just seeing it now? The admiral asked, his frustration growing. There's a small atoll there. We knew about it, but the vessel blended in when it was just sitting there. The XO was still on the phone with Prifley. One of the Cobras just spotted what looks like a Chinese vessel, moving toward the trawler. Looks like a Shanghai-class gunboat. Have the Cobra keep it in sight, the admiral ordered. The Shanghai-class vessels were small, about 36 meters, but they were fast at 25 knots and packed with weapons, including depth charges for hunting subs. Status report on the missile, Peck said, still tracking directly for the trawler. 100 knots. At the current speed, she'll make contact in 4.5 minutes. Abort, Peck ordered. Take out the missile. The captain, followed by the executive officer, relayed the command. The XO put the line with Prifley on speaker while he monitored fire control through his headset. He looked up. No luck, sir. We've lost control of the LRASM. Prifley cut in over the speaker, patching through the Cobra pilot. The trawler is deploying what looks like a net from its arms. Sound general quarters, the admiral commanded. Someone has hijacked that missile, and both of our F-35s. "General quarters," the captain echoed. The XO glanced up from the handset and shook his head. "Shipboard communications, alarms, and intercoms are all dead, sir." Music from Iron Man, the last film the crew had seen on the big screen in the enlisted mess, began blaring from the speakers across the entire ship. Peck nodded to the captain. "You have the comm." He tapped the XO on the shoulder. "You're with me." The two men burst out of the bridge hatch, heading for the Ready 5 Ospreys and fast Marines. With the intercoms down, none of the sailors on board realized anything was wrong. They were shocked to see the XO and the Admiral sprinting. Peck hated being harsh with men and women who didn't know any better, but he barked as he shoved them aside, as the old Navy saying went, "Gangway or sickbay." Someone was piping Black Sabbath over the intercoms, which was strange, Captain Goodrich thought, but definitely a morale booster. There was always friendly banter between Marine fast platoons and SEAL detachments. SEALs seemed to have classes on scrounging and were often seen huddled around small camp stoves boiling water for coffee while on standby. A few of them joked that FAST stood for Fake-Ass SEAL Team, but they settled down after a few joint missions. For his part, Captain Goodrich was comfortable sitting along the sides of the Osprey with his 8-man squad, while the SEALs lounged on the tarmac, half submerged in large plastic tubs normally used to clean aircraft wheels, cooling off in their wet suits. The fast assistant platoon commander's voice crackled on the Sonitas Moeller mic. He was sitting under similar conditions on an adjacent Osprey with his squad. "Goodrich, Arthur, do you have comms with Prifly?" "I'm not picking up anything." Goodrich was seated up front, forward of the hellhole, just behind the cockpit. He glanced toward the open hatch. As in most rotary wing aircraft, the pilot in command sat in the right seat. Her name was Captain Avery Denny, call sign Scooter. She'd flown Goodrich and his platoon before. They'd shared meals a couple of times. She was an incredibly capable Marine, which in Goodrich's opinion was about the highest praise he could give anyone. She was deep in an animated discussion with her co-pilot, tapping the side of her headset as if she too was struggling to reach primary flight control. Goodrich leaned forward in his seat, peering out the open aft ramp. The SEAL Det commander was out of his tub, standing at attention, his black wet suit dripping water onto the deck. Captain Goodrich unbuckled his seatbelt and, motioning the rest of his platoon to stay put, made his way aft. Something was going on. Admiral Peck met him at the ramp. "Follow me, Captain," he said, striding toward the cockpit with the kind of certainty that left no room for doubt his order would be obeyed. Captain Avery looked up just in time to see the Admiral. She started to get out of her seat, but he waved her back down with an open hand before motioning Goodrich forward so he could speak to them both. He took 30 seconds to give them a quick rundown of the situation. The details were sparse at best, then locked eyes with Goodrich. "The Chinese cannot get that missile, understood?" "Yes, sir," Goodrich replied. "Do you have any explosives on board?" "The breaching gear is with the second squad on the other aircraft." "Do you have communication with each other?" "Yes, sir." "Good," Peck said, standing to exit the Osprey. "Destroy that missile." "Captain Denny, if Captain Goodrich and his team fail, sink the trawler and the missile. The Chinese will retrieve it from the bottom, but at least some of the technology might be damaged." "With respect, Admiral," Denny replied. "I know the MH-60s are airborne, but why not send the F-35 to drop a torpedo down the trawler's smokestack?" "I'm heading to that crew next," Peck said. "Without onboard communications, everything has to be done in person." 90% of the people on this ship still think everything is fine. But here's the reality. That virus, or whatever it is, has infected the ship and both F-35s. I'm not entirely sure you won't crash the moment you leave the deck. He tapped the back of the pilot's headrest with his fist. "Now go, and Godspeed." Goodrich settled into his seat as the rear ramp started rising, and he began briefing his men, including those on the other Osprey. They had drilled with the SEALs for this exact scenario, and at the back of the aircraft, the SEAL detachment leader was also giving instructions. The ospreys would fly in low, releasing the inflatable boat that now sat in the center of the cargo hold. The SEALs would follow their boat out, then approach the trawler from the waterline. Fast Marines would come in by air, fast roping onto the deck as the ospreys hovered, with Squad 2 covering Squad 1 using the GAU. 50 caliber from the second osprey above. So, Goodrich concluded, we destroy the missile or die trying. "Aura!" his men shouted as the Osprey's engines roared to life. Despite the weight of her mission, Captain Avery's scooter, Denny, felt strangely calm. She fully grasped the Admiral's orders. If Goodrich and his men couldn't destroy the missile, she had to sink the Chinese ship, even if the fast Marines were still aboard. Standard takeoff procedures had to be followed even under extreme conditions. She and her co-pilot had already completed their checks. Unable to contact Prifley, she coordinated her departure with her wingman, the second V-22 she called 12. As the lead, she was 11. She turned to her co-pilot. "Ready to get this plopter in the air?" "Yes, ma'am." She contacted her wingman again, sharing her status and fuel level. 11 is ramps up, 10.8. 12 is ramps up, 10.6. Denny used her left thumb to set the nacelles on each wing to 90 degrees, then looked at the deck sailor. The sailor, who had received instructions from Admiral Peck, saluted. Denny returned the salute and increased power to 80%, lifting into a hover. She checked that all gauges were in the green, then glanced out her cockpit window directly at the sailor. He pointed forward, cleared for takeoff. She applied left cyclic and full thrust control lever to slide out over the water. The instruments looked solid. She still had communication. Relieved, she set the nacelles to 75 degrees and checked the airspeed indicator. "Gear is up," she said. "Lights out, doors closed, cleared fast." Aboard the USS Fort Worth, Ding Chavez used the satellite phone to call Mary Pat Foley, and as IT2 Richwine had suggested, find out what big things were happening globally. If anyone had that kind of intelligence, it would be the Director of National Security. She immediately mentioned the LRASM missile test off the Macon Island. PACOM had lost radio contact with the ship. Someone was speaking with them via satellite phone at that moment, and Foley was waiting for a briefing so she could update the president. Chavez got the sat phone number and hung up, turning to Commander Akana. "Do you know anyone aboard the Macon Island?" "I know the executive officer." Chavez handed him the satellite phone and secured the Faraday bag. "Looks like this thing has infected their ship." Akana didn't need further instructions. He dialed the number Chavez had written down and called over IT2 Richwine. "I'll get them on the line," Akana said. "Then you walk their tech through exactly what to look for to fix their vessel." Captain Goodrich didn't have a flight computer to gauge the distance to the Chinese fishing trawler from the USS Macon Island, but the Admiral had placed it about 100 miles east of the mock target. That target sat roughly 40 miles south of the LHD. He had two sides of a triangle. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. 1,600 plus 10,000. He started calculating, trying to find the square root of 11,600 in his head. 107 miles. Captain Denny turned in the cockpit and looked at him over the intercom as if she'd read his mind. She must have noticed him drawing invisible triangles on his knee. ETA, 16 minutes. The SEALs were already on their feet, ready to follow the rigid hull inflatable off the ramp when they reached the 2-mile mark. The crew chief had already set up a thick 120-foot fast rope on the trapeze above the rear ramp, securing it out of the way for the SEALs to exit. Captain Scooter Denny wished they had a belly-mounted minigun on board. The interim defense weapon system could fire 3,000 rounds per minute from the rear cargo hatch, but it was a weight issue. At 800 pounds, the IDWS added significant bulk. The scenario of attacking an enemy Chinese fishing vessel that had stolen a U.S. anti-ship missile had clearly been underestimated by her superiors. Small arms fire started coming from about half a kilometer away. It wasn't accurate, but she could see tracers zipping past. Both Ospreys had their ramps down, now GEO 2150 caliber machine guns firing as they flew by, with gunners careful not to aim toward each other. "That's no fishing trawler I've ever seen," Denny said over the intercom. "Looks like there's armor plating around the wheelhouse. No sign of the missile, but the crew is all heading for the fortified wheelhouse." "Copy that," Goodrich said. "Do you have the Chinese gunboat on radar?" 35 miles southeast of us," Denny replied, "and closing fast. I don't know if they can see it from the ship, but it's just over an hour out. Probably in contact with the trawler and coming for the missile. Wouldn't surprise me if we see Chinese fighters any minute." "This is a mess," Goodrich said. "You're telling me," Denny said, "the SEALs should be on station any moment. I'll make one more pass with the gun to clear the decks, then pull up into a hover. My wingman will keep anyone on the bow busy." A loud hiss cutting through the roar of the Osprey streaked past the aircraft. Then a sudden thud, like someone kicking a metal barn, followed by a muffled explosion. "RPG," Denny yelled into the intercom. The pilot of the second Osprey reported they'd been hit and were about to go into the water. Captain Denny brought her Osprey into a hover over the trawler's rear deck. The SEALs had managed to deploy the other inflatables before the second Osprey hit the water. They were now engaging the crew from the sea, giving the fast platoon a window to hit the ropes. Goodrich's first instinct was to worry about his fellow Marines who had gone down. The Sonitas Moeller mics were still working, and he could hear Captain Arthur, his assistant platoon commander, organizing his men in the water. He reported that they, along with the crew chief, were all accounted for and were working to locate the pilots. Focused on the mission ahead, Goodrich isolated his squad on the comm and trusted Arthur to take care of his Marines. Captain Goodrich initially trained a fast rope from the back ramp of a V-22 Osprey, but the weapons and tactics specialists later shifted to deploying troops through the hellhole, the cargo opening in the aircraft's belly. Recently, those same experts decided Marines should once again exit via fast rope from the ramp. This was going to be brutal for Staff Sergeant Ski, who would descend first, as the rope would whip violently from the Osprey's prop wash. If he wasn't under fire, he'd stabilize the rope while the rest of the squad dropped down. That's exactly how it played out, except Ski and the next two Marines were shot at. They returned fire as soon as they hit the deck, driving the remaining crew toward the wheelhouse and engine room 20 feet further aft. Goodrich stepped around a large metal box on the foredeck, about the size of a dumpster and offering solid cover for either side, though he hadn't spotted anyone behind it from the Osprey. As he moved halfway around, two Chinese crewmen burst out of the box itself, pushing open the entire side on a long piano hinge. Goodrich hit the first with a 3-round burst to the face from his M4, but the second closed in fast, using his partner's falling body to slam into the Marine and shove the rifle sideways. Gunfire cracked and whizzed around him, sparking off the metal hull. Goodrich let out a roar, towering over the much shorter man. This wasn't a fisherman. It was a Chinese Special Forces soldier disguised as trawler crew. He knew his tactics and came up with a knife, slashing at Goodrich's chest. Goodrich parried, blocking the blade with his rifle. He tried to swing the muzzle around, but the guy was too close. He deflected the knife a second and third time, hearing the blade scrape against the metal rifle magazines in his vest pouches. The same slash caught his biceps, not deep, but painful enough. It was only a matter of time before something vital got cut. Locked chest to chest with the Chinese soldier, Goodrich used the M4 as a shield and switched to his sidearm. He drew the M9 and, knowing he'd likely get cut if he tried to create space, pressed the muzzle directly against his attacker's head, holding his thumb behind the slide to ensure it stayed in battery for a contact shot. The Chinese soldier hit the deck before he realized he was dead. Goodrich let him fall. Holstering his Beretta, he fought his way to the wheelhouse door with little opposition. All the sailors had locked themselves inside, presumably with the missile, waiting for the Chinese gunboat to arrive. On board the USS Macon Island, Black Sabbath had finally stopped blaring over the intercoms. It, too, Townsend, working with her counterpart on the Fort Worth, had isolated the Calliope software and deleted it from the system. She then helped the IT-2s on the 2 destroyer escorts. Admiral Peck was on the line with Captain Avery Denny in the lead Osprey, getting a situation report. He felt like he'd been punched in the gut when she described how the second Osprey had been hit by an RPG. One pilot had cut his leg escaping the aircraft, but everyone was alive. The MH-60s, cut off from ship communications, had located both Skeet and O and were hoisting them to safety. All good news, but Peck couldn't relax. "Captain Goodrich?" he asked. Captain Denny explained that the trawler crew had bunkered down in the fortified wheelhouse. "He's working on it, sir." "Radar is back online," the operations specialist said from the console. "The Chinese gunboat and the trawler are closing on each other. ETA 30 minutes at their current speed. Get Captain Goodrich on the radio," Peck said. "No contact, sir," the OS-1 replied. "He's operating on a different frequency." "Scooter," Peck said, using Denny's call sign. "Get Goodrich and his team out of there immediately." "Sir? Do it now." The executive officer turned to the IT-2, who was hunched over a computer keyboard. "Let's focus on the fast platoon's radio frequency next." "Cancel that order," Peck said. "Run diagnostics on the Harrier systems. I want them airborne with weapons within 10 minutes. We're going to sink that trawler before the gunboat gets here." "But the Marines, sir?" the XO said. "Captain Denny will get them out," Peck replied, trying to sound confident. "Breach her up," Goodrich shouted over his shoulder into the Moeller mic. Staff Sergeant Ski came up behind him, blood smeared on his forehead from his own close-quarters fight. "PFC Geddes is down, sir," he said, breathing heavily. "Down? He's dead, Captain. Hit right after we got on deck. Any wounded? Everyone else is fine, sir." Goodrich clenched his jaw. "I need a breacher." The explosives went into the water with the other squad. Staff Sergeant Ski said, "What about this, sir?" A lance corporal named Garcia held up an RPG SEALs were coming over the side now, moving from the bow toward the stern. Goodrich waved them back, still angry about his fallen Marine. Who knows how to use one of these? "I trained with them in Fallujah, sir," a corporal named Cooper said. "All right, then." Goodrich pointed a knife hand at the wheelhouse door. "Marine, I want you to blow these guys a new way out." The operations specialist, a petty officer first class, sitting at the radar and IFF system, raised a hand while watching his screen closely. "What is it, OS-1? "The trawler is changing course, Admiral," he said, "turning 180 degrees. Captain Denny's voice came through the radio. "Captain Goodrich has given me the all-clear," she said. "The Marines and SEALs have secured the trawler and the LRASM." "What about the gunboat?" Peck asked. "It's also turning, Admiral," OS-1 said. "Heading away from us." "Good," Peck said. "But I still want those Harriers in the air as soon as possible. We've still got an American warship out there that we've disguised as a Chinese destroyer." Clark was stretched out reading a book at the J.W. Marriott Hotel in downtown Chicago when his cell phone buzzed on the nightstand. The Marriott had great mattresses, and over the years he'd learned to enjoy a soft bed whenever he could. There were plenty of chances to be uncomfortable. He half-rolled with a quiet groan, reached over the Glock 19 9mm pistol that sat next to the lamp on a folded washcloth, and picked up the phone. Resting the open book face down on his chest, he tilted his head to find the right spot on his glasses so he could read the caller ID. "Hey, Gavin," he said. "Things are about to get crazy, John," Byrie said. He sounded breathless, like a kid eager to tell his dad he'd won a race at school. He was known to gloat a bit when he came through in a pinch, which he clearly had. "What have you found for me?" "I located him," Byrie said. "In Chicago." "For now," Byrie said, "do you have something to write with?" Clark sat up quickly, tossing the book on the mattress and swinging his legs off the bed, holding back a groan this time. "If I had my way, you'd get a promotion," he said, while grabbing the hotel pen and notepad from the nightstand. "You know me, John?" Byrie said. "I'd do this for nothing. But still, I'm ready." "All right," Byrie said. "I don't know where he is right now, but I know where he'll be at 2 p.m. 2. Clark checked his watch, already on his feet. You should have told me that first, Gavin. It's almost 1. Sorry, boss, Byrie said, but he's close. Clark put the phone on speaker and quickly packed his few belongings into a small day pack while Byrie gave him the details. Kang was indeed nearby, but Clark had a lot to do to pull this off. It was going to be a tight window. The last ice cubes Kang had brought on Amtrak's number 5, heading west from Chicago, melted in the early morning somewhere between McCook, Nebraska, and Denver, Colorado. He'd knocked his injured hand against the wall while entering his compartment, and the pain nearly dropped him to his knees. Alone now, he could finally change the soaked bandage and examine the wound properly, away from any public restroom. The bullet had sheared off his pinky at the base, destroying the joint where the finger met his hand. Fascinated by the ragged flesh, he cleaned it as best he could, nearly blacking out from the agony as he extracted a fragment of white bone. He sealed the wound with superglue, but it still oozed blood. Some of the skin flaps were turning a deep purple. He'd have to cut them off soon before they started to rot. There was a doctor in Los Angeles he could trust. He could make it that far, get the antibiotics he needed, some stitches, and proper pain relief. Then he'd assemble another team and go back for Lee. Leaning back, Kang closed his eyes. Lee might keep his family hidden for a while, but eventually his typical American optimism would take over. He'd go back to work, his kids would return to school, and his wife would have her baby. Kang smiled at that thought, momentarily forgetting the throb in his hand. This was far from over. Exhausted, he fell asleep sitting up, watching the endless fields of Iowa corn and soybeans roll past his window. The steward's knock woke him, offering to make up his bed. He refused, his survival instincts warning him not to let anyone unknown into his compartment. The pain had exploded while he slept, now shooting up his arm in electric jolts that matched the rhythm of the train's wheels. A steady diet of Coca-Cola and ibuprofen only soured his stomach and fueled his anger. Kang was used to discomfort, but after 2 hours of toughing it out, he seriously thought about hurling himself off the moving train. He changed the dressing. A bloody stub would attract too much attention, stuffed the Beretta he'd taken from Gao into his waistband holster, and headed to the cafe car as soon as it opened. The dining car sat between his sleeper and the observation lounge with the cafe below. People were already seated for breakfast, and he passed without making eye contact, learning the swaying gait needed to stay upright on the lurching train. He politely thanked the attendant when she offered a table, saying he only wanted a light snack. She'd see him returning from the cafe with his ice and food anyway, so lying was pointless. By the time he got back to his room, he had sweated through his clothes. Fortunately, the other passengers, most twice his age, were too absorbed in themselves to notice him stumble by. He slid the door shut, removed the holster from his waistband, and tossed it on the couch. With the latch locked and blue privacy curtains drawn, he collapsed beside his gun. Gasping from the 200-foot walk, wincing, he pressed the bandaged stump of his finger against the cup of ice. It had taken every bit of self-control to pretend his hand wasn't killing him when he paid for the Snickers bars and 2 Cokes. He'd dealt with pain before he knew it would fade, but that time wasn't coming soon. The cold only took the edge off. He needed antibiotics, pills, or an injection. He slowed his breathing, washed down 4 more ibuprofen with another Coke, and stared out the window at the passing cliffs. They were climbing somewhere northwest of Denver. He didn't care. He needed to rest, to plan his next move. None of this made any sense. He hadn't managed a clear view of the man along the Riverwalk, but he was certain the guy was by himself. Could it have been Lee? That was ridiculous. Peter Lee should have been more focused on keeping his family safe than launching an attack. Then Kang recalled how fiercely the man had fought when they stormed his home. That bastard had come charging out with a shotgun when he should have been hiding in a corner. Still, no. It couldn't be him. But if not him, then who? Kang raised a bottle of cheap whiskey to his lips with his good hand, keeping the other pressed against the ice. The liquid carved a path from his tongue to his stomach, warming him while deepening his confusion. Using his knees and good hand, he screwed the cap back on, then held the bottle up so the light from the window shone through the amber liquid. He'd downed more than half since the train left Chicago nearly 20 hours ago. Disgusted, he tossed the almost empty bottle onto the blue seat across from him, placing it far enough away that he couldn't drink without thinking. He needed it for the pain, to dull the anger, but he also required a clear mind, and whiskey wasn't helping with that. Neither was the pain. The 11-car California Zephyr departed Chicago's Union Station right on time at 2 p.m. Central Time. John Clark was aboard, having snagged one of the last available roomettes as soon as his call with Gavin ended. He believed his target was in one of the 2 sleeper cars. He knew the man's name, his background, and the names of his deceased associates. Gavin had located Kang's ticket, including the car and room number, but when Clark walked down the narrow hallway toward his own roomette, that room was occupied by an elderly couple. You'd think searching a train would be simple. There were 3 sleeper coaches, all positioned behind the baggage car and the 2 locomotives. The dining car separated the sleepers from the lounge and observation car, as well as the lower deck cafe and the 3 coach-class cars at the rear. Clark ruled out everything behind the lounge car. Kang was injured. He'd want privacy. He'd be somewhere up front. Each double-decker superliner coach contained 5 bedrooms, each with a cramped toilet and shower, plus 10 roomettes on the upper level. The bedrooms were all on one side of the train. The much smaller roomettes lined the opposite end, 5 on each side of a narrow passage that, aside from the carpet and relatively fresh air, reminded Clark of a submarine. A stairwell sat in the middle of the car, between the bedrooms and roomettes, marked by the smell of self-serve coffee. It led down to 4 lower deck roomettes, a family bedroom, restrooms, a shower for roomette passengers, and a luggage rack. The front sleeper car was reserved for staff quarters and storage, which let Clark cross 20 rooms off the list. That left 40 rooms where Kang might be hiding, minus Clark's own. According to Gavin, Kang had initially booked a roomette, but since someone else was in that room, Clark figured he'd upgraded at the station to a larger bedroom so he could have his own sink to treat his hand. If that was true, it narrowed the search to the 10 full-size bedrooms, 5 on each of the remaining sleeper cars. Clark had eliminated all the rooms on his car by the time they reached Omaha, just after 11 p.m. The fingerprint from the pinky Clark had removed from Kang's hand turned out to be a dead end, but the photos from the street cameras he'd set up provided the real breakthrough. One downside of all the facial recognition programs in the People's Republic of China, at least from the perspective of the Chinese intelligence community, was that their own system could be hacked. Once Byrie uploaded the images, it only took a few hours before potential matches started coming in. The first lead was for the woman. She was Zhang Zhulan, a PLA major. There was a red notice attached to her passport flagging her as wanted for murder in South Africa. She operated under several aliases, including Rose. The notice also indicated she frequently traveled with a man named Kang Jian, who turned out to be the mystery figure. That name led Byrie down a trail of false identities, and he began checking them for recent activity. A Visa card registered to one alias, Frank Lowe of Temecula, California, had been used to book a private bedroom on Amtrak's California Zephyr, running between Chicago and Emeryville. Clark figured Kang had no backup in Chicago. If he did, he would have brought more than just a couple of guys to take out Lee by the river. They would have expected at least a few guards. Now, wounded and likely alone, he was on the run. Clark knew firsthand how agonizing a damaged hand could be. The last thing Kang would want was to drive himself, even if he had a license. Airports had layers of security and ID checks, but a train ticket could be bought online with nothing more than a credit card. The conductor only needed the scan code on a phone. Bringing weapons on board was illegal, but there were no metal detectors. Amtrak police with bomb-sniffing dogs patrolled the station, but they weren't likely to detect something as small as a handgun. Luckily for Clark's cover, he fell on the younger end of the typical passenger age range. Most were retirees traveling in pairs, avoiding airport hassle, meeting new people, and watching the scenery roll by. They had time to kill. Some were afraid of flying. At least one was a spy running for his life. Clark was halfway through a short stack of buttermilk pancakes, making friendly small talk with a retired couple from Boston, who had both taught at MIT, when Kang stumbled through the dining car. Clark took another bite, waiting for Kang to press the button to open the connecting car door before standing to excuse himself. His seatmates, clearly missing their captive lecture hall audiences, protested that he was leaving in the middle of their conversation. He apologized, claiming something didn't agree with his stomach, left a $5 tip on the table, and moved quickly after Kang. He made it through the first set of automatic doors just in time to see through the windows of the next coach as Kang ducked into the first door on the right. Coach 531, bedroom A. Clark's own roomette was in the next car, closer to the front, but the dining car gave him a solid reason to move back and forth. He kept walking, reaching bedroom A just as he heard the metal latch click shut. Inside the compartment, a hand reached up and pulled the pleated blue curtains over the door and the small window beside it. With the basics of a simple plan already forming in his mind, Clark returned to his roomette. He needed to practice getting past the lock on his own door. He thought Kang might come out for supplies or even leave the train for good in Denver, but Kang stayed in his room with the curtains drawn during the 50-minute stop. Clark and a few others stayed on the platform, enjoying the last moments of crisp mountain air until the whistle blew and the conductor waved them aboard. The Zephyr began its steady climb after leaving the city, slowing occasionally when sensors along the tracks detected rocks or fallen trees from the steep mountainsides. Snow and evergreens blanketed the slopes, dropping away to a winding river below. An hour and a half later, the conductor announced they would soon cross the Continental Divide through the 6-mile-long Moffat Tunnel. He asked everyone to remain in their assigned car during the 10-minute trip under James Peak. 2 of the roomettes in 531 were empty, allowing Clark to leave his roomette in 532 and step next door 5 minutes before they entered the tunnel from the east. The train decelerated slightly as it entered the tight tunnel, but it was still moving fast enough to amplify the roar, making the noise inside the mountain's core twice as intense as it had been outside. Clark waited a full 60 seconds before taking action. He cautiously peered out of his roomette door, scanning the corridor one final time before committing, then moved swiftly past the stairwell toward the far end of the car where the sleeping compartments were located. He stopped in front of bedroom A. He knew the setup by heart. The couch would be oriented forward with a single chair near the window facing backward. He had no idea where Kang would be positioned, but he reassured himself that the space was so cramped it wouldn't make much difference. He had wrapped his handkerchief around the knuckles of his right hand, then gripped the Glock in his left, firing 2 quick rounds at the door's glass panel just above the lock. There was a chance he might hit Kang, but that didn't bother him. Acting with determination once he started, Clark punched the shattered glass away with his wrapped hand. The locking mechanism was straightforward, a hooked metal latch with a second piece that swung down over the top to jam it in place. Clark fired 2 more shots through the door to keep Kang off balance as he pushed the metal tab aside. In less than 3 seconds from his first trigger pull, he stood to the side, yanking open both the door and the curtain in one fluid motion. Kang was seated on the couch facing forward, which placed his left hand closer to the window, forcing him to fumble for his pistol with his non-dominant hand and swing it across his body to aim at Clark. Even so, he was remarkably quick for someone caught off guard and disoriented by the sudden assault. Fights in a space no bigger than a phone booth unfold rapidly. Clark rolled in, landing on top of Kang just as he fired a round into the top of the man's knee. Kang tried to bring the Beretta around, but Clark's left hand deflected it as he knelt on the injured hand. Kang let out a ragged scream, almost too high-pitched to hear. The Beretta slipped from his grasp, bouncing on the couch before clattering to the floor. Clark pushed off the cushion with his free hand and stood back, bracing himself against the curved wall of the bathroom door, his own pistol pressed tightly against his side. "You speak English, Mr. Kang?" Clark asked, dropping the name to keep the man guessing. Kang nodded, his chest heaving. His gun hand was busy clutching the bloody stump of the other. "What's your beef with Peter Lee? Who are you?" Clark ignored the question. Why go after his family? Kang shook his head, thinking. Stalling, catching his breath. The train's roaring passage through the tunnel had masked the suppressed gunfire, but they were more than halfway through now. The window was blown out, glass littered the hallway, and passengers would start moving around as soon as they emerged. Clark tried again. "Who sent you?" Kang shook his head. Clark nodded toward the bandaged hand. "I can get you some help. It's just a scratch," Kang said. "Are there more of you?" Silence. "Listen, pal," Clark said. "Your friends are dead. You're finished. I can get you something for the pain, but I need to know who else is coming after Lee." Kang glared, a seething rage flashing in the otherwise dark pools of his eyes. "I have nothing to say." "You know," Clark said, "I believe you." Kang was like a germ, a bacterium that, if not completely eradicated, would only come back stronger. Still, to most people, the vast majority really, killing an injured man sitting there blinking up at you was the act of a brutal savage. It was a point Clark couldn't argue. At the same time, he acknowledged another truth that civilized people almost always chose to ignore. Sometimes, the world needed a few savages. Clark kicked the broken glass that had ended up in the hallway back inside the compartment. He slid the door closed behind him, moving fast toward the empty roomette, just as they emerged from the Moffat tunnel into the daylight. One thing was clear to him. If people were after Peter and his family, there would now be one less to worry about. John Clark could live with that. General Song walked in without knocking. He rarely visited the North Wing, so Bai's staff was shocked to see him standing there so boldly alone. "What can I do for you, General Song?" asked an officious captain, Bai's secretary, from behind a polished wooden desk. "I'm here to see General Bai. Do you have an appointment?" "I do not," Song replied, heading for the office door. The captain jumped to his feet. "The general is in a meeting. He'll see me," Song said, brushing past him. No captain wanted to physically block a general. Song pushed open the door to find Bai and Major Chang huddled around a computer screen, looking at what seemed like ledger sheets. "Ready to make some withdrawals?" Song asked. Bai spun around in his chair. The major stood up, letting out a nervous fart. "What do you mean by barging into my office unannounced?" Bai leaned sideways, looking past Song out the door. "Captain Feng, call security immediately." Bai's face dropped when 4 grim men in dark suits filed in behind General Song. "General Bai Min," Song said. "I am here with the authority of Chairman Zhao, the paramount leader. You and Major Chang are under arrest for sedition, murder, and treason against the people of China." Chang shifted nervously. "This is nonsense," Bai said. "I am under arrest because the plan failed." Song shrugged. "Nonetheless," he said, "you are under arrest." He leaned in closer, "and I have been assured your punishment will not be a show." At roughly the same time, 6,000 miles away from Beijing, where General Bai and his bagmen were being led away in shame and chains, a Bluebird bus pulled up in front of Marine Corps Recruit Depot San Diego, packed with stunned-looking young men. It was dark, but the bright lights above the MCRD entrance lit up the yellow footprints the recruits had all heard so much about. No one spoke. Most held their breath, a mix of anticipation and self-imposed dread. They'd done their homework. They'd watched YouTube clips. They thought they knew what was coming. Every single one had volunteered, so there was no one to blame but themselves. The bus doors hissed open. A barrel-chested drill instructor strolled up the steps, his campaign hat low on his forehead, and began barking nearly unintelligible commands. His voice was hoarse and raspy, as if he'd been screaming for hours at a concert or football game. Each order was met with a resounding, "Aye, sir," or "Yes, sir," jumbled at first until the group got their act together and started answering in unison. The commands came fast, one after another, on and on. It was understandable and intentional that all the young men became disoriented, asking the recruits if they understood over and over. The drill instructor kept barking when he told them to, and only when he told them to, he wanted them off his bus. "Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Their reply rattled the windows. "Get your disgusting bodies off my bus." A third of the way back, a tall recruit with wavy dark hair and green eyes did exactly as ordered, moving down the aisle at a pace one step faster than a walk and one step slower than a run, off the bus onto the yellow footprints. The barking continued into the night, with constant corrections for stance, posture, and the slightest wrong answers. A kid standing to the left of the green-eyed recruit started sniffling, immediately drawing the ire of one of the drill instructors. The green-eyed recruit stood with his arms folded, staring at the back of the guy in front of him. He had spent years hearing his father and grandfather talk about military discipline, so he was confident he could handle this. On the yellow footprints, more training followed, constant kneeling and standing, all while drill instructors barked orders from every direction. Nothing was fast enough. No response was loud enough. Every mistake was caught. The recruits were rushed with forced urgency into the contraband room, where they emptied their pockets into red wooden bins for inspection. The Marine Corps would provide everything they needed during boot camp. Eventually, the dazed group was ordered to line up at the white phones along the wall. Each recruit had 2 chances to call a family member, or, if they had none, their recruiter. The green-eyed recruit had known this moment was coming, and out of everything, since boarding the bus at the San Diego airport, this was what he feared most. Luckily, his mother didn't answer. Other recruits behind him screamed in response to the drill instructor's commands, making it nearly impossible to think. Then, to his relief, the second number he dialed went straight to voicemail, so he read the message from the script taped above the phone. He hung up, feeling relieved to return to the chaos of screaming drill instructors. They were nothing compared to his mom. John Clark stepped off the California Zephyr in Fraser Winter Park, Colorado, the first stop west of the Moffett Tunnel. The view was breathtaking, so several passengers got off just to stretch their legs, giving Clark the chance to slip away unnoticed before the train departed. He had cleaned up the broken glass in the hallway and closed the curtain to Kang's compartment, so hopefully the train would be a few stops down the line before anyone discovered the body. He rented a car from a company in nearby Granby, then sat down at a Mexican restaurant near the train station to check his voicemail while waiting for the car to arrive. There had been no cell service since just after Denver, so he had over a dozen messages. Most were unimportant. A few needed a return call, but the last one shocked him. He listened to it 3 times, first stunned, then proud, and finally, he had to admit, a little emotional. "Hello," the message began, raspy but determined. "This is Recruit Chavez. I have arrived safely at MCRD San Diego. The next time you hear from me will be by mail, so expect a letter in 2 to 3 weeks. I love you. Goodbye." Clark played the message 2 more times, then hit speed dial for Ding's phone. He was too scared to talk to his daughter right now. Mr. C. Chavez said, "You okay? We've been—" "Hey, Ding," Clark interrupted, taking a deep breath. "Listen, bud, I just got a surprising call from my grandson. It looks like Stanford is going to have to wait a while." David Huang was ironing a shirt in the laundry room at the back of his house when he heard his wife scream. He smiled, turned off the iron, and started walking down the hallway. Michelle Chadwick had disappeared, but that was no surprise. She had been under a lot of pressure, and they both needed a break from each other. She would come back. Her political career depended on it. His cell phone rang, but he ignored it. His wife probably needed him to deal with some spider she had found. He had just passed the hall closet when she screamed again. Huang froze when he entered the kitchen and saw 6 heavily armed men in green uniforms and body armor. FBI HRT was printed across their chests. The apparent leader gave a nod. 2 agents grabbed each of his arms, hauling him roughly onto his kitchen floor, while a third took his cell phone and sealed it inside a Faraday pouch. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a female agent guiding his wife and daughter out the front door. "She doesn't know anything," he yelled, hoping his wife could hear him. "Do not speak," the team leader ordered, his tone flat and businesslike. With his hands cuffed behind his back using nylon restraints, Huang was seated in one of his own kitchen chairs as a team of plainclothes officers began tearing apart every inch of his home, even checking behind the faceplates of every light switch and electrical outlet. After 10 minutes of searching, the kitchen door swung open and Michelle Chadwick walked in. "Senator," he said, glaring at her. "This isn't going to end well for you." "For you," Chadwick shot back. "Oh, you mean that fake video you're trying to set me up with? I told President Ryan about that about 2 minutes into our first meeting." "Who do you think you're dealing with here, sport? It's Rule 34, you know." "What does that even mean?" Huang asked, stunned that this pathetic woman would be so bold with him. "If it exists, there's probably porn of it." "My God, David, there are so many deepfake videos floating around these days that this cheap piece of garbage is only going to boost my reputation." "You're supporting Jack Ryan now?" "Not at all," Chadwick replied. "But it turns out if I have to pick an enemy, I'd rather it be you than my own government." Later, Kathy rested her head against Ryan's chest. "I still can't wrap my head around the fact that Michelle Chadwick was never a spy. She smelled like peppermint and deorescence." A great combination, Jack thought. "Nope," he said. "A true blue patriot who still can't stand me." Kathy patted his stomach. "I love your guts. Means a lot, Doc," Ryan said. "What's Father Pat thinking, going back to Indonesia?" "I guess that's how callings work," Ryan said. "Terrible about PFC Geddes," Kathy whispered. Ryan took a deep breath, feeling guilty for being in his comfortable bed while talking about such sacrifice. "I know. Sounds like he put himself in danger so the rest of his squad could get safely off the rope. And now Ding's son is joining the Marine Corps." "I know," Ryan said again. "I bet Patsy's freaked out about it," Kathy said. And proud, Ryan said, "I talked to John on the phone. Apparently, JP has been talking to him a lot lately about becoming a SEAL. He thought the Marine Corps would get him ready." "How is Ding?" "Concussed," Ryan said, "but too hard-headed to have much damage." Kathy scoffed. "If that were the case, you'd be bulletproof." "And the computer tech? How's that going?" "Cybercom thinks they've located all the copies," Ryan said, "or at least know how to patch against it. China is sure to have extra copies on hand. Who knows, the damned thing could be hiding in my phone right now." "Don't joke about that." "I wish I were joking," Ryan said. "Even if we got it all, it's only a matter of time before someone develops something better or worse. AI is the future of, well, everything." He and Kathy rarely got to talk like this, so he enjoyed their playful back and forth. It was like playing tennis in bed with a beautiful half-naked woman. "What about that horrible man who came to the clinic with General Song's family?" "Tsai?" Ryan said. "No idea. Back in China, I suppose, being the same horrible man." "Too bad," Kathy said, pursing her lips, no doubt thinking of what she'd like to see happen to that rude communist minder. She rolled onto her back, using her head to fluff her pillow. "Thank you for letting me help a little." "Are you kidding me?" Ryan said. "Your help was essential. Maybe." She turned to him again, restless, unable to lie still. She touched the tip of his chin with her delicate surgeon's finger. It was something she did when she wanted to get her way, when all she really had to do was show up. "I've got an idea," she said. Maybe you should think about letting me get mixed up in all that White House scheming more often. Ryan gently took her hand. These hands of yours help people see again. You need to look after them, not wear them out dealing with spy games. Is that what you'd call what I did? Kathy rested her head against his chest, a gesture that still made his heart skip after all these years. I thought it was more like high-level negotiation. Same thing, different name, Ryan said with a shrug. Well, Kathy said, pulling back just enough to meet his gaze, her lips close to his. I honestly loved it for a moment. It made me feel like you.